5 years ago, a tradition began that has changed the face of competitive gaming. The International, a tournament summoning the finest Dota teams from across the globe. Since its creation, much has changed. The crowds have grown, from modest gatherings to a roaring sea of fans. The tools have expanded, from a humble selection of heroes to over 100 potential gladiators. And with the help of the Dota community, each year the stakes have risen. Again and again, becoming the largest prize pool in esports history. Once more, the time has come. From across the world, they have gathered. They have prepared. They are the best of the best. Some are veterans, warriors and victors of tournaments past, and others, ambitious newcomers, ready to prove themselves against revered champions. The eyes of the world now turn to Key Arena, eager to witness history firsthand, hungry to watch the war unfold. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International 2015, day 3 of 6. We're almost at the halfway stage, and today the players will be going head-to-head in the semi-finals of the upper bracket, and we'll be having 2 further matches in the lower bracket. The fans are getting ready, the players are getting ready, and our panel are getting ready. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing?
Good morning, Paul. It's good. I'm feeling great today.
Yeah?
Excited for the games.
Yeah, get a bit of sleep last night?
Better than the first day.
A little bit more sleep last night. How are the rest of you doing? Seb?
Great. I was sad yesterday because there was no more game left.
Have you become happier this morning?
I'm super happy and super hyped.
All right, good. How about you, Wagger?
I'm doing well. Slept like a baby.
Good, good. All ready, Malini?
Yeah, it's hard to top yesterday's game, but
Yeah.
I have high hopes.
Yeah, I think we all agree that it was a great day yesterday for a number of different reasons. I know Seb was a bit disappointed with the Euros, but there's a chance today they can come back and maybe do some cool stuff today.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. That's better than it was last night anyway, because you were quite down about it. I think you were quite upset with our Euro friends not doing very well.
Yeah, I mean, I want a fair tournament, you know, and that early in the tournament, the Eastern scene is dominating completely the Western scene. So we'll see if it changes today.
Absolutely, we will. And that's a very good point indeed, because yesterday was all about China and Korea, and we'll take a good look back at that in just a moment, because we have a full recap. You don't want to miss this. If you weren't here yesterday and you weren't sure whether to tune in, this will convince you. This was day 2.
It's time to get underway for a game which could either divide or unite this American crowd. Where is EG's opening? How do they come back in this game? That was Mumienda, who got back to base, but Z-Frig and Swindermelons will not be so lucky. The Mana Void just ripping apart there. Back, Complexity, this is their moment, but how much of a moment have they got? EG are so powerful right now. They'll kill off every single player of Complexity, and they will look to take the full series here and push themselves into the semi-finals of the International.
Secret down. They've almost got S4 as well. He's going to die again. And Zymex, he's surrounded. There's the GG. And a devastating takedown for Ehome here. Secret, a loss here, puts them in the lower brackets. Now he's on the run too. S4 may also fall as RFTK. CTY cutting off the path of retreat and executing Secret inside their own base. And CTY's endless crits. There's another. Ehome have done it.
looking pretty bad here for Cloud9. Rex is going to be given up. Cloud9.
That damn, be careful. Eternal Envy, he goes down. Both 7 now pops the blade bell, but it's too late. And now Fada, oh, everything's just falling apart for Cloud9.
They've got so many fans here. It's a heartbreaking night for many.
After the taste of victory, I think I want more. I want to go further.
I feel like we need to help you get your energy out. Do you want to give a big yell or anything? 1, 2, 3.
It's not quite enough. Grizzle accidentally finally goes down here, but he got himself a double kill before falling. Fire is dropping on the side of Empire. Oh my god! Double kill for QO! You don't want to kill him because he'll turn around, he'll kill you, he'll kill your friends, he'll kill your family. And Empire just falling apart at this point. It's over. MVP take game 1 in an incredible fashion, Sid.
They're playing like a team that has so much confidence.
MVP, they're ready to try and take another set of racks here. The Phantom Lance is too much. The results have come back for the Doctors. He's positive. MVP, they're destroying Empire. It's over. MVP did it. They move forward yet again. The team that you really need to be keeping your eye on. What a performance once again.
An absolutely phenomenal day yesterday. I mean, when you watch back, it's hard to imagine that all happened in one day, you know, and it's just day 2 as well. CTY playing out of his mind, QO having an absolute monster game, Cloud9 dropping out, Secret falling to the lower bracket, March doing his scream. It must warm your heart to see these guys playing so well.
Yeah, especially when I see March, like he's playing so selflessly as the Spirit Breaker. He always like dies, just buys back instantly. He doesn't care. He just comes in the fight. Even if he has to die twice in a row, he just wants to make sure that the team wins the team fight.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Wugger, what stood out for you?
I think what stood out was really the way the MVP took some of their fights, because they got team wiped in one fight, and 30 seconds later they were charging in and taking a new fight to their enemy and just, you know, winning that. So fearless in their execution. That was really refreshing to see.
Yeah. Yeah, they said they weren't scared, and I think that epitomised it. Actually, I think it was about 15 minutes into that game, and we both stood here and went, "Oh, well, that was rough for them." And they literally just came steamrolling back through. So great stuff. Malini, what stood out for you yesterday?
I like how the crowd really got behind eHome, and you know, eHome's a team that we really haven't talked about on day 1.
Yes.
And everyone's been talking about Team Secret, and it seems like, you know, they just like good Dota.
Yeah, and they got plenty of support, not only from the crowd but also from the commentary team as well, chanting "eHome, eHome, eHome." I don't know whether you noticed.
I think he got stuck a little bit. Yeah.
Do you think that what it was?
You gotta give him a nudge sometimes.
Like a stuck record, you mean? Okay, all right. QO though yesterday as well. I have to say, for me, as watching, you know, for the first time, watching him live in the arena and watching how he plays, was amazing yesterday.
It was truly just impressive. Like the way they take their fights is, their teammates will sacrifice themselves just to make sure that QO can crush. Like he's the backbone of the team, but they all play around it so well.
And it's also the psychological advantage, you know, when you go on him, like they were 2 or 3, you know, trying to kill him, and then he turns, he kills once, he kills the second. You're like, you know, how devastating is it for Empire to actually how to fight that guy, you know? It feels like a 7 versus 5.
Kind of was with him playing yesterday as well. Why don't you do us a favour? If you're watching right now, use all the usual social media channels, Facebook, Instagram or Twitter. Make sure you're using the hashtag #TI5 and let us know what your highlight was for day 2. We have plenty more highlights coming from day 2 because there's also our regular feature, which is the top 10. I'm pretty sure QO features in here somewhere.
You were talking about how he couldn't in the beginning of the game. Now it's just...
and he just goes in deep. CTY punishing Puppy, gets slept up. Will it dodge the damage? No. Loses the gem. Curl. No, they've been granting it. He's going to go. He's going to get for a second one. CTY with double gems. Literally balling out of control in this game. Styling on Secret, and that is big. The map control advantage that Secret...
That flat cannon, your call down is almost always useful. The rocket barrage destroys supports. So
7 gonna make the initiation here. Cloud9 desperately need to win this fight. Vacuum with the Refusher on top. Unbelievable display of coordination from CDEC Gaming. Quickly win the fight. 3 heroes down to the side of Cloud9 and a tier 1 tower to be picked up for VG. Ensign making me nervous here. Now the Blue Blink. S4 slaughtered. He can't even make a move. Oh, Jesus.
He does have the buyback, but it'll be with 11 souls.
Ortiz even walks into this. He's going to try to start the fight. There's the 2-0 call.
Oh,
doesn't have to get it. No, it does end up going down. 800 goals. This is what a big fight for Secret. RTK frantically scrambling. Eho have to be nervous now. The calling comes in. Gyrocopter arriving and looking to hold the lines. Stand strong, Ben, but that's the Curl Deathward from the high ground. Pounding into ZY up here. Back, turning down Ortiz. Can he win the fight? He looks to blink, but he's got momentum. And ZYF bails them out. Now the blink. And Curl done. Even with the miraculous of most miraculous fights.
Well, I'm going to look for a smoke here, MVP. March leading the way with a charge straight out to Yoku. They realize that the Undying is the issue as long as they can stop him from getting anything out. But the Nightmare dodge there coming out. He actually duped on the damage as well. He's alive. He's in the snowball. The Deathwalk doing so much though with the Aghanim's. Look at the bounces go. They're looking for Silent. The light strike onto Silent. He can't break out. Can they kill him? There's going to be the Yours as well holding in place. Can he get himself out? No! Double kill for KB.
But now, let's look at the fight. As it's going to be Clinks attacking into Samal. 4 hits, going to be 5 to get the kill. But the epicenter from Universe. Right with complexity, but the hand of God as well. Samek repairing so much the damage. Now Fear join the fight. They will be able to curse up on the Clinks. They control him perfectly. Universe coming back in for another Burrow Strike, but he's looking for more. Misses on the Burrow, but Fear still looking for his kills. As Song of the Siren will stop this, actually allowing the send back. That was Mumienda who got back to base, but Z-Freak and Swindermelons will not be so lucky. The Mana Void just ripping apart their life. A triple kill for Fear.
He's really crippled in this regard, but onto the middle lane. There's the jump on Puppey. The silence is there for the Arcane defensive sleep. Kuro was looking for it, but he couldn't quite get it off. Now they want to take this fight. Bait out the angle off the bat, but the Wizards curse prevents them from killing it. And now see the blow back. The Eight's gonna go off. They're blasting him with the Phoenix Ray and forcing S4 off of the fight. Arteezy has Requiem on him though. BKB starting to wear off. Can they turn this one around? He gets the first kill to RTK. He looks for more, but it's too low. Right into him. Kept under. Saves alive. DDC with the big bailout. And Ehome hunting Secret down. They've almost got S4 as well. He's gonna die again. The lone survivor, Arteezy Shadow Feed. The combo.
More of the same. Yours done from QO's. They're trying to set us up with the Undying, but the TP reactions are there. MVP need to be careful. Fiend's Grip straight up onto Febby. They've had enough of this bounty hunter and his dirty track card. They take him down. March coming in with the charge. They're trying to turn this, but always want to flow. The Nightmare's going to be fine. Empire, they might be able to take this fight. Looking for March here. They should be able to fight him. He's incredibly tanky. Can they kill him? They will finally take him down with the Death Lord from the low ground. The cask as well. They'll get the bait in return. And Resolution, he's standing at the one. The snowball coming out, able to turn it. Now Silent blinking forward. They might be. The Mana Void. It's a double kill for Silent.
Here comes the first Ice Blast here. Jump in. Telekinesis are going to try and blow up Fodder right away. They are successful. Taking him out. And now CDEC Gaming perhaps just want to get out of this one. Ice Ices are already dead. They have the Supernova on top. Looks like Cloud9 Super wants to go for the kill now on Misery. And it's just stunned him up a little bit, slow him down. The dagger's there as well. No tail. They actually managed to get a really good stun. FY jumping forward. He's going to be able to pop that one. And Cloud9, they're going to get out of here. Misery's going to go down. He sleeps himself 4 steps away, trying to get some distance desperately, but will not be able to get away from him. Oh, and he's still alive. He is unbelievable. He's slowing down Eternal Envy for the rest of his team. They're going to get to Eternal Envy. No tail goes down first. He's dead as well. The Ice Blast over the top. FY is gone.
I don't even understand what he just did there. He steals the sleep. He somehow gets the egg. Completely turns the fight around. CDEC Gaming with the wipe of the century.
They'll be content if they can find.
Oh, Razor could be in trouble here.
When there's March moving forward and Silent, he's got the cold embrace here. It's going to be fun for the time being. If you're going to be thrown out now, the Death Ward in a very nice position here, doing a fair with the Sonic Wave. Febby getting low, but they've already killed the Wyvern here at the side of MVP, and they're looking for more. Silent, he gets stunned up. March trying to move, and he's just 2 down. Tacky Resolution's out of mana, and there's a damage for Kyo. And if he's trying to get himself, he will get it. Double kill for Kyo. 1, 2. He needs one more. That's going to do it. No, he needs the final one. He's got it. It's a triple kill for Kyo. Now Silent chasing down March. Will find the kill with the help of Yoku and Resolution. And it's in fact just QO that's left alive. Will be able to blink himself out. Resolution is not happy. He wants QO dead. He's going to be able to, well, it's going to be the hell. The Karina playing that with the Yours, holding QO in place. QO just trying to turn it. He's got the Aegis. Now they've got to kill him a second time here. They've got to be careful. QO is a bit of a glass cannon. He does a hell of a lot of damage here. He's just going to try and meld himself up. They haven't got detection. And Kyo, he's out. Blinks away. Oh, he tries to find Yoku as well. Won't quite get away with it. And Resolution trying to zip forward. He's only got a little bit of mana. You want to go? Oh my God! Now Kyo's going for more. He's looking for Silent. He's going to get it. Oh my God!
Eternal Envy sees this one. Cloud9, they know they just popped the ward, so they're somewhere nearby. The mid-choke shot is there, and now the Supernova is laid out. Super starts going for it. Ice trying to get away from his cogs, but he will go down. Victory managed to get the feed scrape on top. Super and Fenrir gets stunned up. Pound the back row, trying to deal with Fana, but he can't do it. Eternal Envy, oh, he's going to get bursted down. They managed to get the Laguna Blade off on top of that one. 3 down on the side of Cloud9. Fenrir's going to fall, even it up 3 for 3. How and FY, they're going to force Fana TP back. No, he actually has the ulti. He wants to try and go for both 7. He wins it. Once again, being the commanding position in this team fight. They're actually going to just chase him down to FY. Grab the Invictus. FY snagged it. He's going to get out. Oh, Fana, he wants the kill desperately, but he's done for. How gets the kill? And FY, the MVP of this match, and it's not even over yet. If there was any question in the world who the best Rubik player is, FY just completely ended it.
How do you condense the whole of day 2's highlights into that? It almost seemed too short in many ways. It reminds you how ridiculous some of the plays were yesterday.
You know, I'm watching FY, and I just realized I have the same reaction that I have sometimes when I think a hero's unbalanced. I'm like, this is ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm watching that guy play, and it's the same. You nerf that guy. Do something about him. This is not fair.
We need to talk to Ice Frog about nerfing FY.
Nerf FY.
Yeah, definitely. There was a couple of other great pieces, and that QO piece just gives me goosebumps every time. I've seen it a couple of times now. It's just so good, the way that he reacts to everything.
I could watch TA highlights all day, so I'm very happy about seeing that. For me, though, the most outstanding was probably the combination of Winterwyvern and the Phoenix in the eHome game, where they were actually behind against Secret and took an amazing team fight.
Yeah.
That was the most beautiful
There was
play.
also a big wipe in there as well from VG. I think that was number 3, which is also, you know, again, a sublime piece of play. I mean, is there anything else that wasn't in there, Winter, that you thought maybe would have made the top 10? Because there were just so many yesterday. I don't blame the editors at all, because they're probably sitting there going, how do we pick 10 and put 10 in here?
I think most of them are covered. I have to agree with Seb. The Rubik play was like one of the best for me. Like it really shows that he's the best Rubik player ever.
The best Rubik player ever?
Yeah.
Okay.
All the top plays, even you look at that fight, eHome versus Secret, that egg into Winter's Curse, like all the plays were amazing. That top 10 is...
I like CTY's gem steal.
Yeah,
that was so
that was
bold.
The top 10. That was
number 10.
The worst of those.
He dropped his bottle.
It's a 1 versus 3 play that drops a bottle, kills that guy.
Yeah.
What can you say about those plays? They're just amazing.
Almost like if you showed that at the end of day 6 and said this is the top 10 for the entire tournament, everyone would probably believe you, wouldn't they?
You're good to go, you know? And
yeah, that's fine.
It was day 2.
Yeah, I know. We've got 4 more days. It's fantastic. We are going to get into today in a little bit, but I just wanted to wrap up on the second day itself as well. We saw some surprises along the way. It's fantastic performances by the Chinese team, and in particular MVP Phoenix as well. But let's talk a little bit about the teams that fell out as well, because Secret fell to the bottom, and Cloud9 going out of the tournament. Melini, that has to be the biggest surprise so far, do you think?
Yeah, unfortunately, they did not win a game in the main event. I think the way they lost game 2 was super surprising. Like, in this sort of situation, you can't just completely just crumble in game number 2. And even from the draft, from the way the lanes go, Seb and I were talking about it the way here. You're like playing your safe lane, you're like off laner dies, your safe lane dies, and your mid's not doing well. You just know that something has to be off.
I think you hit something there as well about the draft, because most of the games we saw yesterday was really convincing in the drafts. Every single win was just well executed throughout the strategy and execution in game.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually. It has been quite a drafters game so far. What do you make of the various drafters? Who's come out on top?
ROTK, I would say. It seems like he had a lot of time to study up on Secret, how to deal with the Radiant Shadow Fiend 2 games in a row, and how to deal with the Anti-Mage. Like, they felt so bold that they could first phase pick Anti-Mage, and he had all the right solutions.
Yeah, yesterday you made the point that S4 rarely gets outdrafted 2 games in a row, but he did.
Yeah, then again, when they open the draft, they open with Shadowfiend Anti-Mage. You rarely see Secret securing late game. It shows like they were kind of maybe nervous. They wanted to get more late game because they felt that the early game wouldn't go too well, or they needed too much of an early game lead to sort of end the game, so they just went for two of the best late gamers they have.
Yeah. They have also previously relied a little bit on having the anti-mage to carry them. Like in previous games in the group stage, they have used this to great success as well, but you can't really pick it that quickly. It's pretty easy to counter it for the enemy team.
And Seb, you were disappointed with Team Empire, Euros all round, and obviously CIS as well, we kind of include them. Disappointed to go out again in a similar fashion to Cloud9, really, that early on in the tournament. They were many people's picks for maybe an outside top 4 and certainly top 6.
You know, it's one of those tournaments. Let's say one team starts dominating the others. Let's say, I don't know, CDEC, for example, just goes and 2-0s everyone. And then you're going to be like, maybe Empire could have beat CDEC. You know, Empire is one of those teams where I really felt like they did not show what they were made of. They did lose 0-2, so they deserve to be out. You know, I'm not speaking against that, but yeah, they must feel like, well, we missed an opportunity yesterday.
What if they had beaten LGD?
Yeah, I was going to say day one,
exactly.
They were ahead, a game up. Halfway through the second game, they were ahead, and then they lose 2-1. So that must be even worse for them, surely.
Yeah, it's a really tough loss, and I hope they don't, you know, it doesn't affect them too much, because you can always bounce back.
Yeah.
I actually think that the team, Empire, they still have a lot of potential, even though they have been a while, like for maybe more than half a year, but they still have a lot of potential within, so I hope they would stick together and just show everyone.
Yeah, definitely.
Some of the more positive stories yesterday, March obviously being a fantastic example. We spoke about him on day one, his dreams and his ambitions not to go out in the first 4 positions, which he achieved and he was very happy with. And then we spoke about him again yesterday, and what a great trooper he's been for Dota in Korea. A real, leader of the march, if you like, to try and get more people in there. And then they go and win again against the odds. How far can they realistically go, Seb?
I really like that sentence, that quote from him. After the taste of victory, I want more. And, if you want it that badly, then you're probably going to get it. And he got it yesterday, and let's hope for him he gets it today. But I think they can go really far. And we've said it before they played their first game here in the main, on the main stage, that they are a team, if they get momentum going with them, if they're hyped, they can go really far, and they can be very scary. They're not afraid to lose. That's a great thing to have, and they want to win. Just play then. Do it.
Yeah, and not playing playing without any fear, I think March said yesterday, is what's really driving them. And we've said this before. I think we said it about CDEC, Ben, yesterday, in the sense that they've kind of gone further than maybe they even thought themselves would go possible. And then you start relaxing and enjoying it and having some fun, and the pressure comes off, and then nobody expects you to go any further now. So you can play however you want to play and just enjoy playing Dota.
Yeah, I mean, too many people have discounted the underdogs in this CDEC and MVP Phoenix. It's like, they're whatever. They're wildcard teams, and you're looking to prepare versus EG and Secret and LGD, and then you just forget about them or you underestimate them. And sometimes it shows in the drafts. I think even versus eHome, it's like, if we win the early game, we'll win the game. And I think they just did not come fully prepared to deal with them.
Yeah, one of the teams we haven't spoken about just yet, and one of the few successes we had outside of China and Korea is Evil Geniuses, who had a great game yesterday in what actually was it's almost a banana skin for them, really, in the form of complexity, in the way that they've played so far in the tournament. So how do you assess their chances?
EG, I think they're really happy that Secret dropped down. I think that's really the only team that's given them a lot of trouble in recent months, aside from one MLG performance. And they traditionally actually perform very well versus the Easterner teams. So I think they're in a really good spot to go to the finals.
Everyone agree?
Definitely.
Yeah, I think you pretty much hit there that Secret has been one of the strongest teams against EG. But at this tournament, we're also seeing more strength from LGD, from CDEC, from eHome in particular, than we previously have. Like, the Chinese qualifiers were monstrous, and we see the result of that in CDEC and eHome.
Yeah, we do. Winter, the interesting thing about the Chinese Dota in particular is that do you get the sense maybe that having only won a couple of tournaments this year, I think it's 2 out of 11 this year, whereas we're used to seeing them winning a lot of international tournaments. Do you think maybe they've been sandbagging and maybe holding a bit back and maybe not showing the Westerners what they've fully got?
I think not really. The past few tournaments, the Chinese team have been giving their all, and it wasn't their tournament to win. They weren't just as good as the Western teams in the meta, and right now they've been working really hard, and they sort of figured out the meta more than most of the Western teams, except for EG and Secret. So I think it's kind of fair their results, not having better results for the past couple of months, and they're getting better right now.
Okay, good point to end it on. Let's close out day 2 by having a look at the brackets now. and show you exactly who advanced and who fell out of the tournament. We did lose, of course, teams yesterday, including Team Empire and Cloud9. MVP Phoenix going through, Vici Gaming going through as well. They're still in the lower bracket. And in the upper bracket, we've got semi-finals set up nicely. LGD versus CDEC, EG versus eHome. That's coming later on today. There will be our third and fourth game. So you'll be able to hang around at the end of the day to see EG versus eHome. Particularly looking forward to that one because I have no idea what eHome are going to come up with for EG after beating Secret yesterday. And of course, they've had a day's break, LGD and CDEC, so they're going to come back and fight in the upper bracket as well. Remember, those two, they will again go through to the upper bracket final. They'll be guaranteed top 3 positions. In the lower bracket, confirmation of MVP Phoenix going through to round 3, and they will play Vici Gaming, who came through 2-0 against Cloud9. We'll start the day off with Complexity versus Virtus Pro to finish off the second round of the lower bracket, and we'll also have Team Secret versus Invictus Gaming. Overall, it's going to be another one of those amazing days. We're going to lose 2 more teams, and we're going to see which 2 teams go through to the upper bracket final. I want to start with Melini. Is it impossible to pick out something you're looking forward to today, or are you just looking forward to all of it?
I'm really looking forward to LGD CDEC. I think that a lot of the Western teams haven't really been too familiar with CDEC, but LGD is super familiar with CDEC. They've met so many times in a lot of the Eastern tournaments, and I think it's gonna be an amazing match.
Do you think maybe there was a poor draw for CDEC, knowing how well they've done against all the Western teams, and that sort of think, oh no, now we have to play someone that kind of knows who we are? And
I mean, it works the other way too.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, I think last series it was 3-2 LGD in a best of 5, and that's going to be the best one.
Okay, Seb, what are you looking forward to?
Secret in the lower bracket. No, they can't afford any mistake. Yeah. I mean, if they lose that series, they're out of TI, and everyone expected them to at least, they were favored to win it all and to at least be in the grand finals. They can't afford any mistakes, and let's see how Secret reacts under pressure.
Do you think there's any correlation with what happened to them the last time they lost on LAN, which was April the 23rd, by the way? It's an awful long time ago. They lost to Team Malaysia in the upper bracket, and then you guys beat them in the lower bracket. And that's the last time they lost on LAN. Are we going to see the same thing? Are they just going to fold and disappear?
Back then, I think they had adjustments to make with the team in-game lead, things like this, and they did it, and then they ended up winning all the LANs after. So this time around, they don't get to go home, think about it, and change. They have to do it live. I mean, in the tournament, they had a day to fix it, but they have S4, they have Puppy, they have those great captains. Puppy has been known for that. He's been known as the guy that can adapt during a tournament and adapt to the, and adapt that well that everyone ends up following what he did after. Right. So I trust those guys. They will bounce back.
Okay, Winter, what are you looking forward to today? Is it the CDEC LGD?
I'm actually looking forward to EG versus
You're with me.
Yeah, I want to see how PPD actually drafts against ROTK and how they actually change and select their strategies accordingly.
Okay, Wagga?
I mean, Secret in lower bracket is very, very exciting, but what I'm looking forward to the most is already just watch VP versus Complexity and just get started with this, because I'm a huge FNG fan, so I want to see what can happen in that series.
Yeah, very much looking forward to seeing how he shapes up as well. Our first Belarusian player as well at the International, so very interesting to see how he comes out. I want to change topic slightly here on day 3. I know you've had a chance to walk around the concourse a little bit and check stuff out now. What do you make of the cosplay?
I mean, there's a lot of TA cosplayers, so
yeah, so you're happy.
There's plenty of CMs, including some guy who's standing over there, also doing a CM cosplay. But it's good fun. It's always fun seeing the cosplays.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben?
There's a lot more than I expected.
Really?
And I think I saw a male TA.
Yeah, I saw him.
That's fine. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that's fine. There's a male Crystal Maiden. So, I mean, it's generally been viewed as like something that girls do a lot, but I'm glad that the guys are getting into it. They have some sick costumes.
Yeah. There was a crazy one at Frankfurt. I remember seeing a picture of the
Timbersaw
was unbelievable. I was just genuinely like, praise the Lord, that guy. Pay him whatever you need to pay him, because that was absolutely fantastic. I just wondered whether you'd seen anything like that.
No, and he did win the prize.
He did, yes, he did.
That was the craziest cosplay I've seen to date.
Right.
Ever
in history.
In Dota, that's just the craziest. So I like that it's stepping up the cosplay a lot.
Yeah, definitely the cosplayers are stepping up their level, that's for sure. And Casey has been chasing down those cosplayers who've been stepping up their levels, and she is with them right now.
Yes. I would like to say that they've made it easier for me because they're all gathering in one spot right now, and that's what we want to let you all know about. There's a big professional cosplay photo shoot going on, and all of you who are dressed up are invited to come. We're right near section 118 in Key Arena on the concourse level. You can see the stage behind us. You can get up there, get professional pictures taken in your cosplay inside the map of Dota. And I'd like to show you the line already. It's a little bit long, it's getting there. We already have lots of fun people. We're gonna be talking to some of them. This is the best one I've seen all day.
Oh, thank you very much.
How long did it take you to put this together?
Just about a week before we left to come to TI.
And what pose are you going to use when you get up there?
All of them?
I thought this was your pose. I was like, that's terrible. Do you want to show, come on, show me something better. Let's do it.
I could spin around?
Okay, do it. Yeah, spin around. That was good. We'll practice. We'll keep practicing.
Okay.
No, you look great.
Do you have any better spins than I could do?
Well, not better, but I can show you a worse one. You ready?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, got it. We should spin together. Ready?
Same time?
Yeah, ready, go. Yeah, you win. You're better. I think you're ready. So if you're as good at spinning as we are, get in line. This is running from 10 to noon here at Key Arena. You can get these professional photos taken, and then you get copies of them later so you can send them to your friends. It's a really great way to celebrate your cosplay and celebrate TI5. But before we talk a little bit more about that, I want to introduce you to one of the younger cosplays we've seen. We had a very official one-on-one interview with her. I am here with a very special guest, Crystal Maiden herself. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Now, are you ready to tell me your real name, or should I just call you Crystal Maiden?
Either way.
Either way. What's your real name?
Valentina.
Valentina. Nice to meet you. I'm Casey. Do you want to tell me what you're wearing?
So I'm wearing blue jeans with leg warmers that came with the jacket my grandma gave to me, and the Crystal Maiden coat from the Secret Shop.
And why is Crystal Maiden your favorite?
I don't know. She's just always been very pretty, all her costumes and stuff, and she has really good spells.
I like the jewel on your head. Is that sticking on there pretty good?
Yeah.
Yeah? Who put that on for you?
Me.
You did that by yourself?
Mm-hmm.
I can't even see my own face when I try to put stuff on my face. I'm very impressed. How long have you been playing Dota?
Couple years.
A couple of years already. Do you mind? This is a rude question for me to ask a lady, but do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 9.
You're 9. And who taught you how to play Dota?
My dad.
Is he sitting over there?
Mm-hmm.
Is he very proud of you?
Yes.
Yeah. Is she a good Dota player? She's awesome. Does she beat you? You beat your dad at Dota?
Mm-hmm.
And how does he react when you beat him?
He usually pounds his fist on the desk.
And then, does that make you feel, is that like the best, beating dad at his own game? Yeah? Do you have a victory dance or anything that you do?
No.
No? Do you kind of rub it in?
Yeah.
You do? What do you say when you beat him?
I usually say, like, that's how you do it or something.
That's the coolest thing ever. Are there any other heroes you like playing other than Crystal Maiden?
I like playing Bloodseeker and Wind Ranger.
Those are violent.
And Bane.
Bane, my goodness. Such a young age playing such violent characters. Who do you think's going to win the whole tournament?
Maybe EG.
EG. Okay, that's a good pick. Anyone else that you have your eye on?
No.
If someone's watching right now and they don't know a lot about Dota, what would your advice be?
To just stay focused and don't get angry.
Don't get angry. Do you ever get angry playing Dota?
Sometimes. Not that much.
How do you work through the anger?
Sometimes I just pause it and sit in my bed for a little bit, read a book or something.
How does your dad deal with his clear anger issues?
He just sits outside and doesn't talk to anybody.
Can you show us what your dad looks like when he's angry?
I don't know. It's kind of a dad thing.
How do you look like? Can you just get up and stomp around really quick?
Sure.
Okay. She tells me this is what her dad looks like when he's angry. What are we going to do? Thank you very much. You did a good job. Do you want to give us a good Crystal Maiden pose? All right, now say back to you as you do it, okay?
Back to you.
Best throw ever. Oh, how cute. She's so adorable. Everyone on here is like, oh.
She was amazing.
She is amazing. Do you know what? Confirmed EG signing within the next 2 years. Samael's replacement.
All right, you called it.
Hashtag
Call
young
it
talent.
right now. It's fantastic to see the young guys getting involved as well, and young children playing the game, enjoying the game, cosplaying and everything, getting involved. It's what I've noticed most about the fact that when you come to the Key Arena, that's what you see. You see families coming to watch Dota. It warms the heart. It's fantastic.
But that's what's great about Dota, right? You tag into a game, for a public game, and then you might end up laning with a dad that's like 40 years old, or a girl that's 9 years old,
Yeah, yeah. You just
She doesn't look like 9 years old.
No.
The advice she gave, don't get angry when you lose.
Do not rage.
Yeah, absolutely. No, learning early. That's why I was saying she's definitely... EG have probably got her on a contract already. That's probably what she was great on camera. Brilliant.
Probably. She had perfect mentality for getting better, so yeah, why not?
Yeah, definitely calmer than I am when I'm playing Dota, that's for sure. But yeah, brilliant. Just really, really great to see a real range of people playing all of the different games. We'll go back to day 2 again and just, to day 3 and look forward to what we've got coming forward. With regards to the lower bracket now, how do you feel like Secret will adapt to that? Because mentally, they were supposed to be in the upper bracket semi-final. They weren't supposed to be in the lower bracket round 3. So start with you, Seb. What do you think their mentality is today?
I think they discussed a lot about what happened yesterday, obviously, because you don't get too old, it's not a hazard. Like, they did a lot of things wrong, for sure. That's why they got too old. Ehome played very well, but it's not only up to Ehome. So they're probably going to adapt their draft. That's the first step. And I think the plays were fine, but they just made it hard. They just made it too hard for them. It felt like they went for the really hard strategy. The execution had to be perfect, and if it wasn't, they would just lose straight away or get crushed in the early game. But I don't think they have to play such a hard game. At least not yet. When you get later into, if they face the strongest teams, the teams that they think are the best versus them, EG or whoever they fear more than the others, then maybe. But that early, I don't think it's necessary.
Invictus Gaming have also not really shone so far, but we saw some potential from them in the last round. What do you make of them so far, Melanie?
Yeah, they've shown some signs of life, but unfortunately, I think they actually match up very poorly versus Secret. They lost to them in May in Red Bull. They lost to them at ESL. They lost to them in the group stage. And most of the time when Secret beats them, it's actually... It seems like a cakewalk for them. So I think if Secret beats IG, I think it's going to be a good series overall. But if they beat them, I think it's a huge morale boost, winning at the main event, getting all the fans behind you, and kind of cruise their way through the lower part of the bracket.
Okay, we're going to talk more about the day 3 games, and as we march towards the horn of the start of the day to our first match as well. But now we're going to head off to Bruno, because you haven't had any Bruno this year. And me, personally, I'm very disappointed in not seeing Bruno on the show. So it's about time we got him to go and do something. So here's Bruno with a tour of the arena.
Hey guys, how's it going? It's Bruno here. I hope you're enjoying the tournament. As you know, I'm now right behind the scenes, so I figure why not show you behind the scenes at the International. Here at the International, we take competition very seriously, so we prepare 6 competition rooms for the group stage where players are going to be competing. Right now, we have EG boot camping. They're preparing, setting up, they're about to scream. When the competition starts, these guys are going to be here, full of tension and ready to take it off. Just before the tournament, we're taking videos and pictures of the players. You probably saw some of these on Twitter, but we're making sure that we have the best of the graphics and best of the videos for the introductions, for the whole tournament, so that it has the premiere look that you're used to see when you watch the International. And now for a part that's very dear to my heart, we have the analyst desk set up. All this production that's going to be happening here is so that we can bring you the analyst desk in between games, and we're going to be having lots of fun with it. Welcome to the Key Arena, home of the International 2015. The new pods that we have here, They're facing each other, so it makes for more intense games and great action where you can actually see your opponent. And here is what everyone's striving to get. The Ages of Champions, the prize that goes to the team that will be the best Dota 2 players in the world. Here's one of the most important pieces of the puzzle, the tracks where all the production happens. This is pre-order day at the Secret Shop, 3 days before the event starts, and the line is huge. 2015 Secret Shop, bigger, better, faster. There you have it. You've seen the ins and outs of this year's International. Countless people have put hundreds of hours in making this the best show ever. As you've seen stuff like the stage, the projection mapping, the lighting, and the pyrotechnics, we're off to one hell of a start. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Fantastic. Great to see Bruno on the show as well. I've been, ribbing him about not being on the show. Finally, we get some action from Bruno. It's good to see him in the back, and really got to be grateful to him as well, because he's really looked after us every time we've been on the panel.
Yeah, definitely. We had a great time where he was on the panel as well, and now he's just making it easier for every one of us. So,
yeah,
props to him.
We miss him.
Yeah, shout out to Bruno.
Wherever he may be.
Wherever he may be, yeah. We don't right now because he's just running around literally like a headless chicken trying to help as many people as he can wherever they are around the concourse and obviously in the arena as well. It is incredible when we look at a video like that where you just suddenly, it dawns on you, just go, wow, I knew there was a lot of work went into this, but I perhaps didn't quite understand how much work went into this. I mean, for me, just look at the secret shop and everything that goes on behind it. That must have been a logistical nightmare trying to do it. Would you prefer to be on here, Malini, or managing the secret shop?
I want to shoot the gun that Jeremy Lin was shooting.
Absolutely.
The
I want one
swag
of those T-shirt guns. Yeah, definitely. What about you, Seb? It's madness, isn't it, all this stuff behind the scenes?
Yeah, it's really mad, but it's pretty much the same. That gun looked really cool. And have good targets to shoot at.
Yeah. It's also a great thing to have someone like Bruno helping us out here. Obviously, he does a lot of things, right? But he has been here. He has been doing what we are doing now, so he understands our needs.
Yeah, he does. He doesn't get upset me with when I have a caramel pecan donut on the desk, and he tells me he understands why that's there. He knows it's for sugar purposes. Are you constantly surprised, Winter, by just how much stuff goes on into the background of building something like the International?
Yeah, before this I wasn't really experienced with events like this, so I actually don't really know how much work. But after this event, I'm really grateful that Bruno was here, guiding me through the event and giving me a lot of tips on how I should do my job better, so I'm really grateful of him.
We have to shut up now. He's blushing. I can see him just off the side of the set. He's like, shut up now, move on, stop talking about me. But we do thank him with all our hearts. It's been a great help to us. As we move close to our first game, we're not going to discuss the first game just yet, but just overall, I want to try and get your opinions of what we're going to see today in terms of victories and who's going to move forward, because we are getting to the point now where we're going to know 2 of our top 3 teams at the International 2015. Melina, going to start with you. What do you think overall? Which 2 teams do you definitely see in the final?
LGD and EG, I would say. But I think LGD CDEC will probably be a little bit closer than EG and ECOM. They've just looked really stable, I think, in the group stage and beyond. Their drafts have been, I would say EG's draft has been like really, really good. And as we said, it's been like a drafting patch.
Well, what do you know? Right on time. The horn that signals the start of the day, which is good news for you if you're tuned in at home, because we are moments away from our first game and our first series of the day. It is the lower bracket now, as these 2 teams go head-to-head for a place in the next round or a place on the bus home. We'll start with complexity in the lower bracket.
Kyle and Zach are supremely dedicated. This is all they do, and they are driven to be the best at the game.
They're both ridiculously, wickedly smart, and whether it was trains or dinosaurs or just some imaginary world they played in, it's always been the 2 of them.
When Kyle first started playing Heroes of New Earth competitively, I was still playing a lot of different games. My brother convinced me to come try out for his team in Han that was going to DreamHack because they needed a new player.
He started gaming with me when he was like 16. He went to his first LAN.
They went on to win everything in that game. And then they were looking to go transition into Dota, where it's the bigger pond and the bigger prize pool. They saw it as a way of like, hey, there's enough money here we can make a living. If we can find 5 people dedicated to doing nothing else but playing this game, we're going to win everything.
Me and Zach, we put together a very dedicated team because we were just always the hardest working when we were playing Han, and that's what we wanted to be in Complexity.
I think we went through like 47 players.
So if you play 50 games with us, we don't think that we got what it takes. Like, we're going to move on. The whole year, everything was just practice for TI. That's how we viewed it.
It's very rare to see somebody as focused as Kyle on a goal. And as a teammate, he drives everybody to feel the same way about the goal as he does.
Whether we finish 16th, 8th, or 3rd, I'm still going to be disappointed. We want to win. We want to win every match, every game. If you polled people, they'd probably put us as like the least likely to win the tournament.
That's pretty much how we like it, because it gives us more motivation to show everyone how wrong they are and show that we're actually a good team and we're going to be contending for TI.
It definitely helps the nerves to know that you can trust everyone on your team to do what they're supposed to.
I'm more nervous than they are. I'm way more nervous than they are.
My dad, I think, has always wanted to be able to cheer for his kids. Like, he loved watching us play sports, and gaming has sort of been the glue that always brought us back together.
I'm very proud of my kids. I'm proud of them that they're willing to sacrifice to follow their dream and understand that if you want something, you have to dedicate yourself to it.
To see them working together to reach a goal that they've set for themselves, I'm really proud of the adults they are, the men they're becoming, and I can't wait to see what they do next.
CDEC Gaming lining up for their game in the lower bracket. They surprised everyone in the group stages, and they surprised everyone again in their victory, or close victory, in the first game against EG yesterday, despite the fact that they lost 2-0. They had a fantastic day. But now, of course, down to the lower bracket. They are, of course, going head-to-head with Virtus Pro. And Virtus Pro, they're trying to set some records of their own, particularly with the man that's calling the plays. He's the young player, and he's also the first ever Belarusian player to play at the International. He is FNG.
When I was a child, like 10 years old or something like that, I hurt my knee and I started to play computer. I started with Quake, Counter-Strike, Half-Life probably, and then some friends showed me Dota. You know, usually when people have friends, they go out, spend some time with them, but most of the time I speak with my friends through the internet, and my parents didn't understand that at all. They tried to get me out, like go to some camps, but I was okay with playing Dota. When I started playing professionally, I think that my mother supports me. Sometimes my mother calling me and saying something like, "Artyom, I found a photo where you're staying with some cup. What's this tournament is?" And she will never understand it, but she's doing it because I'm her son. So after TI qualifiers, we lost them, and Navi invited me to be their captain, and it was a good experience, but everything wasn't good. That not means that people in Navi was bad or something like that. I just can't be their captain because we are totally different. I can be Virtus Pro captain because they understand what I'm trying to do. They saying, "Artyom, do what you want. We will try to help you as much as possible." And even if captain wrongs, he will take his experience, and everyone will take this experience. This is the best way to grow up as a team. If I want to be the best, I must improve myself as much as possible and become not only a good player and become a good person, because Dota is not only about playing Dota, it's even more about communication. When I started playing Dota, it was just a little computer club, and now when I looking back, I'm really happy and feel proud of myself because now I'm traveling through the world and meet nice people. This has changed my life, really changed my life.
Virtus Pro and their full lineup as they head into the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the first game of the day, the first series of the day, with your teams Virtus Pro and Complexity Gaming. And as they head into the pods, shake their hands and get ready for game one. Panel, are you ready?
Yes, we are all ready and very excited for this match. And one thing to note, like, it's very rare that you see a captain in a team being the youngest member of the team.
Yes.
For VP.
It's a lot of trust, isn't it? A lot of faith.
He's had a lot of experience as a captain, though, with Power Rangers, Na'Vi for a brief stint, and of course this talented young squad.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think they're going through on that walkthrough? I know I'd be so nervous walking out there in front of all those people and, you know, thinking I'm in the lower bracket. How do they shut all of that stuff out, Ben?
I mean, they've been so close to winning a lot of tournaments. I think they won DreamHack, I think, the most recent iteration. Yeah. So that's definitely a good LAN experience for them. But, I mean, they fight with the T1 teams all the time. So I don't think they're pressured.
Okay. Seb?
You know, what people need to understand about FNG is that he's as old school as Puppy is, probably. But he never really achieved much before the last 2 years. He was playing with the Belarusian players, with Power Rangers. They've been around forever. They were constantly beating like the top teams back then. So first it was Na'Vi, then was like, you know, the year Na'Vi dominated, Power Rangers could take maps from them. Then Alliance would be the same story, you know. And then he made it to Na'Vi, didn't really work. And now with Virtus Pro, he gets a shot at playing at TI. And sure, they're in the lower bracket, but it was really close, you know, with lower winner bracket from them. And then they just destroyed the team they had to face. So they're one of those teams that is actually doing quite well so far. Ultimately, they only play one map, but they're doing well. So I'm pretty sure they can keep that going.
Okay.
Yeah. They also have, as you say, they're very good in individual skill, and if they just trust behind FNG's drafts, that can really work. Because they had some issues when he was with Na'Vi that he picked something, the team didn't believe in it, it didn't work out. There were issues, and that's why, as he says, he needs a team that will get behind him, even if he is the youngest player.
Turning attention to Complexity and their young squad as well. They are a team of experienced players, not necessarily in Dota, of course. They've got 3 players from HON, but they had a lot of success in HON as well. With the way that they've been put together and this kind of, it almost feels like they've been picked on a bit. You know, they're everyone's favourite team to hate, or everyone's favourite team as the underdog, or they aren't going to do very well. Do you think that's generally motivating them to do better?
Yeah, definitely. When people don't see you as a strong contender, it feels, you know, you want to prove them wrong. And yesterday, it definitely felt that they were showing lack of experience in the games. They couldn't close out the first game against EG. So definitely they have to work on that today and just get better at finishing off the game.
Okay, Melanie, they've overperformed for sure. I mean, I think everyone, day one, would have looked at Complexity, and they even said it themselves. We're the team that everyone expects to do badly, and they've come through the group. So they've overperformed. But where do you put their opponents today, Virtus Pro? Because they've had a bit of a mixed bag group stage, haven't they? I mean, sometimes I feel like they may have been a little bit unlucky, but at the same time, they had an opportunity to finish in the upper part of the bracket and didn't. So how do you categorize that?
I mean, that's the thing with Virtus Pro. They used to be nicknamed Virtus Throw, and that was that nickname actually probably went away 6 months ago when they become a lot more consistent. Yeah. I think they've shown a lot of variety in their draft. It just depends. Sometimes they try like Drow Visage. They're actually infamous for that strategy. Illidan pulls out like Carry Silencer, Chaos Knight. I really don't know what to expect from them today.
Okay, so
I felt like yesterday Complexity had some issues with the draft. I mean, I'm not saying they had bad drafts, but some picks were a bit questionable, at least in my opinion. And Virtus Pro is one of those teams that always have a stable draft. You know, FNG, he always makes sure they play in their comfort zone. So the draft is going to be very important.
Okay, Wagga, they're known for their aggression. Maybe not as extreme as it used to be, but definitely still going to be aggressive. Are they going to do that today? Are they going to take the fight to Complexity? Because if they do, this could be a brawl.
I mean, that's what we have seen from most teams coming into TI, that aggression is being rewarded a lot. So I think they definitely will. The thing about them is that they can bring something more unusual and still believe in that. They have the experience in a player like G, who has been to so many LAN events throughout his career, and FNG being a very smart drafter.
Okay, I'm just wondering whether we're going to see Slark today. What do you reckon?
For Illidan, it's possible. Definitely could be one of their draft.
Okay, well, we're going to head into the draft any second now and enjoy our first game of the day from the lower bracket at the International 2015.
Complexity Gaming versus Virtus Pro.
Game one then, as we head into the lower bracket. Remember, the loser of this one is done, and they are removed from the International for another year. 11 months of hard work comes to an end in the chase for the Aegis. The winner, however, will continue on towards the trophy. We are into the draft for game one.
Heading into it, Complexity will be the ones with the first pick going in. So Swindle Melons is going to start out by banning out the Shadow Fiend. Pretty interesting first ban, actually. Not very common that he gets banned in the first two.
I think Lina is actually going to be a pretty high priority. I think teams have actually figured out that Complexity utilizes Lina very well. I think they won like 5 of 6 of their games in the group stage with it, and EG actually banned it in the first phase versus them. Virtus Pro hasn't had as much success with it.
Exactly, like EG banned it first phase in one of the games, and they picked it themselves in the other game. So definitely tried to deny that from Complexity. See if VP on the same track there.
So the main difference right now with the draft and the game Virtus Pro had to play so far is that Silencer was first phase banned by Fnatic on day 1, and now it's available from them to grab. And one thing that sometimes happens with teams that when people start first banning a hero they think you're good with, you end up thinking you're better than you actually are with. You know, you feel like grabbing it instantly because you couldn't play it when you wanted it. So we might see a very early Silencer pick from Virtus Pro. It's not sure at all, but it could happen.
Yeah, but Silencer is one of those heroes that you want to pick it in the right situation. It doesn't really work very well all the time. He's a very situational niche pick, so sometimes picking it too early might not be the best scenario. But then again, you can always transition it to a support position. So.
Yeah.
I think picking him in the first 2 is always a mistake, I believe, because then the enemy can play around that, as you guys mentioned as well. I think you should draft it in the second or last phase. Gyrocopter, first pick from Complexity. No bounty hunted in this game. Pretty common ban just because of the fighting meta that we're really seeing here. Tusk and Lesh, no surprises really so far.
Would you guys be seeing Virtus Pro going for early Lina as well? You guys were mentioning like Virtus Pro likes to go for the Lina, and Lina is like one of the few heroes that are slightly better against Gyro in general during team fights.
Yeah, but since they picked up the Queen, I guess they will skip it, because you very rarely see those 2 heroes together. So I guess they will just pass over the Lina, but Complexity should happily grab that, I think.
There's still Naga, too.
I would have loved to see it, though. The Laguna Blaze is great against Gyrocopter for a very long port of the game.
I think Complexity and Phoenix were the 2 teams that ran Carry Naga, I think, actually a lot in the group stage. One of the MVPs.
What can be said about the co-op for Virtus Pro is that they're one of those teams that they almost never run co-op position 1 on Illidan. Like, it's something they do very barely, so it's gonna be most likely gonna be a co-op mid from G, and he's ultra aggressive with it.
Yeah, they have G, like he's a beast on Queen of Pain. He likes the aggressive heroes where he can really take over the game, and he will do so. If he gets the slight edge on the laning phase, the game can quickly escalate.
It's quite funny, actually. God has the most games on Queen of Pain, 57.
Yeah,
so
he
may well be him.
He plays co-op so much.
Yeah.
He's such a great co-op player, and he's also very aggressive in his one-on-one. And he's God is one of those players, you know, he's gonna force the issue and push it to the limits, and you often end up with a one-on-one kill, either in his favor or he dies, but he's ultra aggressive mid.
He's a highly talented player. Like, I remember 5, maybe 6 years ago, he was playing competitively back then, and my team was looking at him and saying, this is probably the best mid player right now. And he's always been stable, just that maybe he's not the best one right now. He's definitely still a top player though.
Yeah.
It's interesting they've taken the Winter Wyvern as well, because FNG has already been quoted as saying it's the best. He thinks he's the best on that hero.
He was the first to bring it. I remember the first scrims between the top teams after Winter Wyvern was the Lord Captain's Note. Virtus Pro were the only team picking it, and he was first picking. We had an afternoon of like 6-7 games, and it was like the day after the patch, and he first picked it in the 7 games. So he was like, that hero is insane, and I'm gonna bring it into the competitive scene, and he did it.
And that also means that he has a good understanding of how the hero can work, but also the weaknesses. That's something you learn when you spam a hero like that. So going up against it, they will know how to use that as well.
If you were Complexity and you had to face G in the mid lane, are you going to ban out Quap or SF? I mean, he's played Quap a lot, but I think it's actually because SF is better.
Yeah, it's really hard to pick here between both of them. But I mean, the good thing for him and his team when they have SF is that they do have a game plan after his dominance. You know, they just group up and do. So I guess the Quap is less scary in a way, but it still is quite scary.
I mean, it still suits him as a player. Like, he's so aggressive. Like, wouldn't you feel like a Queen of Pain would actually suit his character in the laning phase?
No, it really does. It really does.
I think the danger is, like, if G can win his lane or at least do really well and play a Shadow Fiend or something semi-carry like this, and Illidan has a good game, then you're really scared going into the mid game. So they're saying, okay, you're a good aggressive player, we know that. You're gonna play some aggressive hero, we know that too if we ban out the Shadow Fiend, and then let's play around that. So
they must have expected G to like play the Quap in that situation for sure. He doesn't get Leshrac because he's insanely good on Leshrac as well. But
I mean, being good at Leshrac though is, I mean, he is good at it, but any mid player can stomp with Leshrac, I feel. He's just very, very over.
The Darkseer ban by Complexity is really strange, especially when they have Winter Wyvern.
I mean, VP have the first pick, and it's team fight composition versus team fight composition. So Darkseer could be very good on both sides. And talking about when to pick the Silencer, Silencer is really good against team fight focus lineup. So it could be a good pickup here.
And the good thing about Silencer as well and how they use them, he's such a strong laner as well. He's extremely strong. You know, you're an offlaner and you have to face the Silencer. He's very strong because his orb attack, the glaives, they don't mess with the lane control. So he can just zone you and you will never get experience unless you can actually tank his harass, but you just can't tank his
I mean,
harass.
probably the only few offlaners that can actually survive that is something like Clock.
Yeah.
The most of the offlaners just has a very hard time against that.
That's a very early Phoenix pick. Very interesting.
Maybe they're trying to deny it because Complexity might want to go for the double bird combination we saw yesterday, the Phoenix plus.
But they could easily just pick Silencer.
Yeah, on the same, on that note as well.
I think even if you have Silencer though, the team fight is just too dangerous. Sure, you can try and time it to silence, but if you go into a team fight with that, Winter Wyvern, Phoenix, and Gyrocopter is very dangerous.
I mean, it can't be a deny pick, though. Like, Phoenix Egg just gets owned by Naga. They're very likely to pick Silencer. I wouldn't be scared of a Phoenix pick at all if I were Virtus Pro.
But I'm not sure they play Phoenix so much, Virtus Pro. Like, I'm not sure on that one, but I haven't seen them run the Phoenix so much.
Is this like the first time in the event as well? I don't think
it's number 6.
No, I mean for Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro, I think it is. Yeah.
Okay.
It should be their first pick for this tournament.
Yeah, it's a while since I saw him play it. I can't remember if they played it at DreamHack, maybe, but I've seen them play it, but it's a long time ago.
So it has to be on DK Phobos, right?
Yeah, more or less. It's kind of hard to expect a support Phoenix since no one ever has done that for a long time, and I feel pretty weak to do it on support. So it has to be on an off-lane position.
Bristleback! Oh, Bristleback gets brought in by Complexity, so adding a little bit of tank in front line here, making Gyrocopter a little bit... He can go even more into the hard damage build now and not necessarily go into so much... you don't need the Sanshiyasha BKB rush maybe, but you can be more greedy for your damage.
I mean, he's one of the better field heroes as well with dealing with the egg because he can tank the damage and he has better attack speed than most of the heroes, so I think he's one of the better field heroes against the egg in general.
he also hits really hard. If Quinnipiac blinks aggressively before she has any armor item next to a bristleback, she can quickly take a lot of damage.
This has to be a pocket strat from Virtus Pro. I feel like at least the Phoenix pick, because I can't find. I don't think they play Phoenix at all.
Yeah, I don't remember them picking this hero at all.
They played it 3 times only. I'm gonna check which matches.
Do you
that
actually
is.
think they're gonna go Phoenix, Treant Protector, and run the Naga as a core this game? Is that possible?
That could be. FNG loves his Treant Protector,
like,
and
it's really weird though. Something must be going on, like something different.
Definitely, it feels like something. Yeah, something's up for Virtus Pro.
It could be. It could also just be that they are trying to bring back the support Phoenix. We have seen it in the past. It had mixed results. I don't know. That's definitely gonna be a nice addition though. Having the Razor against Gyrocopter.
And even the Bristol as well.
And against Bristol.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the last time they played Phoenix was at DreamHack, Dream League's finals, and it was on DK Phobos. And since then they haven't run it at all.
That was like 2 months ago though, right?
Yeah,
Over
it
2
was.
months.
Yeah. It's a while ago.
Yeah, so definitely right now the Naga is cemented as a support by showing the Razor. I don't think the Naga will be more of a core.
It's
That's
a pretty
likely
good
now.
combination though, because Naga, both the net and the ulti work really well with the static link from Razor. And you can also set up the team fights a lot more. Complexity gonna go for the Wisp play here.
That's a very risky Wisp pick because you're facing so much AoE damage. Like the co-op, the Phoenix Egg, the Razor Blast, the Wisp is just gonna explode. They never fight.
I think the other reason of the Wisp is like whenever if you do Bristleback on the offlane, you want the Bristleback to get farm. He's not a hero that you want to just sack at all the time. You want Bristleback to get strong in the laning phase and become a dominating force in team fights. So I think it's important to actually give some attention towards the Bristleback.
And Wisp Bristle is one of those lanes that's quite scary, especially versus heroes that don't have reliable disables, and Razor is one of them. You can easily die to a Wisp Bristle if you're Razor.
Yeah. So right now, Virtus Pro is going to be looking for their final support pickup to combine with the Naga. We've seen teams do CM plus Naga a lot, but do you guys think that that's a combination that they will be doing here?
Witch Doctor or Disruptor, I think, seems a little bit more likely.
Yeah, against the relocate.
I have to say, I still like the Treant Protector a lot. I think it's still a great pick for them.
Yeah, with the Phoenix, definitely you can't always like forget about that when you're playing against Phoenix.
Then they can play dual lanes, you know, also Razor, Co-op, they're very strong laners. You don't really need strong supports to help them.
It's a great pick. I think that could also force the Gyrocopter into something unconventional, like a Manta-style build, just to get out of the overgrowth.
Exactly.
I think it's a good pick here, and it synergizes well with the lineup, of course, when you have Queen of Pain, Phoenix.
Phoenix Treant Protector is one of the best combos you can get with Phoenix. It's
it is.
easily one of the best, if not the best. And it's also great versus Wisp because it gives you a lot of scouting, and it's going to be a Bane, which is they opted for stronger
lanes. I think Bane works very well with Razor. Again, like you talk about the end snare, and now the sleep into the static link.
They have a lot of control for that Bristleback. When you have Bane and Naga, those two supports, first of all, they're very tanky, they're very fast, they do a lot of damage, and they're great BKB counters, both of them. So they're great late game supports.
We've seen Bane used as like a soft counter to Winter's Curse too. We've seen that a decent amount. It like can mitigate like half of the duration, which I think is pretty good, but very, very situational.
So he sleeps the target, or?
Yeah, he sleeps the target.
That's interesting.
I think Complexity needs like some sort of disruptive stuns with their mid hero. Maybe Puck would deal with the Bane and the Phoenix. They need like some sort of silent stun. They don't have much reliable apart from the ultimate from Wyvern. So you need something else to relocate into, you know, so it's easier for the team to play around the relocate.
And usually when you play versus Co-op and you have a Phoenix offlane, I mean, as the Complexity mid player, it's a bit scary because what Phoenix offlane does, if he can't get XP, he just dives mid.
Yeah, it's just like an Earthshaker offlane.
Yeah,
Pressure
exactly.
towards the middle lane.
He's gonna pressure the mid laner, and when you face Co-op, that Storm could be in huge troubles if the Phoenix just roams on him with the Co-op.
We see Complexity huddle up, get ready and get hyped. VP looking pretty ready already, so okay. Interesting drafts from both teams. Can't really say one has an edge.
I think both drafts are very, very solid.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. We are going to head down to the key arena now for our first series of the day, which means joining our commentary team. Please give a warm round of applause for Cinneren and Toby1.
Complexity looking to hit hard. Virtus Pro, they look cool, calm, and collective this morning.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting series. I think, for me, one of the least predictable ones going into today. We've had so many surprises at this point in this tournament. I don't know if there's any predictable series anymore. But these two teams have shown some great games. They've also shown some weaknesses here and there. Of course, worth pointing out, yesterday, Complexity had a great start against Evil Geniuses. I think with the right decision-making in that game, realistically probably should have taken Game 1. Yep. Game 2 did not go so well for them. So we'll see if they can find the momentum today. Virtus Pro, they were pretty convincing in their last match. So
yeah, it's going to be very interesting. They weren't really pressured in their last game. Like, Fnatic didn't really test Virtus Pro, push them to the limits.
Not particularly.
Complexity had the harder matchup, we can say.
Absolutely.
But you are right, Complexity, they showed that they came in, they came with a plan, and it worked really nicely until they just hit that wall of getting up into the Tier 3 tower and taking out a Rax. It seems like they got more abilities for pickoffs and push power with this lineup from Complexity.
Worth noting, though, is that statistically, Complexity should win this game because they have Gyrocopter. It's really that simple. So in the main event so far, Gyrocopter is 6-2. And yesterday, one of Gyrocopter's losses was, unfortunately for Cloud9, after about a 20,000 lead. So you could say, in a way, Gyrocopter should have actually been 7-1. But they did end up losing that game because of, you know, in part their own mistakes, but also incredible play from CDEC Gaming in that first game to come back in that with their Spectre draft. So if Complexity get off to a good start, I feel like Gyrocopter is just one of those heroes that takes over a game as a carry more than any other. And well, speaking of a good start, they might get it.
Yeah, bottom lane of VP were trying to contest for the rune. The Nightmare went on the Storm Spirit, but now with Rocket Barrage, Illidan's in a lot of trouble. Complexity looking to spill first blood. There's no Nightmare here from Lil, and the attack coming in from Gyro will take the first blood. Complexity off to a great start against VP once again.
This is the hero you really don't want to give first blood to, but it just happens way too often. Simply, you know, the Rocket Barrage is one of the absolute most powerful level 1 abilities in the game, especially for rune fights as in mid lane. This duo lane is going to be really interesting. I think VP have the upper hand here for sure with this duo. Between Naga Siren and Queen of Pain, there's really not that much counterplay potential from Complexity's duel lane.
They're already pushing Swindermelon is down so low, he doesn't have bottle. In fact, Swindermelon is in a horrendous position. Speaking of horrendous position, Lil, again, being burnt out of his life as well. But Swindermelon only has one shared tango left. He's a long way away from the bottle and can't get close enough to God to really contest the lane. And Naga knows this. That's why FNG already moved down to bottom lane. They start with a Nightmare, and Z3 is going to be in a little bit of trouble. They're preparing for the tether up so they can try and catch him, but they couldn't prepare that far, not to the Tier 1 tower.
This is the problem that VP's safe lane has, which I think is what made Complexity run this dual lane off lane, is that, well, there's no stun for our IO. They can Nightmare, that's all. So IO can actually safely walk out and scout. Try to take as much control as possible. G in the middle lane, looking for Fly, almost getting killed off here by Swindle, has to blink back out. But he's 1-on-2 and he's playing aggressively. This is very unusual to see. You know, Swindle does get his bottle, however, so he's up to 5 CS, same as God.
There's that point where Fly is kind of a little annoyed with the start, which happened in the lane, primarily because he had to use his Cold Embrace over on Swindle to try and bring him back to life. And that meant when God got a little aggressive underneath the Tier 1 tower, there's nothing that could really be done about it. So he has to be careful when that timing, like, you don't want to always use it defensively. One other lane which we haven't talked about is top lane, where we have Phoenix going up against a Bristleback. And right now, it looks like Phobos is in a really good position. Stick nice and early on. Actually, bottom lane is where they're initiating in. And this will be real trouble for the Gyrocopter on bot lane. There's going to be Wisp actually dying, and soon the Gyrocopter will actually not be joining him. He gets back in range of the Tier 1 tower.
This is how VP want to catch them. They want to Nightmare after Tether has been used, because then IO has no escape at all and will be a very easy pickoff for them. They do get it there on the Bane. But yeah, as you said, the top lane, I would say this is a lane Phoenix should win. Playing against any sort of melee hero, Phoenix is generally incredibly strong. There are exceptions like Broodmother, but she's kind of in her own category. It's just it's very easy to hit Fire Spirits because the enemy's movement pattern will be very predictable when it comes to last hitting. Then you can hit 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 Fire Spirits on the same creep wave, and ultimately you just drain the regen from your opponent. Once you get ahead, you can of course choose to dive in on top and play very aggressively on it. Bottom lane again, static link.
Yeah, this time around, though, Complexity brought in a little bit more help. So the Winter Wyvern does trigger off the Arctic Burn and try and chase after FNG, but FNG is really tanky, 6 armor, and that is a level 1 Rocket Barrage from the Gyro, doing little to no damage against him. If he did commit any further, you have to be careful about the Bane. Now, Bane doesn't have a lot of mana on him, so if you're looking for both Nightmare as well as Brain Zap in this next engagement, it's probably not going to come. In fact, Nightmare probably won't even be an option either, which is not really what VP want, as Razor does have that nice little combo with him. But they're just keeping tabs. This aggro tri-lane now from Complexity is trying to force them out.
It's worth noting how much VP are actually out farming them right now, and just in terms of raw lane farm. 20 on the Quap, 16 on the Razor, and 15 on Phoenix. They're leading all 3 lanes by quite a bit here. This off-lane, aggressive dual lane Gyro has not really worked out the way they imagined. After getting first blood, hardly accomplished anything down here. Ziz.
Top lane, Umiad is actually not too healthy. I thought Phobos might give it a crack by diving in and maybe with a couple of extra sprites, but in fact, he just plays a bit more passively. Having those 8 stick charges just means he could all of a sudden catch that Brust back on the back foot.
Now, bottom lane. Looks like we might have something shaping up here. This 3-on-3 situation. There's no engage just yet here from VP. If they try for this, they will.
That's that Nightmare into the stealing of damage, and they keep the Nightmare over. You might tether away on Io, but you've lost 98 now, 112 points of damage into the Razor. He needs 1 attack into the Gyro, can't reach him. You actually need 2 at this case.
This is one of those situations where you wish you had phase boots on Razor, and we see players sometimes prioritize phase, sometimes prioritize treads. I think treads get picked up more often than phase nowadays, but of course phase boot's really great for staying on target with your static link. But of course you do sacrifice some tankiness, and Razor is a lot about being that front lane tank who's hard to bring down. Tread switching is also great for using Plasma Field, so definitely has its benefits in this hero.
Don't worry everyone, it was just a normal denial from the Naga to get herself back a little bit quicker. As we go 3-2 now on the board, 5 minutes in. It really is a very passive start to a game. I know we've had 5 kills in 5 minutes. That's obviously a nice little beginning, but right now I'm looking for the timing over on Queen of Pain as well as the Storm Spirit. Queen of Pain already a full level ahead of Swindle, and God knows this. He knows he can just zone out the Storm Spirit. He's got Sonic Wave available with that Scream, and Swindle's very, very low. At the same time, God gets to blink himself away. He's got 3 bottle charges as well as the 4 wand charges. And he'll walk himself out. Didn't even want to use that blink of his, because he knows if he blinks to Scream to ulti, he'll kill Swindle right now, and that's exactly what he's looking for. Scream, ulti, and the cold embrace is not enough. Bane comes in with the Brain Zap, ensures the kill, and now even the Bristleback looking to try and get a turnaround is incapable of doing so, as he has a Nightmare on the hill.
Ziz rotating in as well here, together with the Io of Z-Freak, but not really going to find Phobos here. By the way, he's already level 6 and closing in on level 7. I feel like when it comes to, say, this early on in the game, sub 10 until the 15-20 minute mark, Phoenix is one of the absolute strongest heroes in the game. Heroes don't have that much attack speed. If you land key Fire Spirits, the Supernova is hard to deal with. The incredible mobility is not really counter-itemized just yet at that point. Of course, when you have a solo lane like this and you're doing well, it's pretty inevitable you get a fast level 11, and that is when Phoenix shines the absolute most, in my opinion. When you get that level 2 Supernova for the 8 attacks to destroy it. In some ways, the level 2 Supernova is often stronger than the level 3, in the sense that at the point you get it relative to the attack speed of the enemy team, it's actually often better than your level 16, because then enemies might have built like bigger items such as Akira's or just general attack speed. So I'm very curious to see Phobos' performance here. He definitely has everything going the way he would like in this early game.
Yeah, if he can just keep it up. Mumian has got to be also very careful again, Phobos. Just chipping around the edges. I don't know what Complexity is really trying to achieve here, especially as you now get the link going in to the Gyro. The Nightmare's instantly going to cancel this TP out, and Z-Freak, there's little he can do. In fact, he's probably just going to die himself. That's 98 extra points of damage into the Razor, and he just beats the Wisp down. A double kill coming in on the Virtus Pro, the whole team against Complexity. And this offlane for Complexity just doesn't seem to be working, but what's your second plan? Do you move him back? You've already got a Bristleback on the safe lane. Do you now shift him to the off?
I feel like they should have done that a while ago. I'm actually very surprised they're just accepting taking a beating with their Gyrocopter. This hero is incredible in this version. has been doing so much work in all the games we've seen.
On top, they're going to jump over on Phobos to storm in, but then Nova will be coming up, and it's straight after Mumianda. But Swindlemelons, they don't have enough time to hit it. In fact, the stun will come out, and Phobos keeps the pressure up, diving in deep, and Storm Spirit, he's sticking out, and in fact, Carter ensures the kill on 2 heroes, taking out both Storm as well as Bristleback.
And to me, this just shows that Complexity don't have experience playing against this hero. When these 2 heroes, the Bristleback and the Storm, are hit by Fire Spirits right before he supernovas, they can't destroy the egg on time. This is something you would know if you play against it quite a lot. And they actually tried to destroy the egg with those 2 and ended up dying both. If they immediately disengage there, they both live. This is a pretty major mistake out of Complexity at this point in time when, you know, their Bristleback is their only hero who's farmed, right? So for him to die as well now puts VP in a very good position. And as I was getting at, I feel like they should have rotated Moon Meander bottom way earlier. They can keep the Wisp with him if they want, or they could move the IO top to protect the Gyrocopter in that lane so he gets farmed. This hero is so good right now, but we haven't really seen him playing from behind much. You generally just give him a safe lane, and no one, more or less, no one can contest him. Oh, now Z-Freak. Well, he wasn't supposed to rotate up there alone.
No, I was about to say you got half of your wish. You got the Wisp, but without the Gyro, because instead Gyro moved into the mid lane to try and find some farm, which is now where VP, who are already so far ahead, like they prepared the trap on top, they push God up there, hiding inside the Invis rune to do the initiation. They give space to FNG, so they move the Song of the Siren timing up even more, and Bane, with his pulling, he's still just going to babysit Illidan, doesn't want to take anything away from the Razor, but he's also going to approach that level 6 in the next 1 to 2 minutes. So you add Fiend's Grip into the mix with so much control from Virtus Pro, the Complexity moving around, even Swindle's got Magic Wand and Poots on a 10-minute storm. There has to be more than this. Like there's Bottle, okay, Aroba Majai is flying out in the Courier at the moment, but that's basically all you're looking at. That's one very, considering the other Storm Spirits we've been seeing, including CTY's one yesterday, this is a very underleveled Storm.
Yeah, he is really not got the best start in this game. You know, Complexity actually falling. They're not just behind 9-2, right? They're behind 9-2 and getting out-farmed in the lanes. Sometimes you can lose a couple kills early on but still be looking good on your cores. I'm wondering what their plan B is. Their Storm is not doing well at all. He's trying to contest G a little bit here in the mid lane. Yeah, he should be successful. G doesn't have too much mana right now to take the fight there. Yeah. And most importantly, once again, Gyrocopter is really not doing so well in this game. And they could have set him up for it, right? They could have safe laned it and they would have definitely had good farm. Now it's understandable that they wanted to, at least early on with the lanes they were expecting, try to go there. But it's backfired. It's time for plan B. But what is it? I think they need a good Winter's Curse, honestly, to win a fight now.
It's Winter's Curse, it's finding all these stacks they farmed up, but at the same time, you're seeing a dewarding coming out from Fly. He really, he showed it yesterday in their series, and just showing it again now. Keeping tabs on where Virtus Pro is moving, don't let him have a single inch if possible. So he'll deward up so they can have their range in camp again. And they're just going to try and flash farm. You got Bristleback, Storm Spirit in a way too, can flash farm up nicely. The Gyrocopter, obviously we know with Flat Cannon what he's capable of achieving. Just try and make the most out of the jungle. But by doing this now, it actually feels like they've moved completely off the lanes. No one's down on bottom, FNG's uncontested in mid, and Phobos is up where the tier 1 tower used to be, feeling immortal. In fact, he should as well, because he's got a Hand of Midas flying out to him, 12 minutes in, he's got Nova available, and no one from Complexity can really bring it down.
He's level 11, minute 11. This is the dream start. Okay, the dream start is getting more kills than one at this point. But apart from that, exceptional farm, 70 CS minute 12, having the Midas already. This is scary for Complexity because, in my opinion, they don't really have the best heroes against the Phoenix. A hero that can counter it would be the Storm with Orchid so that you can jump in, engage, and bring it down, but Swindle is not even remotely close to that, and I think he's going to have to go for another item because the Orchid will flat out just be too late.
But what else can you really do? Like, what other item can you work into? At least having the Oblivion Style to give him something. Like, what's the stopgap measure item on the Storm Spirit? Oh, Complexity. They walk directly into Virtus Pro and the Song with a Siren, catching out 4 right now. FNG, that Sonic Wave from God's ready to go. They Nova to start. They're looking for the stun timing. There's your Sonic Wave. The Nova's about to hit the ground too with the Fiend's Grip control. Complexity, they're not going to find anything here. Swindle's actually burnt all of his mana. Fly dies a little bit low, but it's Illidan with a triple kill as Phobos turns up the heat on the Storm Spirit. But Complexity, It was like that smoke move was meant to be their upper hand, and they got smacked down by Virtus.pro.
That song from FNG was just absolutely perfect. Line 4 heroes up. DK Phobos maybe using the Supernova a little bit late, but didn't even matter. Like they're so far ahead in these fights, even with a decent cooldown from Ziz, they just don't have the damage right now, and they can't fight into the Nova, so they have to disengage. VP run them down, triple kill for Illidan, already sitting on the mech. Now another 1500 gold. Curious to see which direction he takes his build in here. He's running to the secret shop and will buy point booster. Okay, so probably working on a fast Aghanim Scepter. Eyes on the prize, of course, pushing the base.
Looks like Complexity try to make the most of it while Nova is down and Sonic Wave is down. But you do have to remember, Virtus.pro, they get a lot of farm up their sleeves, which means they're a lot stronger just by basic heroes, even without their abilities. But this tier 1 tower taking considerable damage by Complexity. And Swindle can't get close enough. Now they do. They actually get the curse off on Bane. They keep FNG in close, dragging him back. Stormspirit is still in the middle of this fight. They finally find the first pickoff, but in fact it's going the way of Virtus.pro. They've taken out 2. Illidan dropping down low, and the gyro is a triple kill for God. Mumianda trying to run himself away too, but God's going to get himself an ultra kill. Complexity lose everyone under the tier 1 tower. And while they might have denied their own tier 1 tower, Virtus.pro will do the same now, and Complexity are in a world of hurt.
This game is just getting out of control. In a way, it's kind of reminiscent of the second game Complexity had against EG yesterday, where they actually had a decent draft and they had the tools they needed to fight EG. They just got completely outmaneuvered and more importantly, in a lot of cases, outnumbered in the game yesterday, where it just seemed like EG had the better rotations and just the better game plan overall. This game is no different. Virtus.pro, early game, they took really big advantage of the bottom lane situation they had, also winning the mid lane with G. It's hard to see any sort of bright future in this game for Complexity. They're down 17-4, no key farm on any hero that is very relevant here.
Bottom lane, Swindle. Lil. He was just out of range of getting the Fiend's grip off, and then Illidan would have just beat him down. But you're right, Virtus.pro, they're in such a commanding position. This could be the fastest GG as we actually have a full pause. We were having a couple of problems at the start of our day, but hopefully we can get them sorted out nice and quick, but we lose every single player. But they're coming back in quick. But really, for Virtus.pro, you look at them, like you get the Orchid over on Queen of Pain. This is an under 15-minute Orchid you've managed to achieve. You're talking about having like just more people, more abilities. Complexity now, the Storm Spirit can't really move. He's so far away. He said like maybe you look for the Orchid, maybe now he's actually going to look for a Yule Scepter so he doesn't get like controlled from the very, very start. And then do something. I don't know, it's a rough position for Complexity. They don't have the damage. The tank ability is there, at least like they do still have like Wyvern's control. And maybe that's what it can come down to, a good curse.
Yeah.
Like, is there any fight where a curse can win it for you?
Oh, the further ahead the enemy team is, the stronger the heroes are, and they turn on each other. So, I mean, that's pretty decent, right? I would agree though, they have to get a good winner's curse and they have to combine it with call down. And I just haven't seen that teamfight combo very well executed from Complexity so far. It's the only play, I think. Storm, as you said, had to go for Yule's. His aggressive potential is extremely limited. Their damage overall is limited, so they're going to need the enemy team to deal the damage for them. The question is who you want to curse. That's another problem, because VP has actually counterpicked that pretty decently with the Bane. You curse someone, if Bane is not in the curse, you can just nightmare the cursed target, and, I mean, pretty much keeps it safe.
You're right. We're back up again. So, short pause, but all the players went in. They're all good to go now. Z-Freak, okay, wow, that's not a happy world for him. He's going to die inside the Roche pit, or is he? It's the Invis rune. You can't tell it because he's a Wisp. And then he'll get himself away. Bottle charges back up again so he can survive. Swindle has to jump away again, but 10-1 charge is the only way he gets his mana back. In fact, he just burns everything to get back to the tier 2 tower. They're going to give up bot lane.
Yeah, there's no sign of defense here from Complexity. Virtus.pro will very easily claim this on top lane. Gyro putting on a little bit of pressure here, but has to retreat as
I think little is the right word.
Come in for Naga FNG.
Even FNG, like he's walking around with a medallion. With these tier 1, tier 2 towers dropping for Complexity, they're going to lose control of Roshan as well. Like a Storm jump in. In fact, actually, should VP even think about Roshan? Because that's one way Complexity could get back in. You put yourself in a very small area, Storm Spirit could potentially steal Aegis the Immortal. Is this something they should even worry about, or they just build into Aghanims, push the high ground, and then just take Complexity's racks, end this game, and forget about the big man? Is that another way they could go?
I just think there are so many approaches for Virtus Pro here. Getting Roshan is always what you want to do, just to play it safe. I don't really think at this point in time that they would necessarily need it, but why not? The problem is the lineup isn't the best at killing Roshan, so maybe they just take a convincing team fight like the last one with the Song of the Siren, and if they win it like they did the last, that should be enough to push it out. Swindle, yeah.
There's that Orchid into Sonic Wave. He's going to pop from this. Siegfried's trying to keep him alive just long enough, but the Orchid damage is more than enough. Wisp able to TP himself away to safety from inside the trees. The Planter Field will reveal this fact.
Smoke wasn't even needed. Now top lane again. Gyrocopter going to work. Lil's going to port in with Grip. Yeah, this is...
He's going to check out early from his work as Lil just holds him in position with the Fiend's Grip. Bane does still take the last attack, but Phobos and Illidan team up together. Complexity, they're just trying to buy themselves some space on the lanes, but we're at a point right now where VP, they keep coming in with extra numbers. It's 2-on-1 almost every single time, because Complexity is just so spaced across the map. They're trying to pull farm out of almost everywhere, that they're getting nothing from it. They're losing too much for what they're pulling in.
Now, the good news from Complexity, of course, is that they have decent vision around the mid lane, so it opens up, gives them quite a bit of intel having the 3 wards that they do around that mid area. Wasn't good enough for Gyro to be completely safe, but of course that's the risk. When you push the tower, it doesn't matter how good vision you have. If you don't see them TPing you won't really know what's coming. Bane did find a way in there as well, so Complexity will have to try to slow play this and hope for a mistake from VP, essentially. There's kind of no other play to make here. Their chances at an aggressive play are very, very limited. Most of the times at this point in time, I would advise a team to go for, just a smoke, try to find a team fight and take that. I don't even know if that's enough. Like, VP have to be positioned in a very specific way for them to be able to lose the fight. See Complexity, they are dodging fights. This is a nice play, actually. Rotating toward the bottom lane, they're pressuring it with Swindle.
Yeah, but look at FNG, he TPs down, gets the Song of the Siren, catching out 3 heroes, moving up higher, so she sees the Gyro as well as the Wyvern here. Phoenix instantly into the Nova, the relocate, trying to save and drag him just a little bit further away from the fight, and they do bring down Phoenix. But the Gyrocopter, how much damage have he got up against Illidan when he's stolen 196 points of damage? Looking to turn it back into Mumianda, and Illidan standing his ground, but this is now for Complexity. They get a triple kill on the Bristleback with the Wisp babysitting him out. That's what Complexity needed to get back in this game.
This was the absolute best play they could make in the situation. I didn't have time to say it because the song came out, but since the last 2 times Gyro was picked up both times top, or at least once, right? He got killed top by the Bane. They make a similar play with Moon Meander in the bottom lane split pushing, and the other heroes smoke in, and VP TP down to try to defend their tower after claiming the top one, but the time it takes for the heroes to TP in and they get in delayed, the song is already wearing off, and Complexity get into a good position, and the relocate from Siegfried there, making a very big difference in order to keep Swindle safe and win them that fight. Was that 4 for 1?
That was 5 for 1. That was the whole shebang, man. They lost everything, really. Oh, sorry, no, you're at fault, Lil. Swindle, Storm Spirit, almost dying to Roshan, and now the Fiend's Grip, it just keeps him back, but I realize Roshan, he's fairly low, and Complexity, I suppose it's the downside. You just want a team fight. You don't really have much more to work around with, and especially don't have damage.
Neither team is really good at taking Roshan right now, so Complexity will probably regret even trying for that one. They do not have, I believe they don't have a medallion, at least it looks like they don't. And
they don't.
Yeah, Bristleback Scoo is nice, but it's level 2. Their hero's not really particularly farmed, and of course Gyro more of a spread damage carry than a single target one, so not the fastest carry at killing Roshan. Kind of like the only weakness the hero has, apart from limited mobility, of course.
Complexity in a really good position here. There's still no Song of the Siren. It's on cooldown for another minute. But there's a loop around behind the Observer and Sentry Ward, and they drop down their own one. God's gonna be the first man moving over as the entire team. Swindle jumping in first. They do get that embrace on his God. Almost down, blinks away to safety. He'll survive this. The Phoenix though, the egg, he cannot get the stun off. The Sonic Wave hitting hugely from God, but the damage is actually being done here by Complexity. Illidan controlled, and they embrace up again the Gyrocopter. It is 3 hero kills they get the pickoffs for. and nothing of value was lost for Complexity.
He must have missed a lot of his fire spirits on the Phoenix, or they must have been on cooldown there, because it seemed like no one from Complexity had lost their attack speed. They very quickly were able to destroy the Supernova. They're making a really big comeback here. I actually can't believe that these fights are going so poorly for Virtus Pro, but their combinations of abilities they're just not landing them well enough. And the Winter's Curse there from Fly didn't even get them a straight kill on the Queen of Pain. She managed to blink out, get a Sonic Wave off, and they still win the fight. And this time, they get the Roshan. 5,000 gold suddenly on Moon Meander, sitting with his Vanguard. Should have some other key items coming up. I think Ziz is making a full comeback here with his Gyrocopter. I guess he's pretty close to SNY together with his drums, if that is the direction he wants to go in, and just right-clicks on SNY, Moon Meander. Okay.
I think we have a game again. So
yeah, we really have a game again.
Initially, it was, okay, well, maybe going to be fastest GG and all, but you had almost a 10,000 experience advantage. You did have a 12,000 net worth advantage, and this is down to 1k and 3k respectively. Complexity have managed to work their way in, and now you can see the next stage of items arrive. The damage can start to arrive. As you said, Gyrocopter's going to go on for the SNY. He'll get there eventually. I am still a little concerned for the fact that Complexity is running around with only one small disable, and that's going to be the Yule Scepter. So if this Nova does kick off, they won't have a good way to get out or a good way to control a VP before it actually happens. But every time, like the last two fights Phobos has thrown it out, you're right with the Fire Spirits. Complexity, it just looked like it was too easy for them to get rid of it. At the same time, would you also say that it's Phobos trying to go for a huge Nova right in the middle of Complexity and allowing Complexity just to stand their ground and bring it down?
Yeah, he might have been a little bit too ambitious there. And of course, what VP can always do in that situation is that they can drop the Supernova and they can use Song of the Siren at the same time. And it's just a really good setup to guarantee that the Nova gets off. Of course, you do not get the burn damage during it, but you set up for a nice AoE stun, you get off your second set of spirits as well. Icarus died. Yeah, Fly's in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, he's just going to try and TP out, and this is the point when Lil cannot get there in time. Meanwhile, it was actually on bottom lane that Storm Spirit kills off the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, G was trying to kill the Gyrocopter there, or at least let out all of his abilities here, but Io keeping Zizi safe. The rotation down from Swindle. He is coming back in this game. Like, this Storm Spirit was pretty much a non-factor, and now he has Yules. He's almost got Bloodstone as well, minute 24. I mean, it's not the greatest timing, but when you look at the grand scheme of things, Complexity are going to be very happy with that situation.
They bring down the biggest core that's in the game right now, and they keep looking for more. I see Swindle having a bit of a walkover. You'll see a TP actually behind the tower. FNG, you did not want to come in there. Z-Freak will give the support, and FNG can't even get the Song of the Siren off with a cooldown as well from the Gyro. They're isolating out the rest of Virtus Pro. Illidan TP'd in as well with the Fiend's Grip, controlling up the Storm Spirit. They need to break him free right now. The Rocket Barrage going into the Razor. Illidan dropping low with the Relocate, trying to pull the Storm now. Couldn't do it, wasn't far enough away. And now you still see them go. The curse, the perfect position. Virtus Pro's in huge amounts of trouble. They have to back up that weather Complexity. They might bite a ball they can shoot with a double kill from God. The perfect Sonic Wave. They'll move into the Nova, but God still on the back of the Bristleback. Running away, moving over, in fact. Queen of Pain blinking forward, chasing up Z-Freak. The TP up, there's no more stuns, but the damage is enough. The gem is dropped and regathered up by the Queen of Pain, and Complexity giving a triple kill to the Queen of Pain. As Moon Meander, the only man to survive as he runs away.
This fight is very different because of the amount of commitment that Complexity put onto the Naga in the start. Jumping in with the Storm, using a lot of mana, and ultimately, Razor just stayed alive really long in that fight as well. This time the Supernova manages to explode, and of course that is exactly what you're looking for as VP now. DK Phobos, speaking of the Phoenix, hit level 16 and got a Shiva's Guard. This makes his Supernova so much harder to hit, and if you remember, I said earlier in the game that a lot of the time when you get level 3 Supernova, it's kind of weaker than the level 2 relative to the state of the game. But this time around, Complexity's heroes, I don't think they have the necessary attack speed. This will be more powerful, and of course the minus 45 attack speed aura from the Shiva's Guard is active while you're in the Supernova, so it's going to be difficult for Complexity to deal with.
They gotta find a way to do it. They managed to find 2 ways to deal with it. Let's kill it up before it even begins. And Swindle, what do you actually think about this again? Because we're looking at a Bloodstone build coming in from the Storm Spirit. Is this what you want to see, something like this? Or do you look for something else? Like, I don't want to say like just like a BKB, because you're still going to have issues with Ensnare, and I suppose you got jumped away anyway. But do you look for like survivability? Do you look for more disable, or is it just going to be the Bloodstone is the best option? He's doing it anyway, so the discussion might be a little bit mute.
I definitely agree with Bloodstone and Storm in this case to build yourself up for a late game, because this one, Complexity, even though they've had a couple of good fights, he needs to come back.
Moomiander running in. He wants to burn the Aegis to the Immortal here.
Oh, he will, probably.
He's going to give a little bit of damage over to Illidan while doing it, but he's still getting a lot of core spray stacks over on Razor, and there goes your Aegis burn.
Oh, damn, that was just in time. It was about to expire. It expired now. If VP would have paid attention to it, they might have just set it up.
Are they starting the siren out of here? FNG actually with the movement. You've got Wisp as well as Gyro here. Turns on the cooldown with the Fiend Script. They'll bring down the Gyro. Lotus Pro read the situation perfectly. The relocate will help save one, but that's going to be all. Wyvern puts himself under while Swindle has to Yule Scepter himself away a little bit further to safety, but Phobos try and burn down Swindle. He'll be able to jump himself back into base. But the Gyro as well as the Wyvern dropping him. Now that Aegis burn, which VP read as a bait from Complexity, ends up turning around on them.
This Gyro is just not tanky enough yet. It's 28 minutes in and he has SNY drums only. And, you know, it was way worse a moment ago for Complexity. They've made a pretty good comeback in the last 5 to 10 minutes. But now VP seem like they're switching back into serious mode here. Finding some good fights. The Naga song into Supernova is so good if you set it up properly, and this time around, once again, I feel like that's what decides the fights. It's about, do we get Supernova off? Yes, okay, then you win the fight. If you don't, well, you kind of lose it. And all the other factors are, of course, playing in. Like, it's not like those are the two only heroes, but it seemed to be the defining factor for the last couple of team fights.
Well, Phobos is going to get himself into a position where he should be able to get off. It's just that whole denial of it. He's now got a refresher orb, a perseverance going into what should probably be a Lincoln Sphere. Would that be the best protection here? Or at least for the Phoenix? Because he's got his normal build. Like we've actually not the full normal build. Normally he goes for the Yule Scepter into a Shiva's Guard, but got the Shiva's Guard a little bit early for the team fight, and now has the perseverance.
I hope it's a refresher. This is my favorite build to play on Phoenix. I think it's incredibly powerful. If you have a lineup where you can rely on getting the Supernova off, you just get another one, right? It's kind of crazy to think how impactful the Supernova is that you can use it twice.
BKB gonna go with a cooldown. Virtus Pro, they don't have Song in the Siren. It's 2 seconds until it comes off cooldown, but they find the Gyro, but they need to stun. They don't have one. The TP out just in time.
Oh, well,
now is VP. Yeah, they just turn on the smoke. They're trying to catch out Complexity as they're running away. You get that bonus movement speed from the smoke. But Fly's the only one who's really nearby. They might be able to catch before it gets back to base. Unless someone hangs around a little bit too long. The Wisp as well as puts it back. Farming up at the moment. FNG now just going to blink it. Go for the Orchid and they evaporate the Wisp. A little overcommittal with the Sonic Wave, but a kill nonetheless.
Glimmer Cape is not going to save you from Sunray and Sonic Wave. Very, very easy kill. And it's one of the reasons Queen of Pain is so good against IO. It's not just the mobility and the fact that you, of course, have burst damage, but it's the type of damage. Every IO these days goes for a Glimmer Cape at some point in their build. It's one of the best items for keeping you safe. Even if the enemy has detection, you can negate a lot of damage, and you don't only have the negation from that, you also
don't want to be here, Swindle. There's your jump away.
Barely.
It's the Observer Ward that's up near the secret shop, which is watching him closely, and in fact, Fly thinks there's the Observer Ward on the hillside. That's why through down the Sentry Ward.
Well, if a G goes for the song, he catches him.
And that means, well, where is Bane? Is he close enough? Lil's coming up. He's going to go directly into the grip to catch the Storm Spirit out. In fact, they just hex him up. They control him, and that Storm Spirit just evaporated out. Moomiander also instead. He cannot run away from this one. The Nova's going to go again, just on the edge of the Prospect, burning him while the Fiend's grip holds him in position. God will pick up another double kill. And Virtus Pro, well, they're ready to go high ground. Like, they don't have Nova. But the Gyro, as you said before, he's not tanky enough to really defend against Virtus Pro.
They still need to push into a Wyvern. That's always difficult. And I think there's no mech on the Radiant side. There's not. So no mech, no pipe. Pushing into a Wyvern is kind of scary. Of course, they know that the Winter's Curse wasn't used either. And the moment you high ground against that, it can get risky. So I think good play call here from Virtus Pro to take their win. Get out. Storm, of course, respawning fast as well because of that Bloodstone. So they managed to remove 3 of Swindle's charges on that one. They're just back to farming. G is getting really big. Like, if you look at the net worth, he is super far ahead. He's 5,000 ahead of the second hero, who, by the way, is the Phoenix, who has overtaken the Razor of VP in this game. DK Phobos is extremely rich, and You know, when you're rolling like this, I really do think Refresher is the build. See how impactful the Supernova is. If it doesn't break the first time, it's just an auto-win team fight, right? They can't. And sometimes in the late game, even if the Supernova explodes, you can keep taking the fight because the damage starts getting less and less important. But you got 2 of them, no way. You can't ignore 2 Supernovas in a row.
It's just so rough for Virtus Pro, for Complexity. And Virtus Pro, they've got even Queen of Pain. Like, you're ticking every box you want to have on a Queen of Pain. You got the Aghanim Scepter to clean up the wave. You've even got an initial disable, which is going to be your Orchid. You get now the secondary and the bigger disable, which is the Scythe of Vice, and building into an Octarine Core, which is going to make all of these items even better later on. Not to mention the every 30-second ultimate, which Queen of Pain will then have.
I should correct myself, by the way. I said there's no mech on VP's side. Of course there's no Razor. I don't know. I must have looked at every other Razor, but yeah, they do have one. So maybe they could have considered the high grounding with the mech, but they still played it safe. And regardless, I think it was the right play in the moment there from VP. Now they're trying to go for the big boy.
Yeah, take out Roshan, grab the Aegis Immortal. They're going to lose a tier 2 tower for it, but it's kind of like the standard trade also. Like, you might lose a tier 2 tower, but for the Aegis Immortal, you're going to get more. You're going to get that second life to help you take the high ground up against Complexity. And they can grab a tier 2 tower of their own later on. That tier 2 on bottom lane of Complexity is already fairly injured. And so they're going to group up in the mid. The Naga Siren takes care of top. Where's she got? Is that? Yeah, up there. She found Ziz. He's going to move quickly. Ziz getting hexed up. You still have that Orchid available. No BKB in the relocate save out. Takes him all the way back to base now. There's not much help. Swindamel is in the neighborhood. But coming in and trying to save the Wisp.
All right, make your guess. How long does he live?
I'm not going to guess that one. With the tether away, he's going to live a very long time. Or maybe not the Sonic Wave and TP out. He's actually going to live a very, very long time.
He had no detection. They had such a long time to set up, but 0 detection on the Radiant side. Of course, Naga has the gem, but I guess she wasn't in the neighborhood. Or they just weren't quick enough to react with the Hex there. Wow, I cannot believe he actually got out of that one. That looked like it was going to be an easy kill, but great positioning there from Complexity to help him get out of trouble. Escape there with the IO.
He's going to keep out of trouble. Fly does not want to come up here and throw down this Observer Ward because God's just so close. Starts with the Orchid, and then again, the detection is too far away. Naga Siren was a little bit behind. The illusions are out in the map, but they're currently in mid and bot lane.
These Glimmer Capes are really doing work for Complexity right now. It's possible that Virtus Pro will get frustrated and just get another piece of True Sight, or take the Gem of Naga and put it on another hero. It's just so great on Naga because the mirror images, of course, carry the True Sight as well, so it's very easy to de-ward the entire map.
But at the same time, you can always just switch it back and forward if you need to.
Yes, and the problem is Naga is not generally in the center of the fight. She wants to be on the outskirts to be able to use Song, so when it comes to the fights themselves, there's a better gem carrier in, for example, the Phoenix or in the Queen of Pain in particular.
They catch up Mumianda Fly in the neighborhood, and FNG's going to walk up so we can get a good vision about what is happening here. And the back, well, actually, they're going to try and separate, but again, the relocate save out. Right in time for Z-Freak and Complexity. There's no way for Virtus Pro to find these picks. They keep getting the disengage out when Virtus Pro commit heavily with their ultimates. But they will have a double one. It is a refresher build coming in from the Phoenix. But right now, the Song of the Siren, like, is this even the way to go? You keep using FNG's ulti to initiate when you see just one hero. But at the same time, then you try and push into Complexity, and you don't have Song of the Siren available as that get out of jail free card.
I think they were just looking for more than one hero, right? They go for the Song on the Bristle, and they hope the other heroes are in a good position behind. And VP actually played it smart there. FNG walking up into the Radiant, into the Dire base, sorry, set up for an Orchid. Well, Moon Meander is really far up, he's alone, and this time there's no IO to save him.
Yeah.
It's pretty fast though.
You got a Storm Spirit behind it. The slowdown's not working. In fact, Storm's gonna jump in. Swindle going to be set up in the air by his own Yule set, buying a little bit more space. As Illidan, he's actually out of mana, turns on the BKB. The Isle of Storm is doing some work, but he's got no real solid damage. Now the Nova's going to come in from Phoenix. Fly so low, he can't embrace anymore. God, the curse was there, and Illidan's dropped so low too. Illidan's going to fall. Swindle on the front lines here with still the other two cores of Complexity. The Aegis Immortal pops. That's why we now see a secondary God, but Moon Meander's so low, but the Sun Ray from Phoenix reaching up just far enough. The Glimmer Capes again, the Urn Charge is ticking down on the journey, just gets the TP out in time, away to safety. Z-Freak's also going to be able to do so right underneath Phobos. There was no secondary stun, no disable, and Complexity get a 2-2 trade-off with that initiation from VP.
And there we go. Phobos just got a pretty nice big item here.
Is that refresher?
Yeah.
Up and running. And this game is just turned around so many times. 2 times did Virtus.pro have over a 10,000 net worth advantage going their way. And this is the second time where Complexity, if they got a better hand that fight, they could have just pulled it straight back down again. The experience is just going up and down. This is your perfect game of ping pong.
I'm really happy to see Phobos going for this build. I feel like it's underutilized in competitive Dota, getting the refresher. Of course, you could say it makes the hero a little bit one-dimensional, where you could say the alternative, you could have got a Hex, you could have got an Orchid, you know, you get some sort of utility item, but is there really any more utility in one item than having a second Supernova if you can rely on getting the first one off? I just feel like it's such an incredible pickup, and I hope we get to see it in action here, making a big difference.
I'm fairly certain you will. Because right now, also, well, Bristleback, he's picked up an Assault Cuirass. But Virtus.pro, like, are they almost on a timing here? Like, you look at it for their lineup, this game can go pretty late with their lineup, because you even moved Naga into a called position, even though FNG is not built for that at all. Is Complexity strong enough that they can take this game, like, beyond 55, 60 minutes?
Complexity's super late game is really, really good. Wyvern is one of the best late game supports. I would say IO is incredible as well, just for the ability to split push. Overcharge gets
long jump. Swindle going up to FNG. The Yule sets her up. That was from Swindle trying to cancel the animation to get the ulti off and buy time for the rest of his team to arrive. They get the pick on Virtus.pro.
And that was a gem too, right? Was he still carrying it? It's a gem over in the IO now. Let's see. That is FNG's.
Yep. Lost the gem. God's going to come for a little bit more, however. Moving forward, and in the trees is the Storm Spirit. He sees everything because of that static remnant jumping out, controlling up Lil. Again, we see these Glimmer Capes going to work from both teams. There's Moomiander going into the trees there with Fly. And Complexity can't find an opening, and they're not going to TP out. They both have them, but they don't want to. They're waiting around a little bit longer here, Complexity, because the rest of them have arrived. Complexity, they're ready to jump, and they found one. It's Illidan. The curse is there. Razor's going to drop down, and Storm Spirit, Swindle's going in deeper. He's going to Yule Scepter up with the Phoenix. Remember, you got double Nova, but he's in the middle of their team. They can easily get rid of this egg. It is a suicide Nova at this point, as Complexity have 3 players from Virtus.pro in the grave. Now push into the tier 2 tower. The Creep Wave will arrive, so the backdoor regen turns off. And Complexity, they've got the strength and probably the momentum to push up, maybe force a buyback. But then again, it's not available. Yeah. There's no buyback.
They're probably getting Elena Rax here, actually. This is unbelievable. And, you know, you really don't want to do it in this situation for the Phoenix, but I think you should have refreshed and gone for the Icarus dive away. The Supernova like that in the middle of 5 heroes when you have absolutely no Fire Spirits out, it's not going to get off. And then your refresher isn't that great anyway, right? If this is the kind of situation they get into, refresher is not good. Well, the reason they got into it, I'm actually really surprised. Virtus.pro chose to go for Moonmeander. G plopped his Sonic Wave and everything in the back of Moonmeander, and he just runs away. He doesn't care. He barely got scratched by it. Complexity here with a big win, getting out unscathed. They got 2 key kills. They got melee barracks. And they suddenly have a Hex on Swindle out of nowhere.
He's got somehow, and in 10 Bloodstone charges, Complexity have fighting items. They have a Gyro with a huge amount of damage. Not only the Monkey King bar, but now 3.5k gold. You can go into your next big item. Maybe we even have to start looking at VP saying, where is their physical damage going to come from? You might have the Octarine Core, but if there's a Butterfly in the Gyro and Wisp helps him survive the initial attack, how do you even damage him? Look at that swing back down again. Repairing the gold deficit, and actually for the first time in 38 minutes, the advantage goes the way of Complexity in the gold. They have the experience for such a short moment.
This is such a weird gold grab. How often do you see that?
Not very often. This is swingers, man.
I want to mention that G went for the Octarine Core, and this is so in contrast to the Octarine Core yesterday that I disagreed with from Swindle Melons against EG. This time G is getting the Octarine Core after having both Orchid and Hex. So now the cooldown reduction on the Octarine is going to be incredibly valuable in the fights. Being able to use both Hex and Orchid way more frequently, of course, with the 25% cooldown reduction. And, I'm curious to see where he goes next, because I somehow feel like Complexity will not be able to win this game very soon. Oh, wait. Wow. Oh, okay.
Is he scouting the smoke by doing that? Because he breaks the smoke by doing it.
Yeah, looks like that was the plan.
He was sitting on top of a hill for a very long time, waiting for VP to come. There's one way to find out where the enemy are. As now Complexity actually flies checking out Roshan. You might notice there's just a casual bottle sitting inside the pit, but you'll also notice too that Virtus Pro, they've now reached the tier 3 tower in the mid lane. The bottom lane is pushing in quite nicely for Complexity. This will take care of the range tracks while this fight goes on. That's if Virtus Pro really want to try and take it. And Storm Spirit, they're just cleaning up the creep wave for the moment, looking for some kind of attack. Lil was thinking you could get the Fiends to pop over on Swindle, but Illidan burning through a large amount this time of the Eye of the Storm, even getting a bash from Moomiander over on Illidan. There's that lane on bottom hitting into the range racks, and now I think VP have realized they're just losing too much for so little gain, and even by the time the TP completes, the wave actually being pulled away to the range creep. And that's the reason why that range racks will remain alive, but 134 life on it. Complexity moved down. Roshan, he's still got another minute before it comes back to come up. But they can move out their base freely, and it will be the butterfly build for the Gyro. Where are you headed, lurking here? He's watching FNG. FNG instantly hexed up, but once again, they're going to lose this Naga Siren. No buyback for a minute. They have a 1 minute window opportunity. Roshan's 30 seconds away, but right now Complexity, they're not just looking for an Aegis. They want tier 2 and potentially tier 3 tower. They don't know that FNG doesn't have a buyback because he bought the Vladimir's offering. That's why he's so low on money.
I think they can easily lose a 4 and 5 in the enemy base, or a 5 on 4 rather.
Sonic
Wave lineup is so good at holding high ground if they get a good supernova. I'm talking a lot about this Phoenix. I know that. It's one of my favorite heroes to play, and it's extremely good in situations like this. And Call are just going to respect it. Like, even if they knew Naga didn't have buyback, I actually think they would have gone back anyway. The risk of the good Phoenix engage with Shivas and double egg would have been a pretty big chance to take here.
Z-Free is going to be very happy. He waited an extra 2 or 3 seconds in the Roche pit, and Roshan spawned when he went for the scout. So Complexity get in on this really fast. This is Aegis as well as Cheese going to come the way of their team. And VP, they're moving up, but the Tyrant Surfboard is also watching their maneuver. And Complexity will be ready for him. In fact, now VP, now that Roshan's gone down, they don't even try it. They just let it go.
This is a really interesting stat. G's current GPM, 16 out of 18 games. When you have this farm Queen of Pain at this time, it's been victories, so.
At the same time, he's the only person farmed on his team.
That is a thing that was not included in the stat book right there.
Yes. It's a bit of a problem when, yes, you can get a whole bunch of money, you had a great run. There's still 14-9 over on the Queen of Pain, so God's found so many to pick off. But you've got Phoenix, as you were saying, the second highest net worth for the Radiant side. But his Novas right now, he can't even get through the first one based on the positioning. So Phobos' impact, all this money, doesn't really count for much if you can't reach that second Nova. And then Razor, well, he's tanky, he can help push up, but we're at a point now where the Bristleback is finding more and more control. The Storm Spirit is taking out the supports from behind, and the Wisp's going to keep him alive anyway, so all this damage, like the Razor, you saw Illidan stand on the steps of the tier 3 tower in the mid lane for Complexity, and stand there and do all the damage he could, but it was really nothing to Complexity. They just repaired the whole thing and then pushed out for a fight.
Oh, they actually got the bottom barracks for free. Virtus Pro reacted to it too late. FNG running down there, and they're gone. It's, you know, generally we say that range racks aren't as big of a deal as melee racks, and of course they aren't, but still, just giving it up for free gives them more momentum. They have to invest absolutely nothing for that. The good news for VP when it comes to holding high ground is that they have a Queen of Pain with these items. It means Sonic Wave is a 30-second cooldown, which is the exact timing between the creep waves coming in. So, in theory, he could just Sonic Wave every single time. But realistically, that's probably not going to happen, and we might reach a point when Complexity is just like, you know what, if we have creeps in either lane in the Radiant base, we'll just go up and tank the tower with Bristle. And he has a cheese. Oh, actually, never mind. Who did they give the cheese to? They gave it to Io, I suppose, yeah. So they have an Io with cheese, which is a little bit surprising for me. He has 1,000 max health. I think at this point it would be better to put it on the Bristle. If he could drop an item, he could give the gem to someone else and carry it himself. Of course, they have the Aegis on the Storm Spirit of Swindle.
It's kind of interesting to see they do put the gem on the Bristle, because what's he looking for? Like, you're not looking for any kind of invis hero. You don't have anyone who is in fact an invis hero. The only one would be the Glimmer Cape effect from Lil.
They just know Moon is going to be in the center of the fight, so if any Glimmer Cape gets used, it's the best way to scout it out here. So he's probably the best hero to have it on, but then you need to consider like the pros and cons of him not having cheese. I would personally put it on him. Because the problem is using the cheese on Wisp effectively is difficult, because you need to drop low on health first, and it sets you up, makes you pretty vulnerable for Queen of Pain to just blow you up, and at the same time you might be forced to use it a little bit too early and not heal so much as you would like.
And Virtus Pro really want to go out and try and find a fight. They spent the last minute or so hovering around the north lane. But then on bottom, you just saw the push coming in from Fly. Just one splinter. That's all he needs to do. That pushes the creep wave in, and Virtus Pro, they're forced to come back, reveal their position to Complexity. And that means Complexity can just do whatever they want. Remember, we still have this Aegis Immortal, so Swindle's got a license to die right now against Virtus Pro. And this Bristleback needs to start stacking up. Get the Warpath stacks, and in fact Swindle jumping over on Illidan. The damage being removed right now, and Illidan's going to hit pretty hard, especially when you get the Fiend Script over on that Bristleback. He needs a life, and the relocate does come in. They pull him out, in fact taking him all the way back to base, so they can heal up on the Bristleback. Sentry Ward's down this time around Syndra. They don't want to fall for the Glimmer Cape tether away, and in fact, yeah, it's not going to work this time. They commit both Orchid and Sonic Wave. They go for more. They actually find the Bristleback. He came in, but Swindle looking to make even more space with that cooldown. Illidan's on the Grace position, but he's dealing so much damage from the Bristleback under the cover of Song of the Siren. Now that Nova combo, this is only going to be this is actually number 2 on the Nova. The hit's going to come in, and so much damage, Illidan can't do any of it. Swindle comes up with a BKB. They get themselves out. FNG, he's in real trouble. Swindle's behind him. The damage is enough. Complexity, they only lose the Wisp, but now they look to take the second lane of Rax. And maybe more. Race got buyback. Naka does not. He's Swindle. He needs mana. But he's still got the Aegis Immortal. The Sonic Wave spills out. And Gyro not too healthy here, but they take out the tower and push the Bristleback to the front lines.
VP are going to have to buy back Illidan if they want to hold this, I think.
Do they have enough? No Sonic Wave for 15 seconds. I think you're right with the call down. The Backstorm just jumping in. Illidan's still refusing to buy it back. Phobos, they try and push it back with the Glimmer Cape. They're able to do so, but the Bristleback is still there. Nightmare's up, the melee Rax drops, and Complexity get what they wanted, but they may go for more. That Wisp is back here again. Swindle jumping forward. They're looking for the pickoff, and there's the Bane up in the air, and then the Orchid, though. Swindle can't really do much more at this point as he gets hexed up as well. The Sonic Wave, Swindle's gonna pop. No immortality for him, as now the Bristleback, Nightmare, they need more control. No mana, actually there is mana for a Fiend Script. He's got 13 one chances available, but with the Gyro moving the front lines, they're really not sure about this. That TP, it's FNG in Snare, holding the Bristleback in position. God also moving forward. Again, no Hexman. Now the Gyro turning his attack towards Illidan. Do they have enough control with a call down position? It's too much damage. Virtus Pro are in large trouble. They lose one, fall back instantly. In fact, so will the Queen of Pain. Illidan's going to drop again the buyback on all 3 of their cores here. They can do so. And God, jumping up, he needs to slow this down with a Sonic Wave, but Wisp still not dead, keeping the Bristleback buffed up. As God, now the curse comes in from Fly. They control the Queen of Pain. There's going to be a dieback right now. As Swindle goes in deeper, looking for Phobos. A double dieback. Complexity, could they push it even further? Swindle still with a decent amount of mana, but Illidan back the front lines. He'll buy back. They don't have the Hex at the moment, but then Song of the Siren stopping the fun for the moment. The Nova, the setup again. It's a point blank. This one should be able to connect. Storm jumping forward, however, they want the kill. There's a Nova hit with the Fiend Script. Boomiana, he can't do anything. Illidan, however, Swindle can do it all. Right over the top of him. Phobos also going to go down into FNG. It's one up the other. It's Dark Cut. It's Complexity taking game number 1 up against Virtus Pro after what was one of the most turbulent gold net worth swings we've seen in TI5 so far. Whew. How is that a game, Syndra? It was meant to end about 15 minutes. Virtus Pro had such an advantage twice.
They looked like they had a lot of miscommunication with what they wanted to do in the fights. The whole synergy that they built up early in the fights just didn't carry over into the mid-late game. And for example, you just see it in the super late game here. Queen of Pain goes in, and when G dies for the second time, Illidan buys back. Why are they not fighting together instead? And they go like 1 by 1. They aren't completely sure what the play call is. It's gotta be really harsh for VP and hard to pull themselves back up for the second game, but you know, they got to do it.
They have to try. They'll have some moments out the side for now. Let's throw it back to the panel to get the thoughts.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yes, the panel are somewhat bemused by that performance by Virtus Throw.
They're back.
They're back. Unfortunately for us, they are back, it seems. Let's start off with the early game, because If this game finished after 16 minutes, we wouldn't have been surprised. Everyone came scuttling back over because we were thinking we were all watching in different parts of the arena because they were 11k up, 17-4 in kills, and everything was going absolutely fine for Virtus Pro. And then all of a sudden, Complexity turned it around. And that seemed to be the story for the entire match.
To all the players that, give up too fast or too early, a game of Dota is never over. Like, you saw it twice, and they went back to 10k advantage, and it was back and forth all the time, but it was a great performance from Complexity and great mistakes by Virtus Pro, great gameplay as well, because they couldn't get there without playing really well. But I have to say that we witnessed some really questionable plays from the Phoenix.
It wasn't supposed to happen with the lead they have. After the draft completed, we were like, okay, they went for a last pick Storm, which is in general very greedy when you have Bristler, Gyro, and Storm. All the cores need farm, all the cores need space, and we were like, okay, early game might be very hard for them, and it was indeed really hard. You go 3 heavy farming cores against the Razor, against the Quap, you're going to have a hard time, and the Phoenix as well. And then it came to this bottom fight, we were like, okay, the song goes off, and Phoenix TPC in, and he rushed into getting the egg off. I don't really think that he needed to actually get the egg. They song, and they can just take the fight without the egg, but they were too focused on getting the song in and the egg stun together. They wanted to accomplish that too much, but they didn't need to do that to win the fight.
I agree completely. They focused too much on getting the stun off from the egg, as you said, and maybe to the point that they even didn't just sit back with Phoenix, wait for the fight to start, wait for the enemy to go in on you, and then you can counter-initiate, which is really what Phoenix is the best at. He didn't really get off all his spells the way they wanted.
Okay, and we'll run back towards around about 90 minutes time in the game because this was the key fight really when Complexity suddenly stepped into the game.
That's defense. They force that defense because they're super ahead. They don't want to give up a tower, which is fine. FNG opens with the sleep, and here you see the Phoenix. He goes into 3 heroes, and he doesn't have to do this, and he ends up dying. The egg goes out, like they kill the egg, and then the fight is super hard for them.
He didn't even drop the spirits. Like, he didn't do anything.
Yeah, it was a great mistake by the Phoenix that cost them the fight for sure, and allowed Complexity to come back into the game. And you don't even have the sleep as a defensive mechanism, and that's very scary. When you use the sleep offensively, you have no backup plan. So if you actually fail while you try to execute what you're trying to execute, if you fail, you're done. There's nothing you can do about it because sleep is not available anymore.
It sounds like we're being really harsh here, but that's pretty much the reality. Like, before you have BKBs on the enemy team, that's when Phoenix needs to dominate these fights for them. And if you cannot get the spirits onto the enemy, if you die to 2 heroes just attacking you straight up, then your team might just lose the fight because of one mistake like that.
It's not even that great of a combo. Like, if you get the egg off, it's okay, you use 2 ultimates to stun everyone for like 1 second.
Yeah, but the lead they had was like, they could have just taken a fight however they want, and they could have still won. And it was supposed to be easy.
What people need to understand as well is that we're not saying that DK Phobos is a bad Phoenix player.
Sure.
We said that he did a mistake that cost them the game because at this level, it's all it takes. This is the highest, the best players from around the world. So one mistake, and they're going to take advantage of it, and they're going to crush you.
Having said that, of course, the 11k gold disappeared, the lead disappeared completely. It went back to pretty much even Stevens around about the 25-minute mark. And then all of a sudden, VP, they got hold of the game again and built the lead back up again. And you think they can't throw this away twice, can they?
Well, because they played it right after played it wrong.
Yeah, and that's when the BKB timings came in as well, where the enemy Complexity just could take over the game. Their greedy draft was fine because they got into later stages of the game, had some items, core items that they need, and VP's lineup doesn't function so well anymore.
Surprising overall, Melanie?
I mean, I'm very surprised that they turned to the Phoenix. Again, we were like, has he played this hero? Yeah. It's been a couple of months. It's not necessarily their style, and here we go. Complexity coming out.
Yep, teams are on the way back to the booths and to the pods on the main stage. And, I just want to mention as well, sorry, I just want to mention the shot of Swindle right at the end of that team fight around 19 minutes because he was giving it some large in that pod. He was really pumped up for it.
Yeah, he is the captain of the team. He definitely knows that is the situation where there was like so little chance that they were still going to win the game, but because of that thing happening, the whole game just turned. So as the captain, obviously he's very happy that it happened.
And sometimes it's all you need. You need your captain to cheer you up because you're getting crushed. They were getting crushed. It was like 15-4 or something. And then you need someone to be like, let's do it. We can do it. Take that fight. Else the players would be scared and they would hesitate. And if they were hesitating for that fight, they would never win it.
Yep.
And yesterday they had the same situation versus EG when they tried to break the base and they lost the fight and they had to go in again. It didn't work. but you need that, you know, energy.
How much of this would you put on complexity? I mean, obviously, fantastic coming back, but how much was it them doing well as regards to Virtus Pro not doing very well?
It was on Virtus Pro, at least in my opinion.
I think it's both as well. When you are presented the opportunity, you have to be able to take it. And
no, for sure.
It's obviously a good job on Complexity's part that actually took advantage of the misplay from Virtus Pro. So I think you have to give props to that as well.
I think we talk a lot about how important the draft is and how much it plays in. I definitely think that VP had a draft that would work better here, but because of a greedy lineup from Complexity, but Complexity outplayed them in that game. Like, they just won fights where they shouldn't and took the game.
Yeah, I mean, 12, 13 minutes, Winter and I were watching out here, and you made that remark of, this is way too greedy. They should have known this. But so how did they come back from that?
They grouped together as 5, and I mean, all you really need to do is stick together, and then you hope the opponent isn't going to be as 5, because when they like started that fight on bottom, not everyone was there.
Yeah, and it's a classic play for people that are starting to get experienced for that level of Dota. Is if they're grouping as 5 and there's nothing you can do about it, go for a tower and abuse the fact that they can't port 5 heroes instantly. So you're going to fight the first one, then the second one, and it's a very difficult defense to execute. Even if you're Virtus Pro, even for any team, you need to TP some heroes to the second tower, some to the first tower. It requires a lot of communication, and obviously since you're pressuring a tower and they're not ready for you to pressure anything, they need to make the decision in 1 or 2 seconds. Basically, you have FNG that called, we're defending the tower, I'm porting in, I'm sleeping, and then it's up to everyone to do what they have to do, and mistakes happen.
I want to bring up something Ben and I spoke about yesterday, which was Complexity's never say die attitude. It even showed itself in the EG game when they just refused to GG at the end. That we're not GGing out until there's absolutely no chance we can win this game, even though they kind of knew that there was no chance of winning this game. And is that not a really good example of that after 16 minutes, being 17-4 down, 12k gold down?
Yeah, I mean, they had really slim chances, but, you know, they had long shots. Sneaking and Roche, for example, 5-manning to enemy jungle. And, again, they just played it really smartly. I remember another fight in the Radiant jungle. They dropped an Observer Ward and were very patient, jumped the Queen of Pain, and eventually won that fight, too. So, I mean, it might be a long shot, but when you're playing at these stakes, like 1% chance, you got to take it.
Absolutely. So what do Virtus Pro do now differently? I mean, draft-wise, they're going to draft much differently? Are they going to look at the game differently? They're going to start differently? What do you think?
I talked to Winter, and this is like one of the toughest types of losses where you feel you had really good advantage, you had everything you wanted, things were going your way, and then suddenly you just lost fights where you didn't think that you should lose. So this is hard to come back from, and I hope they understand, you know, how to do it.
As a captain in a game like this, you get really confused. You don't really know what's going on because your lineup is supposed to win a team fight. And in the game, you don't really know what's going on. You can't see the small details. So as a captain, you get confused and you need to devise a new plan.
You say, good job, G. Keep doing what you're doing.
I think the best approach for FNG right now is to make sure all his players are in their comfort zone. And it didn't feel like DK Phobos was. He played very solid, but that was the marker of Phoenix that didn't know what to do.
All right, thank you very much. Let's get into game 2.
Complexity Gaming versus Virtus Pro. Game 2.
This could be the final game of Virtus Pro's International 5. It could also be the last game for our Russian friends as well. They are the last team standing from the region. They have to win as they go head-to-head in the draft with Complexity Gaming in Game 2.
I would be extremely surprised to see Phoenix again, honestly, on Virtus Pro's side.
I mean, he's a team fight specialist on the offlane, but Phoenix is just not his comfortable hero.
Yeah, he really seemed like it.
I think DK Phobos has a lot of heroes that he really shines on as well, like Puck. We haven't seen much of that at TI. It's a little bit hard to execute, but in some matchups,
Brewmaster as well.
He can work. Yeah, he plays a good brew. And I don't know. He probably has had multiple games where he played good Phoenix before, but as we saw, they haven't played it a lot in VP.
And Winter and I were really surprised when he had that refresher. He just refresh ulted. He could have...
Yeah, he could have done a lot more than that. Like, he could have dropped his spirits, like use his shivers, and just use his dive once more, but he just like refresh and egg again. So
yeah, it's also natural. It's also natural. You play here, you're not used to play, or haven't played in several months, and then like you're playing one of the most important games of your life. You're nervous. It happens.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely higher than ever for these players, so that sure plays into this. Virtus Pro, this game, they're going to be the ones to first ban the Shadow Fiend as they are on the Dire side. just respect to the Radiant Shadow Fiend and how much you can do farming safely on that mid lane.
I think it's a good ban, especially because Complexity has been running Shadow Fiend on Twin Melons quite a lot, and they like to group up behind him, and they did quite well with it. So I don't think they're getting it.
You guys were talking about stab with Queen of Pain with VP. Like when VP has Queen of Pain on their lineup, and G is always doing well, but they are not winning.
Yeah,
like,
that's true.
That's not his fault, though.
Yeah, it's not his fault.
G did his job for sure. And last game was, I think that was also mentioned by the casters in the previous game, that the Octarine core there was a good pickup because he already had the Hex and the Orchid. So there it was fine as opposed to the previous Queen that we saw.
And your G, it's a really tough spot to be in because you did more than well. You was 16 and 4 and 10 assists. You know, you crushed during the whole game. You tried your best. And your team lost, and you feel like you need to step up your game in the, you want to give it all you have, but how can you do better than this?
Yeah, I mean, he can only go into the game with mentality that I'm going to do the same thing I did last game, and I hope my team is, backing me up on this.
He has to encourage his teammates that we can do this, not be negative and, oh, I had a very good game, but we still couldn't win.
Yeah, it's like, pain. Right. So this time, Complexity grabs the Queen of Pain. They went back for the Naga. They can play Naga on the core position right away. Like Illidan plays Naga a lot in pop games or whatever, even in the teams in his.
All right, there we go.
So we said it could be it could be an option.
That's most likely
first phase silencer. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, they had some group stage game where he had, I can't remember if it was 26 int or something before even the 20-minute mark. It was incredible.
But to me, this is scary because this is a team that needs confidence. They probably feel a bit nervous about first game. They need their confidence. So they go to the hero they feel they had the most success with. But then it's not necessarily what they need. We saw it with Secret yesterday. They were like, we got crushed in first game. All right, let's get anti-mage first phase. And it didn't work.
Yeah. So they've played Silencer 3 times already at TI5. Illidan twice and Gold once. They've won 2 out of 3 so far.
It's a very successful hero. They knock us out. We had to face them first round in ESL Frankfurt. They got Silencer twice and they destroyed us with it. It's a very good hero for them for sure.
Yeah, but then again, it's signs of that you're feeling nervous. You're not confident. That you just want to pick a hero where. With Waga said in the first game, it's not necessarily good if you show the card too early. Silencer is a hero that you want to pick it up later, so you use it at the right moment to counteract a certain hero that the opponent has.
Not much of a sample pool on this, of course, but it's won its last 4 matches at TI5. 4 in a row.
Okay, looking good.
Yeah, that is good. This also, as you said, Winter, they have some chance now to customize their lineup against the Silencer, see what they can grab. Virtus Pro banning out the PL and Bounty Hunter in second phase. There's Complexity ban out the Viper, just standard against the Queen pick, really.
Yeah, you have to ban PL, I feel, when you run a Silencer carry, because he's one of those carries, Silencer, the Raw Ranger. There's nothing he can do versus Illusion heroes. Like, he's literally useless.
I like the Silencer pick versus defensive reactive heroes, like Winter Wyvern and Dazzle in particular. It's just really good at killing and bursting down a target.
Definitely. He's also a good laner versus co-op. In the mid lane, I mean, it depends. It can go both ways if Silencer gets ganked. But if he doesn't, if it, on a pure one-on-one, he does very well versus co-op.
Yeah, that is true. He's strong at laning in general. It's just that the mid-game team fights, as you said, he's weak to being rushed. If the enemy really close the distance on him, that's when he can suffer. But they have the Global Silence and they have the Naga Song, so they have good stuff for disjointing team fights.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's going to be really hard for Complexity to, structure their team fights, because you go all in on someone, then the Sleep or the Global Silence, like you need to keep that in mind at all times, else you're just going to get outplayed in the team fights.
I think it might actually even be better to change plans right now because of the opponent having too much of a control in team fights with the Global and the Song.
I would agree.
Yeah, that's possible. A hero I would like to see here by Virtus Pro is actually the Centaur. I think they are a team that run it nicely. It works well with the Silencer and the Naga Siren as well. It could be a hero to go to for their offlane pick.
Only the third Chen of TI5.
And the second was Complexity yesterday, and it didn't work out.
Yep.
I mean, it did in the sense that they got ahead, but it wasn't enough to close the game, so... Well, it's good that they almost had the same lineup. They had Quop, Chen, they probably did not have Winter Wyvern.
No,
EG had
it was a Tusk.
Yeah, it was a Tusk, and then they went for Clinks as a core hero and a Clockwork.
I kind of like the Chen here though, because if you talk about Silencer, Silencer is very vulnerable in the lane. He doesn't have any escape mechanism, so if he gets ganked, it's a kill. And Silencer going mid, if you gank him like once or twice, the game is like crippling for him.
Yeah, exactly. It's a hero that needs to be ahead in order to, you know, be a threat or not be an easy target and an easy kill. And also Silencer on the safe lane, it's very hard to defend. You know, when you start roaming, exactly what, like just picture that Silencer under his tower, 2 Chen creeps going at him. There's nothing you can do as a Silencer. You just try to run away. But
it's not only that, like they can also just push against the Silencer. Like Silencer and Naga, their ults are like ridiculously long cooldown. If they do one of their Chen DK strats, they can just take all their towers. If they fail one fight, they can just take T3s.
Definitely, it's you can't afford to fail a team fight with those lineups because the 2 heroes are pretty much useless against pushing lineups when they don't have their ultis.
You can't afford to fail a team fight, but I'm not even sure that Complexity are going to be trying to force full team fights. They just want to force the skirmishes, the pushes. Looking at their lineup so far, when you have a Chen, you can move around, take the tier 1s very easily. And later on, of course, oh god, we're going to see a Brood.
And it's very surprising they did not ban the Broodmother. If they didn't ban it, and you know, when you're a team that run Silencer position 1 a lot, you know about the Broodmother. There must be a team you scrimmed or faced in an official match that ran Broodmother and destroyed you, because Silencer is useless versus Brood at any stage of the game. So if they let the Broodmother through, and I'm pretty sure FNG did it on purpose, then they had a plan. So they're probably gonna run a Silencer mid, I would assume, or some aggressive tri-lane or something like this, and they had the Darkseer ready or whatever they want versus the Brood.
It is pretty useless, but there's one single nice thing about the Silencer against Brood. That is in the mid-game, sort of, where Broodmother is pressuring your tier 3. If you just have an Aghanims on Silencer and ulti, you can always make her stuck in the trees, so it's easy to catch her out if you know where she is. And that's the only nice part, and I'm really stretching for that.
Here we see the second option that you have when you face a pushing lineup or a Chen lineup. So either you anti-push, or you have this pick where you can just run at them, you know, and just destroy them in one go. And that's definitely a lineup that can do it. You know, the Naga Darkseer Shaker combo. We saw it yesterday, the Shaker Darkseer combo from CDEC Gaming. They also had a Winter Wyvern to make it even harder for Cloud9 to face, but it can be very, very scary to face that.
They were so coordinated as well. Ice execution on Darkseer was beautiful. Oh, Merlini, what do you think about this? The Brood AM coming out.
I mean, this is like split push. They want to take 4 small fights with the Chen, try to distract Virtus Pro, and the other 2 lanes will be the Brood and the Anti-Mage.
This is easily a Secret lineup. This is what Secret, you know, we all got used to this type of lineup, where they just dominate lanes and they just play around you, force the issue everywhere, split push a lot.
VP kind of needs a last pick that has to do a lot of carry work, and probably might even want a hero that works with the Iron Shell or the Darkseer more in their combination of heroes.
It's going to be a very tough game for Virtus Pro.
I mean, they can maybe get away with like an Ember Spirit. It's a little risky, but Darkseer plus Ember can actually hold up. I don't know. There's not too many that I can think of that are good versus Brood, and
yeah, the lanes would be a very big issue though. So
the lineup of Complexity is not a comeback lineup. This requires really good execution. If they actually fail the first rotations and lose the lanes, I don't think they can ever come back with a lineup like this.
I'm not going to count them out actually on that. I think Broodmother and Anti-Mage you can play around a lot. And when you finally have to push high ground, you have Winterwind and the Queen of Pain. If AM just ever gets to his Manta style, then they can always make a late game comeback. But it depends how bad the early game is.
I would agree. I think even though they might fail a couple of ganks early, but they can still always fall back to the late game high ground defense with the Wyvern and the Quap, probably with the Aghanim, so they can definitely buy time with their lineup.
I mean, yeah, Chen and Brood are just so good at delaying the game, getting anti-mage farm.
Yeah, this is really difficult last pick for VP.
Yeah, well, what are we looking at?
I'm not sure. This is very tough. Virtus Pro pick is, I don't know. Do you have any predictions?
I don't know, but what do you think about Bloodseeker here?
I'd like to think it's Silencer mid.
Oh yeah, Bloodseeker's pretty good.
Bloodseeker is probably the best, that I can
Good versus Quap and AM.
Lina.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So it might not be a Silencer mid. It might be a Lina mid. Or Illidan. Okay, then it is. And
how about Silencer off lane? You want to have the Darkseer versus the Brood.
Yep, that's what they're doing.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We head into game 2 of our first series of the day. Complexity stand on the verge of a top 8 finish at the International 5. A jump of $600,000 on the line as we head down to our commentary team for game 2.
Thank you very much, Red. Yes, we are back here in the Kia Arena. So close to the stage and so close to Complexity being eliminated twice during that first game. It looks so VP's way, and then Complexity, they swing it back.
And VP swung it back, and then Complexity swung it back.
Yep.
And
there were a lot of swings.
It was never swung back again. So,
no.
Yeah.
No, we hit the ding by that point.
They managed to bring it home in that game. And you know, if you're Virtus Pro, you're definitely disappointed after that game, but you just try to focus on the task ahead of you. You can't keep thinking too much about previous games. Obviously, it's not really going to help you too much. You analyze your mistakes, you move on. And VP obviously getting some of their absolutely classic key heroes here, the DK Phobos Darkseer, the G Silencer / Illidan Silencer.
It really feels like the comfort zone for Virtus Pro more than anything else. But at the same time, Complexity, I kind of feel it's ironic that they run the anti-mage with this lineup, considering if we look back to game number 2 of Complexity versus EG, when they tried to run the Chen, they tried to run this like DK split push kind of lineup, it was the anti-mage of Fear that just like snapped them back again. So now they have this investment for push, investment for split, but they have the anti-mage to take them into the late game. And Virtus Pro, like, with the Lina pickup, like, she's nice and aggressive, but is that really going to be enough if Complexity can do enough damage, buy enough space, and then just get a really farmed up anti-mage? Do VP have what it takes to kill the anti-mage?
I think they do if they beat him a bit in lane. Laguna Blade on the Lina with Aghanim Scepter, and of course Silencer with all the pure damage from Glaives of Wisdom is actually really scary for anti-mage, and itemizing against it can be pretty difficult if G gets farmed. So I think Virtus Pro do have tools here. And more than anything, if they play it right, I think they're going to win this lane. Like, Anti-Mage Chen Wyvern to me sounds really weak on paper unless the Chen gets some really good creeps and gets some great aggression out. But one of his major camps is blocked. It's possible Naga will go in and try to body block the other one. That would be a little bit risky now, though. So I guess Z-Freak will have access to one of his camps, the close one to the mid lane. And maybe VP don't actually even run it as an aggressive trial lane. For now, it is a dual lane, but they're anticipating this and sending the anti-mage top against Darkseer, which, you know, generally is an okay lane for AM, but I think Darkseer likes it a bit more when he is in the safe lane position. It's a mid brood.
Yep, we're going to throw him in towards the mid. Ty did it earlier in the TI5, and Fly also wants to add as much pressure to go as possible, but now Lil comes in with a Fissure, but Fly still having that Arctic Burn, flies over the top, and Mumianda right in the face of God, beating him down, and Phobos doesn't want a bar of this. In fact, they just instantly move Phobos in the middle lane, sending now God towards the top, but this is still buying time for Anti-Mage to farm up. And Swindelmelons is doing the safe lane Queen of Pain, even though it's going to be a very hard lane up against both Illidan as well as Naga. Everything has just been turned around on lanes.
This is going to be a lane swap game. This is the lane matchups that Complexity really do not want. They don't want Brood versus Darkseer, and they don't want Anti-Mage versus Silencer. G can really bully him out of the lane. Sure, he's got a poor man's shield and some tangos, but it's only going to last for so long. He's actually going to put on aggression here a bit. This is not a good exchange.
That's a very over-aggressive push and takes so much damage. There's a simple glaive, and then you go in for that last word into a fissure. And you're right, it really is in the lane for an Anti-Mage, but he's still hanging around. They're not going to switch it up quickly.
In addition to that, we also have the bottom lane with Queen of Pain. You know, Queen of Pain Lina matchup generally considered to be favored by Lina. And then she also has a Naga with her. So Swindelmelons is actually just getting zoned out here by FNG. Refuses to blink, and as a result is taking like hundreds of damage here. I'm not sure what the idea is. Just blink.
Is he trying to waste the time of FNG? He's still got a salve, so if he's going to use the salve, then it would make sense. But he doesn't. He uses tangos instead.
How valuable is your 60 mana? Is it worth more than 200 health? Is the question. I would say no.
It's going to be crazy worth. Man, Complexity actually were even using so much mana. That Observer Ward, which is down on the bottom lane, watching over, like, yeah, they're right there. It's the one that Anti-Mage did. He used Blink to the point he was completely out of mana. Put the Observer Ward down so he could see VP walking in, and then went all the way back to base to get his mana up. Now Swindle, real trouble. The Blink, he waits again as long as he possibly can before using it while on top lane. The Fissure comes down, but it's an Anti-Mage with the nukes that can have enough. It's Chen having his first presence in the game. Z-Freak helps spill the first blood for Complexity.
This is crucial. This is what Z-Freak needs to do. This is the lane they want to win. They can't win mid. They realistically possibly can win bottom, but they need to do it very, very well with the Chen, and kind of requires a little bit of an overextension from BP, but this lane is definitely winnable. And
Get the kill on the Shaker, not the highest priority target as G is still farming, but it's something.
It is. And it actually allows Z-Freak just to move into the Dire jungle. So his movement now towards middle lane, Phobos has to be careful. At the same time, we see our lane switch up. So Animage comes towards the mid, and we'll see Moonminda move up to the top lane.
He's going to be joining Fly up there. And of course, this is a lane matchup that VP don't want, so I'm imagining we'll see a double or triple swap here. How many times have they swapped?
Z-Freak, the Observer Board around the corner. He's not in range for the Troll Trap. So he couldn't hold Lil in position and then go for the clap. Doesn't really have mana for the nuke anyway.
He could definitely not have killed him, but he's going to counter the ward. Now FNG is going to rotate up here.
They got to be careful. Moomy enters in the neighborhood, and Z-Freak getting rip-tided up. He's still got Trolls as well as Hellbears, and with the Fissure actually keeping them away, God couldn't get there in time. In fact, here's another lane switch up. God's going to come to the mid lane up against the Anti-Mage.
Yep. As expected, and AM's like, nope.
Denied.
Put in the brute.
It's like we're playing musical chairs in this game. Everyone wants the best matchup they can possibly get. The Sentry Wards are still down in mid lane. So we're back to where we started. FNG, Fly's going to deny in the room, but with the ensnare, we'll be able to get the follow-up. Riptide, God doesn't have mana for this. Like, he throws out a couple of Glaze, but he's only got mana for 2 more anyway.
Well, Phobos is back in mid.
It really does feel like one of those...
You know, I said it was going to be a game of lane swaps. I was not expecting this many in 4 minutes, but I mean, it's understandable. They want to dodge these particular lanes, and the teams will just be running after each other.
But the one consistent lane is bottom lane, which is now going to be initiated on Illidan. Doesn't have level 6, but the Chen moving in. Z-Freak just comes through the river, and that's going to be a kill. Another one going the way of complexity. And Swindermelons, he's the only man that didn't move. Illidan the same.
Z-Freak is just the Joker in this mess, you know? They're just constantly swapping around the lanes, but that really favors Chen, because he's the one hero they don't know where is. And when all the heroes are using TPs to rotate lanes, they can't TP back up the bottom lane, for example. So Illidan is in a very awkward position and can't really get any help.
So how does VP stabilize?
I don't know. I think they're okay on farm, actually. I mean, it's not that bad for them.
For me, though, I'm looking towards a different point. I'm looking to the point where Chen is able to get a bigger army up, and then you start seeing towers being forced in. You're already spending so much time switching around the lanes, your money's not going to be looking that great. At least for items, because you keep burning 100 gold.
Well, so does Complexity, so...
true.
I guess I could see that the Chen is the one benefiting the most from this, because he's not using that money. But at the end of the day, VP actually have pretty good wave clear. They have the Dragon Slave, Fissure, Riptide, and of course, Ion Shells to just run out. I really don't think it's going to be that easy for Complexity to push the towers early, and that's what... That gets me a little bit worried for them, because their Anti-Mage has 15 CS minute 6. That's really low. And how is Brood going to have a major impact when Darkseer just keeps tracing her movement and just following around all the time? Moon might have to take a different approach in this game.
Speaking of which, again, we do the turn. For a boss, that is going to be a lot of money if you can stay with these Spiderlings.
He's trying to guess their movement with the haster.
He's guessing very, very well.
Some of them
and, well, Moomiander will show himself, but Lil's also in the neighborhood. The Spiderlings can start to annoy this Earthshaker quite a hell of a lot.
FNG has a sentry down?
Yep, they see him, but he can't get close enough.
Yes, he can.
He's just on the edge, and okay, well, with a Fissure, he can. Into the ensnare, Phobos puts up the wall, the Iron Shell, and Broodmother tries to TP out. The Sun's going to be there, back behind the tower. He will not survive. Silence get the +2 intelligence.
Why did his TP stop?
Yeah, there's no Earthshock. He must have stopped it himself.
It wasn't Aftershock. He must have just stopped it, thinking that, oh, I'm going to get Aftershock. I have to run away from that stuff. Maybe.
Maybe.
He thought his TP wouldn't come through. I don't know.
Either that or he felt the damage was going to be too much, but hanging around longer, he took more damage.
I think it would have died in the fountain anyway to Last Word. It was cast pretty early in the TP animation, so probably wouldn't have made a difference, but still a strange play there.
Oh, first kill for Virtus Pro. They have now, however, abandoned the bottom lane. So you're running a Chen in the Radiant jungle who's up to level 5, picked up some early arcane boots, and you've still got this Queen of Pain whose effect we haven't seen at all. Swindle is walking around with a TP skull, 4-point Scream, 1-point Sonic Wave. So we're going for more teamfight build, and well, he might need to get there in a moment. Middle lane, Animage put under FNG. Having the easiest time, neither is Lil, but Illidan with the follow-up stun. Animage needs to blink, can't do it. Laguna Blade will connect, but FNG won't get out this one free, and now in comes Swindle. No mana for the Sonic Wave. He's short, but Illidan actually, no, the Fissure, keeping Complexity out. And Illidan will barely survive this. He's got 5 1 charges and tangos. You'll have some extra life to stand on the lane.
G. It's matched up against the Brood. Nope. He's going to get away. And guess who's back there? Darkseer. We're taking care of the lane once more. And this is just, you know, Phobos is out farming everyone. If you look at the last hits, I don't know how many of these are Spiderlings. It might be like 10 of them. He's still just finding more farm than...
He's still got the highest net worth. So if they're Spiderlings or not, he's still got almost 2K net worth, which is above that of Illidan. And in fact, you've got to get to the 4th position on the net worth board before you even hit a Complexity player. And that's the Queen of Pain, who basically had a free lane.
This is a very good rotation from Complexity, by the way, sending up that Queen of Pain to the top lane so that it forces away the Darkseer for a little bit.
So they're almost trying to just force the TPs. Okay, Mumienda's having a bit of a hard time getting that Iron Shell Spiderling away from him. Yeah, that's for the great... No, not next to you. Not next to you.
Oh, he tried to target out the Spiderling, sends away the wrong one, and loses like 5 spiders in almost his own life. But they get the tower. That's what they came for.
Yes, they get the tower, but they also need to find those Michael skills.
Yeah.
And that tier 1 tower to drop. For VP, they're going to add a little bit of pressure down the bottom lane. It's not going to really come to much unless it's just a 1 hero TP in. And Swindle's actually been sent all the way back to base so he can TP back out again. But Complexity, okay, so you take the first tower. Do you now just establish a ward perimeter inside the Dire jungle to make it so the Broodmother takes over that? Is that the goal?
It should be. This is how they need to play the Brood. Farm the enemy jungle, make sure you have access to your own for the anti-mage later on, and just drain the map for resources. Still don't think Complexity are in a position where...
On the bottom, Anti-Mage jumps in, and God, the Global Silence will allow him to TP out of here. The extra stun on the Anti-Mage, the damage, it's just not enough!
Wow, very nice escape there, and Little again. He is so clutch with his Earthshaker and multiple other support heroes. He has got a lot of fame in the last few months for some incredible Visage and Rubik plays in particular, but his Shaker is one of his great heroes, and showing why the perfect timing on both stuns there. Barely saving me.
Illidan's got to be careful. Mumienda's got a big army of Spiderlings, and they actually get the curse off on him. Lina instantly dropping down. And Phobos trying to do the defense. But he knows now he's got to be a little bit more careful. These spawn Spiderlings up at level 4. Just start chip away at his life. FNG moves forward with the Riptide. Again, all these Spiderlings staying very grouped up together. And Phobos, it's like free gold right now. And he does manage to micro out the one Ireling Spiderling. So that's going to be your tier 1 tower chipped away. And with both Swindle as well as Fly sitting behind Mumienda, it's a difficult time to defend. Meanwhile, up on top lane, the Chen's pushing the tier 2 tower. Down to half-life, forces the TP out from Illidan, so he has to back up. And on bottom lane, Anti-Mage trying to farm under his tower, but the Silencer doesn't have Global Silence this time around. And Lil still got no way to close the distance between himself and the Anti-Mage quick enough to get the kill. So I'm wondering what God's trying to achieve down here.
He's hoping that AM will go in for the farm and that they can get Last Word and Fissure off. Still, yeah, I still don't think they kill him without Global. There's just no way. But he can just stand there safely and farm the lane. As Complexity have taken 2 towers now. They're starting to get some pretty good map control here and a somewhat significant lead at this point. Anti-Mage, however, is not... He's the missing piece of the puzzle right now. He's the one they're creating space for, but he's not, he's not really getting the space they want.
This is either Roshan timing or it's going to be the tier 1 tower on bot. Complexity around this time in the EG game did something very, very similar. And Fly's going to put down the Observer Ward. This at least lets him see FNG, but he's going to get patched up by Roshan in order to do it. It looks like the Chen smoke gank doesn't work either, but Broodmother's having an absolute party on top lane. No one from Virtus Pro wants to be up there. And you might have harassed down Anti-Mage a little bit, but the pressure which will be coming in from Z-Frick shortly, as well as Fly, is going to be so high. And in fact, Fly's just going to embrace up the Anti-Mage. Doesn't have a ring of regen, that Battle Fury is still a way off. But it doesn't look like it'll even matter. Not when you got something like a Winter Wyvern sitting behind you.
And you could tell Zizzy's read on the situation based on the skill build. It's very unusual to see AMs put multiple points into Spell Shield early. Usually you get 1 point, you go like the 1-1-1-1 build with lots of stats, and then you get Blink at 8, 9, 10. He's got an extra point in Spell Shield over stats, really pressured a lot by the magical damage of Silencer and Lina and Shaker in this game, and of course the Iron Shells too. It's not a nice game to be an Anti-Mage in as they're going in on low bottom.
Yeah, Lil cursed up, and the Mana Void trying to actually cancel the animation of Earthshaker, and this will be the last attack coming in from Fly to ensure the kill. Actually put the Anti-Mage under, so we came back up. Meanwhile, on top lane, Swindlemelon's actually jumped in with the Broodmother to find the kill over on the Lina, back behind the trees, but they keep the fight going on bottom lane. FNG still no level 6, and in fact going to get troll trapped up. The Centaur's going to stop. He can actually hold FNG there, wait until after the mirror image to get it done, and into the tornado. Well, they can at least hold Fly there while Anti-Mage keeping Phobos out, so he cannot come and join the rest of his teammates. The silence on Z-Freak, not a happy place to be, but FNG dropping too low. The Spiderling spawn inside of him, and in fact even deeper in there. Swindle's about to come in from behind the Echo Slam from Lil, but Moomianda's just way too strong. You've got a Queen of Pain coming in from the side, blinking a Sonic Wave. The Earthshaker's going to drop, and they're going to get another one. Got in the retreat, out of mana in a moment. He's got 1 charges, and maybe he can keep this Anti-Mage back, but no, it's not going to work. They blink forward, and they find God. 9 for 2. Phobos looking for some extra stuff. He's got 1 charge Swindle in a moment, but the Lina, the Slave, just able to reach him in time. The Tier 1 tower is dying right now to the Value Skeleton Warriors. And in fact, it's the Broodmother Spiderling, the one Spiderling that gets him.
Wow, Complexity are just flat out outmaneuvering VP right now. They keep engaging, disengaging, using both Cold Embrace and Chen's heal very well. And VP just don't have the damage they think they do, however, so they overextend quite a few times in that fight. And multiple kills going Complexity's way as a result. At the same time, Anti-Mage did not die and got another assist on the kill on the Silencer, I do believe. Yes, it must have been the Silencer. Yes, it was. So he's starting to make progress. He's got the Perseverance now. This is still going to be a very late battle period, but with the way the rest of the game is going, I think Complexity are perfectly fine. They've got a 6,000 gold lead right now, and you know, VP's game plan just not really coming together. Their movements are just not as coordinated and as good as in the first game. It's something we often see when you suffer a devastating loss. A lot of teams lose a bit of their communication and teamwork for the second game, and it's really unfortunate. Of course, you would love to isolate that problem and not have it, but it's humans playing. At least I think so.
Fairly certain this isn't a bot game. But Virtus Pro, you're right, they need to find something back here. Like, get some kind of great kill that can give you momentum, and Swindle is maybe going to be a good target. They'll ensnare him up. He has to wait this one up the wall as well with a blink forward, and God, he's there, but the damage dealt to Queen of Pain is not enough to find the kill. Phobos running after him, but then again, blink off cooldown once the silent wears off, and there it is. Swindle slips away to safety. And they needed that. They needed the space in FNG only now that he's in range of the creep wave. In fact, they're sharing it enough, but he still has enough experience for it. He finds level 6, but Lil and Illidan, they are in a world of hurt. As Lil, there's your jump in. They don't need to get off any kind of curse. No Echo Slam. In fact, they do get the curse over on the Lina. The Fidger is actually keeping him out until Anti-Mage basically skips himself over it. The Spiderlings, the Centaur, the Golems, the Mana Void. Everything you need. Complexity have it, including the kitchen sink, which they continue just to throw at Virtus Pro.
Yeah, Illidan should have just got the hell out of there. It was a 4-on-2, and he tried to help the Shaker, who had like absolutely no hope of escaping, and as a result, it's an extra kill for Complexity. Another one going the way of Swindle. There's another 2 assists for Anti-Mage, and you know, it's just assists, but all of this gold starts adding up. They get a tier 2 as well, and all of a sudden we might see Zizzy with a sub-20 Battle Fury if this pace is kept up. And with the whole map under control for Complexity, I don't see any way Virtus Pro will prevent him from just almost free farming with that Battle Fury.
It's like the only way Virtus Pro can get this game back is no, that doesn't even work. Because
okay.
I had a thought, and then I'm like, wait, no, there's actually not. There's not like the Anti-Mage that EG had. Like, Complexity of being in this exact position, almost around this exact timing, and then their biggest hurdle was getting up and taking tier 3 tower into racks. The Virtus Pro, their high ground defense is wonderful, and Complexity blink the Queen of Pain underneath the tier 4 tower, maybe then. Like, Virtus Pro can get a couple of kills and they might get some momentum, but there's no big core to try and contest up against the Anti-Mage later on, or that can deal with the Queen of Pain's disable as well. That's where my concern comes in. At least you've got the Broodmother. Okay, look, missed timing. The Yule Scepter and Light Strike away with Laguna Blade. They'll still find the kill over on Moomianda, but it's again, like, it's showing the cracks in VP's focus when something like that happens.
To be fair, though, it is a pretty common mistake that you have two heroes with such a good engage, and it's like, that can happen to any team at any point. But I do agree, like, in combination with the other things we've seen in this game, they do look a little bit nervous about this game. Understandable. They have to deliver from here on out if they want.
Can God actually die to this Chen on top lane? You've got double stuns, you've got triple stuns, but the global silence, none of the Chen creeps work. They actually have to let him go.
If he doesn't global there, Chen and the Broodlings just kill him off easily. They could have probably killed him 1.5 times with perfect Nitro there. And Z-Freak has been delivering this game. He's 4-on-3. He's been very involved in kills. Doing a great job at split pushing and controlling the map as well. A G with the right play.
Complexity hold their nerve. They've still got more towers to get through. Swindle almost with that Orchid. They got control pen over on, well, I'd say Lena, but she's got that Yule Scepter available and building into an Aghanim, so the damage is starting to arrive a lot more for Virtus Pro. I'm still worried though, like God with this build as well. Like Rod of Atos first item silencer. Like
Virtus Pro standard build. It's actually really good.
What's the for then? What makes it great?
Silencer, obviously, you don't necessarily need a disable on him early because you have global silence to just prevent the enemy from casting their spells. You Atos them up, so you have a lot of slow. The stats on it are incredible for him. It's been buffed a couple of times, so it's 30 intelligence, 350 hull. It's a lot for its price. And it's just a very good build-up item for him. He can go into what we usually see from Virtus Pro is either an Assault Cuirass, sometimes BKB, sometimes the Hex. And you just know that extra
complexity.
Is going to help you.
Song of the Siren's going to come off here from FNG, Fly, and Z-Freak. They don't know if Fly's there until now. The Glimmer Cape's going to be revealed. And Illidan, where's your stun? Phobos backing him back in. They don't get the stun effect. Illidan getting controlled up by Swindle. Z-Freak still so low. He got the Mega Hand and got off. Hence the life came back up so quickly. And Illidan with the Echo Slam. They got enough damage here, Virtus Pro. You got the anime trap from the clip side. Dylan Matt out behind, taking out leader from the perch. Lil barely surviving from the shatter down to 60 life as Fly trying to Glimmer Cape himself away back behind the tower. In fact, now he's looking over towards Phobos. Doesn't actually have that Arctic burn just yet, so he can't just run straight up. Now you'll see him, and the damage, it is not enough. And he has no stuns available.
How often do you see an anti-mage hiding in the trees and then casting a Mana Void? Like, that was a very rare play there. That was a pretty funny and a pretty important ultimate to get out as well. Illidan looked like he was going to die really early in that fight, gets the self-heals off, gets healed from his wand, manages to turn his entire combo onto Swindle, and they get a 2-for-2 trade there, which I think they can definitely be happy with. They're behind, looked like a great engage for Complexity, and well, VP are certainly staying in this game for now.
The Naga Illusion is going to not only reveal the fact that Broodmother's trying to bring down Roshan, but he's trying to be really sneaky by getting a very early Desolator over on this Broodmother. So tower pushing galore, but not normally what you see. Like, would you... Like, I know Desolator is great. I'm a big advocate for the item as well. But is this the item build you want to see for a Broodmother? Should not be worried about team fights, looking for something like Necro Books?
It allows him to solo out heroes really well in the split push. He can apply minus 14 armor right now by just using these two items. Allows him to solo kill very, very easily. But if Virtus Pro are good at
Illidan,
defensive...
top lane. He's starting up right now over on Swindle. Can't get the stun. Laguna Blade, the damage. It's enough. The solo kill for Illidan over on Queen of Pain. A huge amount of gold for it as well. 635 for his efforts.
Very important for Illidan that Hand of God is on cooldown. I'm not sure if he took it into account. It's still on cooldown for another 40, so he might have remembered the timer there. Else Swindle survives that. And, you know, maybe it's still worth the combo of Illidan to just force him back to base, but getting the kills obviously way, way better. Getting a 635 bonus for that one.
It's really starting to increase the speed of that Aghanim Scepter, and once it's got that up and running, you're going to be able to pop a lot of players over on Complexity, and maybe that's what we had to look for Virtus Pro. How do they make this comeback? They've still got great teamfight control. You got Darkseer Silencer as well as Naga. Like, it's silencers as well as sleep. And then the Earthshaker, no Blink Dagger yet, but with all that control, Lil can just walk himself in.
Yep. Speaking of which...
And their smoke's not going to break. Moon Meander backs up at the perfect time. His web's going to come off cooldown right now, and with the Spirelings actually catching out FNG, well, they're going to get farmed up a little bit. They'll actually throw down the webs.
They thought Brood might have been in there. They only saw the Spiderlings, but it was on the left. Virtus Pro right now, they waste a smoke, essentially. They get a little bit of information, but that's not what they were looking for there. And they have to go back to base now, because Zizzy is going to be doing his thing now. The Battle Fury split pushing the top lane.
Z-Freak needs to walk away. That's Darum's Overlord is right on top. Illidan follow-up stun with the Lacuna Blade. Insurance in the kill and 50 gold now for that Aghanim Scepter for Lina.
And this is perfect for them. They needed to go top to defend, and they find a kill on the way, so even better. They're going to find a little bit of... probably going to counter-ward this one. It's pretty likely that they will be looking for it here, and they will. The gem on DK Phobos, they scouted out with a courier. And now they're going to push out top, and I think they'll give Lil some farm priority now to get that Blink Dagger. It's going to be the key item that is going to keep them in the game later on. And, you know, I keep saying keep them in the game. They're not that far behind, and they keep the level. They keep the level of advantage for complexity pretty much at a stable 5,000 right now. I feel like their strategy is gonna be really strong later on. Let's also not forget, of course, Darkseer with the wall can get a copy of that anti-mage, which that illusion hits super hard. It's got really good agility. It's of course got the mana break. It can easily turn on anti-mage himself or go for another key target such as the Queen of Pain with the right micro in the fight.
It's almost at that moment where you start looking towards the Wyvern to control up the Darkseer. But you've also got Lina running around on the field. Lil, Swindle jumps in. Sonic Wave's gonna miss! Well off target. Now Lil prepares himself. He's gonna look for the Totem Stunner with the timing from FNG. In fact, maybe with the Echo Send the back hit. Swindle! Oh my!
Okay, they wanted him dead. That was 3 ultimates in a vacuum.
Whew. Yep, that sends a message.
Yep. And I can understand that G wants to play it safe there and use the global. You could say, if the timing on the vacuum is perfect, she can't blink, but it's a pretty difficult spell to time perfectly with the Song of the Siren. And better safe than sorry, they're using both spells just in case it goes wrong. It's going to give them a tier 1 tower rather in the mid lane here as well for Illidan. He times it right. Oh, good glyph. He might just look at the deny.
Cardi might get it as well. Mumianda's moved forward.
He got
it. The tower. Yeah, she takes it and runs away. And that's really good money now coming in for the Earthshaker. He's got his Blink Dagger up and running. And then Echo Slam, which we saw from the Earthshaker, is also another upside. Swindle could not get away because the stun's instant. And that was the guarantee. The downside is it's on cooldown now when he picked up the Blink Dagger. So Complexity do have an opening while that Global Silence is down. And they're going to try and do it. They smoke up. Now, Roshan is still alive. And that's a big army of smoked units moving in there. But again, the timing from FNG is right. He's moving the Naga Illusions down to have a look into the pit. And the rest of VP is coming along with him. If they see a couple of the Sparlings, they get rid of them.
If you saw the whip get placed, they know at least the Brute is here. That's a pretty big tell. But they're trying to just wait out the illusions of Naga here and then maybe go for it. And of course, this is another benefit of Moon Meander's build with the Deso as well as Medallion, even on the Radiant side, of course, has access to that Roshan together with Chen. Can kill us off very fast, but
actually D-warning
Chen
out.
giving away the position once again.
I think Z-Freak realized that he would have been visible for just a split moment outside the pit because the smoke broke before he got inside Roshan's pit. And they're going to smoke again. This is what Complexity did last time. They realized they weren't going to have a really good fight. So they actually try and turn it around and get into better positions while VP just have this big question mark about what's happening inside the pit. Illidan moves forward now. In fact, Lil with a fissure. They find Z-Freak. Laguna Blades a Valvo, and they just pop the Chen straight away. Meanwhile, further up, God, the back will not be able to save him. Not enough space to stop Queen of Pain from bursting down the silencer. So a 1-for-1 trade-off as we now have ourselves a quick pause from FNG. But 14-10, a tense moment around Roshan. You do have Global Silence back up again, but that Song of the Siren is still down for 33 seconds. Virtus Pro don't have the control. But I suppose the longer Complexity drag it out, the better it is for VP.
I think they have what they need, as long as they can get another mirror image in and scout it. If they know how low Roshan is, they can play accordingly. The scary thing is playing in the dark. They have the heroes that can check it out. And of course, Shaker still has Echo Slam available. It was not used for the kill on Chen. Darkseer is very tanky and can just run in front. So here's what's interesting. He has Guardian Greaves, and the best counterplay Complexity has to him right now is to Orchid him with the Quap. He can perch that off with Greaves.
Yep.
And the alternative is, of course, using Winter's Curse. But then they've used Winter's Curse onto... Oh, that is bad news.
I'm hoping it's nothing too serious. We just had written that God feels bad.
Yep. Oh yeah, they can't see it on the screen right now.
Yeah, they
oh,
go.
that's bad news.
Well, unless we're talking to people who are watching inside of Dota TV, which welcome. There's a lot of people tuning in from around on all platforms around the world. A lot of Dota. But yeah, that's not a great situation. But Virtus Pro, they managed to work their way back. Like initially, it really looked like Complexity again. We're going to take tower after tower after tower, but these pickoffs seem to have really worked wonders. Even like getting a solo pickoff on Swindle on that top lane for Illidan. That was huge. So much money. And they kept coming one after the other without Virtus Pro having to give something back. So they held onto all their gold. You get the Aghanims upgrade, and you realize just how quick you can pick off heroes. Like, for example, Chen. Like, you still want to throw out the ulti. You still want to have like all that life, and just got popped straight away. So VP can get control during fights so well. But I still wonder the anti-mage factor. He's got Battle Fury, Vlad's, PMS, as well as having the Yasha.
We're at a point when Lina can almost one-shot him with ult. Lina is 450 experience away from 16, and Anti-Mage has 1,000 health right now. So that's just, you press R, win game, right? And they also even have Global to just set it up. But with the Manta style soon coming out for him, he will, of course, be able to dispel Global, which is going to be very important. I still don't know if it's going to cut it. I personally feel like Complexity are a little bit behind in this game, even though they're ahead on gold. Their advantage lies in their towers that they've claimed 2 more of, and slight farm advantage maybe, but I simply don't think the Anti-Mage has enough. And the point when he's going to have a full inventory, it could be too late. So
we actually have the players out of their boxes now, so they are going to be leaving the venue. I said the venue, at least the floor. Just don't walk out completely.
G is sick, we'll play tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm sure we could reschedule that.
Hopefully it's nothing too serious, though.
Yeah.
I seem to recall another tournament when G was feeling very sick while playing. I think it was actually DreamHack, so it seems to be a little bit unfortunate when it comes to LAN events. And we hope he can get a little bit of medical treatment so we can get back into the game sometime soon. But it looks like it is going to be a break for now.
All right. So for now, Complexity and VP. It's still one of these games where Complexity, you're one win away from getting in to the next round. And of course, VP one loss away after the fall of Team Empire yesterday. And now you look at VIP, CIS, their hopes really rest with Virtus Pro. In a way, they sort of adopted Team Secret as well, as some of their players do come from that area. But it's a rough run for Virtus Pro. This pause may even work well for them. Maybe they can get their mind back in this and just try and keep the momentum going. For now, we are going to throw it back over to the panel to get their thoughts on the series so far while the players have a break.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yes, back on the panel. What are we thinking so far? Winter, let's start with you. With regards to the way it's going so far, it looks like Complexity are going to take this.
Yeah, during the draft, I said that Complexity might have a stronger lineup early game, but the Anti-Mage would suffer in the lane. So that was actually what was happening. They got a lot of kills, but Anti-Mage was suffering in farm. So they sort of compensated compensate the AM's farm by the other supports having a better time. And going into late game, I'd say the AM might be able to actually carry it if he gets enough time to actually get all his items.
Okay. Yeah. Anyone disagree?
No. Every single hero on VP pretty much is a good target for Echoes or for Manavoid. And the early game, as Winter mentioned, Z-Freak, his ganks on Chen was really good. They got a kill on top as first blood, which Anti-Mage was involved in as well. So despite him not farming, he got something done. And on bottom lane, just before 5-minute mark, they also got a kill with the Chen again. So very useful rotations.
Yeah, and Seb, you've got a little message from a Chen player that came up to see us.
Since the Chen did really well. Shout out to Smith, right? And that's what he would say about Chen. And everyone knows that sentence. Everyone that plays pub game knows that sentence.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean...
So that's what didn't happen that game. And that's why it was so great. And Chen had such a high impact. So, yeah. No,
because he ganked mid, he ganked top and bottom instead of mid. That's the only
difference.
difference.
Instead of mid level 2 and failed. So, no, I mean, he played a very spectacular game on Chen. Had a very high impact. And Chen is that type of hero where if you actually miss all your first ganks, then the game can be really tough.
Yeah, Toby made a great point at the end of the commentary that if Virtus Pro go, that's it for Europe. All we've got left is Secret now, which is still great, but it's not how this tournament was supposed to go, is it?
No, not really. I'd like to think it wasn't.
I think this game's too late to call. You guys are all favoring Complexity. I'm actually liking VP's lineup going a little bit further. Like the Brood and the Chen fall off pretty hard. Anti-Mage can be dealt with, especially if you have a global silence. If his teammates aren't farmed, they're just all going to die to Echo and Vacuum and Wall.
I like the positivity.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, but they don't have to fight. That's the thing. They
Well, how do Complexity push high ground, though?
You push one lane with Brood, you split push with AM in the other lane, and the other heroes will be just defending the high ground when you have 5 heroes shuffling yourself into one lane. So they can just always not fight and just delay.
I mean, they're still fighting a decent amount, though, and Lina can just... She already has Ags, so AM's no longer safe.
He's not safe right now, but that could also change because we're 26 minutes into a game. You have taken over most of the map as Complexity. They're in a great spot. I don't think that you can't really say that VP are out of it, but the later this game goes, definitely AM is going to take control. So I think that Complexity are...
Come on, Merlini, fight back.
I have to say, I agree with Merlini. I don't think AM is going to take control in that game because he's facing a Silences that's getting a Hex right now. He's facing a Shaker and a Lina. No, I'm serious. I think VP has way better late game. And I'm not being biased.
I'm just enjoying the fact that I can just light the touch paper and sit back and watch it all burn. It's brilliant. You two, you definitely think there's a way back for Virtus Pro here?
More than a way back. I think they can easily win that game.
Yeah, it's similar to like the EG Complexity game 1 a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
They have better late game.
They do?
You're smiling. Okay.
I'm smiling because I'm happy to be here.
So the defense for Complexity's lead rests over here between you two. Come on, bring it.
Okay, the fun ends here, Winter. We have Anti-Mage on our side. This game is going to be easy. Winter Wyvern is a great hero scaling into late game. I think they're going to take complete control of this game and just split push them with Brood and AM.
Winter Wyvern's useless versus Global, though. Yeah, Silencer's not that far.
What if you don't even need to use it? You just defend.
I still think VP has a better late game. Just because, okay, it's really hard to deal with split push if you need to invest everything into killing the AM. But, you know, Silencer with a Hex, Silencer and Shaker they kill AM on the Fisher. Hex Fisher is dead.
I definitely think that AM needs a BKB if they're going to team fight. That's for certain. I think everyone on the panel will agree. But, of course, if they get the Hex on him and the jump on him, AM could definitely fall. But I just think Complexity is in the spot where they have to make a mistake to lose.
I have to say I disagree because I really feel like split pushing won't be that easy because they have, you know, the Naga alone can hold the side just by sleeping while they kill AM on the other side. You have sometimes heroes where, you know, let's say you have a Dazzle instead of the Naga and then you need to invest the Silencer, Lina, Shaker to go kill that AM. Dazzle just watch the other take their axe. But I think that every hero on VP's side can actually deal with like aggression from Complexity.
Yeah, but what if they're just pushing with Chain Creeps and Brood Spiderlings?
Okay, we'll see how the game plays out.
All right, time out. It was very good while it lasted, but we have got the game going. So let's head back to the commentary team.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are back live with the game after the players have re-entered their boxes, and it's Complexity trying to take out Roshan. And Virtus Pro doing everything they can to stop it. Still slowing the Siren down, and everything they can is not enough. The Broodmother will pick up the Aegis Immortal, and we'll go back into our laning phase. I'm Toby1, I'm here with Cinderin, as we again start game number 2.
That Roshan went a lot faster than I thought it would. They were really quick to kill that.
Medallion, Desolator going to work.
Yeah.
And both of them coming from Broodmother.
It is, of course, really good. Did he even use Insatiable Hunger for that? I don't know. He must have used Insatiable Hunger for that. But it's a short cooldown. No.
He might have used it this start.
Whatever Roshan is dead, let's not dwell on the past.
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah. So they're going to counter ward this high ground ward here or rather the Roshan ward for Complexity. It's going to be removed by DK Phobos' gem, as well as a little bit of a tango play from F and G. But they're definitely going to be happy with getting this Aegis. And I think good call to not put it on the Anti-Mage in this case. It feels like if the Anti-Mage gets caught, he gets caught split pushing and he'll probably just die twice. Whereas the Brood will maybe be a little more fight-centric with the build he has picked up in this game on, or she rather, but it is, of course, Moon Meander playing it.
Split up the Spiderlings again. Split up the Spiderlings again. Split up the Spiderlings again. There we go.
It is super frustrating playing like that against a Darkseer. Like,
it's almost like you just need to have it like in the little box where you have like all your Spiderlings selected. Like he just has this little purple glow. We'll be able to help find that little Spiderling that's now just go and walk about. Back up the lane.
Indirect nerf to Darkseer.
That's what it's about. That's how we do our patches in Dota. It's all about the indirect nerfing. That wasn't the last word in the Broodmother.
Nope, it was on a Spiderling.
That was on a Spiderling. Meanwhile, Lina again. Okay, that's 2 for 2 for Lina versus Queen of Pain. As Illidan gets the solo kill on the Queen of Pain.
It's just too easy, right? Because the moment he gets the Yules off the bottom,
They're going to back him back in, and they got double Iron Shell there. Actually, was it going to be enough damage? The Broodmother's still very tanky, and now with the extra hand of God, he comes back up, but he's locked inside the wall. Can't break free there. Aegis Immortal will trigger, but Phobos also trapped around Spineless. The Song of the Sun from FNG. They want to try and reset this quickly. They do find the Chen. Hand of God's up in 6 seconds' time. If he can live long enough, they can't. Not with the Global Silence. Mumiana called out. Virtus Pro, great team fight. He is just so low. They trigger the dust, keep the vision up, and he's down. The Mana Void jump in, not enough damage. Swindle though for the Yule Scepter Axe. He actually went for the ulti, but Illidan hits the ground now. In comes the Anti-Mage, ripping apart the Silencer. Back in, try and buy some time, but time is not on the side of Virtus Pro. FNG on the run back out of here. The owner's ticking him down. One more slice of the dice. That's going to be it. Phobos will be able to run himself away to safety, finding himself a very lucky regeneration rune as well. But Complexity looked very rough for that fight until the end.
It's a pretty even outcome overall. Virtus Pro force out the buyback of the Queen of Pain, who dies again. So all of Swindle's build-up toward that BKB is just lost. And that means, guess what? Lina can keep killing him when he finds him out alone.
As she can, but the Anti-Mage
they get a tier 2 though, so yeah.
They get the tier 2 tower. The Anti-Mage is able to find a couple, and he's also finished now the Mana Style. So his life is going to start to rise up a lot more. He's actually got dodge ability against Virtus Pro.
I'm wondering what item build he's going to go for. I feel like just the standard Anti-Mage build could be troublesome here. The pure damage between Silencer and Lina could easily make work of him. So it's possible he has to either rely on the Lagoon ability being used first and then engaging, or that he has to go for something like a Heart first here, and then has to use the Manta to break Global. There's a lot of problems, and it is actually very difficult for Anti-Mage to play in this kind of position, because you can't use the Manta style as liberally as you would like to. Usually it's like, okay, I jump in, I use my Manta, I kill a hero. It can backfire so fast. You can get fissured right after it. Your illusions do nothing. There's the Global Silence that you can't break anymore. The Lina can find you, just blow you up. Not an easy AM game in my opinion right now.
Yeah, it's really tough, and he's going to rely on the rest of his teammates to do it. Maybe Swindle Melons, currently he's been soaking up the Lina's damage anyway. Maybe he could do that when the fight begins and let the Anti-Mage do what he did at the end of the fight, come in and just take all the kills. Let the rest of his team be the sponges against the Virtus Pro's initiation, and then he can go to work.
Seeing right now, looks like Virtus Pro are looking to push out the lanes as much as possible, but of course this is one of the issues that Silencer has, especially with his current item build. Doesn't really have any mobility, so can't really go out alone. That means Lil is kind of escorting him around between the lanes.
It's kind of weird
like
though that
now they're going to go for a play.
It's kind of weird we're in this position, because I know the panel were having a bit of a debate as well about who's really got the upper hand here. Is it going to be Virtus Pro? Yeah, that's a good ward. Wait, can they actually prepare for this?
Oh, they might not
Swindle's
be
still
aware
in the hill. They put down the sentry wards, but already Illidan with the Yule Scepter over on the Chen with the Orchid comes in from Swindle. The Global Silence will buy some space, but the curse, it's on the Lina. So DK Phobos couldn't actually answer back with the back in. They get a little bit more space now. The Broodmother makes its way. The Mana Style dodging out of this, and Illidan so low. The Song of the Siren again. VP. They try and reset this fight. Gets an upper hand. Flies back down again. And where is the attack? The Light Strike Array connects on Anti-Mage. He's almost down. In fact, they will bring him down. Swindle being held up in the embrace. He will still actually be able to pop himself away with the blink. Actually sent back all the way back to base by the Chen, but the rest of his team is not so lucky. God will take a triple kill. Virtus Pro. Perfect reset, perfect take.
This is what their lineup can do. Both global counters out the curse beautifully there. And when Complexity feel like they're ahead in the fight, cluster up just a little bit and the song comes out. It's very easy for VP to land some key abilities there. And now even more control. Hex is a pretty good item against Anti-Mage.
Well, I was going to say before all that started, I was going to ask the question, why is Complexity fighting right now? Like Winter was saying, he's like, come on, Broodmother just pushes one lane, the rest of them, like they move around the map, they keep the other lanes pressured. Virtus Pro always split up. You never have these moments for team fights.
It sounds really easy on paper, but you're playing against Alina with Shadowblade Yule's Aghanim Scepter. If you're split pushing and one of your heroes gets caught, it's dead. Like, maybe Anti-Mage can survive, but I'm not even sure about that one. Because he's probably going to have to try to Manta dodge the stun after the Yules. And if he does manage to do that, there's a global. And then maybe Lina can chase him down or needs backup of one hero, say the Shaker. And FNG is decent at holding towers with mirror images. And then, of course, you have the Darkseer, who Brood can't solo, because Brood has an itemized to counter Darkseer. Brood has itemized to counter Roshan and towers, so DK Phobos can pretty reliably just run onto a lane and just push the Brood away all the time. Not afraid of Orchid, not afraid of, well, maybe if it's Quap plus the Brood. So.
But that defeats the purpose of what we're talking about.
Yeah,
we're talking about Brood adding
really
pressure. Now Yule Scepter, it's going to go up and fly. Instantly jumps in, curses over on Lina. It drags a little back as well as the illusion from the wall of Anti-Mage. The Song of the Siren will find Fly. The Arctic Burn wears off, so at least Virtus Pro will get the consolation prize off the kill. But then again, Chen tried, well, he was thinking about sending him back. Not going to work. But they get Fly for that. That was still a pretty hefty commitment from Virtus Pro.
As long as they hold their tower and buy time. Oh, they might
going to kill him. Swindle, the Echo Slam and the stun. They're not in range. They can commit Global Silence if they need a little bit more time, and they don't. Silencer will take the kill over on Swindle. On Virtus Pro, they have found their motion. They've found their rotations.
Their lineup is just so good for this phase of the game. It was really interesting for me to listen to the panel during the break, as it seemed like they were like 2-on-2 on who had the advantage here. And
yeah, Complexity so far
split.
ahead. They got the push. They can do this in Virtus Pro. We've got the team fight. We got the movement.
It's very interesting for me because whenever there's disagreement like that, it obviously shows that the game is very complex and that you can read it in different ways. Right now it's, yeah. That's not so complex. Click button, click hero, and it's dead.
Hilarious thing is though, Illidan saw there was a sentry ward, but because Chen was up in the tree line, he didn't see Illidan coming. So Illidan walks around the corner, sees the Chen, and then just explodes him. Should also flag too that with that kill, the gold for the first time, well, basically since the game began, has come back the way of Virtus Pro. The experience is about to reach it as well, but VP, they've clawed their way back into this game, inch by inch. But at the same time, as we saw during game number 1, a victory in gold and experience means absolutely nothing in this series.
New smoke picked up here from Complexity. I'm not sure if they're planning to go fight again. I think at this point, you wait for the heart of Minion before you go into the fight. He's actually pretty close. It's a very important item right now for him to be able to play with confidence in the fight. The scary part is, though, he's actually still pretty easy to kill with the heart, but at least he has a chance. I think without it, engaging aggressively for him is just going to get him killed very, very easily, but they can counterplay him with the heart, with the Hex of the Silencer now, a secondary Hex on the Darkseer. You have so much pure damage between the Silencer and the Lina to deal with him now. G in bottom though.
Yeah, they give it a crack and they may just have enough. However, with that Hex and now Global Silence, Anti-Mage tries to break free, but the Song of the Siren from FNG is going to hold Complexity here. Thus, no way to get himself out with the clip game. The back into the wall with the Laguna Blade. Virtus Pro showing just how much damage they've got. They will not only take the kills, but they'll slip in and see that Roshan's alive. They're going to get an Aegis to boot.
Someone has to go back and defend, though. I think this Broodmother and Queen of Pain could be too fast, but at the same time, they don't have any vision in a dire base, so they could just be scared that there's a rotation coming already and that VP are prepared for it. So, well, never mind, they kill Roshan so fast with the Silencer and Lina. Lots of damage between the two.
And this game gets longer and longer. Complexity are going to get dumber and dumber. 24 points of experience, of intelligence stolen by Silencer. He's getting stronger and stronger. Even now the Solar Crest on FNG. The combos from Virtus Pro are real, and Illidan on the hunt, chasing after Swindle, but instead he's gonna settle for a Chen.
He's gonna press R now.
No, doesn't even need R. In fact, the stun also hits on Swindle. He'll blink himself up. The Chen army is still in the neighborhood, so he can help out a little bit. In fact, it's just gonna be FNG farming that, and the TP away from Swindle after the blink away.
Clean up a couple of creeps as well. It's just, you know, I'm trying to remember the last time Complexity won a fight. Like, it just seems like if you look at the gold graph and you look at all the dots in the bottom, it's very, very, very Virtus Pro centric right now. They've got like 10-2 over the last 20 minutes. It seems like Complexity have just slowed down so much. They can't really find anything.
They're not getting anything, and even the Spiderling army, like I just watched Moonmeter feed half of his Spiderlings to an Iron Shell, which is on a melee creep in the mid lane. It wasn't even being microed or anything. There's just issues coming in for Complexity where they're losing control of their mindset in this game. And Virtus Pro is just picking it all up. And they're looking for more. Illidan's down on bottom lane. He's got Shadowblade off cooldown in 3 seconds time. So he'll have another look to see if he can find Swindle, who does not have a TP off cooldown. It's 15 seconds until he can use it. And you've also got Anti-Mage walking around in the trees. You've even got more. You've got Fly who's making his way in. They're throwing out the Slave, and this is just the point to get out of here. Virtus Pro are hunting everywhere they possibly can.
Oh, they were really close to finding someone there.
We dug in deeper.
It's possible for Complexity to do some sort of crazy wraparound here, but they're not going to try for it. They realize it's too much waste of time. Zizzy needs to go and farm the top lane. We'll be blinking up there, cleaning this out. This is some very good gold for him coming in here. Should be a heart. Second.
He's taken a while to get there. Considering it's an anti-mage, it's taken a while. Swindle was looking for something on bot lane, couldn't find it. Meanwhile, Tier 2 tower has been removed by Virtus Pro.
And worth noting, by the way, about Silencer is the intelligence he steals goes into base stats. So when he has double damage, he hits extremely hard right now. I do think it goes base stats, right? It looks like it. There's no plus.
I believe so.
I'm actually not 100% positive on this, but it looks like he has base 204 damage right now.
If you look for the logic of mechanics, then it's just going to be, okay, he's putting it directly into his intelligence, which means...
Well, obviously, yeah, it can't be plus damage. I'm a little stupid, just a little bit. It's okay, though.
It's fine, Sin. You get to make me look good then.
Don't fire.
It doesn't happen often. 2 minutes until the Jaeger's going to be reclaimed here by Virtus Pro. By Roshan, I should say, from Virtus Pro. They still want to find an opening in Illidan. Man, these items just keep rolling in. A Lincoln Sphere in for the Lina. What's this really meant to block? Is this meant to block the Orchid? Is this meant to block something else?
Mana Void?
Okay, yeah, it could potentially block that.
It's pretty good against Mana.
Considering that's what killed him around Roshan before.
There are some really, really good spells to block, right? It either blocks the Orchid of Quap, or the Winter's Curse, or the Anti-Mage ult. The things they can break it with are Spawn Spiderlings, Test of Faith Penitence, but Chen will not get in that close most likely, and Shadow Strike, which will also not happen. So there's it's pretty much a guaranteed, very important block here from Illidan. So I like this pickup a lot in this case.
So much survivability. But at the same time now, he's sitting in a position where it's Silver Edge and then he drops the gem and he's basically maxed out at that point. But Virtus Pro now grouping up together. Even got some extra BTs from Illidan. He bought those a while back, but joins the rest of his teammates up on top lane. The only one who's not there just yet is DK Phobos, but with this lineup the VP's got, with all their abilities up as well, including the ultimates, all they can do is just keep pushing. And this creep skipping, which is happening here from Mumianda, it's going to take too long. We've got observers and Spiderling trying to keep tabs and everything, but just look to Tier 2 Tower, you'll find out everything you need to know. Virtus Pro is taking your buildings. They are ripping your home apart. Lil will defend the bottom lane against what was just a quick illusion push. But the towers are gone.
They trade 2 towers for 1 here, VP. I think they're pretty happy with that. Inevitably, they will be losing the Tier 2s to Anti-Mage, so at least being able to force out a 2 for 1 there is definitely good enough. They're at a 10k goal lead all of a sudden. This graph is only going one way right now.
Are we at the point where we ask the question, like, how does VP now go up against Complexity? Like, do they just take the high ground? Phobos, if you back now, you got a lot of money. He doesn't know it, of course. He doesn't see him.
He was looking for the bigger kill.
Trying to find that Brood Mother.
Illidan has a gem. If he might walk in on him here.
Stuns. He doesn't know. It's ships in the night.
He's like found the only little. This is like the protected circle.
He at least got the Observer Ward. So Mumianda gonna TP himself out. There's no back. There's no stuns. There's nothing. He's actually away. On bottom lane, Lil's still solo defending against these anti-mage illusions. I think Complexity have had enough of this. They bring in Swindle, they bring in Fly, and Fly triggers the Arctic Burn. At least sees up a little bit further. But Lil's back a long, long way. God, now he's farming up. You got the Broodmother right behind him. Fresh BKB also arrived. And God, there's your Orchid. They start him in Sonic Wave. They really want to kill him. The silence of the BKBs allows Swindle and Mumianda to keep on fighting. And FNG Song of the Siren, not enough control. Meanwhile, East, they've managed to find the kill over on the Winter Wyvern. Illidan going to go to work. They're back in and go to a double wall. Phobos sticking in front, body blocking up Mumianda. They see him perfectly. He's going to die as a pig right now inside of the Dire jungle. And even more, the anti-mage is brought down. They combo with God, who bought back into the fight, but well worth it. 2 cores and a support down for Complexity. And now they push.
Yeah, if Complexity don't buy back here, I think they're going to lose the lane. 70 seconds on Anti-Mage is more than enough, and they simply can't fight without him, I think.
And there's no Aghanims on a Quap, so you're not just getting a Sonic Wave clearance early on.
Nope. Anti-Mage needs to, or rather Silencer needs to be a little bit careful though. He did of course buy back in that fight, so if he dies again, it's a problem. Speaking of him, he's closing in on a refresher orb here, so he can refresh both Atos, Scythe of Ice, and of course, most importantly, his ultimate.
Swindle's got a TP back right now. He still needs to, he actually got to go all the way back to Fountain 2 because he needs to regenerate before he fights. And the buyback from the Anti-Mage Virtus Pro, are they just happy with this?
Yeah, this is very, very good for them. There's no point in risking it. If their Silencer dies here, they're in a lot of trouble. They get a tier 3 and a buyback. You know, Anti-Mage could have bought back earlier and maybe they don't even get the tower, but they're like, fine. Wow, we got the tower as well. Great. Let's go back.
Get an easy tier 3 tower. The smoke movement, I was actually waiting for them to pull out the Rocks Kiss. Like, the out then back in again. The Complexity didn't chase, and they just run away. In fact, now Complexity's Observer Ward's going to scout this out. They got one very deep inside the Dire Jungle, and they'll smoke up themselves. This is one of the very few opportunities they're going to have where they can see where VP is. Because the gem is over on Virtus Pro, they keep losing these wards so early on. And maybe they can find a big pick-off, and Illidan would be a huge pick-off at this point.
Yep.
So they see one, they see two.
This could get counterplayed pretty soon though.
Lincoln, and they trigger the Lincoln Sphere, going directly into the curse, and that's going to be Lina dead. You'll Scepter up, no Blink Dagger, but has a Shadow Blade, running himself away. They don't see even the Song of the Siren from FNG! He stops the attack! They've even got themselves a double ultimate from Silencer in 6 seconds time. The Refresh Orb's completed, but what a save from the captain of Virtus Pro.
And Complexity have to get back to defend mid. It's not just a save from the captain, it's a save from Illidan himself. He did a beautiful self-Yules there and managed to Shadow Blade. And honestly, I think Zephyr was just a little bit too slow there. He had a Sentry in his inventory. I think he was too slow to switch it over during the Yules and drop it, because the Song came in after Lina had run for a second. That could have been a kill for Complexity, and they're going to be pretty disappointed with that. That was a big commitment. All they got was a Song. Even the ward they placed is just going to get removed with one attack from G here.
Complexity, it's the worst position they could have asked to be in. You're now looking at a point where the Anti-Mage is desperately trying to scramble for farm, but these fights keep happening, and Virtus Pro keep getting stronger and stronger as time goes on. And going through a double global silence of God.
Complexity are not going to win this Super Late game. I just don't see it happening. And it's pretty interesting to look at how Anti-Mage works as a hero, where he farms pretty much faster than anyone, and he gets 6-slotted very quickly, and as a result of that, he's one of the best carries in the game. But at the same time, at minute like 80 or 70, he's not one of the weaker carries in the game, but he's definitely not one of the stronger ones either. And you've got a Silencer who has the potential to scale like almost indefinitely with the Intelligence Steal. Double ultimate, of course, counters the entire enemy team, more or less.
You'd hate
got Darkseer to counter the enemy team with a wall. He scales very well into late game 2. Lina is a little bit so-so, I think, but with the right item build as well, it's just VP just have so many tools to deal with Complexity, and they have a Chen with Guardian Greaves only minute 47, so he's definitely not going to be doing much anymore. He did his job early. They didn't win, though. That means their other support, Fly on the Wyvern, has to do so much work, but that's the other thing about Virtus Pro's lineup. They actually won't be killing each other that fast with the Curse, but they'll be killing the enemy team very fast with the Glaives, and of course the Laguna Blade.
So the base attacks just don't do enough, and well, then Complexity find themselves in a situation. So the Curse isn't doing enough. You can lock down one hero. Can you just pop him straight away? Is this when you start to see Anti-Mage build into something more like do you get him into the Abyssal Blade? Do you try and find lockdown control that way? Make him a killer, not a survivor.
I think they've got to. On the other hand, Butterfly is really good in this game because the Dire team don't want to get MKBs. Both Silencer and Lina would prefer to get other items, so he can at least force them into getting that.
Complexity.
It's not like it's a bad item.
They're coming in right now. Virtus Pro, they get the initial stun, and there's your Song of the Siren, catching almost all. In fact, it actually isolates the Anti-Mage, and Phobos, he really wants to find this kill. Global Silence, that's number 1. There's a number 2, and there she goes. Anti-Mage just can't walk away. Even the 3 Hexes and Laguna Blade, they bring him down. 105 seconds on the Silent, the Sonic Wave. Minimal effectiveness, and Illidan a double stun, and back in again for the Earthshaker. He's able to find his double stun. The Curse is down, but again, we talked about this. There's just not enough damage coming from it. The Slave kills off Chen. He was trying to TP himself away to safety inside the pit, unable to do so. And now Virtus Pro, even with the stun on Swindle, he'll be able to get himself away. But they will claim yet another Roshan here against Complexity. And what a fight. No anti-mage for 75 seconds. They can actually take this Aegis and just run down mid.
I was surprised how long it took them to kill the anti-mage. But they were in a pretty awkward position where only one or two heroes could hit him at a time. If he gets isolated in a different way where VP are all on top of him, he will blow up really quickly. But nice play from VP to catch the other heroes out with the song and go for the M. I think there was an alternative there. There were actually 3 of the call heroes lined up. They could have tried to go for all of those with an Echo instead. I think that would have been great too. But regardless, end of the day, the important thing is they find the kills, they find Roche, and this is definitely 1 lane Rax, maybe 2.
Yeah, they're even getting the momentum on the bottom. Naga sent the illusions down there and then jump in. Phobos backing back Swindle. They got the Hex off with a follow-up stun. It's just buying space to ensure the Rax is taken here by Virtus Pro. Still 30 seconds until Anti-Mage returns. They might give him the respect, but then again, when you get a Yule Scepter like this, over on Mumianda, Laguna Blade that tries to end them back. Chen's going to do the work, however. That's the callback. But Rax still goes the way of Virtus Pro. 13 seconds till Anti-Mage.
I think they should back out now. They don't have either of their 2 globals. AM is back in a moment. They don't have Echo Slime. Oh, they actually have it now. Laguna Blade 30-second cooldown as well. It might just be worth waiting a little bit here for VP, but it looks like they mean business.
Yeah, they want to try and push this. This could be a disaster, or it could be the game-winning move. As Mumianda triggers the Lincoln Sphere of Illidan, and then Wyvern trying to blink in. Actually got Yule Scepter up instantly by Illidan, the Song of the Siren from FNG. They isolate the Broodmother, the BKB, he did it himself. That's why they can keep attacking him right now, and the damage is enough to kill him up before the Song of the Siren with the back of the wall with the Echo Slam. Virtus Pro perfectly on target. They'll go through 4, they'll almost go through 5, but they'll get the GG. They pull it back and force it into a 3rd game, wiping Complexity out. Virtus Pro keeping the hopes of CIS alive. And they really needed that. We were really worried they would go full tilt here in game number 2 after what happened in game 1. Having the game, losing the game, having the game again, losing the game again. And now they're able to hold the grip on it. And they take game 2.
It looks like going into game 3, your strategy just needs to be lose early game. That seems to be the winning strategy in this series so far. It's pretty interesting to see.
That's an amazing strategy.
But in all seriousness, though, I love seeing strategies with Silencer. I think it's really cool about this tournament that there are just some select teams that have like 1 or 2 heroes they play that almost no other team plays. I don't think that we've seen a single Silencer pick that wasn't from VP this tournament. I can't remember it. Maybe 1 in the group stage, at least not here at the main event to my in my memory. So incredible. They're so good at playing around it. If you're Complexity, you consider it going into the next game if you want to give it away.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what's going to happen in game number 3 in a moment. But before we do that, we'll get the thoughts of the panel.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yes. Team W seem to be waving the white flag, and Team M seem to be celebrating a perfect call in game 2. I'm going to give this one to the victors because the spoils go to you, gentlemen. Well done.
Thank you. I mean, France and USA, you know, we've done wonders already. Yeah. So why not keep going?
Okay. The Freedom Boys over in the corner there.
Exactly.
Yeah. So talk us through that, because Synderen jokingly said, lose the early game is obviously the strat now at TI5, and that's worked in both matches that we've just seen, once for each team.
Well, I mean, Complexity was ahead for sure, and to me they did the hardest part in the sense that it's not an easy lineup to execute, and I still think it wasn't. You know, the Chen ganks, they have to be on point. The rotations, the anti-mage, they can't get caught. Same goes for the Brood. They need good map awareness, good rotations. But how do you push space, though? It's really hard because VP's teamfight was insanely strong, like hard to fight. You know, Silencer. We said it when they drafted. The opening was Naga Silencer. We're like, change your plans. You're not going to want to fight this. And
there's actually, sorry to stop you, but there's a really good example of that. Actually, we've got around about 31 minutes into the game. There's I wouldn't say game-changing, but it definitely started to turn the tide for Virtus Pro.
Oh, they might not be
yeah, that fight was very good. So here, they place the sentry, good awareness, and he repositions, which is fine. And he's going to, very good sleep from, I'm pretty sure he's going to use the sleep, right? It wasn't that fight, or he's just waiting for it. Because the problem is that the Fisher blocked them uphill, and they couldn't take that fight. He's very patient with it. This is when he uses it. And that sleep is going to turn the fight completely.
They blow up the AM.
Yeah, and they're going to control the AM, and they control the co-op at the same time. Very good coordination, perfect execution. AM up there, we don't see it, but he dies. And that's the most important thing in that team fight. And they just have to run away through the wall. So, great patience from FNG.
They coordinated that really well. Like, a lot of times it's difficult to stop two blinkers from casting anything after the sleep. And even they had BKBs to deal with it. But, I mean, the team fight was just too much. They were well coordinated in laning the LSA or at Echo after the sleep.
Anything to say in defense, Team W?
I think he needed BKB, as you said. But, no, I think they played good VP in that game.
Yeah, they definitely played good. And on the verge of going out, that's a great performance, isn't it? You know, commentators said would have been very easy and probably expected for Virtus Throw, as they were in the first game, to kind of be tilted. But actually, they've come back and they're more like Virtus Plough now because they've just ploughed through that team and made it 1-1. Do you think they can go on and win it and make it 2-1?
Yeah, definitely. That's like a very morale boosting win. Like Seb mentioned, the execution on the team fights was just really good. They got all the spells off, like the coordination, and everything was on point. So props to them, and it's just going to give them a very good boost into the third game after what happened in the first game.
Yeah, indeed. So they've come back from that. So presumably Complexity can do the same thing?
Yes, I think firstly they need to ban Naga. Like, Naga is a big problem. It just interrupted their whole team fights. They could, like, isolate the supports. They could kill the carries really quickly, and it just gives you so much time to set up. Like, though some of the teams just use Naga really well, and VP is no exception.
Yeah, I still think it's hard to utilize Chen effectively. Like, it won the early game for them, but I think banning Naga is a good thing, but playing Chen, I'm not sure if that is the winning play here.
During the pause, it was obvious to us that there was a lot of stress in both booths, but in particular, Virtus Pro are under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a stressful environment for them. I mean, I think the game one, like, actually might have been more of a morale boost. It's like, oh man, we really need to get our stuff together. We can't take these sort of risks. We know what position we're in. We know what's at stake here, and they played like much more safely and much more cleanly, I would say, in game number 2. Their playstyle was a lot different.
Seb, happy?
Quite happy that we get a game 3 between those two teams because you know it's very safe to say that those games were very entertaining. You know, I don't think getting, obviously Sinner was, you know, kidding, but getting a losing strategy, I mean a strategy that loses early game is not the way to go. But I think we're gonna see something similar for Virtus Pro. You didn't get the silencer, you know, you ignored it, you lost. You get it first phase, you win an unwinnable game. You must feel very confident with the hero, so they're probably going to go for the silencer again, or he's going to get banned by Complexity. I'm think it's the right move from either Complexity to ban it, or Virtus will first phase it. But I mean, luckily it worked, so they can probably go for it again.
Yeah, I mean, save for the fact that their captain's very young and relatively inexperienced, been playing for a long time, but relatively inexperienced in the pro scene. When you've got players like G and you've got Illidan in there, and you compare that on the other side to Complexity in this kind of environment, that's got to help going into the third game, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And you saw that. Like, it didn't put so much pressure on Complexity. With that Shadowblade pick up on Nina, it did so much work. He was just catching them again and again all the time, so they were super scared. Chen wouldn't even dare going and get some creeps. He was Chen without Chen creeps. You know, he was just running around by himself with 2 wards and a mech. Like, what am I supposed to do in that game? And, yeah, it was quite tough.
The Shadowblade worked well for him, both defensively and aggressively. There was one fight where he just ran away Invis for like 100 HP as well.
Oh yeah.
And like, Shadowblade is one of those items. You have to think about it and always make sure you have detection ready for the fight.
All right. Well, we're shortly heading into game 3 once the players have had a very short break to just refresh themselves and get their heads in the right place. And Malene, where do you think Complexity's head is right now? They're a very emotional team. We saw that in game 1. How do they control that and channel it all into the game for game 3?
I think they need to concentrate a lot on the early game. Like, second game, they had Brood and Chen, which was good. But first game, they really lost so much control early. I really like the DK pickup that they've been tending towards in the group stage and try to end the game early. They really seem to have trouble breaking high ground and keeping their advantage. So the best way is to just end the game.
Okay. Anyone disagree?
No, I kind of agree. I think it's been...
But you have to. You're on the same team.
Yeah, I mean, I might change team, you know. We're going to disband maybe.
Oh.
We're not. Nah, I'm sticking with the
TI shuffle afterwards.
Yeah, sure. There's going to be a shuffle after TI. Nah, I'm just kidding. I think, yeah, breaking high ground has been one of their main issues right now. And DK is definitely the best answer to that. And as I said earlier, in this tournament, the first game Complexity played in the group stage, which was one of the big games for them, right? Your first game into the tournament, you want to do well. Then they went for that DK. It was DK, Dazzle, Enigma, but it was the DK. It was the center of the lineup, so, yeah.
Winter, what would you like to see from Virtus Pro in this third game?
I think for Virtus Pro, it's again like doing back the comfort picks, like very team fight orientated lineup. So just in case, like what they mentioned, like Complexity will come in with an early pushing strat, trying to end the game. Having a team fight lineup is very important against them.
It's also very nice to see Virtus Pro in the second game come back and execute so well in the team fights, where in the first game we said the draft was fine. I think that most of us would agree that they had a draft that was at least as good as Complexity's. But they just misplayed a little bit, had poor execution, and in second game they really recovered. So we're seeing some really good game here in lower bracket.
Okay. And we got to give a special mentions to DK Phobos. He played a spectacular game, and we also emphasized on first game some crucial mistakes he made, and that game was impressive on the dogs here.
Okay. In terms of picks, what are we thinking for this third and final game? Are we going to see something a little stranger? I mean, was there some pocket stuff going on in that second game, do you believe?
I mean, that's just a trademark thing. It's not really a pocket strat for Illidan or for Virtus Pro to go into a silencer. It's just something that everyone has to be prepared for playing against them. I'm not sure if we're going to see something more, tailored for this matchup, because I think they would have pulled it out by the two first games. Yeah. But we might see some setup in the draft.
What about the Brood? Because you were quite interested about the Brood pick, weren't you?
Yeah, it was very interesting. The Brood mid especially. I think it was kind of a pocket pick. Because when you draft the Brood versus Silencer, the Brood's always going to have the advantage. So Complexity kind of predicted VP to try to dodge and adapt their lanes. And placing Brood mid, it's something they won't expect. So you will come out as the winner of the lane switching. But for the third game, I'm expecting a forward, prediction. I'm going for that. God killed them all. It's actually his original nickname was that, and I'm pretty sure, he got rid of the stress during second game in a original way. But
yes, he did.
No more stress now. So I'm pretty sure he's gonna.
Yeah,
destroy.
I mean, it's unusual for him to be like that. Hugely experienced, of course. Was the original international TI1 with Moscow 5 back then. So
I think
it just shows it can affect anyone at any time.
I'm almost sure he was at the 5 TIs, like as a player. Maybe he missed one. I'm not even sure. I have to double check that. But he's like one of the most experienced CIS mid player.
Yeah,
he goes way back.
Yeah, indeed. And
I like some of their other trademark strats they have, like the Drow Visage that they run a lot. I like the Chaos Knight. It's also one of the carries that can actually breach high ground very easily. And I think he's one of the few players, Illidan is, that uses that.
Illidan is very good at finding heroes. He struggled in the first game, though, to get that farm on his Razor. Like, he fell behind even the Phoenix that they had in their own team there. So I think he can get away running a hero like CK because he's so good at farming normally, because otherwise people trail on him.
Are we going to see anything odd, anything that's a little bit out there in terms of the meta, or either regarding the pick? Both teams won't want to necessarily pick something they haven't played much going into this third game just to risk it all, will they? But they might pull out something they have played a lot in the past, but maybe we haven't seen in the meta.
I'd say if you're Virtus Pro, what about a Slark? Complexity, they're going to feel pressured because now they're one game away from being eliminated. Obviously, Virtus Pro were pressured like this last game, so it's going to feel better for them. But Complexity, now they have their back against the wall. And if you draft a Slark, it's that kind of hero that forces you to group up. Whenever you run around alone against Slark, you're sort of taking a risk. It's a gamble. He might be here, he might not be. He's very fast at moving around the map. So I could see that pick being...
We've only seen it a couple of times. QO's been on it a couple of times, and Illidan's obviously played it a ton of times before TI as well. So it wouldn't be a massive surprise, would it?
For them, it wouldn't be, but they haven't used the Slark so much. But it's one of the Illidan's hero. He's insanely good at playing Slark.
Okay, what about Complexity? What more tricks have they got up their sleeves? Everyone said to me before I came here, watch out for Complexity. They might not have the star power. They might not have the standout players. They might not be ready to dominate the whole of the event. But they're a Hon team with a bit of swagger about them, and they're going to come in with some surprise strategies. And I wouldn't say they were surprise strategies, but they've certainly caught some teams out along the way.
Yeah, I mean, they have two of the... it's really funny matchup for them going up against VP because they have two of the biggest Enigma players that are out there, really big fans of Enigma. But going up against a team that has their favorite as Silencer, that's just a little bit of a mismatch for them. So you don't really want to pull out that strategy unless you can ban out the Silencer maybe in first phase or second phase.
Okay.
But look forward to, if you see Silencer banned in second phase, they might be thinking towards that.
Yeah, I can prove that. It's what happened to us when we drafted Enigma versus them. It was a Silencer. I was not very successful with my black holes. Because of that.
I wasn't saying a thing. I had watched that one, though. Wasn't saying a thing. What about Crystal Maiden? Just very quickly. I'm just going to throw that out there, and you'll find out why I've thrown it out there.
I mean, it could be, but I don't think it's going to make the biggest difference. If there was a hero for complexity, I would go for, like we mentioned, DK, it would be techies. They do play techies, and they haven't played it so far on the main stage.
Okay.
So, could be.
I think it's an awesome hero.
Okay, all right.
Oh, God, did you actually say that?
What?
Yeah. About techies?
I think, about Crystal Maiden.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, all right. Okay.
I'm a techies hater.
Techie too.
You want techies later?
No, I'm a techies hater.
Oh, a hater. I thought you said you wanted techies later. I was about to leave.
I never want techies.
In your pub games, I'll get you some techies.
I never want techies.
Has anyone seen a techies cosplay yet?
Oh, that would
be sick, wouldn't it?
I actually saw a techies cosplay in a C tournament. Though.
Oh, wow.
Not here.
Oh,
Not here.
You got me excited. I was like, yeah, well, let's go find them right now. No, seriously, you could have so much fun with techies cosplay. It'd be brilliant. That's a challenge for you out there right now. Just as we get ready to go back into this game, then overall, as I believe the players are about to enter the arena, overall, how do you assess Complexity's tournament if they were to go out right now? Successful?
Like, if they were to go out now, it would still be amazing performance by Complexity. I mean, if they can take one more game here, that's even more so.
And Virtus Pro, I would imagine, would be massively disappointed if they didn't go through. The minimum for them had to have been top 8. Many others have had them in top 6. I've even seen a few predictions, top 4.
Yeah, I mean, they looked really strong. They won DreamHack. They were a strong team, and coming into this tournament, most people would probably predict them in the top 8, top 6, and some people who are more fans towards them, top 4.
Fanboys?
Yes.
Really?
But it's also
putting them in top 5. No, I saw some sensible, respectable Dota 2 people putting them in their top 4.
They lose versus EG and Secret, like, all the time.
That's,
And that may be why, because it would be a difficult... They've got to face one of those, haven't they, on the way through the lower bracket. Secret are down there already, so could be tough for them.
The whole CIS community also gathered, like, behind Virtus Pro. They're the only last CIS team in the...
Yes, that's a good point.
At the international.
That's a good point. They're going to get a lot of support, that's for sure. Plenty of support on the way. Right,
This is CIS versus USA.
What's that?
This is CIS versus USA right now. This is the whole war again.
Yeah, and sort of similar. How have we got this matchup over here, M versus W? How's that going so far?
He's obviously on VP.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. No, he absolutely is. I think Winter secretly is a Virtus Pro fanboy. I really do.
All right.
What? I didn't even say anything.
There's this band on my left, right?
Yeah.
In Team M.
Yeah.
I mean, Team W, just join us. We have a slot.
Wow.
No, we are sticking to our guns. We're not going to move.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll stay with Winter.
All right.
Virtus Pro.
Virtus Pro.
So you're sticking with Virtus Pro, okay.
I mean, I feel kind of bad because I said Virtus Pro going into
Yes, you
best
did.
of 3.
But you're allowed to change.
They're still in my heart.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, I mean, now with you guys, I'm with Call all the way then.
I'm with Call because they don't give up easily. I'm on that.
Good fighting talk. Okay, so 2 for Complexity, both on Team W. 2 for Virtus Pro on Team M.
Who are you rooting for, right?
I think it's on. I'm just a referee here. I'm probably going to have to referee this one when we come back out because all hell could break loose on this desk. It's good though. I love seeing you guys banter backwards and forwards. Do that more often. Definitely do that more often.
Let's do it.
I think we should divide it up right in the middle every time, and the 2 this side have to pick one team and the 2 the other side. What do you think?
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
As long as we're allowed to pick first.
You got first pick. We have first pick.
Well, hold on. This is how games get made. And,
Who gets first pick? We need to coin toss.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to have to bring in some sort of coin toss. Then we'll have to bring in some sort of scoreboard. And then we'll have to bring in some sort of rules about what you're not allowed to do and who you're not allowed to draft. And then it'll be 11 months' time. Then it'll be a Kickstarter program. And suddenly we'll have $18 million on the line for an analysis battle playoff.
That sounds
Set it up. You're the ref.
That sounds good.
Okay, we're in the last 40 seconds just before the draft. So serious business now. Serious faces on.
Seriously, who does get the coin toss? So first pick, I think, is really important. Again, VP are looking for Naga, and Complexity, they look for Naga first pick for a core Naga generally. So I'm curious to see who wins.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the first pick is going to be contested. That's for sure. Like,
yeah, it's more
Naga was key in both games. Even in the game they lost, it felt like Naga was a big factor.
Okay, last few seconds. Very quickly, Wagger. Have sides made a difference? We've seen a lot of dire wins.
I actually think that it's more about who gets the first pick than the side. Side is, both teams can perform on either side.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. We will head in to the final game of the lower bracket between Complexity and Virtus Pro.
Complexity Gaming versus Virtus Pro. Game 3.
Game 3 it is, and game on it is. Time to go big or go home for both of these teams. One will carry on, and one will depart. The difference in cash terms is $600,000.
I'm liking this already. Naga Band.
Very nice. Good
Very
choice there, Complexity.
Yeah, do not buy it, Silencer. Just get your anti-mage.
Shadow Fiend anti-mage first phase.
No, but I mean, Gyro is a hero that both teams like a lot. You know, both Virtus Pro and Complexity. Okay, never mind. So they're not getting Gyro.
So Tusk has been let through.
But Tusk is, yeah.
Bounty Hunter as well.
I don't know about the Tusk though.
Bounty is probably the bigger mention, I think. Tusk feels like he sometimes have a big impact. Should be mentioned, Complexity played it really well. Fly does play a good support Tusk, so they're going to first pick it. But this gives, of course, the choice for Virtus Pro to pick Bounty Hunter.
Or the Queen, and we know what happens when VP picks the Queen. Most of the time, they don't really win their games.
Yep.
Yeah, or Lina Bounty Hunter, some strong combo like that.
I still think they can get the Silencer again.
In this phase?
Yeah. I mean, they've been very successful with it. And, you know, that was the toughest, one of the toughest games Silencer can get. You know, you're facing a Broodmother.
And
so
Chen.
Yeah, and Chen. So your laning phase is awful.
Yeah, I think he did his job, and his team definitely backed him up well in that game. So Queen will be the first one coming out from Virtus Pro. Thinking a little bit about the next one. G plays a phenomenal Queen. There's no doubt about that.
So they picked Naga with Queen of Pain first in the first game of the series.
I like the Earthshaker that they played. It seemed to combo them very well. Was pretty stable for
Maybe the Wyvern as well, like you can just pick it up here if you want to. Like it's kind of a deny pick as well. Complexity might be looking towards getting Wyvern on their lineup to actually have a good team fight set up.
Yeah, because Complexity got Wyvern twice so far. And VP, as we mentioned earlier, is the team that really brought Wyvern to the competitive scene. And indeed, the Shaker will be their pickup. It's both defensive and offensive in the laning phase when you have a co-op, because obviously you have a lot of killing potential with the co-op harassment plus the Fisher, and a great defensive support early on to just shut down any sort of aggression and roaming from Complexity support, especially if they're on the Tusk support. Then you know he's going to be looking for kills.
Yeah, just all in all, like really good support in this situation against what Complexity have and what Complexity might do in the game.
I still think Complexity should go for full fighting, like take a page out of the MVP playbook, sort of. And they're going to go into Lina here, so one of the best heroes to actively get kills. We saw in the previous game how Virtus Pro, once they had the Aghanims on Lina, they just constantly made use of that ulti. It was like, felt like Complexity were dead more than they were alive at that point.
Lina has been a very contested pick on the main stage so far by a lot of teams.
She excels with fighting and constant fighting and very good counter towards a lot of the BKB carries like we've seen now.
Yeah, and the Aghs upgrade really made her a good late game hero.
A different hero, in some sense.
Which was not the case at all.
Yeah, being able to just kill people who are in BKB, and then she has her auto attack, which brings a lot as well. We saw Broodmother
Huge
just get
damage.
Yeah, he just got slapped down by the Lina auto attack.
So what are we looking at? A Darcy ban. Darcy was the answer for the it was the answer for the Broodmother.
So a Brood pick maybe.
Yeah, we might see a Brood ban from Virtus Pro.
Starting to ban out the DK. Darkseer removed.
Very key ban, so they're not gonna get the TK that time around. Complexity.
I think that's smart because Complexity, if they not only would they have a lot of push, but they would also have really good chain stun setups. So it would be dangerous to go in and fight them. Also, they could snowball in the DK, which sometimes is what he suffers. Bad maneuverability. We've seen teams even pick up Blink Dagger on him because of that.
The heroes on my next is Brood and Bounty.
I think so too.
Yeah.
So
Bounty Hunter, super relevant. When you see these heroes, Bounty Hunter just shines in a game like this.
No silencer, no DK.
Thank you, Complexity.
That's they're not gonna get the signature heroes.
Yeah, they're really breaking up the combination there because Silencer and Darkseer would be so good, either of these heroes, even on their own.
They just banned 3 of the 5 heroes they had last game, pretty much.
So the
Naga Silencer Dogs, yeah.
They're actually taking out the bounty instead of the brood. So we'll have to see whether Complexity wants to go for it again.
Virtus Pro could go for it too.
Yeah, they were not playing brood at all, a few months ago. But DK Phobos definitely practiced this because they picked it at TI already. I'm pretty sure he played brood in the tournament. So it's definitely a pick they could be looking at.
It could be. It's a very strong hero if you get the right type of game on, but last game, I just think the build that Moonman went for was pretty hard to make successful. He went to Deso, Solar Crest, BKB, and Yasha. I don't know about that. I think either Dagon, Orchid, or Necrobook has to be the play. We're going to see Rubik get picked up here. More Rubik plays incoming.
I think one of VP's actually best support duos are Shaken and Rubik. It's a very stable combination too, and of course, big spells to steal with Lina, and it's always important to have like combo break, especially versus Lina. You want to interrupt after she casts the Yules.
You know what? They still run the offlane Shaker. So when you have Rubik and Shaker, more or less like as your support duo, it's kind of weak. And in general, we see teams when they have Rubik plus Shaker together, the Shaker would be a core position Shaker, like offlane Shaker.
It makes more sense. That way you can farm up a little bit more. You still get more in the offlane than you get as a support, as you don't have to buy any of the wards. But I wonder what they would want to have as their second support with the Rubik.
Actually, this is very funny. So I'm looking at the because we're predicting a Brood pick from VP, or it could happen. And the game where they played Brood, it was at TI. It was the first time they played it, and it was along with the Rubik a co-op because they picked Lycan with that. Brood Lycan is super hard to deal with. And it was versus Lina, Tusk, and some other heroes. So far, 4 of the heroes that were in that game are already in that draft, and Brood is available.
I was watching that game. Shiver didn't believe me when I said Lycan would win. Shiver. She's shaking her head. Oh well. I actually think they could go for that, but a key part was also having the Dazzle behind it. It just allowed them to do so much more, easier to take Roshan, easier to push. What do you think we don't see so much Dazzle anymore? He was prioritized higher in the group stage than he feels now.
I think it's just a matter of, taste. Like those teams, they're looking at other heroes. I think it's simply that. I don't think Dazzle got bad or worse in that matchup.
I mean, people are just getting better at dealing with it. When we saw a lot of Dazzle, we felt that, Axe didn't come out so much, so Dazzle was like really strong. And now teams have been starting to pick Axe more. So Dazzle has been like, they toned down on Dazzle because of that.
I really think Brood is getting better and better. Also, Brood is a very good hero versus Undying. Obviously, he can't really deal with the summons, but it's not only that. With Brood's ultimate, you can kill the Tombstone very fast. Early on, it's like 2 or 3 hits. And that's very valuable versus Undying.
It's a very nice hero in that sense. However, I'm not sure if she's that amazing against him because she has to go on the Tombstone, sort of. You know what I mean? She can't go in on the supports that she wants to go behind and start, building up her army. Oh god. The Phantom Lancer is back. Illidan, gonna be happy to play that one.
It's sort of an early pick as well. Maybe they were afraid of Phantom Lancer ban, but now Complexity have 2 picks to adapt to that one.
I mean, Phantom Lancer, when you have enough items, is very good at killing. You talk about Brood killing the Tombstone, you can use Doppelganger to kill the Tombstone. So if the game gets long enough and the Phantom Lancer is strong, Undying is not going to do anything against PR.
So if they went for the Phantom Lancer, we're probably looking at a Shaker offlane, I'd say.
Yeah.
With something more late game oriented and something to secure PL's lane. So we could still see a Dazzle, like Rubik Dazzle PL. It's a very, very strong lane.
Definitely, you could heal onto Illusions. That is a potential. And here we see the counter pick coming out, Ember Spirit. So this, I look over to this Complexity lineup. It looks so much like an MVP draft when I just look at it.
Indeed.
So they're definitely going into the same mentality of only fighting non-stop. They actually ban out the Anti-Mage as well after the Ember pickup here. Interesting by Virtus Pro.
It seemed like Anti-Mage is an answer to Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, Anti-Mage and PR just go hand in hand.
Yeah, exactly.
One team goes PR, the other team goes Anti-Mage. You want to secure your late game against each other, even though it might not actually be that good of a hero to complete Complexity's lineup, but it's just like you want to take it out if you have PR.
That's how it feels so far. Every time someone drafts Phantom Lancer, we saw it. Yes, it was Empire versus MVP, where they drafted PL, and Empire's answer was, alright, we're last picking an Anti-Mage, and it was the same. They had an Undying as well. They had that type of lineup.
Yeah, and late game, even if PL gets really scared with all his solutions, Anti-Mage does deal with him really nicely.
He has Battle Fury, a lot of damage.
And then the ulti just deals so much damage because you always have high stats on Phantom Lancer.
I'm thinking Wyvern actually here might be a good last pick for VP. Then they have a lot of defensive spells to clear out waves. PL can just have a lot of time.
I think they need one more stun, so yeah, Winter Wyvern would be good. You have the ulti, because you need lockdown against Ember Spirit. That's pretty much how you deal with that hero.
And that's what they lack right now, because Shaker is not going to go in too early.
It's so hard for a Shaker to lock down an Ember. It really is.
I mean, the other options are just weaker though. You can go Disruptor, Lion, but the lane is going to suffer. And you're up against a pressure lane. Tusk plus Undying. You have to have very strong lanes.
I don't think Lion is the play. He's not been having great success either at TI. Some teams went to it, but Lion Rubik support is just very weird combination. I think you're right on there with the Winter Wyvern.
Could also still be a Shaker support, and they're looking for... Alright, there it goes. There's the Brood. So, I still think Brood is a great option for them for many reasons, because out of Tusk and Undying, one of them is going to be off lane unless they want to run the two as supports, but that's very unlikely. And then both those off lanes can deal with the Broodmother, so you force Complexity to not go aggressive on the PL, because if they go aggressive, you end up with a Tusk versus Brood, which is awful, or an Undying versus Brood, which is awful as well.
Yeah, they have an issue with, right now,
with lane.
Their lanes are very weak.
Because of the Brood,
Yeah, because of the Brood, they have to maybe alter their lanes, and it looks like...
Brood is going to create space for the PL.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge problem for them. That definitely, the lanes, they need a core more or less.
Maybe Legion Commander? Like, it counters PL, it counters Broodmother. It's also pretty good against Queen of Pain, being able to duel her. Maybe it doesn't synergize the best with what you have, but at least you have Lina, so you could burst people pretty quickly.
LC or X are probably my top two versus these. I don't know. I just worry about the Ember Spirit, whether or not he's going to have a really tough time in lane. He can't really lane versus the Brood. He can't lane versus Queen of Pain. And
I mean, you can sort of lane against a corp. It depends on the first Shadow Strike. If you can actually dodge the Shadow Strike with Slide, then you're actually fine.
The Spirit combo, Ember and Storm.
I don't think it's Savages at all. There are issues with the lanes, so they probably have something in mind. The laning phase is going to be tricky.
All right, thank you very much. We will head into game number 3, the final game of the series to determine which team goes on to the top 8 at the International 2015 as we head down to the arena and rejoin our commentary team of Synderen and Toby1.
Thank you very much. Yes, it is time to find out which team will go home first here today at the International. Will it be Complexity or will it be Virtus Pro? So far, Complexity's draft and Synderen. There's a couple of questions above your head for it.
Yeah, I was looking at the Brood possibility earlier in the draft. We were actually saying right after the second ban phase, this could be a pick for Virtus Pro. It could also be a good pick for Complexity, and it ends up going the whole way to the 5th pick. And Complexity, I feel like they have very limited solutions to this Brood right now. They kind of have to counter it out in lane with some really good ganks from the Tusk and Lina, I feel, in order to make this work. And as the panel pointed out, Ember Spirit will, almost no matter what lane they put him in, he's going to have a tough game. That is not, Ember plays really badly from behind, in my opinion. It's pretty snowbally in nature, and so is Storm. So with a weak early game here from Complexity, they're going to have a very difficult time pulling it back. So it's very important that, I think, so as mentioned, Tusk and Lina have to make a huge impact, and Moon Meander cannot fail on his Undying. He is the one hero who alone can force enemy supports to stick around in that lane and maybe open up for Ember to find farm.
Yeah, because you're bringing up the point. It's like, okay, if Complexity have really, really bad laning at the start, what's the one hero that's been turned to time and time again throughout TI and through other games even before TI? Is the Undying to try and give you that lane presence. Even Tuskar as well, in the hands of Z-Freak, getting down to that bottom lane maybe, getting the shard block up, making sure you can throttle the lane back again, and give VP something to worry about when it comes to their laning phase. Because right now, it looks like they're going to be doing a little bit more greedier, but you throw Broodmother down to the safe lane, and then you push the PL up north to combine up with the Rubik of Lil, and then God, we know how great he is on that Queen of Pain. He can have fun, and then you got FNG. I mentioned briefly the Tuskar shards, where he can block the creep wave off. Fissure, even better than that. So he can just throttle the middle lane out, which makes it so Swindermelons has to fight the first creep wave underneath his own tower and still find last hits. You're burning a lot of mana for that. In fact, his FNG, he's just going to body block it, no fissure block.
And he's going to let through the range creep. I like this strategy a lot more in the mid lane than blocking the wave entirely. Okay, actually, never mind. They want to block it entirely. It kind of depends on how you want to control the lane. If you let the range creep through, the enemy will naturally push yours, but at the same time, it also makes it a little bit more unstable with how you can hold it. And looks like perhaps they just want to play a little bit more of a stable approach here. They're going to drop down a sentry in the mid lane looking for any sort of high ground ward, but there's nothing placed here for complexity.
Oh, there's no wards on either of the heroes in mid.
Swindle got the whole first wave. That's a good start, at least. A matchup that is favored by the Quap. That's a little bit of help from the Lina basically just standing there. Prevents G from playing up aggressively.
So the answers to the lane was to get a Ember Spirit going one-on-one up against a Brood Mother on the bottom. I'm not seeing that going too well for the Ember going into like a couple of minutes in. At least when you got Flame Guard, you got something to work with. I suppose too, when you get Searing Chains and you hit that level 2, then you can combine it with the Lina for the Light Strike Array, and you might be able to harass Brood Mother out. But is that going to be enough damage to find a kill, or really just dominate the lane?
No. I really don't think they can kill this Brood. DK Phobos has to make a clear mistake. And, you know, in addition to that, they don't even have sentries down here. So it is pretty much impossible right now. And for now, Complexity are going to be okay with this laning stage, but come level 3 and especially level 5 of the Brood Mother, he is going to bully Zizzy out of lane, I think. And it's a point when Complexity need to be careful. Once again, I think the solution for them is to rotate the Tusk with detection early on and try to kill Phobos once or twice so Zizzy gets off to a good start. Because when he hits level 6, he has a lot more flexibility, not only as far as escaping ganks himself, but also getting active out on the map. It's a pretty good hero for ganking Queen of Pain, actually, Ember Spirit. If you're feeling confident and if you're ahead a bit, you could catch up to the Blink with your ultimate, of course, and run down the Queen. Together with Storm as well. Like, they're very, very mobile. That's the big advantage their lineup has.
They just have to get to that point. For now, I'm still watching this Earthshaker. It's like FNG's not 100% certain where he can find an opening. He's been sitting around, in fact, the exact area he's at now. He was there for about a minute, waiting to see if Swindle was going to go out just a little bit too far. Still Swindle, like, he's used the entire bottle and comes back to the lane and still is so low. And that just goes down to what God's able to achieve here. Like, you did manage to find 13 CS on the Storm Spirits. That's nice and good up against the Queen of Pain. But one fissure and it can change it before you're level 6 with no ball lightning away. In fact, now he's actually bailing out. He's going up to stack up the camps and let Fly have the experience in the mid.
It's the right play. Fly can farm from range, and he can go stack and get this comeback farm a bit later. You can't contest Queen on her own hill at Storm Spirit level 4. It's not advisable.
Bottom lane Fissure just playing around a little bit here with the Ember Spirit. He doesn't want to really do anything from this. Maybe a little bit of a chip into FNG, but that's all. I'm also watching the prep here on top lane. Z-Freak's trying to find the perfect opportunity where he can snowball into Lil. And they're trying to set it up with just a couple of decays early on. And Moon's been able to get most of them off. Like, he's getting 2 heroes in most of them. But there's just no real opening just yet. So the lane's going to remain passive.
Still shutting down Illidan somewhat. He's got 12 CS, so 4 minutes in, this is not that great for PL. Of course, it is a little bit of a special laning situation that I do believe VP actually didn't expect. I don't think they were thinking it was even possible that Complexity would run an Ember Spirit off lane. They did go for that lane spot. Mid lane, yeah.
Well, there's your first kill, so Storm Spirit, you had to wait for that fissure as a long time, but it finally came in from FNG.
This lane is lost, actually, now, for Complexity. If G gets a good run, yeah, he's going to get a double damage. He can solo him now. G's level 6, the Storm's level 4. 4.5. And this is what happens when the mid lane gets killed off this early. What a big lead for your own mid laner.
Is this also a time when you can actually just look for Queen of Pain to head bottom? You can probably assume there's going to be dire vision there, but right now Complexity's only vision is watching the top river area and then a deep observer ward which is blocking the pull camp on bot lane.
He can, but at the same time, it's way more valuable for them to shut down the Storm. Like this.
They just don't care about the Ember Spirit. Yeah, they can just keep going. Is there enough damage? With that attack, no God! He's got bottle charges and 1 charges. He's alive.
I'm wondering why G didn't just bottle up a bit earlier and use the DD in the fog. I guess there's no dire ward actually, so he has to have the Sonic Wave for that kill. That's what I was expecting and why, okay, you get a double damage rune, you have a Fissure, Sonic Wave, and Scream, you can definitely take him down, but if you blink into melee range just to Scream and use Shadow Strike, he's just going to turn on you with Static Remnant and Overload, and you're not going to get that kill. Of course, Storm with the high base armor, pretty resistant against that double damage compared to other heroes.
FNG still waiting for this perfect fissure time. But God's got no mana to do a combo. So until that bottle comes back out again, he's just going to be waiting a lot longer. Still, this Ember Spirit has found a lot of farm down here. The Broodmother hasn't pressured him as much as I thought he was going to. We do now have a level 6 Broodmother. But you got Brood farming up, PL farming up, as well as Queen of Pain out-leveling the mid. Like, if you just look at that in itself, Complexity are in a little bit of trouble here. But the Ember's found farm as well, even if the Storm is behind. So the Ember doesn't have a bad start.
On the other hand, though, actually, Fly's in a lot of trouble here.
Fly is so dead right now. The Lion Striker Raid, there's just no way out. No spawn Spiderlings. They're going to move up, cancelling off the salve. Now, yep, there's that one attack. And if he commits, he can do it. The Spiderlings getting Lion Striker Raid up. Fly continues to run away, and the Spiderlings will retreat.
Very good play from Fly there under pressure, being able to survive through that. I think Phobos is making the right call here, by the way, going for a rushed Orchid. It's going to allow him to solo up Ember. Ember has no counterplay. This hero is really based on not being silenced. You can't cast Flame Guard, you can't jump away with Remnant. And Phobos will be able to find a lot of farm here. He has a lot of mana regen already with Soul Ring and double Sage's Mask, and he can rotate the Spiderlings into the jungle, especially come level 7. He'll be able to farm both lane and jungle very effectively. And Complexity's heroes just can't really counter that, right? Once again, the only real gank potential they would have is to either rotate Tusk down with the Dust or the Storm. And
Speaking
in either case, he's still farming the jungle.
But when are you going to move the Undying out this lane? We've had an Undying just going directly up against PL, but it's a farm trade-off at this point. There's no kill potential at all. Do you... is Complexity waiting until Virtus Pro try something and then they move him in, like bottom lane, Phobos? Oh, that's some quick burst.
They actually got him.
Yeah, Searing Chains into Lion Strike Array, and with a level 2 Slave, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, when they have the Sentry, now that, of course,
now that they're leveling up, top flames, the Fissure. It's on Undying. He drops the Tombstone and the Soul Rip. It's nowhere near enough to stay alive. So the Tombstone gets triggered and will be brought down here.
150 gold for G. It's a level 4 Tombstone already at minute 7.
Not to mention his kill, the second of the game and the second for Virtus Pro. He's up to 3.8k net worth. He's a full 1,000 net worth in front of the Ember Spirit. Even more in front of the Storm. In fact, he's almost got 2,000 more net worth than the Storm Spirit. And yep, Tusk is trapped, and God needs to beat him down, Shadow Strike or something. Like, Z-Freak's got nowhere to run here. He doesn't want to use it. In fact, the Snowball's going to come in. I'm fairly certain that's targeted on God. Yep, there's your Snowball up. He's dragging as far in as possible, but closer towards the H is a Scream. Barely reaches him in time, but still. Now the third kill coming in for the Queen of Pain.
And Storm was not interested in getting involved. Had 300 mana, no bottle on him, no Soul Ring. Couldn't have made any difference there. So another kill for G. He's now 3-0 on that mid lane Queen of Pain. It just seems like whenever he gets Queen of Pain, he actually gets a really, really good start. He also did in game 1, but of course Virtus Pro did end up losing that game. So a couple of crucial mistakes. This time they're looking to play it a little more stable and also have the late game secured here with the Phantom Lancer, who is getting good farm.
Phobos.
Ember's leading, killing some Broodlings here.
Yeah, he actually had a moment there where he thought he had Phobos, but they had to dive into the tree line to do it.
And look at the net worth overall, how far ahead G is right now. 4,600.
Yep.
Second on the board is 34.
You talked about the effect of the Orchid or the Broodmother. You're going to get it on the Queen of Pain as well very, very early on.
It sucks playing Ember against this. 2 fast Orchids really limits your impact with the hero. And Storm. Like, both of these heroes. This itemization I can 100% get behind. I've been a very big Orchid fan at this tournament. I feel like we've seen it too little relative to how good I feel like it is against a lot of the heroes in the metagame right now. And this game, VP are looking to show why it will be a very good pickup.
Complexity, however, are setting a trap on bottom lane. They've got the Sentry Ward down, so they're hoping that they can get the Searing Chain off, because with Laguna Blade on the Lina, finding a pick-off is quite easy for this lane. While on top lane, the Shards onto Illidan, Moon Meander. Oh, nope, there's the Doppelganger away. But Snowball, he actually went for it. Going in deep, but Lil's going to be here to control up Z-Freak. And Illidan, it's going to be a pretty easy kill. Moon throws down the Tombstone. They're forcing him back. These PL illusions cannot go any further. The Undying army is just too strong. So they'll have to let it go. At the same time now, Swindle, it's the rotation. He's wanting just to jump himself behind. Unfortunately, no Soul Ring, no extra mana. He cannot get behind that tier 1 tower and still have mana for control.
He's also walking through 2 wards right now. VP have really good coverage as Fly is going to get soloed down here at bottom. It was just a matter of time before Phobos managed to do it. The first attempt he had, Fly managed to avoid it.
He committed so heavily for that, though. Like, directly behind the tier 2 tower. But what does he lose? He's regenerating at 12 life a second.
And Zizzy's Flame Guard's going to run out. Phobos is going to run on him immediately now. There's no penalty. He has to jump out. With no Flame Guard on, he has to wait for that cooldown. It's more free farm for Phobos. A little bit surprised to see him keep all his Broodlings in the lane constantly here. I think he could maximize his farm by just moving some of them at least into the jungle. Keeping some in lane, but he's very intent on keeping them lane. And in addition to that, he's also losing some of his babies here to the Ember, which would not happen in the jungle either.
Downside of Flame Guard.
He might do it now. No, he's keeping them around himself.
It's like he just wants to have the damage. Wait until it times out. He's keeping them right on the edge of that sentry, which now times out.
Look at that perfect circle they form. Oh, here we go.
Poetry in motion. And, well, there goes your Flame Guard. And you're right, he's got Spirits behind. So he's not going to find any openings here, Phobos. But at least he can make the Ember Spirit a little bit more unsettled. While it's on top lane, where the pressure is being applied by Virtus Pro. Now, most of that lineup's not going to be spotted until Lil came close to the tree line. So they know there's at least 2 heroes up here. And God, with the rotation up out of the mid, that's also scattered out by the Observer Ward, which is sitting on the high ground of the complexity side of the mid-river. And Illidan wants to add more pressure, but he knows he's got no creep wave left anymore. The Undying can just turn around by throwing down a Tombstone as well. So Virtus Pro forcing the issue here won't really work until they've got their Orchids up and running.
I think just slow playing it as VP here with maybe an occasional gank is perfect. If PL is farming, and if Quap and Orchid get their Quap and Brood get their Orchids within the next few minutes, as it looks like they will, both of them are actually getting close already. 2 Orchids at minute 15, you can just turn on the aggression. Go look for these key pickoffs. Let's remember how good Brood is at ganking mid. He can start spinning a web down
Speaking
here.
of that, God gonna go on Swindle. Sonic Wave, he holds it, but blinks forward, and Sonic Wave's the courier of all things. Committal is real, while Lena's dying in the bottom. The revenge kill will be here for Ember Spirit. He's actually getting through Phobos, but no! Says he doesn't have enough. Will TP back to base.
He used everything he had, and Phobos had Insatiable Hunger running. He's never going to be able to bring him down. Gets out, but it's another kill for VP and the courier.
And more time for Swindermelons being out of lane. How often have we seen him just either running between lane to jungle to base to bottle up, to come back to lane to take damage, and then again having to move back out of lane again? This Storm Spirit might have managed to hit level 10, but he's still, like, the levels, even though it's only going to look like it's 1 level the difference between 10 and 11, that's a lot of movement for experience points. There's Queen of Pain with a level 2 ulti to do that.
Orchid number 1, 13 minutes. And G will have Orchid number 2 at about 14 with Treads, Bottle, Wand, and a Null Talisman. This is very, very early, by the way. He's only 200 gold short right now. Looking for it in mid. This is when you don't want to get ganked.
Yeah.
This would be the worst possible timing. And they're actually maybe setting up for it. G has
Boss has found one. It's Z-Freak. Oh no, he didn't go for it. He could have thrown down another web and potentially just gone for the Orchid attack.
Yep. Maybe afraid of the turnaround potential of Ember.
His Spider Army is waiting for him. They're not going for it. It says it's going to be top lane. Fly coming in for the rune, being picked up, thrown down. Lil, who's still been holding onto those stolen shards for a good 30 seconds, just easily mops up the Lina.
Lets them go and steal Slave, and uses that one too. This game is looking really, really good for VP as far as the game plan goes. I haven't seen the Undying have any impact so far. He did not deny the farm for PL. He has not forced down any towers with Tombstone.
Spirit, the Orchid, the Fissure! Well off target, but still the Tusker snowballing in. God's going to blink himself away.
Might actually work to their advantage. They didn't get baited in because that Fissure missed. If that would have hit him, they would have committed for it. They could have easily lost their Brood under the tower. He's got great aggressive potential with the Orchid, but he has 950 health and 5 armor. That's a very, very easy kill for the Dire side.
So 15 minutes in now, we send the Ember Spirit up to the top lane. So a rotation for him finally to find some safer farm. And they move the level 9, almost level 10 Undying, who's also managed to pick up that cloak as well as mech. A very difficult to kill off hero, and Now you start to wonder, is the Orchid enough? Is even FNG's presence down here enough to find the kill on the Undying?
No. They can't kill him with these two. But they don't need to. That's the whole point. Their lineup is really good at just split pushing. PL in one lane, Brood in the other, Quap in the third, and you just have Complexity's heroes move around without really being able to put much pressure. Like, they're gathering 3 heroes down here. Something needs to happen soon.
Well, they have the Yule Scepter over on Swindle, so...
They forced him into a defensive item.
Yeah, he's going to TP into the tier 1 tower and mid and farm that up. I was actually thinking it was going to be a way to initiate over on the Broodmother, set him up for the rest of Complexity to come, but now it's the top lane where Illidan's pressuring. The Undying TP's up to try and do something about it. Hasn't been revealed yet. In fact, Lil and God are on a bit of a warp mission. Actually, bottom lane. There's that Orchid attack from Phobos. Still got spawn Spirelings, and Z-Freak should actually pop from the Orchid attack. A good kill for Virtus Pro. And with a big army of Spirelings like this, they can start beating into this tier 1 tower very shortly.
They are just moving them around the map. The TP from Undying ultimately ends in the death of Tusk. And he had no business being in the top lane. He can't kill the PL anyway. He's not assisting in it. Their support cast, it's the Tusk and Lina who have to set up the ganks. We've got 1 kill on Fly. That's the only kill Complexity has.
Bottom lane,
simply necessary.
Jump in by Swindle, going down on Phobos, but they need detection. The dust, it doesn't actually hit him, and now FNG with the stuns. The Yule Scepter actually breaking off. Well, they thought he was breaking off the Orchid, but there's 2 of them where they came from. So the Storm able to jump away, very, very low on life, but the Snowball's going to make sure the Tuskar going to drop.
Rubik steals nothing. What?
He got Snowball.
He stole empty space. It is a Snowball, though.
Yeah. He's got an initiation factor. But that just shows you what happens with that Yule Scepter. Should be very happy he got into the Snowball at the start because he managed to avoid the Sonic Wave, but still it connected on the other 2 players.
It kept Storm alive, though. The Lina stun did. So Swindle gets out alive. But it's a problem when you build a Yules to counter an Orchid and there's just 2 of them.
Yep.
Counter the first one, just go again, almost bring him down. And Complexity can't find a foothold in this game. Like, they're finding some decent farm on some of their heroes, but they're not really putting it to use for anything else than just farming up more. But they're not winning that game either. 5,000 gold behind. They're slowly going to start losing their map control as Brood now takes the bottom tier 1. He can start chipping away at mid tier 1 if he wants to build like a bridge over to the mid lane from bottom. At the same time, PL has taken half the top tier 1 and it's just finding good farm as well. VP are in total control of this game.
It's not just farm as well for Illidan. Like, you might have like the drums, the Aquila, the treads, but he's also sitting on 1,500 gold and 7,000 net worth at level 11. And when this Juxtapose hits level 3, it probably won't be far away. There's Storm Spirit. There's no second Orchid this time around. And in fact, Storm going to jump in deeper. He got the dust over on Phobos, but then FNG with the stun. Swindle, he's low on mana, but it's enough to get back. But this PL, like, he's meant to be an offlaner. He's got more than the Complexity core has. And with this pressure that's being applied, I'd also say that the farm battle should be won by Virtus Pro, but still Broodmother's kept all of his Spiderlings in that lane, trying to keep the pressure up. But it keeps finding space for Illidan, who's asking for help. Like, he's just sitting next to Moon at the moment, wondering if they can get in close enough for it. And the answer is no. He'll back up.
He's just going to take some farm again instead. I'm just not seeing Complexity applying much pressure here to anyone. I feel like they're playing it too passively. You know, it's Swindle Melons who tries to take charge of the ganks, but he's not the hero who can do it right now with these 2 Orchids. Yep. I'm just very puzzled by the fact that Z-Freak and Fly haven't seen them go together once, it feels like.
More or less. He'll jump himself away. Well, here's at least your first moment. Z-Freak and Moon together. And now Swindle's moving up too, but it's too late.
They're just being kited and super outplayed right now. It's like VP kind of decide where Complexity go, and they never go there for a kill. They always go to defend. When they go for the kills, it's super ambitious.
Ultimate as well, the Sonic Wave. You can use up for the Echo Slam. He was looking for the instant kill, and FNG got it at the same time. You've just lost Lina. A solo kill for Phobos on the bottom lane. Now he adds his pressure into the tier 2 tower. Moon wants to defend the mid, but even then he's got to be careful as well. The top lane, you've got Illidan. Even when you think you've got him trapped, it's just doppelganger away. A slide of Fist from Z's, and there's almost no effect. Like, there's just no damage. He's got both of his damage deal items back in his stash at the moment. Both the broadsword and the claymore, but he doesn't have slots he can really keep him on him. He needs everything else got to try and live, while Z-Freak, Illidan, he can just chase this one down. There's enough of him right now. The Sigil, he's got both Doppelganger as well as Lance. There's, yeah, Snowball away. He goes down the Mud Golems. Is the TP going to be in time? One more attack from Illidan, he'll get it in time. Virtus Pro moving beautifully, and even the Fissure block. Noon's in so much trouble. He'll drop the Tombstone, battling up against Illidan, but then with the Orchid on him, there's no Mordecai, there's no Soul Rip available. Swindle, he can try and go for the jump, but all he's going to find is creeps. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, the tier 3 tower's down to half-life. Virtus Pro are moving beautifully across this map. I think you said it perfectly, Cinderin. Complexity are just getting outplayed.
They have got to start taking some initiative. I was going to say, how long are they going to just accept the situation and not go for some sort of super aggressive play before it's too late? There's a smoke sitting on the Tusk that he could use together with Lina and go look for kills. And even if it turns into trades, anything is better than this. Swindle's trying to do it alone again. Like, this isn't... ambitious isn't the word for this. It's just flat out impossible to get this kill.
He burns 2/3 of his mana to try and catch up to the Broodmother to bring him down. But you're right, like how do you even kill off a Broodmother? If you dust him up, you've still got to dish out 1,300 damage, and that's into the Broodmother with all resistance, and all you've got is a Eul Scepter to work with. And now you're going to start losing mana as well. Illidan just finished up his Diffuser Plate 22 minutes in. With all the early game items he's really searching for as well. So you got double silencers. Phobos about to buy a BKB as 2. He's 300 gold away from this. It is a very, very steep slope for Complexity to roll down. They're 5,000 experience behind, 11,000 gold behind, and we're only 22 minutes into a game where you've got 2 heroes, which we said at the very start, the Ember and the Storm. They are so weak early game, and if they don't have a good start, they remain weak. Find me some positive nature here, Sin. Like, I need something for Complexity, because right now, it just looks like they got nothing. Even top lane. Like, you're going to go again. It's actually the dive. You're behind tier 3 towers, almost to a tier 4 tower. Phobos just goes it.
Solos up the Ember. With a little bit, actually a little help from his friend there with the Fissure, but gets the kill. Meanwhile, they're taking the top tier 1. Gank attempt in the middle lane from Complexity failed with Storm and Lina. Once again, these pairings not really finding the ganks together.
And Virtus Pro, when you're 13-1 in your deciding game, to decide who stays here at TI5.
Well, they lost the game they were ahead 17-4, so it's got to be a little bit in the back of their minds to not throw this lead away. But in this game, it's way more straightforward how they need to control the map. Broodmother makes it very easy and natural how to just dominate and push out the lanes while they farm their PL. When you're in this position with a Brood pick, the game is much easier to play than the first game they had to win.
Swindle, you're at a very long way here, and then Eul Scepter up. He's got a little bit of life, 1,100, but the Earthshaker sitting on the rim of the fissure throws out the Echo Slam and finds the kill. And now God looks for another one of his own. Orchid's over on the Tusker, throws out the Sonic Wave, hits on 3. The Meg Charge from Moon's going to keep Deep Freak alive just a fraction of a second longer. He still pops to the Orchid damage, and now Lil's even going to find Moon grabbing Soul Rip at this point.
That is a very good spell to steal.
But you're keeping him occupied. The tier 2 tower was just taken on the top lane. This tier 3 tower is slowly being chipped away, and this is the way you want to see a Broodmother being played. You're in, you're doing damage to a tower. Once this is down, Complexity even have to start committing sentry wards to the bottom lane to try and keep Virtus Pro out. And it's only the one hero. It's a Broodmother who has a full BKB, Orchid, and still another 1,700 gold. And Illidan now is pushing in with Illidan, and Illidan. It's all of the illusions working at the tier 3 tower. Complexity are just outnumbered.
This is one of the worst situations to be in a Dota game. I mean, being behind 15-1 is pretty bad, but in addition to that, you've lost all your outer towers. You're playing against Brood and PL, so you know there's like an impending doom. You just feel like all your attempts to gank are unsuccessful. So this type of game, you're going to see Complexity just keep running from lane to lane to lane, struggling to defend.
Here's the jump. Storm going after God. The snowball's coming as well. And all the stuns and the Laguna Blade committed. They finally get something. But meanwhile on bottom, Phobos took out the tier 3 tower. Up on top, Illidan is actually starting to chip away at the tier 3 tower as well. Complexity, they TP'd down a bottom lane, which is why this tower lost half of its life. You take the quap. That's fantastic.
It's just too late. Like the play they finally got together there with both Tusk and Lina combining in for that gank should have happened 15 minutes ago.
He just got scouted out. At the same time, like Ember, it's going to be Z-Freak TPing away to safety, so he will be fine. There's no stuns on a Phantom Lancer. But this is, yeah, as we see on the graph, it just moves up and up and up. You get one kill and it brings the experience down by maybe 500 and flatlines the gold advantage. Storm Spirit, wow, that's a long jump down, but FNG missing on the fissure, and now Phobos is in trouble until PKB. This is one big Brood Mother going after Swindle. He's got #1 more jump over the top of the fissure, and now with 5 heroes moving down, that PKB just lasts for so long. Phobos hides in the tree line, and Complexity, well, at least they burn the BKB time, but that's all. Illidan just keeps that pressure on top, and Complexity, once again, they go into damage control mode.
This Ember has to hold the base for quite a long time. It's a really good matchup having Ember against PL. He's one of the absolute best heroes against that hero in mid and late game. So that's the hope here for Complexity. If they had a little bit of a better early game, so the other heroes were doing better, they might have hopes at it, but you know, Virtus Pro just keeps lip pushing. So Ember can't clean out all the Spiderlings and all the PL illusions at the same time. There's the same limitation as most other heroes. He can only be one place at once.
Just as a thought too, considering this is such a heavy illusion game for Virtus Pro, or Spiderlings as well is the case, is this a point when you think it's going to be better to bypass the Chrysalis to try and go for a second Battle Fury?
It could be worth it here. I think this game is going to be all about just clearing. He needs to wave clear constantly. He needs to push out and then just disengage and go back. Illidan's going to force him back to a refusal charge. And
Echo Slam on bottom, but the Yule Center from Swindle, they got more than enough damage to finish the job. Swindle will drop. And Virtus Pro, inch by inch, they are taking this game from Complexity. But the Ember, as you said, he's still the critical target. And they go again, the Orchid over on Moon. At least he's got himself a Glimmer Cape looking to try and turn around here, try and slow down Phobos. That's a big army of Spirelings. He's going to get the same back with the Undying Minions. So many minions as they go in deeper, but they can't get the control over on Phobos.
If Illidan was still up top now, he would have dealt some pretty big damage.
They're back in again. Effigy! Laguna Blade takes care of the Earthshaker. Now they get the Walrus Punch on God. A blink away in time. Down to 300 life. Bottles up quickly.
VP need to be careful. They don't pull a game 1. They're in such a commanding position that every kill actually gives Complexity quite a lot of money here.
If it makes you feel better, they have an extra 5,000 to 8,000 advantage over what they had in game 1. So the ability to throw that much is a lot more difficult.
Didn't they have a 15k lead in that game?
I think it was 10k. It was up by 10 and then down by 10.
Oh yeah, you're right, actually. It wasn't.
Yep. Storm, that's a... Nope. That's a short jump by Swindle. I'm still waiting for his next item. I get 0-4 on a Storm Spirit. And what do you even go when you're the Storm Spirit? Like, do you look for your disable to try and catch these heroes out before they use their BKBs? Do you try and, like, he's never going to get enough money for a Scythe.
He's trying for a Bloodstone build-up, it seems. Just the standard. Which, you know, if they get a good fight, it's such a really good comeback item because he will get the Bloodstone charges, be able to die and respawn very fast and take a fight. And have a lot of mana pool to fight inside the base, which is very important, jumping from Fountain and jumping back again and quickly resetting and rejoining fights. So I think it's a pretty good choice here. It's all about the timing. Like, no matter what item he builds now, it's going to come out way too late. It's 29 minutes and he only has a Yules. This is around the time where you would like to have 2 core items on Storm, like Bloodstone Orchid or Bloodstone Yules or something like that. But
we got Nanza back on the end, but that's a good observer ward finding Lil, but Lil gets a pickup over on Swindle. Phobos thinking about coming over, and the Glimmer Cape from Undying. Making sure Swindle can get back out to safety. And Ball Lightning now stolen by Rubik. So Lil's got his own long-range initiation.
Illidan has a Scotty as well.
Okay.
these items on VP are just so much better. And you look over the CS and complexity, but they're a little bit deceptive because of Broodlings just giving about a quarter of the gold that regular lane creeps give. Quite a few of Zizzy's CS have been Spiderlings, so he's definitely behind quite a bit on PL and Qual.
Zizzy also went for the Yasha, so we're not going to be looking at the crit. We're not looking at a high amount of damage. Instead, all the clearance. Instead, it's this Yasha into what? Manta to try and break free of Orchid?
Absolutely. This is the only reason he's getting it. It's to... Well, it's also decent stats for Ember. So it's not just for breaking Orchid, but there's way more cost-efficient items if it wasn't for that. But it feels like he has to be able to break Orchid. And I can understand that, but it just puts even more control in VP's hands. You could say maybe he has to go for a cocky build so that they can find some fights where they get an advantage.
Yeah.
Rather than playing, you know, the survive VP game, they might have to play the let's try to kill VP.
Yeah. Win the game, don't delay the game.
Yes.
Earthshaker, well, Swindle's going to find him. FNG, a quick blink away. It broke the smoke, but they moved down further for Lil. But Lil out swindling Swindle. But can he get further away? He can with a fissure cover. And Complexity to say this is not working, but because again, they're getting pressured so heavily on bot lane, they have to bail out. Swindle is going to TP out now.
Free Roche, smoke wasted by Complexity. They found nothing.
And that Aegis Immortal is in the hands of Illidan. He's already difficult enough to kill with 2300 in the life. But when he's in range of the Assault Cuirass as well, like when he's not, he's got 23 armor. Like, how do you even kill this cat? There really isn't an answer right now.
They can kill Illidan from full health if he's next to like 6 of his elite.
Oh, the Echo Slam! FNG with a fissure, a 5-man fissure! The Storm Spirit will have to bite back as they snowball after Illidan, but as Phobos has gone after Moon, he's going to bring down the Undying. They move over to Fly. This could be it right now as the bottom racks. Finally, the range one is brought down. Well, the buyback will come out from Lina Fly. Back to World of Living, but can he find an opening? The Sentry Wall's down so they can see Phobos, but he BK beats. God, looking for that strike, going to go into Z-Freak. That's Complexity. There's still a man down. Same for Virtus Pro. They lost that Earthshaker, but what a start. What an initiation.
I think they got a 3-for-1 and a buyback there. That is more than good enough for VP for that exchange. They did lose their Aegis though. I guess they were hoping to find at least a melee Rex with that, but only got the range. But they can just slow play. Like, they are controlling the entire map, so they can farm all they want and wait for next Roche and then high ground again if they wish to wait that long. There's very minimal counterplay potential coming out from Complexity right now.
Yep. And this is that moment where again we start looking at the timing of it all.
Must have been 2 buybacks, right?
Yeah, they got 2. It was Lina as well as Storm Spirit.
Yeah, Storm lost a lot of gold there, so. Oh boy.
But this is where I was going. The Storm Spirit, like he was already so low on money, and now you're even lower. Like you're never going to get to this next item. The Ember Spirit, all the weight is right now on the shoulders of the Ember, but Complexity, they're trying to find an opening. A solo FNG would be wonderful. The smoke's going to break. They find something better. They find God. Can they kill him with Laguna Blade? God's low. No blink away. He cannot get out in time. The Tusker takes over 1,000 gold for the kill, and they want more. FNG, Swindle jumps up. FNG's gone east, but that's a very dead Earthshaker. He can't get himself out of this trouble that he's in. Meanwhile, on bottom, though, you got to pick up on the Ember Spirit as well as the Orchid. Moon, he's the man that's in trouble. Phobos, they're mowing this one, but Fly's come back, and now VP, they've gone in a little bit too deep. They need a little bit more control on this brew, but the BKB will now wear out. Sentry Wars are down. They've got the vision. Complexity, they're fighting back. Phobos drops. The middle lane still being pressured. The Swindermelon's jumping back from the PL, who doppelgangers away. Side Fitzgerald chain. He can't find the real one. But Complexity, not only do they hold their racks and their towers, but they find 3 huge kills on Virtus Pro.
This is a lot of money. Ember Spirit just got 1,000. Tusk just got 1,000. And Lina got 500. And the next item for Ember here, Manta is complete, and he has another 1,400, so he's probably going to be looking for another aggressive item now that he has the defensive Manta. Well, they got Lina, got the Yules. Storm is closing in on a Bloodstone. It's a start, but they have to do this like 3 or 4 times over without losing key buildings.
They're trying to repair a 25k gold deficit and a 16k experience deficit. This stuff doesn't happen overnight. They'll need a couple of daytime cycles for it. At the same time, Virtus Pro now, Like they've still been farming the entire time. Echo Slam, Swindle, real trouble. FNG. They bring down the Storm Spirit. And now there's a big hole in complexity. There's 71 seconds, no buyback on the Storm. And they're going for more down the mid. In fact, with a snowball in, can they find the opening? Illidan dodging it out. He makes a doppelganger away, but still losing life quickly. They're all behind him. God lining up the Sonic Wave, hits them all, but the damage output. God wants Fly, and now you'll set the Robbie, but not be able to get him. Will there be time? God, the BKBs are protecting him. FNG moving in for support as well with the Scream. God's doing it by himself. The snowball in. Z-Freak the blink away. God's going to survive through all of this. In fact, he's denying himself up to center if he's not careful. There's a 2-for-1 trade-off. Moon will be able to bring down Lil, evening up the odds, but FNG trying to solve against the Ember Spirit with a sleight of fist, dodging the Fisher. Complexity, they still hold the ground, and they waste the time at Virtus Pro before the Storm Spirit was going to come back up.
Wait, okay, so I was trying to get a message through when that second fight broke out. I think...
Who are you trying to call, Sind?
I think Swindlemelon's just lost his Euls. I think he dropped it to get more out of his bottle in the bottom lane.
Oh.
And it got destroyed by the Shaker when he ganked him with the Echo. So that's a 2,800 gold loss. And that means should he get his Bloodstone, he can't play aggressively anymore, because now he's just going to get Orchided again. This ain't good. This ain't good. I saw Courier starting to fly toward bottom, so I was wondering if he had hit it in the trees while he was bottling, but it gave up. So I think they've just accepted the fact that it's gone.
So what do you do? Like you want to finish your Bloodstone? Do you...
You want
so much money.
Actually. That's what you want to do, but I would not advise that.
Like, efficiency be damned.
He's got to feel really sad about that. You know, when you go for that efficiency, it's the thing, you know, it happens like 1 out of 100 games that thing happens to you, right? And then it has to be in the deciding game here. That is just so incredibly unfortunate for Swindle. And he obviously has to play on full efficiency, right?
They're going up to Phobos. The pull back in with Lacuna Blade. They find the pickoff. Storm Spirit repairs a lot of what he lost by getting 1,000 gold for that kill, but now he's not getting it out. The Echo Set, FNG's in. Moon needs to keep him alive. Swindle back in again. The Storm Spirit, he's doing the work. FNG's down. The Ember makes to jump himself back out, but Swindle needs more mana. Has enough. Back to the tree line. The stun from Fly. Buying space. Z-Freak also with shards and punch available is going to try and TP out. Minimal casualties is the goal right now from Complexity. No more pickoffs, and in fact there won't be any. Brood down, Earthshaker down. Space once again being created by Complexity. How big is this Ember getting? And when's his next item? He's got 4,000. Is this... I actually still think the Battlefield is probably going to be more effective than a Rapier game. But he's making the move over. It's a question mark. Just because it's an illusion game, you look to the Battle Fury.
You know that one Battle Fury hits really hard when you have plus 330 damage, right? It's pretty good. It's probably better for the price. But,
potentially.
But if you lose it,
yeah,
it's a problem. Giving a Rapier to PL is not good either, or the Queen of Pain for that matter.
But then again, Ember Spirit, like, he's going to be buying out everything he's got anyway.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Rapier from Blizzy here. I don't think he's going to do it because they might feel like they can still win the fights, and incredibly they have managed to take some key kills here in the last 10 minutes, but realistically they shouldn't have found all these.
They're taking the first tier 1 tower. Fly. The Observer was watching him. He's not going to be able to Yule Scepter in time to get away. While Swindle as well as Z. Yeah, they want to get out of here as well. I don't think Moon's going to be as lucky. They managed to hex him up. The shards actually making FNG walk around him. He will still drop. Popping the ulti at the last second, but now there's 70 seconds without an Undying and 43 without the Lina. No buybacks available again.
And it's actually crazy to think about how good Solrid is in this game for a little. He's stolen it again. He will always have a lot of units to heal from. Spiderlings, PL Illusions. He will be able to get the maximum impact from Solrid like almost every single team fight. There it is. The 39-minute Bloodstone. Unfortunately, he lost the Yule, so he's currently around, let's say, for a good Storm Spirit game, he's about 22 minutes behind par on his itemization because of that Yule's loss.
Life is hard.
It's a very, very sad game.
Ember Spirit, well, those Barleys don't survive long. He'll defend Spirit away. Swindle still on the front lines, and it was, in fact, the Demon Edge being picked up by Ember, so he's got a little bit of extra damage as he jumps around and Searing chains up the creep wave. But the Millirax is low, the Shard's nice, a lot, but FNG, once again, perfect time from the Earthshaker. They need more, however, and they may just get an FNG dropping quickly. Fly's doing the work from the back lines, but Soulrip that was sold by Rubik keeps up that Earthshaker. 2 down, the Ember might have bombed back, and they do keep on rampaging in. VP need more work. Moon on the front lines, fissured up. They're turning on him. The Glimmer Cape won't save you from this. He has to ulti. Decay, Soulrip, Anthony, Illidan trapped again. Now the Ember coming back towards the front lines. They find the kill. The Storm Spirit goes down. VP now need to get out scot-free if they can. No fissure available, but all 5 heroes remain up for Virtus Pro.
And that was a buyback from the Ember Spirit as well as the Lina. So they basically got 4 for 0. They got a melee Rax, 2 buybacks. Oh.
Life is harder.
We're back to 25 again. They pulled it down a little bit, but it was only
the experience at least had a bigger dip. The experience went down to 4,000.
Well, that's back to 15 again, so they lost all that lead as well.
Real issues are issues. Like 27 to 12, 40 minutes in, and you're down a 4 bottom ranks. You're already having trouble dealing with that. But the Ember Spirit is doing whatever he can to keep the pressure out. So he pushes the lane as quick as he can. The Spirit's about to time out, however.
This is a very big item.
So he has to come back. The Butterfly?
Yeah. Until there's an MKB on the Ember, this makes Illidan so much tankier, including his illusions.
So this is the real bad time to bring up that Ember Spirit was only 700 gold away from getting the full Monkey King bar before that buyback.
It depends what perspective you look at it with. A bad or a good time.
Yeah, depending which fans you're off.
Yeah.
Illidan already doppelgangering in. The smoke's going to break on Complexity. They try and Decay to get vision. But already VP have moved down, and they're looking at the Roshan. And they'll work through this fairly quickly, leaving Illidan by himself to do the work. And Complexity, is this the time, Swindle? Is this when you make up for the Yule Scepter loss? But Phobos is watching him so closely, so if you do jump in, you're gonna get orchided, and no Yule Scepter spell. You'll be in trouble, then they have to let it go. They'll back up. There's farm to be had on top lane.
This should be the game-ending push for VP that follows this. They have such a massive advantage. Killing this PL twice without MKB is going to be nigh impossible. They've managed to kill him. You saw the last fight, how much they put onto him to finally bring him down. They're going to need even more this time, and there's an Aegis. And I think Rubik lost Soulrip. He's still on Decay now. It's not as good. He might be able to find it again, or maybe find something even better for himself, like a
Blink Dagger?
Laguna Blade, or Ball Lightning would be nice. Tombstone could be a nice steal too. Or it could actually backfire, because then Ember has some more stuff to jump on.
Well, right now Ember's trying to mop up that bottom lane. There was a lot of creeps there, so we spent a lot of time bouncing around. There's also the mid lane, more sleight of fist time, but the pressure coming in from all sides apart from top, and that's actually where Swindle is. Swindle's not even in base right now. He's still going to TP back. They may take this tier 1 tower on top lane. And Virtus Pro, successful defense at the moment, but look at Phobos inside the base, chasing after Fly. He's going to orchid him up and try and force Swindle to TP back. The tower's still going to be fortified. The catapult will take care of it. But Swindle needs this time to regenerate. He's bottling up as quick as he possibly can. And again, this sleight of fist. They waited for Z's to come back, and now they found the opening with a Sonic Wave Moon. He's going to drop as well. It's 2 down. Z-Free's going to join him with the Echo Slam. Just put the seal on the deal right now. Virtus Pro, they're all over Complexity's base, and maybe they're about to eliminate them. Even FNG surviving on 50 HP. It's a double Raxing, and Complexity, we know they like to just hold on to the bitter end. But VP are about to claim Megas against Complexity. There are no buybacks on the 4 dead heroes of Complexity, and GG! Complexity will be eliminated from the International 5, and Virtus Pro keep their run going through the lower bracket, the rough road to the grand final.
Oh, this looks like it's hard on Swindle. I think he takes a lot of responsibility in that game. He had a really, really hard time on his Storm Spirit. I feel like the draft for them also wasn't this good this time around, so understandably he looks very frustrated there. And
Complexity came here to prove a point. They came here and they said in the interview, like, first is the only thing they'll accept. They'll be disappointed with everything else, and they want to prove to the world just how good a team they could be. Unfortunately for them, their road is over in Virtus Pro. They keep theirs running after being knocked down in the tiebreaker match as well into the lower bracket. They were forced to run the rough road, and they've done well so far. For now, they get to enjoy their victory, and we'll get to enjoy our panelists.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yes, the lights have gone out on Complexity's year for the International in 2015, but they have played some amazing matches already, and I think they should be very proud of what they've achieved at TI5. But congratulations go to Virtus Pro, and Seb, welcome back, by the way, Shiva. Great to have you here. Start with you, Seb. You stuck to your guns. You said Virtus Pro, and they've delivered. Well, your European heart must be mended now.
It feels better, but I mean, besides the European versus non-European matchup, I felt like Virtus Pro was the better team coming into that series, and regardless of what happened prior to the main stage, the group stage, I felt they're the better team, and they proved it, in my opinion, because if you look at it, if you're a Virtus Pro fan, your perspective is that, well, they did great game 1, and then they kind of threw it, and then it was an impossible comeback in game 2, but they've made it, and now they just dominated completely game 3. So it was a very close best of 3, but looking back at it, Virtus Pro has had a quite solid performance, in my opinion.
Yeah, they look at this perhaps and think that it was a bit erratic across 3 maps, wasn't it? Because we did, like Seb said, we had a bit of everything in all of those, including the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yeah, and an extra shout out to G for continuing to play while he was sick, of course, as well. That actually happened as well as at DreamHack, where G was also sick, so perhaps that's their winning recipe.
Superstition.
Yeah, it could be.
Make G feel unwell and everything works. Brilliant. I like it. New strategy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's the best way to do it.
No, probably not. Ben, you said earlier on, or actually Synderen said, new strat, new meta, lose the early game, win the match.
They didn't really need to go for that one. What I found strange about this series and the other lower bracket ones is that all the teams that have come from the upper bracket have actually dropped out. Complexity, Cloud9, as well as Team Empire. And it just goes to show you, yeah, group stage was important, but I mean, you have to be able to deliver on the main event, and VP didn't really choke today in the main event.
Okay.
I mean, there's definitely something to that. When you're already in the lower bracket and you're proceeding from there, you're coming off a win every time that you face a new opponent, whereas opponents that you meet who come from the winner bracket, they're coming off a loss. It does have something to do with momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look back at the some of the key moments in the game. 20 minutes in, and the first real kind of battle that went off between these two teams.
Everything else got to try and live while Z-Free.
Yeah, at this point, Virtus Pro was so dominant already in the game, and I kind of felt bad for Complexity here. They kind of have a lineup where I feel like they should be trying to get the pickups, trying to get those pickups going, but they just couldn't find any.
That was such a nice attempted escape there, sending over the Sigil to scout the neutrals, snowballing away and attempting TP. Sadly, he did go down as they're already so farmed on.
Illidan wasn't even scared. He didn't even pop his drums.
Yeah, he's like, nah, I got you.
Storm has a Yules yet?
He does have his Yules, Mad.
Still has his Yules here.
Oh, I did check on the bottom fight. He did actually drop his Yules.
Yeah, he did. He wanted to bottle up, or
he dropped it to Soul Ring, and Lil came in with the Rubik and destroyed it. I feel bad for him. They destroyed his or got his Yules destroyed, but I don't think he should shoulder the blame for the game because of that mistake. I wouldn't say it's a $600,000 Yules.
No. Let's not do that to him. Let's not
Definitely
do that.
not.
No.
I want to give an honorable mention to Lil here. He played Rubik. He might not have made the amazing flashy plays that we saw from FY yesterday, but today, at like 35 minutes into the match, he hadn't died yet. And for a Rubik player against a lineup that does need to go for those pickoffs, that's very impressive positioning from his point, and I think that was worth a mention.
Definitely had some great Rubik play over the last couple of days for sure. Just as Complexity have gone now, let's just finish off on them. Overall, they have to be happy with what they've done and what they've achieved.
Impressive performance overall. Like it was great. If you look at that team, like back, let's say 4 months ago, no one, and trust me, no one would have even expected them to be at TI. And now they're not even only at TI. They dominated. They were one of the best teams in the group phase. They did quite well in the main event, although they're out now. I'm just impressed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's terrific performance. I know they'll be very disappointed right now because obviously they are going home from TI5, but trust me, you can be definitely proud of what you've achieved. And in the face of adversity as well, many people did not get you as even getting out of the group stage with a win. So well done to Complexity. And well done to Virtus Pro as well, moving on to the next game. But next up, we have another match. It's also in the lower bracket, and it's a big one. This is Invictus Gaming.
第一次见430的时候，就觉得这个人有点疯狂吧，每天都在打，就是他也没玩别的，就一直在练，一直在打。
我觉得430他首先对自己从来不会降低要求，他不会乱看网页什么的，就是
我觉得 IG 最强的地方在于我们能适应所有的战术，因为基本上所有的英雄我们都会去用，都会去尝试所有的套路，我们都可以去复制它，然后去学习它。
我觉得430，这5年一直在 IG 打，是我挺佩服的吧，因为很多职业选手都是这么多年就是一直保持一个很好的竞技状态吧。
第一个反应就是一个挺大胆的人，比较刚，然后当然这和他技术高有关吧。艺高人胆大，但是他绝对是一个不怂的人，在游戏。
感觉时间过得特别快吧，感觉 TI1、TI2仿佛就在昨天一样，一下突然就到 TI5了，感觉时间过了，还没有反应过来，时间已经过去了。
IG 和他之间已经有一种特殊的感情了。
我们人员一直在变动嘛，但是430从来没有离开过 IG 也确实很需要。
IG 在我心中可能就代表了 Dota 吧，因为我一直在这个队伍当中。一起最难忘的经历当然是 TI 夺冠。我相信所有的人、所有的队伍，如果 TI 能夺冠，这都是他们最深刻的经历。
兄弟啊，这个 TI 是打一届少一届，希望我们今年能够打漂亮一点，然后继续一起并肩作战吧，这样。
Plenty of support here in the Key Arena for Invictus Gaming, former winners, of course. 3 of them, all with an international championship to their name. They do have a tall order, though, to pull it off and bring a second one. It would be the first time ever that a player have won 2 internationals. And this is a very interesting game for more reasons than that, because, of course, there are 3 on one side and 2 on the other being the team secret. And S4 is determined to get a second title.
I remember when it's like 5, 6 years old. Sometimes I woke up and I see the light under the door. Oh my God, I think not again. I opened the door and I said, Gustav, for God's sake, turn off the computer. It's school time tomorrow.
All of our family has always been into physics and gaming in general. Started with my dad. I got into it, and Gustav sat behind me, like watched me playing games.
For hours, he could stand for hours behind me.
He was pretty quiet. He was the youngest of us all, but he focused on the game. I think he focused more than I did when I played.
I was like, wow, this is so cool. I wasn't playing that much when I was a kid, but I was just mainly watching.
When he first played Dota, he told me, I want to be best in the world at this game. I asked him, how are you going to do that? And laughed a little bit. He said, I'm going to play more than anyone else.
We discussed it and said, well, maybe this is like a hockey player. If we let them do what they love and push them, then maybe this could work to be something great.
I always supported his gaming career because I thought if he really believed in going far and he really aimed for it, he was the one brother that could actually do it.
Watching him playing in Tier 3 make me so proud. They are so good.
And nothing could hold us back, you know, and we didn't see any struggles except in the grand finals, but that's another talk.
The last game, I felt like, oh shit, they're out. But I kept watching, and when they won, I just go out there and scream. The whole neighborhood was like, what's happening?
That was like the best feeling. That's the coolest thing with ending tournaments is when all the pressure just goes away.
They did so good in TI3, probably they would do the same thing in TI4. Well, it was a disaster.
We were like trying too much to fix things in the team, like change things. Myself as a captain, I didn't feel like I was ready at that point in TI4, and I take a lot of responsibility for that.
We talked a lot after TI4, and he talked about this new team.
I don't want to stay still in my life. I want to try something new all the time, and if I stay with that team another year, I will regret it.
The new team, I think they are so strong. They play so well together, and their combinations are so flawless.
Winning TI is everything right now, because that's my next goal in my Dota career, is to get 2 TI wins under my belt, which no one has.
My hopes is that they start off good, like keep on rolling all the way.
I don't have any hopes for him, as long as he does what makes him happy. I have never been able to express it, but I've always been proud of him, and how couldn't he be? Like, he's done so well.
He's done things that I never could dream of. He is in the absolute top of this game, and I'm so proud.
There might not be a bigger match on earth right now. Team Secret versus Invictus Gaming, 5 previous international champions. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your teams to the arena. Every single game at the International is a big game, but we'll classify this one as enormous. A lower bracket game between former champions that will decide who goes on and who goes home very, very early. Plenty to talk about on the panel, of course, between these two teams, not least of which is the fact that Invictus Gaming haven't had the greatest of tournaments so far. Ben, you've been waiting for them to light up. Have you seen anything yet?
I'm really worried for them because I was looking at the stats. The last 10 times, Secret has won this matchup. Last 10 games. But as we can see from the Secret eHome, past results don't really matter too much. And IG, they haven't really brought anything new. Like in the group stage, there was nothing that surprised me coming out from IG, and that's a little bit scary.
Yeah, very worrying for them. Seb, are you equally worried?
There is a lot of rivalry between those teams. You know, Ferrari, Schwan, Faith. They destroyed Navi during TI2 finals, and Poppy and Kuroki was trying to win and beat them, and they couldn't. And then S4 with the Lions, he was the one going to China and defeating the undefeated IG. You know, there's a lot of, so many matches. They know each other so well. All those players, you add Burning into the mix. I mean, it's like one of probably the best matchup we've had so far on paper, if you don't, regardless of IG's underperformances. I mean,
it's also a matchup that, Shiva, you would have expected to have seen in the upper bracket, wouldn't you?
Definitely. Although with the group stages in mind, maybe not as much. I didn't think Secret would be here at this point, though. I am just really hyped for this match. I hope, rather, I'm going to be a little biased here that Secret can keep their cool and take it home.
Okay, all right, a little bit. We don't mind a little bit of bias on here.
Exactly.
Wagger, it is an enormous match for both teams. I know that we say it all the time because all the matches here are big. This one just feels a little bit bigger because of the prestige involved, the players involved, the teams involved, and the fact that we've got 5 previous international winners. That small band of men is becoming smaller and smaller. It's 7 right now that can repeat championships, and 5 of them are playing in this game.
Yeah, and that definitely speaks for itself. But I think going into this match, Secret, if they play as we expect them to, and if they can just regain their form, then I believe this should be an easy game actually for Secret. But they just lost 0-2 against eHome, and while you say that IG may not be in the best shape, they did stomp MVP Hot 6 in the previous game, so they showed no weakness there.
Yeah.
3 of their players did not even die a single time in that game. So this could be a very big one, and it's a best of 3, so the best team will prevail.
Okay. Drafting-wise, Malini, and Mad for that matter, as a drafter, wasn't great yesterday for Secret. Probably, maybe, arguably, S4's worst series since he took over.
Yeah, I say so, especially the first game. The second game was a bit different. They went to something, they tried something that did not work. So, I mean, it's hard. For the second game, I think it's harder to blame the draft. Whereas the first game, it was obvious something was wrong from the get-go, and the game showed that it was actually the case. So, but like I've been saying this yesterday, and I'm gonna say it again today. They will switch it up. They have to. They will. It will be a different approach for the draft.
It's really going to come down to seeing who deals best with the pressure that's at stake here. I mean, IG not really doing too well. Yeah, they won against MVP Hot 6, but also that game, was it really IG that played to the level that we know they can, or was it Hot 6 maybe not performing as well? I kind of feel like it's the latter in that one. And Secret, I do think that they played, especially in that second game, they did play like a strong team, or team with a plan at least, even if they didn't win. And I think that coming into this match, they have definitely got a better shot, objectively speaking as well.
Yesterday they came out in shades. They looked like they were having a bit of fun and very chilled, very relaxed, and that didn't work at all for them. I don't want to say that they came out too cocky or too confident, but it's stuff like that sometimes you just think, God, in hindsight, that was not a very clever thing to do for us. We should have just focused on the match. But I love that kind of bravado. You want that as well, don't you?
Coming into a match, if you can do anything to maybe, throw your opponent off their game, thinking, oh my God, they look really confident. Do they have something up their sleeve? Is there something planned for this match? Are we not going to be prepared for them? Because, when they walk into their booth like that, what's going to happen? Yeah. So maybe that was their plan there. Unfortunately, yesterday it didn't actually work. But
and a different today. They seem much calmer on the way in. Much chiller on the way in.
It's been 2 years in a row now that at TI we say, gosh, Navi is in the lower bracket, but Navi is Navi, and they always come back in the lower bracket, and they didn't do it twice, and people started saying, maybe it wasn't Navi, maybe it was Puppy. And it looked like it was Puppy, and maybe Kuroki helped him, obviously, with that. So now you have Puppy and Kuroki in the lower bracket, and they've known they are the lower bracket kings, and they have Arteezy, Zai, and S4 to, help them a bit. That has to be scary when you're IG.
There's a joke that Secret comes through the lower bracket, so they give their fans more games to watch them play in.
That would be next level.
Yeah, it might be just because Puppy and S4 want to break the record of how many games have been played at the International over the last 5 years as well. I don't know, who knows?
It's going to break all the records.
If you're going to break some, why not break them all, I guess, yeah. 2 championships on the way to being the most played player at the International over 5 years. Moving on to Invictus Gaming, they've got champions in their lineup. They've been together a long time, those 3, as well, the core 3. What do they need to show today to actually show that not only can they get past Secret, but they can be valid contenders for the title?
They need better teamwork, I think. It too often seems like burning +4, or the strats that they run is just purely relying on anti-mage getting really big, or Phantom Lancer, or core Naga Siren, and that is a supremely outdated strategy. It has worked in a lot of the games that we've seen, but I just haven't really seen them adapt to patch 6.84.
Yeah, and even more than that, I'd go back to what was said yesterday. I really feel like they need to give Faith and Schwan the space they deserve, and so they can take control of the game. We have like 2 support duos. It's as a support player, this is a dream. You have Faith and Schwan versus Kuroki and Puppy, so it's gonna all come down to this because all the core players in that matchup are extremely stable and good.
I feel the same. Like, they shine individually. Tron, for one, shines so much on IG, but they need to work as a 5-man team. It's all about the full effort there.
All about not getting pushed around by Secret in this case, because for me, that is what it's going to come down to. Is Secret going to play their own game? They're going to win. If IG can get a say in that, control the tempo, they will get it.
All right, we're about to head into game 1.
Team Secret versus Invictus Gaming.
Here we go then. It is the big one. Team Secret versus Invictus Gaming in game 1 of our lower bracket. It's the last game of lower bracket round 2. Winners advance on, losers go home.
I would be very surprised if Anti-Mage is not a key pickup in that series. I mean, you have Burning and Ortiz, so...
Yeah, definitely. Like, both of those players love playing it, so it should be a key pick. I doubt that we're going to see it picked in the first two by either of these teams, though. But definitely look forward to that possibly being banned as well, depending on who has, you know, the lineup that fits better with it.
I'm eyeing Shadow Fiend and DK. I think DK we haven't seen too much today, but I think it works really well. And S4 is also an amazing DK.
I'm mostly looking forward to seeing Rubik. Both Chuan and Kuro play an amazing one, and on top of that, Rubik so far in the main event, 7-0, not got a single loss on his name. So statistically, picking Rubik wins the game.
This is a very concentrated Arteezy. Last time we saw it like this, we saw him like this. You know, it feels like the whole Secret lineup, all of the players, they reconsider their approach, and obviously after 0-2, you know, you come like. You have to approach the game differently. Definitely.
And very quick picks here by Secret as they come into their first and second pick. The Shadow Fiend and Winter Wyvern came instantly after Gyro, so they expected this.
And that's already more control. Like yesterday we saw, if people recall, it was the first pick SF into a corner, SF corner by eHome, which was the Winter Wyvern. And this time around, it's not. First of all, it's not going to happen. And you know, the Winter Wyvern was a good counter to SF because he's a BKB hero, and on the other side we have a Gyro, which is also a BKB hero. So great pickup. It's already more control than they had yesterday.
Yeah, that is true.
What do we think of both Tusk and Techie still being in the pool? Because I mean, we haven't seen Techies the entire main event yet. This could be a match where we're going to see it come out.
Definitely.
If you look to pick Techies, though, I think you're not going to pick Tusk in the first phase. You will wait and hope that he doesn't get banned in second, and then you can go for a full combo if you want it. And Darkseer, along with Gyrocopter, going to be picked up here. Something that we have seen trend more and more is the Darkseer pick. Team starting to really love it.
Schwan, Burning, you know, all those players, you can't expect them to not put up a fight. This is going to be insane.
Yeah, the focus is really real. You can tell it from their faces, as was already mentioned as well. A lot at stake at this match.
So the Darkseer Gyro, it's a combo we've seen quite a lot actually in the main event now. We've seen it from CDEC Gaming, we've seen it earlier today, and now again. It's very, very aggressive because Gyro is a hero that tends to be aggressive, but with an Iron Shell, you can't really turn and fight the Gyro. That's the problem when he has a Darkseer backing him up, because if you actually turn and try to fight, you get like 3-4-man vacuum into a wall, and then it's just a disaster.
Yeah, we see Shaker being banned out by Team Secret. No surprise at all when you see Darkseer being picked up. It's just too strong of a combination. The vacuum into an instant fissure.
Yeah, we saw Vici use that yesterday.
Yeah,
it's just destructive.
And the Phoenix ban, probably respect ban towards the Phoenix Winter Wyvern combo that we saw. It's funny because now that we get into the main event, this is how the meta adapts live. Some teams are very successful with certain hero combinations, and then all the teams adapt to that.
Yeah, all the teams definitely keeping an eye on each other. So from the eHome Secret game, which Invictus obviously have studied, don't want to have something similar happen from Secret this time.
There goes the Razor as well. I really like that Luo gets to play as Darkseer this game. As a player, I mean, Luo has been, actually not right now, I believe, no, now Faith is drafting. He drafted a few games during the group stages. They switched it out a bit.
They did, yeah.
But he's normally a fairly greedy offlane player, which for Darkseer, I really love.
Insta-Storm pick from Secret. That is very interesting. For now, they haven't used more than 5 seconds for those picks overall. Like, they insta-picked SF Winter Wyvern and they insta-picked Storm.
Yeah, that puts so much pressure onto IG because you're feeling that no matter what you're picking, Secret is just confident with what they're going for. And that does definitely play to your head, your mindset in going into this game.
And you can already tell they have way more control and way more potential of aggression. With the Storm, with the Winter Wyvern, with the SF and the mech, they could be on the offensive this time around. And yesterday, it was definitely not the case.
Yeah, I love seeing S4 play a hero like Storm as well. I think he really shines on these teamfight initiator type of heroes. Back when Batrider was popular, he was probably, arguably the best Batrider mid that anyone played. And Storm just fits better in the current patch for that role.
Yeah, IG need to look for some form of disables on this side as well. need to be able to deal with that storm later on. And maybe just one Lion might not be enough.
I mean, if they want to, I sincerely doubt that Invictus Gaming, out of all teams, would be the one to pick a Tusk or Techie, though. As much as people want to see that, I think they're the last team that would do it. It just doesn't feel like Burning and Ferrari would play in a team that does it.
Which support would you like to see on the side of IG right now? Because I mean, they're seemingly struggling to find their next move as well.
Lion.
Well, it is the Lion after all.
They're going reactive, so they need some good disable to stop the Storm Spirit. Weakness about Lion, though, is that he needs to get his Blink Dagger at least, else it's very hard to be effective in team fights. So you might see him just do a little bit more pulls, and if that happens, Team Secret does get more space. So it's always a trade-off. If you play more aggressively, you're going to pressure the enemy, but you might delay your Blink.
I would have preferred something like a Sand King. I think it's a lot safer of a pick than Lion. Again, if Lion gets behind, he's just going to feed to the Storm Spirit. But on top of that, I think he also has a lot more to offer with the Darkseer combo.
Well, I think we're going to expect the Techie's ban.
I think you have to ban Techie at the 5th ban from Invictus Gaming now, if you go into this. Because Secret is the team that has played most Tusk Techie combo, and yeah, it's still available. But first, IG have a pick coming up as well. I think it's going to be a disabler again, no matter what. You have to have good disables against the Storm. It is so crucial. It can't just be the Lion, because then when Storm has an Orchid, he goes on Lion, problem solved.
Honestly, they could still grab the Sand King you were mentioning. I think it's still a very good pick from them.
It wouldn't be bad. Is there any other hero that comes to mind to you, Merlini, and looking at IG's draft right now?
I'm surprised Dazzle's being ignored. I think Secret is actually the team that used to pick up Dazzle the most.
Yeah,
Witch Doctor is also... oh, there's a Dazzle.
Nice call.
Wrong team, but it was fine.
What's up? Team M. You don't... Obviously, he knew what was coming up.
Actually, do you know what? In the last 2 days, seriously, Ben is about 3 seconds after he says, well, you know, they haven't got to win the Wyvern. Boom, there it is. Every time.
Team M, man.
Team M.
He's actually texting the team right now what to pick.
And now we're looking for the last bans for both the teams. So IG obviously looking for a mid hero, whereas Secret, I mean, it's still a bit open, but it's most likely going to be Kuroki's hero or a support at least, maybe Poppy's. But as for IG, it's very clear.
If they get, I mean, if Secret get their hand on the Techie here, they will take it. So I think you're right in that it's their hero.
Surely.
So no Lina for Ferrari.
Man, Lina was one of the best mids left out there. Combos well with Darkseer, can do well versus Storm Spirit.
It's a very good ban.
Yeah, it's a good counterplay to a Tusk Snowball, but not sure what else is out there.
Yeah, and something that could pressure SF, because Lion and Dazzle, they're very defensive supports early on. They're not going to pressure SF mid at all, so let's see what happens. That is the Techie's ban.
You can hear the crowd actually booing for the Techie ban.
Oh no.
They wanted to see some explosions.
Well, I don't think IG wanted to explode though, so you can't get mad at them for this.
Definitely.
But which lineup do you like better right now? Mad, Merlini, is there any that you favor?
I think the 2 lineups are very different. I feel like Secret has more options, whereas IG have the better team fight, has the better team fights, but still, you know, it could go. I think both drafts are very solid. Yesterday it was very obvious that there was like weaknesses with Secret's draft. Today it's completely different. They could do whatever.
Yeah, I think Secret has way stronger lanes and they scale way better. They can also farm way more efficiently. So I like Secrets a little bit.
Oh, I really like this. I am so glad we get to see Poppy's Chen. That is such a relief.
And the crowd gets a cheer from that as well.
Possibly the most feared Chen in all of Dota 2.
Yeah, with him and Ake, I gotta give special mention to Ake as well. Like they are the best Chen players, and like Poppy does wonders with Chen both in the early stage of the game, and we've seen Chen from Complexity. It was very successful early on, but you can trust Poppy for having an impact throughout the whole game, not only in the first 10 to 15 minutes.
In hindsight, that part of that ban was very difficult for IG, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
Very difficult. I mean, they've gone with the Techies, but then you lose Poppy's Chen.
And here goes the Burning Anti-Mage. They had to see it coming. Like, Burning would never play an elimination game without playing Anti-Mage. You know?
This is so exciting, seeing these 2 drafts.
Yeah.
Signature heroes for everyone.
Okay, signature heroes abound. This one could be fireworks. Hold on to your seats again, because we are about to get into our first game in the lower bracket as we head down to the commentary team. It's all yours, guys.
Thank you very much, Paul. We've got some excited fans here. I'm LD, of course. I'm joined by Blitz. Blitz, I wasn't sure what you were going to do during this cast. I really thought it was going to need to be a solo cast, but you got lucky. They picked Storm, so you have something to talk about.
Yo, people are going to believe that. Like, this 14-year-old kid comes up to me and he's like, do you really only play Storm? And I'm like, no. LD's just an idiot.
The gauntlet has been thrown now. It's your job to prove me wrong.
All right, so it's actually going to be a Chuan Lion. That means that we're going to see a Ferrari 430 gyrocopter mid, and it looks like we saw it actually work with LGD when they played it with Maybe against Complexity. It was incredibly successful. It's not a terrible mid. It's just one that you don't see very often because the punishing potential is kind of low.
A lot of signature heroes this game, and I think it's worth talking a little bit about how different this is for Secret in particular, because yesterday we saw one draft in particular, game one, where there were a lot of heroes that Secret have not. It's not really like your go-to Secret type of draft. They had little AoE, little team fight. We saw a Spirit Breaker, we saw a Viper, a Dazzle. Now, obviously, they all know how to play these heroes as individuals, but it doesn't really feel like it was their style. And obviously, the results speak for themselves. Didn't work out. Then in game two, Secret, again, you look at the draft. They went for the Anti-Mage Shadow Fiend opening. Again, not comfort heroes, but this game, both teams, outside of the Gyrocopter mid, a lot of comfort heroes coming out, especially for Secret. I feel like you've got the Storm Shadow Fiend, to me, just like two of the most iconic cores for this team, and of course the Puppy Chen. We've seen a lot of the offlane Tusk for Zai, so it feels like Secret are sticking to what's worked for them coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I really didn't like their draft yesterday because it just felt like they overly relied on Zai to be their initiator. Both of their supports in both the games were incredibly defensive. It was only the Blink Dagger Axe that could have really saved them in that second game, and eHome got rolling a little bit too quickly, but I'm incredibly excited to see S4 just play a different type of hero. He was given the SF last game, but you know, he hasn't played that playmaker role the entire tournament, but Storm for him, I know, is a comfort hero. And I'm really excited to see where he goes when it comes to a build. I talked with him in the past, and I think he said he was a proponent of just going the Bloodstone first and getting something like an attack speed item like the Maelstrom or the Mjolnir. And so
really,
whether or not, yeah, that was his build, and I tried it a few times. It worked out incredibly well, but whether or not he decides to pull it off in this game,
all right, I guess we'll see what the plan is here. Do want to point out, we didn't actually talk about it, but Faith actually TP down bottom right off the bat as they look to make a move here on mid, but Arteezy will play it safe. He's got the Hill Ward, so he does see the movement of Chuan early with the boots, trying to secure the lane start for 430 and get him out to an early lead on the Gyrocopter, but they really prioritize getting this lane ward down bottom. It seemed like they were worried about Secret's level 1, so they even used a TP to get the ward there. And, well, Rocket coming in, bit of harass here early. Is this going to be the build where you level up the homing missile repeatedly? Does he just get a value point in it for 430? I have seen a few mid Gyrocopters max this out or even get 2 or 3 points.
I think if you're going to get even a single level of it, it's just worth it to at least get the second level. The damage almost, it actually does double. So the value point in it is really good, but I would prefer him to still go for a typical build, like prioritizing the Rocket Barrage over the Flak Cannon. The problem for him, though, is you actually just need to kill the creep wave before you can dive a hero like a Shadow Fiend because the turnaround potential is so high. If Shadow Fiend just gets hit by the rocket in the middle of the creep wave, all he has to do is stand his ground in the middle of the creep wave, and he'll be perfectly fine.
All right, well, for now, Arteezy still hanging on pretty decently in terms of CS, 4-1, despite the early harass from Chuan, and looks like both teams trading the safe lane farm, but you can see the off-lane Tusk of Zai. He's struggling a bit. He's got the early Mango if he wants to pop it for a single spell, but Burnade's been zoning him back, and in that sense, it feels like a really good anti-mage game through the laning stage. We've seen some AMs get contested, but Burning should have a good time here. Already 8-8. And I guess the big question is, what are we going to see out of Puppy on the Chen? We've seen a lot of active Chen play today in the previous series, the Complexity match, early movements and very successful movements from Z-Freak. But Puppy, oftentimes, it feels as of late, when he does play the jungler, he's a little bit more focused on his own economy. They are making the move with Kuroki here towards mid on the Wyvern, but no opportunity going just yet. He's got an Invis Rune. It was scouted here by Raiden Observer Ward. You can see 430 staying very far back.
Yeah, and if you notice that Puppy's, while he's stacking, he actually sent the Satyr Tormentor mid just to harass, and also that's an extra creep to hit to eat up some Rocket Barrage damage. And it has the added benefit of giving Artur health regen in the mid.
They're making the move, 430. He's got to be careful. One raise coming out. Arteezy with the second. It's a first blood for Secret. Perfect execution. Even the shockwave from the Satyr there used to secure the kill. And well, he was playing safe, just not safe enough.
The thing is, Puppey kept that creep there the entire time, and so when it got aggressive, Ferrari's like, okay, I've seen this before, he's just going to throw a nuke at me, but they actually use the creep to tank the tower so they can complete the dive without any recourse, and great job by Secret.
Wow. Arteezy off to a hot start here. Now 14-6 in the mid lane, and despite the early pressure coming out, get a little round of applause for the homing missile, but not going to amount to a whole lot here. And he's not opted to level it up yet. He hits level 4, he's actually looks like he's holding a skill point for now, so we'll have to wait and see where 430 wants to take this build. But Chuan is spending a lot of time mid. It seems that's kind of the priority for him, as he just sits back. Looks like he wants to protect 430 from the aggression of Kuroki. They continue to dual lane here, and meanwhile the jungle, so far we're seeing it looks like a triple stack at the medium camp. Actually both medium camps now, one with a double stack. So they are looking for that boost in the economy as they head towards the tail end of the early laning stage.
Yeah, and it's perfectly fine for Chuan to just sit there in the mid lane because Zai isn't showing up at the bottom lane anymore, and Anti-Mage by himself, once he gets the Ring of Health, can pretty much zone out the Tusk. But I'm a little bit concerned right now with the picks in general. I think the Anti-Mage is probably the greatest counter to Storm, aside from Silencer. And you're picking it especially as a one-position Storm Spirit. That means your one position immediately just gets hard countered by their one position. Oh. It's really rare to see that in a game, but the problem is that they need S4 to initiate with how things are going so far.
They made a long rotation here towards the top side of the map. Arteezy and Kuro both joining forces. It was spotted by a Radiant Observer ward, which has not been dewarded yet. Some wasted time here from Arteezy, giving a little space to 430, who does go back for the Rocket Barrage max. Now 3 points in that. Closing in on level 6, and this is one of the nice things about the Gyro mid. You get your levels a little bit faster than if you're off the safe lane.
I think he
would move early.
Maybe he would have gone for the second level of homing missile if he was doing slightly better in this mid lane, but after that first blood, I don't think you can really get aggressive on the Shadow Fiend anymore.
And you have to worry about the counterplay as well. Puppey can always come in. They've been camping mid with the Wyvern, so it seems like Secret are just investing a lot in protecting Arteezy early.
Yeah, for sure. And Puppey at the same time has stacked it up quite a bit. I'd imagine you can give this to either the Storm Spirit or the Shadow Fiend, which is the good part of their lineup, but it is a little bit greedy, and it is going to require a lot of roaming from their supports.
I wonder, do you see any potential for IG here to try and contest the stacks? Is that something they're capable of this game, or is it too risky of a play? Because we have seen some teams even go for like a 3-4 hero smoke to try and steal them or find some early hero kills.
I think it is possible. Secret don't have the best early game fighting heroes. The Tusk is too under level to be able to support anything. He's only level 2 right now. Meanwhile, at that top lane, the Darkseer is already level 5. Like, if he wanted, he could just Ion Shell himself. He'd throw the call down and steal a lot of stacks at once.
They're trying to go in on him, but S4 is not level 6 just yet. Even the Chen Centaur Conqueror rotating through, but he's just too high level. Luo already. Sal's up. He'll get to full HP. And I mean, on the subject of potentially contesting the jungle, I want to point out Chuan has been doing his own stacking now. He gets what looks to be a triple stack ready to go for 430, and he does have a smoke. They get the Gyrocopter level 6. Now, a lot of the other teams have been going for these ganks, but top lane, Luo, the stop just barely missing. That could have been a potential kill. In fact, S4 almost dies on the way out. Luo just finding all kinds of room here in the off lane.
Yeah, this is going to be really terrible because he actually has to go back, and if you notice, they're all in this top lane, whereas Burning just continues to free farm at bottom, and I mean, Storm versus Anti-Mage, that's a hard counter. The reason why is because if you look at Secret's lineup, they really need their Storm to initiate, but you're using about half or more of your mana every single time, and that Mana Void is going to be so powerful. I mean, it's a burning Anti-Mage. I think we talked about it yesterday. IG, their weakness right now seems to be they rely on the individual performances of their players too much, but you gave Burning his iconic hero, and you picked the hard counter to go with it.
And the lanes are just going so incredibly well here. Secret are really all in on the cores, as we just saw from the stats pop up. Puppey has actually bought 2 bottles. One for S4, one for Arteezy. They've also been stacking the crap out of the jungle here.
Oh, that's next level.
This is very unusual, and it means these cores have to have a good start. If they start giving up kills, it's going to be a big snowball the other way, and you could potentially be crippling the Chen. So Secret, a lot of confidence that a farmed Shadow Fiend and Storm can take this game over, as the first move is going to come from Arteezy. He's invis right now, rotating and hoping to find somebody off in the jungle, but nobody's in sight. Now the ping comes towards bottom where S4 is ready. He is 6. They're pretty strong right now, but Faith in a good position, it looks like, to protect Burning. He doesn't find any stacks. Arteezy will clear out some of these Radiant jungle camps, but none of them were stacked, just single creep camps.
They rotated both of their cores down here. They at least have to get 1 kill out of this, but again, you have to be so careful of your S4. So if you're going to commit to Burning especially, use any of your mana pool here.
They are going on Burning now, but the heal immediately comes out. That's not the easy target. And they're not even going to bother in the end, but more heroes are inbound. Zai and Puppey also moving towards this bottom lane. Now the ball in, and engaging it onto Burning. There's still a Grave available. They do force it out. The Raze isn't going to connect initially. Burning low. He's forced to blink into the trees. They really want to pressure this tower, and with reinforcements storming in, they may be able to get it. Out goes the TP. But bottom lane is secure for Secret, and with this, the tier 1's gonna fall.
Oh, I think Zai is there. No.
Oh, he guesses wrong. He was looking in the trees. Now the ping comes out.
They know.
He knows. He sees it with the sigil. The blink's not ready yet, and Burning will go down. Secret find him tucked away in a little cubby, and he doesn't make it out. And with that, the tier 1 down, the aggressive lane ward planted. It seems like Secret want to use these 2 super fat cores to just take over the Radiant jungle and shut down the stacks and the farming for the Anti-Mage and Gyrocopter.
And they had to go for that because the Anti-Mage it's going to be really hard to pressure him, especially if a Storm is your initiator. Because if they had made a mistake, the turnaround potential is huge, but I mean, the fact that they were able to get him in the trees right there was so fortuitous. They grabbed the tier 1 tower, they killed the Burning Anti-Mage, and that means they should go for this mid.
And they're going for more now. They jump onto 430 here. There's no points in the pole. No call down just yet. 430 slow to pop that one. They'll dodge it once with a Storm Ball away. S4 just toying with the Gyrocopter. Jumps back in for the last auto attack. And they still have mana if he wants to try a little bit more. But they force out the huge rotation. Nobody goes down. Burning blinking into the Shadow Fiend, but Arteezy in full command of this jungle. He's got a lot of confidence now, Blitz. He has the vision. He has the farm advantage. 2k gold advantage over the Anti-Mage. You got free farm bottom. He is so far ahead already.
I never even thought of how beneficial that could be. Somebody buys your own bottle, that saves you the first 3 minutes of the game. You saw Arteezy go for the boots first. That helped him lane control and pretty much zone Ferrari out by himself. And he gets a 9-minute Blink Dagger right now.
It's aggression.
He's going for the big plays.
It's aggression from Arteezy here. And what do they have here to cancel an early Requiem? There's no points in Vacuum. There is only Chuan who can prevent this combination from coming out. It's IG's turn to smoke. Chuan's leading the way. He has the Tranquil Boots up, so he's pretty fast. Looking at the dire vision, though, Blitz, they have a lot of just places on the map that are completely scouted out now. One that's not could be S4. They're going to rotate towards Puppey.
They really don't want Puppey.
Even if they get him, he's level 3. He's got no farm here. He's really a hard support. Meanwhile, bottom, the real kill. Burning barely blinking away. Kept away by FaZe, but FaZe will pay with his own. Was Arteezy going deeper? The Blink Dagger revealed and a successful play already. Can they even hold this tower? Looks like they didn't even find Puppey in the end. He was able to back off, so Secret, they go from what feels like a very passive laning stage to all of a sudden hitting the ignition switch. Almost CDEC-esque in terms of how aggressive they've gotten on the map.
I mean, this is even more aggressive than CDEC. The fact that you bought 2 of your cores of bottle means that Secret, their strategy is really clear. They're just using this Chen to establish the early game control, and you've got a Shadow Fiend and a Storm Spirit, one of the best 1-2 combos in the game. With how mobile they can be, the split push is really available to them at all times. They farm out both jungles incredibly quickly, and they can apply pressure nonstop. And I mean, Burning's been forced into this top lane, but I don't even know how long he can stay here for. IG, they went for the smoke gank to kind of clear out their own, clear out the enemy jungle, reestablish map control, but it just didn't happen because at the same time they went on Burning at bottom and they had to give it up. And I mean,
they also stopped his farm as well. And when they put the pressure there, it means IG aren't going for a smoke elsewhere. They're just trying to hang on to the bottom lane. So it's also a defensive play in that sense. It prevents the early roam from the Gyrocopter, which we've seen work out very well coming into this match, I should say. Burning top lane, looking just to play this very defensive top lane. At this point, it feels almost safer than bottom, where he's got no vision and no idea where Secret are. They see Arteezy just parked here very deep in behind enemy lines, but in fact, he sniffs out the gank. He'll just TP away, and it's going to be a lot of wasted time for IG. Maybe they get a ward down.
Committing for this.
Oh, they really hope to find him. They get the lane ward down, but a small consolation because it's nothing here to kill.
This is sort of the problem, though, with the Gyrocopter mid, is that you don't really have that time to catch back up into the game. You're relying on really dominating in the laning phase, but it's a Shadow Fiend mid who had a lot of support, who had a bottle bot for him. You're not going to be able to win that lane, and that's, I think, they had a little bit too much of an over-reliance on that, as Burning now is forced into pretty much the off lane. He doesn't have the best places to farm. He can't naturally go back to the jungle when he pushes the lane. He just has to wait for the creeps to essentially come to him, and this is not the most efficient way to farm right now, but it all comes down to the fact that RTZ has 1,000 HP and a Blink Dagger, and
you know
IG have to commit so much to gank him.
It really reminds me of when we used to see a lot of Tinker play, especially way back when the Rockets build was really popular, where Burning can't really stand in lane and farm. If the Shadow Fiend's there, it's one raise, a couple auto attacks, he's back. He'll just blink away, dodges the stun from Chuan. Oh man, I think they actually expect that there's a ward uphill, but there's nothing here. Just pure reactions coming out from RTZ.
Yeah, and they're just wasting too much time because they realize they need to gank, and that is the correct play, but it's just not successful right now. A Secret, they're just pushing them all over the map right now. There's not a whole lot of places for them to go. And all right, Luo has to know that that was a raise that was shot there. But RTZ might just run into him as he's running down.
Uh-oh, there's a lot of potential for a kill here. RTZ, one raise, two raise, he got him, and blinks forward just in case, dancing on his corpse a bit. Secret are playing map control Dota right now. They are getting up in their opponents' faces, and you know, look at some of the games they lost in the group stage Blitz. A lot of them they played very defensive, almost a little bit greedy. This is a totally different look from this team. They've done a 180 since yesterday. Obviously, there was a big discussion in the so-called locker room about how they should adapt after the way eHome took care of them. But now top lane, they make a go on Zai here. Can they finally get on the board? It's 5-0 currently. Zai takes the stun from Chuan. The finger is used, and at long last, they get a kill. A much-needed one, Burning the one to collect the last hit, but mid's also being pressured. The Secret are going to move in. Faith and 430 first back, not even able to defend the tower. And with a Gyrocopter, normally that's your bread and butter. This is like the best hero for that situation. It's going to be more offense. RTZ into the Yule Scepter. Obviously, this is multi-purpose Blitz, but he could easily solo kill just about any hero on the map with it.
This is mainly just meant for even more map control right now so that he can pressure any hero on the map. If you decide to go for the mech, the issue is that you're a little bit more static as a Shadow Fiend because you want to play around your team with that mech. And even as a Shadow Fiend with the mech, you can get blown up really easily. So it's better to just 5-man with it. But by going for the Blink Dagger into the Yule Scepter, he can pressure Burning by himself. He can get a solo kill on the Gyrocopter. And what they're doing right now is just putting complete pressure on the map. And it allows him to pretty much solo force IG to go for a 3-man, 4-man, and we're seeing that right now. And this is another 4-man smoke, and this has to pay off. They can't just walk away with a kill on Zai. They have to get the tower bare minimum, but this is dangerous because everybody from Secret can rotate. RTZ has a TP, Kuro has a TP, and at bottom S4 has a DD and a TP. I mean, this is a really risky play, but IG don't really have other options.
They don't actually have a very high-level vacuum currently. It's only level 1 for Luo, and on top of that, there's no mech yet, so it is a long shot, to put it mildly. Secret with the Aegis, tons of farm. You're trying to gank a Tuskar. Very, very difficult to kill off instantly, and they're just not going to find it. The smoke ends up wearing off. Didn't quite see Chuan here, I think, but any moment IG about to be scouted out. Defensive positioning from Zai, and just no opportunity. And RTZ, he knows there's nobody alone up top, so he's going to push in mid. He's got absolutely no fear Blitz, even if they catch him. With the Yules and the Blink, it's pretty much a guaranteed escape, and certainly enough time for the backup to arrive. Plus the Chen heals now online, and that's something that can even further let him get away with aggression.
This is so bad right now for IG.
This is like Superman Shadow Fiend at 16 minutes. He feels like God.
Yeah, they just 4-man smoked the top, sat behind the anti-mage for over a minute, were unable to get anything. They didn't even get the kill on Zai. They weren't able to pressure the tower, and during that time, Secret were both able to clear out the jungle, push out both lanes to a tier 2 tower, and just farm non-stop on 4 of their heroes. And even Zai was farming that entire time at top. He wasn't even concerned. He's like, okay, if you die for me, you won't get the tower because our entire team can be there in an instant. And Puppey even has the medallion. This is so much team fight potential.
They are just choking IG out, and I have to ask, what's the plan here if you're IG? You've tried to smoke, it hasn't worked. Do you need to try and like risk buying a gem on a support just to get some D wards? What do you do in this situation as IG?
The problem is you just need to get more farm on Ferrari. He has to be there for the damage, but at the same time, he's just so under farm. Like 71 CS Gyrocopter at 17 minutes is rarely going to have any impact at all. As
RTZ's doubling him up. He's just straight up doubling up his CS here. 148 to 74. And he's going in. He finds the Yules. Look for the Spirit Bomb. See ya! RTZ makes it look easy. Styling on IG as they continue to just flex their muscles and move out on the map. They are choking the life out of Invictus Gaming. There's just no breathing room here. Even Burning struggling to find his way out of the base. Now he knows it's safe to move into his woods.
It's really not, though.
But
S4 has an Orchid now, too.
But yeah, now it's not so safe as you're pointing out.
This is the thing is, IG have all of their hopes right now on this Burning anti-mage. That's the reality of it right now if you're an IG fan. But The one thing that they have going for him is that Burning now has his Battle Fury. He has access to his own jungle. The problem is that if he shows himself on the map, S4 will die for him every single time because S4 is no longer the real carry. Arteezy is. So he's perfectly willing to 1-for-1 just to pressure the anti-mage right now.
Speaking of pressure bottom lane, there's the Yules again. Arteezy setting up S4 here. And Luo, next man on the list, tries to make a little room, but pays the price. Another takedown, along with the tier 1 top, which we saw fall. This has just been essentially a flawless game from Secret. A 10,000 gold lead at 18 minutes. A Roshan, complete map control to Ultra Farm cores. Burning slowed down significantly and constantly running. Everything going completely according to plan. And frankly, this is the Secret that people thought they were going to see on their first appearance in the main event. They look hungry. IG really in trouble.
It's just smart picks, good strategy. That double bottle play by Puppey really paying off. That's the true selfless support. When he didn't have boots at 8 minutes, I was like, all right, this is going to be a rough game for him. But they don't really need him to do anything because this is the great part of having 2 superstar players on your course. You can just trust them. You can say, okay, I can have 0 impact in the game, buy you guys bottles, and you'll still outperform them.
That really does show some faith in the team after yesterday. There was the moment at the end of the game where Arteezy blinks on top of 4 heroes. Wasn't his finest hour, but they come right back today and they say, you know what, we believe in this guy. He's gotten us this far. Let's just double down on his ability to perform in the clutch, and that's what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, Puppey still managed to have impact with that Satyr gank mid, but I don't want to give this game too much credit to just the cores. Puppey's just done an excellent job right now. Zai hasn't died. He's actually only died once this game. Kuro's just been off the map the entire game, making it really difficult for IG to get any sort of smoke ganks off at all. And I mean, this game really comes down to Burning and how quickly he can farm. He's playing really risky right now in his own jungle, but he realizes he has to. He has to get that Manta style as fast as he can before S4 is able to find him with that Orchid. Because if he cuts down on his momentum at all, the game just gets so rough for him. Like, one death at this phase of the game when you're this far behind with what Secret have means almost a guaranteed loss.
Yeah, at that point they push. You won't have your Manta style in time, but Burning, he dodges the pressure, he gets away with it, and now he begins to push out the top lane. How far will he go? Behind him, a couple supports moving in. In fact, 430 also here, just going into drums. Arteezy, the man up top, doesn't have a BKB, but he's got the Blink and the Yule Scepter. So much disengage. The Chen heal to worry about. Currently no TP on S4, and I think Arteezy just seeing the fact that they don't have the Storm TP and that everybody's off the map, they're just going to play it safe, not taking any chances, dodging every move IG want to make. Is buying Burning a little space to farm, but he's the only man getting the farm as S4 moves in with an Invis rune. Sentry's waiting for this. Do IG want to go on him?
Oh, they know he's there.
Seems no.
They're going to wait. They're going to set the trap, I think.
Even farther back. They're surging Chuan in, but he has second thoughts. Now the clap comes on the Faith, and S4 looking for the jump forward. Body blocking as well, trying to get the rest of the team in position. Very nicely done by Puppey, and Faith in quite a bit of danger here. The ball goes the other direction, though. S4, he wanted something bigger. He was searching perhaps for Burning, and now he dives onto Faith. He tries to dodge the stun, but he gets back into it. Finger was waiting. IG, excellent combo play there. Finally getting a core kill and buying Burning a tiny sliver of time, which will use to push out this mid lane and just slow the game down. But it's taking the biggest combo plays of IG's lives just to keep this even reasonably close.
I still think that IG can do it. Burning could always mana void S4 into a bunch of heroes. That potential still exists. As somebody who plays Storm frequently, I know that Anti-Mage is one of the best counters in the game to it. It doesn't matter how farmed you are as a Storm. All it takes is you overextend with your zips a little bit too much, and Burning's waiting in the rear with that mana void. You can't get too overly aggressive like that if you're S4. And I mean, Burning is still doing a really good job in keeping up with net worth. He's now only 1,000 gold away from the Storm Spirit. Not much further from the Shadow Fiend, who's gone pretty much this weird offensive build that is meant to win you the mid game. Like a Blink Dagger and a Yules isn't going to help you when it comes to the ultra late game. So Burning can still do this.
Yeah, so it's on BKB, and they do have quite a bit of just nukes and lockdown here in IG. So as you mentioned, very offensive. May go back for a BKB at some point. He's not spending his gold, and oh, there's the completed Eye of Scotty. So yes, he is. That is a super stack Shadow Fiend, and at this point, Arteezy is the man of the hour. But it's Burning, just continue to push out the lanes. IG trusting in the Burning Anti-Mage, and I think it's worth mentioning in the group stage, IG one of the only teams to take any games off of LGD, and they did it with a Burning Anti-Mage. He had an easier time in that game, that's for sure. but we have seen this man do it before. You go back to the International 3, only game Alliance loses before the Grand Finals, including the group stage, was to the Burning Anti-Mage on the old DK, so and he is capable of it, and I think Secret really respecting that, slowing the game down, waiting for their next round of items. They are going to give up a tier 1 top here as IG, first tower of the game at 23 minutes, finally getting on the board.
And this next Roshan's going to be huge for Secret because they don't want this Burning Anti-Mage to get a third item. You can deal with just the Battle Fury treads and the Manta, but if he gets something like a Heart or a Butterfly, it would be incredibly hard to deal with this. I think that's Secret's cue to go to the high ground once they get that Aegis.
They've got the blink on Chuan here, and there is just team play potential. Something that we heard from Waga on the panel and that many have talked about is, and you mentioned as well, often IG has felt like a team of superstar individual players, but just not a true team in the sense of like the way LGD has played or even how Secret has played coming into this event. But if they can hit that combo, the Vac into the Lion Stun with the follow-up Mana Void, the ultimate from the Gyro, it could be devastating. So let's see which one can get done with this. Oftentimes one of the biggest playmaking supports in China, right up there with FY. Well, after yesterday, I don't know if anyone's up there with FY, but
it's hard to really argue.
Maybe he's second at that point.
But Burning continues to push out this bottom lane. He knows it's relatively safe. He's got the Manta recipe on the Courier, just 400 gold away from the Manta. And once he has that Manta, it is going to be difficult for Secret to fight him, but they have a lot of different ways to lock him down.
Oh, they've got eyes on you on 430. The whole team outside of S4 is moving in. They have the Yules available. No BKB on 430. He's in a lot of danger, and they are going to go with the self-Yules. Arteezy, a rare misclick. It's going to cost them what looked like a free kill.
That could have been
the high ground as well.
Yeah, I think without that gyrocopter, there's actually not a lot that IG can do to hold the high ground, but with him alive, all he has to do is repeatedly spam the call down.
They just pinged Burning. They said he has no TP, but he's already on the way back.
Yeah, and they have to realize that he's got to be really close to his Manta style right now, and this is going to mean go time for Secret pretty soon once they know that Roshan's up.
So is it just the Aegis? Is there anything else you think they should be waiting for here? I'm looking at Puppey, pretty close to an Ags. He is level 9 here. So do you try to get this Ags and then use like the extra HP creep? There's currently an Ancient Granite Golem up in the Radiant Ancients.
Yeah, that would be okay. Typically what I look for when you want to go for a push is just what items are you really waiting for that'll make game-changing impact, if there are any, and pretty much the Aegis, but in this mid lane, they do see Burning, but there's nothing that Kuro is going to get that'll really change this game. I guess
S4, oh,
he has to be careful.
He actually has a haster, so as long as he got that off, he was going to be fine. But, like you said, it's dangerous.
Ferrari eventually has to get items. Like, he's just way too underfarmed. You can't just put all of this game on Burning right now. Yes, it's an anti-mage against a Storm Spirit, but it's a gyrocopter with just the drums right now.
And if they don't hit the combo, there's so much lockdown for Burning in these fights. You've got the Winter Wyvern. We saw what he could do versus very farmed Arteezy Shadow Fiend yesterday. You have the Tusk Walrus Punch, even the Sigil. Pretty annoying to deal with as an AM.
Yeah, the biggest part of Ferrari being underfarmed right now is it means that Secret can pretty much blow every single lockdown spell they have on that anti-mage, and then they know that there's nothing else to worry about, that there's no damage.
S4 is anticipating the Ancients being farmed. He goes on to Burning. Manta is ready, though, so Burning will Manta and just walk back. S4 kind of a ticking time bomb, up to 1,500 mana, 1,000 missing. It's like you said, one good Mana Void. That's what IG are banking on. They now have the level 4 Vacuum. Only 1 point in the wall, but Luo closing in on the level 2 wall. The Secret are just respecting the high ground defense. They know how strong this combo is, and they want every tool in their arsenal before they go in.
Yeah, Puppey's about to get the Aghanim Scepter. I think that's one of the main things that they're waiting for. S4 doesn't really need anything else, especially if they give him an Aegis. Maybe they wait for Arteezy to get something like the Butterfly so he's nigh unkillable. But at this phase of the game, Anti-Mage just continues to farm out. He has to start applying pressure to towers. You can't just play passive farming style anymore, where he just waits for the creep waves to come to him, LD. He actually has to start pushing in waves just to put, create pressure on the map
and we've seen
Secret back.
We've seen it from Envy in a couple of his anti-mage games early in the group stage where his team was totally outlaid, but you would often find him basically engaging guerrilla warfare. He'd be 2 towers past where the initial enemy tier 1 stands, just cutting the waves, weaving through the jungle, and like you said, putting pressure on the map to relieve the opportunity for Secret or his Envy's opponents in those games to move in. But Burning has been playing it a lot safer. Haven't seen him in the Dire Woods too much. It is a difference in the approach and the style here compared to some of the other anti-mage players in the tournament.
Oh, this is going to be huge.
Secret on the
Secret,
move.
they're wrapping
the ping
around.
comes out. The ping comes out. They're expecting it. IG in a decent position. This could be the first big team fight. As S4 scouts things out, he's going to ball over the trees. He balls right in to the entire enemy squad. They get the Hex to start it off. Mana Void is available. He does use it. Takes down S4, but Arteezy BKB'd, so they don't lose anyone aside from a single storm. The core start to drop the gyrocopter down. Faith also in danger. He does TP home. A 2-for-1. Oh, Arteezy, if he doesn't get the BKB off there, he may be forced back by that Mana Void. But he does, and so he doesn't even take a lick of damage.
Yeah, and S4 is going to be up again soon, but I think this is going to tell Secret, okay, let's just go for the Roshan.
Look at the numbers there, 2-for-1, but it's basically an even trade when it comes to the gold and net worth here.
And something that the stats don't show you is the Bloodstone charges that S4 loses that he really needs to be able to snowball and just keep up with this anti-mage at some point. But
oh, they're going in mid lane, trying to catch out S4. Finger, this could be a disaster for him. Yeah, they bring him down. No Mana Void, barely short.
He's out of mana too.
Yeah, he's got the haste rune though. He'll back himself away. And he's close to the next item. And since he's the only man farming on IG, what should the item be here, Blitz? Is it a BKB? Do you go Butterfly for the split push? Do you go a Basher or Abyssal for the lockdown? You're the only man getting items right now on IG.
Get a Butterfly, go for the split push, don't bother engaging. That fight at bottom shows you how strong Secret are right now. And now this is going to be even more difficult because S4 was the one hero that you could really kill. But now with an Aegis, I mean, you don't have 2 Mana Voids.
Burning is farming well here, but he hasn't found a way to just pull a refresher out of his ass just yet. We'll see if he can as the game moves along.
Yeah, and Secret, they continue to just shove back all the lanes. You notice what they're doing. Against their game against eHome, Arteezy was never able to take down any of their tier 2s, so there was no real pressure on eHome to go back. And if you notice, I think Secret took a page out of their book and said, even if we have the Aegis, even if we're far ahead, what matters most is that we don't give away any space that we have to. Don't let one of our tier 2 towers go down, because if a fight goes wrong, I mean, all of a sudden, Burning's knocking at your front door, and you don't want that to happen.
And let alone if the other cores start to get some momentum. We are going to see 430 get closer to a BKB. In fact, he's almost got the recipe gold here. And at the same moment, a couple of other key item pickups. Burning, not a Butterfly build for him. It seems he wants to be able to go head on a little bit more. Picks up the Basher. It's a more combat-oriented build. Won't help him split push quite as much. But they do have now the Ancient Granite Golem. And when that's near Arteezy, he's sitting around 2,700 HP. He's so taggy in the front lines. Let's see what Secret do. This feels like a timing window. Is it the timing window? Not sure just yet. They haven't made their move on into the base. They continue to just play the farm game, and ever so slowly they do pull ahead, but not at the same clip they were before. No more towers to claim. Roshan currently down. Not quite accelerating the disparity as much as they might like.
And IG, they're at top, waiting for something, but
they're waiting for anyone to show themselves. It's an Invis Arteezy.
Oh, if he
There's
walks
even
a little too
sentry
forward
here. IG are banking everything on Arteezy getting aggressive, and he might. He walks in. Oh, just out of vision. Close call there. Now the BKB, Requiem attempted. Tron blinks into it. Completely caught off guard. S4 is a little low in mana, down to 650. Could be a ticking time bomb. His fate gets caught. Yules is there to prevent the TP out, and they're going to lose 2 off of this. The trap was set by IG, but it was Secret who sprung it. Arteezy is just not killable right now unless they could completely chain stun him, and even then, I don't know if they have the damage.
They went in after the BKB, no real time for them to respond to that, and Arteezy is just, once he pops that BKB, if you blinked in aggressively, you're probably going to die every single time, but he doesn't have a BKB up, he doesn't have that Aegis, and no Requiem of Souls, but I think they still go for the push here just because both the supports are dead, and that means IG aren't going to have enough time to respond to this push, but
S4 has the Aegis. He can jump in whenever he sees fit. Lua with a Blink Dagger available. They have the combo play here. It's possible they could hit it. He looks for it. There's the back. It's into the stun. It connects on S4. Looking for the Mana Void. He's protected by a snowball for now, but it's going to end soon. They bring him deep behind enemy lines. Where's the Mana Void? He jumps away from the team, ensuring that Burning won't get multiple kills with it, and still they haven't found one. Now backing off. He's in the middle of the fray. Burning also not finding the opening. And, well, in the end, the Mana Void not a big success here. Secret hanging on to everything. They did use quite a few other cooldowns, and the Chen army kind of in shambles. So they hold here in the end blitz, but not finding any kills, not getting rid of the Aegis. They've got about 2 minutes left on that for Secret.
I think IG are still pretty satisfied with what happened. They didn't really lose any additional heroes. The tower didn't go down, and I mean, you don't have to deal with the Aegis the next time around, and Burning is starting to get a lot of farm. He's got 2,200 gold on top of him, and this is still one of the heroes in the game that I feel like can win in this type of scenario. The problem for you right now is that Arteezy continues to get a lot of farm. If he wants to go for that butterfly, nobody from IG is going to be anywhere near that MKB, and he's already got 2,700 gold or HP, as you said, with that Granite Golem. And once he has that evasion, it's going to be so hard for IG to deal with him.
He can man fight the anti-mage, and normally if you're equally farmed at this stage of the game, the AM starts to take over, but, well, even though the farm's close, he's got the support of the Chen, and it does feel like it makes the difference. They have eyes on Burning, and he's blinked forward offensively into an enemy camp. Now they go with the snowball. He manages to try and dodge him, but the timing's not right. Walrus Punch follow-up. Yule's up, used on an illusion. Arteezy doesn't find the right target, and may not have been able to kill him anyway, but it does force Burning back into the base. It means no pressure on the lanes. And with S4's BKB now online, Secret may go for round number 2 here. IG just so bottled up this game. Haven't seen them really get out on the map for, it's been 20 minutes, Blitz. They've got 3 kills, and everyone has felt like an epic struggle just to get some sort of gold and experience going their way.
It's definitely not easy. I guess the good news for them is that most of the kills have come on the S4, so he's not the most overly farm storm that you've ever seen. He does have a decent item timing right now, probably only 3 or 4 minutes behind where he wants to be optimally, but it is just Arteezy right now who, I mean, he's dragging the team through the finish line with 21
Follow me.
Net worth.
He's a strong one at this point, that's for sure. Uh-oh. Burning. He's been able to get away with being in his jungle earlier this game, but now seeing nobody on the map, whereas before he saw the storm top, he is going to back off and move towards the mid lane, but well, Puppey also heading that way as well. And in the end, IG just retreat to the high ground. They want to time out this Aegis. It's now ended. And that may slow Secret down. They still have more room here, Blitz. Arteezy, you mentioned an MKB. He can pick that up. S4, plenty of item slots still to be filled, so they haven't quite hit their fully loaded potential yet.
I guess they don't really have to go for a high ground right now if they don't want to. It is only an anti-mage. It's one of the better heroes at being able to win this game for them, but I mean, what I'm looking at right now and that causes me concern is that Ferrari is still just so under-farmed. Yes, he's got a BKB, but you need to be able to deal damage so that Ferrari can mop heroes up to begin with. And even their supports, you've got a Lion that does deal a lot of damage, but Darkseer and Dazzle don't really provide anything for you in team fights aside from their basic spell usage. And you need some physical damage, and Arteezy has a full data list now.
They're dialing in on Burning. They saw him move into the jungle. This ward has been doing quite a bit of work, if not getting kills, then just preventing him from farming as aggressively. He does TP home again, dodging another gank, and well, he really hasn't died this game, but Secret continuing to slowly pull ahead. Now the graph is plateaued. The next Roche will make it dip down a little more, but about a 17,000, 16,000 gold lead. Experience the same. It could turn into the rubber band if they lose the push, but until that happens, they're just going to hold a gigantic lead, and it really is just Burning. I mean, the next person on the team, half his net worth, and it goes beyond that here to a 1,600 net worth Dazzle for Faith. No Force Staff in sight, no Glimmer Capes or any sort of defensive items available. Burning is going to look for the third tier 1 of the game. 36 minutes in, even a decent AM game. Normally all these towers are gone, but Secret just giving no quarter.
It's actually so much farm on him right now, but
I feel like I'm watching 4 spectators and 1 player right now. You've just got all of IG either sitting in the base or following Burning around, and then the one guy who's able to move out is the anti-mage.
It has to be him, though.
It's the only way.
Of other heroes.
He is going to get another tower bottom, up to 5,200 gold. I'm wondering if he's reevaluating the Abyssal here, and he's going to find a double damager, and Roche not even possible to respawn yet. Doesn't have any lifesteal, so no chance he goes for that. But is trying to keep these lanes pushed out. They're going to drop an Ion Shell on him. S4 so far back, has the BKB as well, so they need to chain stun if they want any chance of a kill. And remember, there is the Chen Aghanim Scepter here, a big heal to come out, potential save. And even then, S4 also playing safe. He's back. Secret just going to keep on pressuring this top lane, and it feels at this point, Blitz, like they want the next stages before they go.
There's no reason not to wait for it. It is going to spawn in time. You've got a few more items that you can get. Arteezy is 1,900 gold. He can opt to sell one of his items to get boosted travel. He could sell the Yule Scepter just to be able to get maybe something like a butterfly. You can start pressuring around the map, but you don't want to hardline commit to anything, especially when you know for a fact that IG are not going to contest you at the Roshan pit. I think that's absolute suicide for IG. Like, if they actually leave their base for once, you probably see them just get wiped. But that's what IG are hoping for right now. Like, they're grouped up as 4 constantly inside their own base, while Burning is sent to do suicide missions, scout around the map, and dodge ganks left and right. I mean, this is the most dangerous game that he's playing, but he's showing off right now. He's only died He's actually died 0 times since that initial kill at bottom.
And they did invest a lot in it, but they just have such good single target lockdown here in Secret. The blink on Kuroki, the blink into a walrus punch. It's not the longest duration, but you combo that with a pull from S4 and...
Oh, Burning's got a full butterfly completed now.
It's all in on the items. He knows he can't afford to be saving for buyback. Even this life might not be enough, but a second underwhelming life without an additional tier 4 item isn't going to cut it. And Secret, as soon as they see this, they're probably going to realize Burning does not have buyback. Just based on the state of the game.
I think it's pointless for him to save buyback at this point.
Yeah, it really feels that way.
Nobody on IG has enough items where it's going to make a difference. So you might as well just all-out buy for one fight where you hope that Secret overextend, rather than playing for your 7 kind of mediocre lives. You just get your 5 ultra-strong lives. Oh, IG
are going for it. They smoke. I don't know if Secret expect this one. They're down in the Roshan pit, but already the Rosh are about to drop. It's too late. Secret have grabbed it. Do IG still commit
you gotta
for
disengage
this?
unless you get a really good high ground.
Moving in. Are they looking for the combo? You really don't want to go in the Aegis and Cheese carrier to start off the fight, and IG are going to back down. They engaged in the game of brinksmanship, but decide it's too risky. Bernie will show himself for one creep wave, but then he's going to have to get right back to the base. The push is coming. The split push won't be fast enough. Oh, he blinks forward. Maybe one more wave and TP home, but this tower, Glyph going to be forced out almost immediately. In fact, Bernie realizes it, sells the poor man shield. He'll finish off the creeps using the blink, and then it's time to come home and see if they've got the Vac stun into a call down Monovoid combo. It's the only way. It really is. 2 Granite Golems here, giving RTZ raid boss status, even with the Dazzle Weave. Still sitting at about 13, and there you go. The Vac, the wall, nothing to follow it up. Oh, this is not good for IG. They're trying to stall for Burning, and immediately, as you say, Secret rotates onto the top lane. Glyph is available, but they don't use it in time. Now the tower's down. Burning, he's not going fast enough here, Blitz. He needs to put more pressure on these lanes. Working on the tier 3 tower on the bottom side of the map. Secret, for the time being, hanging on. The Glyph has been used on the dire side. Maybe it's just fast enough. The melee Rex already down. Can he finish off a melee Rex here? Bottom IG trying for the trade. They're not going to get it now. The fight breaking on the Radiant base. They go into Luo. Luo Grave kept alive for now. RTZ will finish him off. Looks like no. He's hexed and held out of position by Tron, but the snowball. Zai gets it done, and now back to the bottom lane where Burning has been caught out. He blinks out just in the nick of time, dodging away, and he's going to make it home. Still a melee Rex down. They haven't gotten their own here for IG. But it was about as close as you can get to a successful base trade, given the circumstances. Still in the end, Secret up a melee Rex to nil. It just all came down to the back wall, just not being comboed with the rest of the team, and IG not quite on the same page there.
And that's what we were talking about. It just feels like their team play is a little bit off. They can't waste that combo. They just can't afford to, because Secret, if they see that wall dropped and it's not optimal, they'll just run away for it, go for another lane, or even just wait it out the next time around. And you can't waste that if you're IG. You're pretty much all in on that vacuum stun combo with the Lion. You have to hit it, but unable to do so. I think if they had hit it, Burning would have came back and said, okay, we can maybe take a fight here, but he looks to go for the split push instead. The fact that he survived in that situation when S4 had that much mana left, I mean, he just blinks
If he blinks the wrong way, he's dead. He blinks the right way and barely lives to tell the tale. Oh boy.
Full MKB completed by our team.
This is your pure offensive shadow feed now. I mean, sure, he's got the blink and the Scotty, but Burning is not going to be able to kill him. Maybe if he gets the Abyssal Blade and an MKB, but the evasion is going to be a trouble. And bear in mind that it's not... it's the Solar Crest on Puppy that's really going to make a difference here.
All right, Ferrari sees the MKB, decides to go for the Ethereal Blade, realizes that the Butterfly isn't going to be enough.
He's just so far behind in the arms race, and maybe this is the way you have to go as a Gyrocopter. He's not going to be able to trade right clicks. Certainly not with Artesian. I don't even know if he can do it versus S4.
No, Artesian's going to destroy him in these fights, but for Secret, they have a lot of pushes left over. You've got a 10-second BKB still on S4. He actually hasn't even used it once. A 7-second BKB on Arteezy, so it's not like one of those late game scenarios where the BKBs have run out now and IG can turn it around with just their crowd control. You still got a 10-second BKB on that Storm and an Aegis completed, and let's see. You get one shot at this combination if you're IG. You have to hit it this time around.
Will Secret even group up? Maybe they don't leave all their cores in one lane. It's S4 going on mid. They're trying to spread this map out so that IG never have a combo available.
Well, that's 2 Granite Golems here.
Oh, they go in. There they started off with the Hex, the Finger, the follow-up on Arteezy, and they focus him down. Monoboy was used, but it's not enough. Arteezy alive, healthy through it all. Bernie just not getting the damage done, and now it's Bernie being focused, fights his way through it though. That's alive! Alive! They just can't kill him. He blinks out. S4 still with a second life though. 430 in been used. Secret have withstood it, and now they get another Shadow Fiend, or rather another Storm Life. The Shadow Fiend, however, dead for a long time, and that may force them back. Haven't taken an objective here. IG hanging on, not losing their precious anti-mage, and he goes in again onto S4. The stun, the combos, but a good save here. Nice cold embrace from Kurogi, keeping Zai alive for now. He snowballs back. He's just stalling for the rest of the team. Popping, no bash, and now the blink out. Burning's on the hunt. He won't even get that far as Chuan will finish him. They lose the gem as well. Aegis also expended along with the cheese. IG. That was a really good hold, all things considered. No Rex claimed. The lanes are going to get pushed out now. They lose the gem for Secret. And Blitz, they didn't even have to use a buyback there.
I mean, so many things went wrong for Secret in that fight. Kuro uses the Winter's Curse on one of Burning's illusions, and Burning just hits his own illusion. He still has most of his HP, and Secret just thought that the Shadow Fiend was going to be pretty much unkillable, and S4 just doesn't do enough damage with his hero right now, and so there's no reason for IG to have to blow up anybody else. And even with the Aegis, you saw S4 was so tentative. He didn't want his entire team to get mana voided, so he just was too afraid to go in. Like, even if he has the Aegis, if you get your entire team mana voided and killed, what was the point of it?
He's not winning a man fight either, and now Burning getting the core items.
Oh, this is the solo kill item.
Up. Any hero caught alone, even Arteezy, if he doesn't have the Solar Crest on him, is probably dead to this. This is solo kill potential for IG, and confidence for Burning now as he moves through the enemy jungle, still taking the safer lower hanging creeps. But S4 doesn't go Hex Blitz. He goes here for a Shiva. Is good against the physical damage, but it means they don't have all that much lockdown for the anti-mage.
I would have almost preferred to see the Lincoln Sphere picked up or the Hex.
Just for the Mana Void.
Exactly, because if you notice, S4's not playing this poorly at all. But what he is afraid of is that Mana Void onto his teammates, more than just himself. Like, if he trades his life for one hero, it's probably okay because Arteezy can clean the rest of them up. But it's just that Mana Void that's keeping him so locked up in fear, and you can't really give up that 4-man Mana Void if you can help it, and IG looking for it.
They did it once before against one of the strongest teams in this event, LGD. They took a game off them on the back of a Burning anti-mage. It was an easier run there. Secret have made this ever so difficult, and they do lead by a melee Rex currently. Can IG pull it off again?
Secret, no. With the Weave cast, they know that there's no way that that's just a Dazzle up there with that anti-mage, and so they're splitting up. They're trying to find multiple angles of attack.
Kuro's looking to go in, perhaps. He's got the Blink and the Winter's Curse. Can they maybe cancel a TP out? Hunting Chuan in the trees. He should be fine. Everybody else now retreating. Faith not going to get scouted here, and he will also escape. S4 finally bowing in. Does he find Luo? He just trapped him. Didn't BKB before the TP will get caught and focus. Luo down. No buyback Blitz, dead for a minute. Can they hold this? It's the top lane, which means they won't lose a melee Rax there, but maybe Secret even swing towards mid. And they need this Darkseer vacuum wall to take a team fight. They certainly do.
He was their one saving grace in that bottom fight where they were able to hold it. That vacuum into that Lion double stun was what allowed them to get so many kills and opportunities there. And without that available, I don't know if they can hold.
Secret are pushing on mid. The glyph is up. It's only 30 seconds. With the glyph, he probably gets here just in time, but the tower almost certainly dead before he does. It's going to be close for IG. Can they pull it off? They're not split pushing. All lanes are moving towards the Radiant base, leaving IG with no choice but to hold the high ground. The Weave comes out. This will mitigate some of Arteezy's damage, but the tower, oh, they prevent it from going down now. Holding for now. Get a couple of extra auto attacks off from that, and Burning prep to go in, but where's the initiation? Where's it going to come from? No Darkseer for 3. They may have to sack with Milax. No, they engage, but Arteezy BKB was ready for this. Burning unable to focus him down during this time as the Grave will keep Chuan alive in the back of the fight. The Requiem, it's coming for Burning. He's forced back, and they lean forward. S4, can he get the job done? Almost. Mana Void on 2. Burning with the blades. They're going to get Arteezy. A complete hold for IG. They even keep the melee Rex alive, and they'll kill off the creeps. They hang on again, and it has to start getting in Secret's head now. That's a 5K gold swing. It is a lot of structural damage, Blitz.
And you saw the weakness of the Storm right there. He's right next to Arteezy, expends barely any mana, but it does half of both of their HP pools. You can't do that if you're a Storm Spirit. You have to wait for the Mana Void, A, to either go off, or B, you just have to initiate on the Anti-Mage with as little mana as possible, but S4 uses just a little bit too much, and you saw the strength of that Mana Void. It just single-handedly wins them that fight, and I mean, the legend of the Burning Anti-Mage continues as they managed to hold once again without even losing the racks.
And the lanes will push out now. This was something they didn't have going into the last Roshan attempt. They smoked, but it was a bit obvious as Bernie will TP to the bottom lane. It looks like he wants to go. He'll have the Abyssal at the ready. They are going to move into position to contest the Secret, though. Have vision on 2 down in the river as IG walk in. They don't have Shadow Fiend. They're trying to force the buyback with this movement. Have to be careful not to get caught on the way out, though, as 430 gets pushed around. Is he going to BKB here? He's going to need to. He gets stunned. Now netted, held in position. Bernie trying to clear out the creeps. Arteezy stubbornly refusing to buy back, but it's going to cost them Puppey. A Blake in, follow-up, stun from the Abyssal, and Puppey's down for the count. He does not have buyback, and into the pit they go. No Arteezy for this fight. S4 looking for a miracle Aegis steal, perhaps. He's dropping the remnants here on the high ground. They've got vision from the Sigil. It moves directly in the pit to slow this down, and Arteezy will respawn. 3 seconds. Kuro could blink at Winter's Curse. IG have to be ready for this. In the shards go. Roche dropping low. Bernie getting best at the last moment. Now the jump. Can he get it? Bernie grabs it. The Radiant get the kill. Everything for IG. And now the back. The clean. Destruction. IG takedown 2. Will they get Zai? Yes, they will. Burning again. Refusing to die. Will not be denied. And IG sees momentum. This gold graph is going straight up. And the lanes are all now headed the wrong way for Secret.
This is just some kind of horrible dream for Secret. They don't, I mean, this is hard to understand.
They did everything right.
They pushed out all the lanes. They waited for the Aegises. They waited for the item progression. They went the right builds. And I mean, all of a sudden, they just can't hold anymore as IG. They set up that wall that they just couldn't penetrate anymore. And it was just on the back of great team play time and time again.
It's an 8,000 gold burning anti-mage. And he's looking for melee racks. No glyph on the Dire side. It's still cooling down here. He'll blink out. Does take quite a bit of damage, and Kuroki goes in there for Winter's Curse. They're going to turn Burning against his own countrymen, but Burning stands. He'll fight through this. The BKB from Arteezy forced out. Can they kill him again? Blink and Hex onto Arteezy. Follow-up stun is there, and now Burning leaps in. He's looking for another kill. The back! The back! But where's the follow-up to send home for Puppey? It's going to keep Arteezy alive as S4 retreats. He's a Monovoid waiting to happen. He doesn't die, but it'll cost them the Winter Wyvern. It's Secret's turn to hang on. The Burning Illusion looking to finish off what the heroes could not. But in the end, IG are also rebuffed. They will not get racks this day, and they will go home. And Blitz, let's talk about shopping here. Burning's got some gold. The rest of the team has picked up quite a bit. What are the next big items for IG?
Have you seen Burning in real life? He likes to wear expensive things.
He's more blinged out in real life than he is in this game.
He really is. You know, he likes the finer thing in life, but I think going for something like a heart, an MKB would be incredibly crucial here. You're noticing that the Solar Crest is paying off so well against him. When he uses that Manta, they know which one is him. They just Solar Crest him up. He's having a hard time getting on top of heroes, and they need that to happen. And Burning, he's going to get the fully completed MKB.
Oh, dear.
I'd imagine that's going to be, you sell your treads and get a Boots of Travel, and you still have enough for buyback at this point.
And there is no man fighting Burning. The Winter's Curse becomes Secret's biggest weapon now. It's really on Kuro at this point. And I mean, we saw what happens when Burning gets turned against his team. It's not a pretty sight. IG supports catching up now in farm, but have been awful squishy all game long. IG, it's their turn to smoke. They have the buyback you mentioned. They're moving down the middle lane. Lanes are about even here, slowly pushing out on the top side of the map for IG, pushing in on the bottom in favor of Secret. Mid lane at the river, and now cresting past it. Will they find Puppey? Burning's in range. Is he going to go? He has the buyback you mentioned, but he wants to fight with the team, and now they jump. It's a 2-hero stun. Twad found one up the hill. More than he expected. The back. Look for the Monovoid. Burning still holding it. He's not doing anything during this time. Arteezy unwinds the Requiem, but it's S4. He's trapped. He's done. IG searching for more. A missile storms in, and it, Arteezy playing with fire. If that one hits, he does have the Zai Snowball at the ready. The creeps march on, and IG, they look to push in yet again. If they can pull this one back from beyond the grave, it's going to be a big morale blow to Secret. There is a Storm buyback. Secret baiting, waiting for it. They're going to bait out the Blitz, and now the buyback. An instant go, a Snowball on 2. Walrus punch there, but the defensive E-Blade keeps 430 alive. Back, no follow-up. IG still retreating. Surge back, 430. Again, back and back he goes. The call down will cover the retreat, or at least that's the plan. Zai jumping in. He looks for the shards. He doesn't get to a whole lot. And now Burning on to Arteezy. Where's the help? He needs it now. He's glimmered. He's sent home. The saves again from Secret. Hanging on, but not good enough for the supports. They will fall. Zai, he's down for the count. Abyssal spotted by Birdie once more. The core's in jeopardy here. They've got to hold against all odds. No buybacks on 3 of the Secret heroes. If Storm dies again, he's out of the game, and at that point, it's probably GG.
Burning's already at 7k gold. They've got a lot of
He's got buyback.
He's got the
boots to travel.
S4 has to be so careful. He's got his BKB up, but it's only 6 seconds. He's going to jump in just to buy time for his team.
He's going on the supports. He makes his move on Chuan, but Burning's there. He's got a pistol blade. If he tracks him down, it's a dieback, and it's big trouble. But Secret hang on. They bring down the Lion. They only lose a melee Rex through it all, and now bottom lane's pushing. Top lane's pushing. IG unable to fully close out this game. But you look at the tail of the graph tells, Blitz, and it seems more and more like this is IG's game. And I think at this point, it's fair to call him the B-God. He's just picked up a double damager and hitting for 650 damage a chop.
I mean, first it was the FY Rubik, then we get the iconic Burning Anti-Mage. He picks up a DD rune at the same time. 8, 1, and 5. Ever since the 10-minute mark, he hasn't died once this game. In the 43 minutes since then, just carrying his team behind his back. And IG, I mean, everyone's playing so flawlessly here. Even the decision-making from the supports. You rarely see Faith get caught out, even though he has 1,000 HP and he's a dazzle in the late game. You've got Chuan, who's been playing this game brilliantly. He's got a Blink Dagger, he's got the Ghost Scepter in case S4 decides to all in on him. There's not a whole lot of targets the Secret can go for at this point.
And Bernie, we trust is the cry from IG, and so far it has led them well, but they have not closed this game out. And Secret, despite, I'm not sure they know just how bad it is. It's a 30,000 gold swing against them. But what really matters here are the racks, and when it comes to the racks, it's only a 1 ranged racks advantage currently for IG. But the other thing to keep in mind are the buybacks here. And looking at the Radiant team, they've got 5 available. There's only 1 for Secret, and 2 of them on cooldown for quite some time, 4.5 minutes. S4 with few Bloodstone charges for this stage, only 7. So he'll be dead for a decent amount of time. Seems like the big support play is what Secret need. The Winner's Curse, the Sendbacks, the Glimmer Capes. This has been allowing them to even stay close to the fights.
Honestly, it's going to come down to the Winner's Curse. If he can get a really good one against one of Burning's teammates, or even on Burning himself, and they can all in on him, then you could see him potentially die, but it's going to take a lot, and it has to be so well placed. The thing is, IG also realize that. They're saying to themselves, the only thing that's going to get them back into this game at this point is a really good Winner's Curse. Split up. Never keep the cores next to each other. Keep Faith in position to dagger, or use the Shallow Grave, and Chuan in position to dagger forward and cast his Hex if he has to. But just sit behind Burning. He's really hard to kill. He's got the Butterfly. S4 is not going to hard commit to him in case the Abyssal Blade Ultimate Void turnaround, and I mean, they just have to be so careful against him. They can't hard commit to killing anybody.
He's shoving in the lanes. Burning is going for high ground. There's no Dire Glyph. They're not really in position for this. They're leaving S4 bottom, trying to bait out a TP, but it's only a range Rex there in the top lane. That's not good enough. He's going to get the melee. He cleans up the Chen creeps, cleaving through everything. Secret's still on the wraparound. They're going to find somebody. It's the 430 Gyrocopter. Is that enough? Already the retreat is being scrambled. They Hex die. 430 survives that courtesy of the Ghost Scepter. Winner's Curse is there, but it's not a Burning. He's shredding Arteezy. He's held in place, kept alive by a cold embrace, but only for now. He's dead and does have the buyback. Going for it is S4. He's moving on to mid. He's been taking the melee Rex during this time. Does Burning back. He doesn't have boots of travel. S4 stalling, dragging creeps. The pings go onto the throne. IG, got the Divine. Forget about it. Forget about the Rex. They just won it. They won it all. IG want the win. They won it now. Arteezy coming in. There's the ball. The send back. But Burning's healthy. He's getting a little nervous with this Rapier Blitz. He's going to back off from the precipice. It's now 2 melee Rexes on 2. Still only a 1. Or actually, sorry, it was a range Rex bit. The melee Rex actually is still alive. Slight creep advantage here for IG. And they push in towards Arteezy. 430 working on the Rex. Everybody on IG is buyback. Nobody on Secret does. Balling in his S4. There's the Hex. The send back again. But what is it accomplishing? Burning's killing the buildings. This base is in shambles. It's going to go down soon. They have to make their move. And they got to make it now. He blinks away. And he works on the Rex. There's no glyph. He's going for it. IG will take it. Unbelievable.
We talked about IG needing big individual performances. He didn't have Ferrari with him, but Burning doesn't even care as he drags them across the finish line. They go for the throne, able to get it, even picking up a Divine Rapier for the swag at the end, and you can hear the crowd just go crazy.
It feels like every team is stepping up against Secret here on the main event. We saw it from eHome, we see it again from IG. they had, by all expectations, a pretty bad group stage for this level of just individual talent and the resumes these players have. But my God, going into game 2, can you get away with not banning the Burning Anti-Mage?
Definitely not. And well, with that said, we're going to head back to the analysts. That's enough for us.
All right.
Thank you very much. What a breathless end to that game. It took a little while. It was a bit of a slow burner. Burning is probably a good analogy to be using right now as well. It was a bit of a slow burner up to about 40 minutes. Secret in control, 20k ahead, everything going well. And then in the space of 14 minutes, a 28,000k gold swing. What on earth was going on?
It's the Burning show. Like, he is the most proficient AM player to ever play Dota. To watch him make this comeback is just amazing.
And it was destroying levels of comeback as well.
It was looking so good for Secret for such a long time, and then IG made sure there was no mistakes that Secret could actually capitalize on, and they couldn't break base.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, IG, they have a gyrocopter, they have Burning Anti-Mage. I mean, what more do you want?
I think there were two things that were like super unexpected at that game. First was the EB on Gyro. I was like, what is going on there? And then we saw it used against the Winter's Curse. It actually won them that fight next to their T4s when he EB the anti-mage after the blink. And another one was when they were pushing the high ground, Kuro actually cast his Winter's, his ultimate on an illusion. And that was like the beginning of the end for them. It was like, oh my God, Secret's about to lose.
Do you think S4 is having nightmares in there again? $1 million mistakes? I mean, this is another $1 million game, so...
We've talked about a lot about how Storm should usually pick up at Lincoln's, so he doesn't just own his team with Mana Void. That seemed to be a pretty big problem later in the game.
Yeah, maybe he could have protected his team a little bit, because many of these fights, not only did the Anti-Mage counter the Storm, but he countered anyone close to the Storm. So you have to play, first of all, you have to play far away from your team as a Storm, and also whenever you go in, Blitz says so well when they were casting as well, you always use up plenty of your mana, making yourself a good target.
We do have a clip from around about 42-ish minutes, which pretty much was the start of the turnaround. Up to that point, everything had gone really well for Secret, and on 42 minutes, I mean, this was a 2-for-2 trade, but it was the start of the comeback for IG.
That's 2 granite golds here.
Oh, they go in. There they started off with the hex, the
It's completely the decision to go on Shadowfin at this stage, and they try everything they can. You see Kuro, he ultis an illusion again because he just wants to stop as fast as he can the AM from focusing the SF, and they blow everything they have. They blow the SF, the Chen all heal, but it's not enough. It's just not enough. SF dies without dealing damage because he can't even turn and fight enemies because he keeps on getting bashed. And after that, the fight is really hard for Secret to take. They have Aegis, so they get a couple of kills, but the problem is AM, and without SF, they just don't have the damage to kill him. And when he comes back, they need to run away.
Yeah. If this fight was not in the base of IG, then they could have won it, but as he can just back up, heal up with Anti-Mage, come back at 100% HP, they just doesn't really matter, and they just clean house.
Definitely, and perfect execution from IG, but I feel like Tusk was not a factor, not because of Zai, but just the hero itself. They lacked control in team fights. They couldn't stun the anti-mage. They had to deal with him, and an SF can never fight an anti-mage one-on-one that late in the game. And it has been brought up by Syndra, I think, during the cast. I mean, earlier in the tournament, where SF can destroy anti-mage early on, but once anti-mage gets Butterfly, Basher, I don't think there's any hero that can literally, one-on-one him. There's no way.
It was carving through them.
There was a perfect timing Abyssal Blade on the bottom fights that was going down. Pretty much one of the last fights that we had in that game, where he just barely came in with the Abyssal Blade in time for the Requiem to not come out. It was very, very clutch, and it's, as you say, Basher, Abyssal, that counters Shadowfin very hard.
And I want to give a special mention to Ferrari, because what happened also during the draft that we forgot to emphasize enough is that they baited Secret into thinking they would never get anti-mage. And I mean, IG they have the toughest game they had to play in that tournament. They want to pick Burning in the anti-mage, and we saw why. But they first picked Gyro, so you don't expect an anti-mage because it's a Gyro carry, most likely. And then suddenly it's a Gyro mid. And the special mention for Ferrari because he managed to be relevant. Although he had a tough game, Gyro mid versus SF is not a good matchup. He was, the sacrificial lamb, and he still turned the fight, as Merlini pointed out earlier, with that E-Blade purchase that actually saved Burning. And then we had that huge mana void, and they just cleaned the house.
Not a good matchup mid, and also the fact that Puppey was stacking bottles onto his core, making sure that they won as early as possible. But even with this early pressure, IG managed to prevail. So it's very impressive to watch these two teams play.
Do you feel like there's something that Secret could have done differently earlier on to end the game earlier, perhaps? They wait too long? I mean, they took a Roshan at like 28 minutes. Could they have push high ground with that?
I think itemization is the only thing really. Like, I really think the S4 needed a Linken's or someone else in their team. You can go Linken's on Shadow Fiend as well, but he might have needed to go right-click damage in this game. I'm not sure, actually. I think they just lost the team fights due to a huge impact of anti-mage.
Okay, well, teams are on their way out. They are heading back into the arena for the second game. And 3 of these men are former champions on Invictus Gaming. 2 are also former champions on this team, Team Secret. I didn't expect to be saying these words on day 3 of the International. Team Secret are 1 game away from going home.
Yep. If you want to summarize last game, it was to me at least, it was a draft mind game. First of all, the Garo AM thing, and then a couple of mistakes from Secret. Not the biggest ones. Yeah, as we mentioned, the Linken's maybe, but yet again, you want to get the Shivas because they have a lot of physical damage. It wasn't the biggest mistakes, but IG did play exceptionally well. So did Secret. It was a very, very close match.
The Darkseer first pick actually worked out really well for them because it's really hard to push high ground versus them. And you could have been like, oh, they could have tried to force it earlier before anti-mage got strong. That's a split push, but what if that vacuum mana void happens and then you just lose the game way earlier?
I really am curious to see if Secret is going to try to do something entirely different because, as Matt just said, I mean, both teams played very well, and it wasn't necessarily that, you know, there was something really wrong with the draft either. So are they going to like slightly tilt, perhaps go for something entirely different, or are they going to try the same thing again and maybe this time make it work?
I think it just came down to what Blitz said earlier there, that your 1 position is hard countering the enemy 1 position. Yeah. And when you have a game like that, it's very difficult to close it out. If you don't win by 45 minutes, you're going to lose most likely. So I'm not sure. I think they need to work on the draft even more in this game. Not maybe as big of a difference as in the eHome game for Secret, but still, it's important.
It's important to remind like how huge was the SF that game. Arteezy had an insane performance. He destroyed IG single-handedly.
To be fair, he's done that the whole tournament though.
It's impressive, honestly. His SF, it's a joke. He just runs around. He like 10 minutes into the game, he almost doubles. Like he's so far ahead in gold, in experience. He just roams, puts pressure.
150 last hits at 16 minutes. Like, I'm sure if Nahas was here, we would say that there are some records to be broken here as well.
For sure.
So yeah, it was very impressive.
Yeah.
Great performance.
Yeah, and then of course the other great performance was Burning in the late game as well with that ridiculous slashing that he had towards the end of the match. It was just absurd, just watching him running around, beating everything up, including winning the game on his own at the end. Just thought, oh, come on, I can't be bothered to fight him. I'm just going to chop this down.
Yeah,
and it was done in about like 2 seconds.
Burning Anti-Mage also goes way back, like long before Dota 2 even. So it's a legend to watch him play this. It's really cool.
I really want to say again that Tusk, to me, that Tusk pick is questionable. I was watching that game and I was like, gosh, if they had something else in Tusk, if they had a bit of control, if they had whatever that would be, but I felt like the Tusk was, what can you do as a Tusker in those games?
Well, it's no good asking me.
I don't know what I'm asking.
Okay, we are into the final minute before the draft for this second game. It's a huge game now. I mean, this was a big game anyway, but now it's even bigger. Are you still with Secret? Is there still...
I don't know. My face has been shattered.
Because you said at the very beginning you were an IG guy in this game. You believed in them. You thought they could come back and win this, and you've been proved right.
I have no idea. I hope they have something other than 4 Protect 1, but I mean, if they can play like that, why not?
Team M, let's stay with Secret.
Okay.
Team M's keeping it real over there, okay.
I said it before, they played impressive against Hot 6, and sure, Hot 6, different quality team maybe than Secret, but Game 1, we just saw what IG can deliver here. I think they're on a really good roll.
Do you think that maybe the Chinese Dota has figured our European friends out?
I really hope not. I'm going to root for Secret this next game as well. If anything, I just want to see Game 3.
All right, we'll see. Game 2 is about to start.
Team Secret versus Invictus Gaming. Game 2.
Here we go then, into Game 2. Massive match for Team Secret, a massive game now as well as they find themselves 1-0 down heading into draft number 2.
And nothing really surprising in the bans apart from Team Secret. Actually, I think for one of the first times, banning out the gyrocopter.
Either they pick anti-mage now, I mean first phase, or they don't get it. they will never get anti-mage second phase, so they have to make the throws now.
I think that's true for both teams as well. I don't think that anyone is going to let that through all the way. However, I don't know. Picking it first phase, it is very easy to pick heroes that work well against anti-mage. It's not that he is impossible to beat, it's just that against the Storm Spirit, against what he was going up against, he definitely shines.
That is very different from what we've seen so far.
Well, they're going into the type of MVP draft once again. The Lina Bounty Hunter, aggression, try and get the most amount of gold out of your kills.
Huge pressure on the SF mid. If it's a Lina mid plus a roaming Bounty Hunter, then it's very scary to play SF versus that.
Yeah, look for the Spirit Breaker pick from Secret as well. Might even be worth a ban from IG in the second phase. But first of all, they have to decide what hero they want to pair up with the Shadow Fiend so far.
Also worth to mention that Bounty Hunter actually hasn't lost yet in the main event. He has been playing 7 games and victory for all.
Yeah, and he has the most impressive record of all the heroes with a lot of games played at TI, let's say it that way.
Yeah.
So, strong pick. Surprised that more teams have not actually picked him in the first phase when he doesn't get banned there. Sometimes he slips through all the way.
So who plays Lina the most for Secret? It's S4. Yeah.
I mean, they're already prepped against an anti-mage, I think, with the Lina pick, because she's a hero that can just own him all game, and you can't really rush a Butterfly because she'll just delete 2/3 of your HP.
I think it's safe to say that Darkseer has made an incredible comeback. Like at TI, it was never picked that much, especially in the first phase. And now it's like we see that almost every game.
He's made a comeback here at the main event, primarily, yeah. And I'm very happy to see him because every team manages to use the Darkseer in a really good way as well. It's not just that, oh, the hero is strong, it's just perfect execution with it.
And if you wonder why IG banned anti-mage, is because Secret has the first pick of the second phase. So, I mean, so it means that if Secret doesn't ban it themselves, they probably want it. So IG doesn't want to take that risk.
Similarly to anti-mage against Storm, anti-mage against Darkseer is a pretty hard counter as well. You can burn through his very big mana pool and then just slam his team with it.
And perhaps they want to pick Storm up themselves so that they don't have that counter anymore either. And maybe want to force Secret to ban out that Storm to, quote-unquote, like waste a ban, perhaps.
It is possible. It is possible. I still think that IG, though, they will just put Ferrari on the Shadow Fiend and then drop Burning on something to pair up with the physical damage dealing towards the late game, which makes IG's late game pretty scary, having Darkseer illusions as well on top of that. Definitely scale well into late game.
Shadow Fiend Darkseer is just a really solid opener because Ferrari is really good on Shadow Fiend. They're denying it to Secret, I think, even more importantly. And again, they can take it all the way if they want to go for like a Phantom Lancer. It still scales really, really well.
A very good hero right now for IG's Earthshaker because it's going to help protect the SF, and it's obviously a great combo with Darkseer. You need lockdown when you run around this SF Darkseer. You vacuum into Fissure, into Requiem. It's almost impossible to fight into.
That's the reason we saw it banned as well. Last game, when Darkseer was picked up, he was the first ban in the second phase against the Darkseer. So we'll see if they're gonna let it through all the way. Secret definitely thinking about their last ban here.
Do you feel like Secret maybe should try to draft something more into trying to go for high ground, a high ground type of hero that they can maybe push a bit faster with? Or are they going to try to draw the game out long? Because it's against IG, it's really tricky. We saw it last game. They're not prone to making mistakes.
The thing is, when you play versus Darks, you know, those type of lineups, it doesn't really matter. Either you go all push or you need, like, you're going to end the game by playing it smart. I don't think they have to do it. They had a good way of finishing the game. You have a Shadow Fiend that's fully farmed. You have a Solar Crest. Their pushing potential was fine. It's just that when you play versus those lineups, or wombo combo lineups, pushing is always dangerous.
Yeah, and I think they might be better off just playing towards their Bounty Hunter track gold and try to make as much chaos as possible, as aggressive play as possible, to make the most out of that. That way you can take the high ground later on just by having a massive advantage. Then again, they had roughly a 20,000 advantage there over IG, I believe, when they were at their peak.
So Shaker has been banned. The Winter Wyvern is still available, and it's sort of a Shaker in the way that it's going to bring a lot of lockdown and an easy way to land those spells with the dogs here. It could be a hero they're looking at.
I like the Clockwork pick a lot from Team Secret. Will allow them to get some extra tempo control in. And perhaps, I mean, it's a different hero than the Tusk that you mentioned previous game. that can maybe achieve more later game as well.
Clock is super good against Darkseer as well, in the sense that if you just hook him, he cannot get out. So he is forced to buy a Force Staff, where that's not really the play for many Darkseers. You want to rush Guardian Greaves, something like that. And here's the other hero that Burning has been playing a lot at TI. The PL is coming out.
The PL-SF combination is always tricky to run because both heroes require very good starts. So when your SF has a good, when he has a good laning phase, then he creates space for the PL because he's a very tanky hero with the mech. He can just play a 4+1. But when he doesn't, then both of them wants to farm, take the safe farm. Then it's more difficult to run. And I don't see SF having a good game versus those three heroes like Lina, Clockwork, and Bounty Hunter early on. It's gonna be really tough.
Now the ball's in Secret's court though, because there's not really good Phantom Lancer counters. The Gyro's been banned out. They don't play Ember that much, and Anti-Mage has been banned out. And now you can't really push the high ground because of the Darkseer plus Shadow Fiend plus whatever they draft afterwards, and they have really good late game secured with the Phantom Lancer. So Secret's looking to win the lanes, get a huge lead with Track, and then hopefully be able to end the game like they wanted to in game number 1.
That's such a beautiful spot that Invictus Gaming are in now. Like they have an enemy that banned out Leshrac, Gyro, and Shaker, whereas they themselves picked up the PL. So a lot of the natural counters are gone, and of course, as you said, they got rid of the Anti-Mage as well possibilities. So this is looking really well set up by Faith Crafter for IG.
What kind of heroes could Secret look towards?
Ember is the main one, but they haven't used Ember in a really long time.
Please no RTZ Ember. Never forget.
Luna.
His dad told him.
That is very interesting. So it's a Luna. I have to say that Luna doesn't, like the synergy between Luna and the heroes they picked prior to the Luna isn't the best. Because Luna is that type of hero that wants to, you want to group up as 5, you want to take down towers, you want to take team fights, where the others, they're more of the ganking type of heroes. They just go in, get a fast kill, go back. So I'm very interested to see how Secret run that lineup.
I mean, I can see why they want to do it, right? As one of the better late gamers. We've seen it, I think, How's Luna out late game and Anti-Mage, and it is really good, but there's so many, like, things, right? You have to deal with the Darkseer illusions, you have to deal with Phantom Lancer illusions. I don't know if the glaive is going to be strong enough to handle all those, especially if Phantom Lancer gets fat.
It's a pretty impressive high ground pusher though, and taking all the tier 2 towers when you have a Luna lineup usually is pretty simple, but I'm not sure. As you said, Matt, this lineup is starting to spread up a little bit what they are aiming to do.
And also how they're going to lane that Luna. If she's going to be up against a Darkseer, she's going to have a tough time. Maybe a Crystal Maiden comes to mind for Team Secret if they want to try that. They did that before with frostbiting the creep with Iron Shell constantly, making sure that he doesn't get close to the Luna. But other than that, which support would you look towards to keep that Luna safe on lane?
I like the Crystal Maiden idea, actually. I think it's quite good, especially with the other heroes. The aura is going to give them a lot of... It's going to increase their laning potential, like the Clockwork, the Lina, even the Bounty Hunter. You lack a lot of mana regen early on.
I think it's time. I think it's the Puppy Crystal Maiden going to come out here for sure. I mean, they could run a Chen again, but even when we see a Chen played to perfection, like really well executed and so on, it's not that impressive. And when late game hits, you're sitting there and your best skill is to send one of your teammates out of the fight. That's not really to win the fight.
I really don't think Chen is a good hero here because the type, when you play versus Darkseer, Darkseer is a chaos hero. Whenever you take a fight versus Darkseer, it's complete chaos. You don't understand, everyone needs to reposition, and Chen doesn't want to take fights like this. You want to stand your ground. So does Luna, actually. You want to be able, that there has to be a line between you and the enemy, and you just exchange spells and nukes. But against Darkseer, it never happens.
I mean, they could go what? Shadow Demon, I think, is actually a possibility here, as well as Enchantress. I don't think either of those are too bad for Team Secret.
They also have no BKB counter versus the SF. Channeling Requiem, so they could also take something like a Bane, but yet again, it's zero control for the PL. Right now, they have literally no control for PL, besides the Lina stun, which isn't the most reliable spell.
So I don't really think that... I think Crystal Maiden is the best simply because of what you said, control versus the PL. Chen Enchantress could maybe work. Enchantress does, she's able to kill BKB heroes as well with Impetus, but I think they need the AoE.
I kind of agree. I don't see Enchantress working. They could destroy the lanes with it, but yet again, what happens next?
Zeus gets picked up.
So it might be a Lina support, Zeus mid. So it's not going to be a Lina mid most likely. I would be very surprised if it's a Zeus support. It has to be a S4 Zeus.
Most likely it's going to be, yeah. But Zeus mid against Shadow Fiend can go really well. But if Shadowfiend gets a little bit of help by a Dazzle, for example, in the beginning, he can take over that lane. He can deny against the Zeus pretty easily with his Necromastery.
They have so much burst. Team Secret have a lot of magical damage.
What are we thinking here for IG? Would a Sand King fit at all?
It would. It would.
Definitely. That type of hero, either way, is what they're looking towards. Something that can AoE disable, rely on the vacuum from Darkseer.
Yeah.
So either a Sand King, Shaker obviously banned out.
Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker. All right.
They need an initiation. It's gonna give them a bit of initiation, and Spirit Breaker plus Darkseer is it's a very scary combo to face,
And he's
especially early game.
less greedy than the Sand King as well.
Yep.
In terms of being able to initiate without needing anything, really.
Okay, players have selected their heroes. They are in-game. They're lock and loaded, and we're ready for what could be the final game of Team Secret at the International 5. Let's find out whether IG have got what it takes as we head back to the commentary team.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're live here at Key Arena getting ready for game number 2 of this best-of-3 elimination match. No matter who takes the series, Blitz, multiple international champions will go home, be it IG, be it Secret. Both of these teams have been here on the biggest stage, and they've done it before, but only one can move forward.
I honestly can't believe that Secret is in this position. They were knocked down to the lower bracket by eHome, a team that is incredibly good, but most thought Secret would run over, and I didn't really see a lot of people give IG much of a chance at all, especially with how they played in the group stage, but I mean, Secret is one game away from elimination at this point, and I definitely didn't see that coming.
Well, they have gone with 2 unconventional picks in this game. The Luna only played twice so far in TI, and she's 2-0. The Zeus, 1-8, only played 9 times the entire tournament, so neither hero very popular in this event. We used to see Luna a lot when the push strats were more in vogue, and of course the Zeus used to be a lot more popular going back, I don't know, back to 6.83, and even before that, Cloud9 probably the team that ran it the most. But let's get underway here. Kuroki will be the man to move forward, scouting things out for Secret. Heading towards the top side of the map, Chuan sits with a Dust, currently in vision of Secret. Artesia is already taking the Lunar Blessing here. Looks like they want to get something going early at the top rune, get some momentum, which, I mean, they have had momentum in these games, but especially in the last one.
Yeah, it just seemed like they had trouble closing out the game, but this Zeus versus Shadowfiend matchup is really interesting because against a Shadowfiend, you typically want to pick a hero that can zone him out of the lane or have potential to solo kill. But Zeus isn't really that hero because he doesn't have the best base damage. Like when he's apart from the Luna, he only has 45. That's only 3 more than a Shadowfiend who has one of the lowest.
They're gonna fight. Here comes the charge. The cogs are ready. It's gonna block Chuan away. Zai trap from the side comes burning. They're gonna work on the clockwork as Luo moves forward, zoning the rest of the team back. Shadowfiend engaging into the river. Still hasn't skilled anything. Who gets the bounty rune? Artesia grabbing one. The Shadowfiend the other. Zai on the run now. Iron Shell burning him down slowly as Luo's on the chase. But the first blood is Kuro and the bounty hunter. They're looking for 2. Still diving. Luo can't quite get it done despite the karate chop. At Secret, a slower start here. They do at least get the bounty rune for Artesia, I should say, but he's off in the safe lane, so this mid lane, IG going to be happy about how things kick off. A first blood and a bounty rune for the Shadowfiend. So, well, with that said, Blitz, it's going to be a tough matchup now for S4.
Yeah, Zeus is a hero that's just going to trade CS anyways, but you definitely don't want to see Ferrari get that type of start because now he has the potential to kill you. He's going to hit the level 3 a lot sooner than you are, and it's going to be harder for S4 to pressure, especially since Ferrari decided to really smartly go for the fully completed Magic Wand first instead of something like that Wraith Band. And now he has the base damage lead against the Zeus. It's going to be so hard for him to deny. So all S4 can really do in this lane now is trade CS, and that's what you do pick Zeus for, so it's not too big of a deal.
Look at this, kind of a greedier play here from IG. They're not actually just running the standard off lane here in the Darkseer. Luo is jungling, and Kuro's moving through the woods. You generally don't see teams try to get greedy in their jungle when they're up against the bounty hunter, and Kuro is going to scout him out. The ping comes, actually dropping rather low here. Luo's at least going to give up experience. If he's not careful, maybe even a hero kill. He's out of mana, and Kuro goes in. The creeps are going to help him out. Kuro looking to make plays here. Luo has the salve, he uses it, almost immediately canceled. Gets some experience and drives him off the jungle already. They were trying to maybe give Chuan a bit bottom. He was actually stacking Ancients. Already you can see an initial stack coming out. They're just abandoning the offlane here versus the Luna.
I think they realize the Luna plus the Lina has so much kill potential. If Puppey manages to line the stun, the base damage from Luna is one of the highest in the game with her Lunar Blessing, and so it's a little bit too hard for him to be able to stay there. And with how mid's going, I mean, the Zeus isn't doing, he's got ATS, but at the same time, Ferrari's doing such a good job, it's hard for him to keep up.
Yeah, no stacks right now for 430 as those were being farmed by Luo's Darkseer. He will head bottom. He should be able to get level 2 momentarily. Juan even coming in just to help secure this, and they make it aggressive in the lane versus Luna. Traditionally, where she's a bit weak is this stage. If you run at her early and she doesn't have a whole lot of backup, she's got good move speed, but no real escape mechanism, and is rather squishy. But there is support here currently. The Lina of Puppey will be protected, but top lane, the action's going to break out. Fade's trapped in the cogs of Zai. He's going to fight this one. He's even taking Poison Touch. It won't help him. Secret get on the board, making it 1-1, evening the kill score out. Nice rotations from Kuroki, shutting down the Darkseer jungle, forcing him towards bottom, now striking again top. We have seen Bounty Hunter, one of the most successful heroes in this event, especially on the big stage. I know K-Poptosis has talked about it, and the stats are very good for the hero, and we see Kuroki making full use of his early laning prowess here.
I mean, the issue with dual laning against that Clockwork is, especially with Burning having so little mana, it's so hard for them to zone it out, and you saw the Dazzle even skip the Grave and go for the Poison Touch just to be able to harass, but it doesn't really do too much, and Clockwork has one of the better HP pools to work with, 720, and if you don't have that heavy right-clicker, no real reliable nuke, it's going to be so hard to zone him out.
They're going again on the top lane. Kuroki trying to get aggressive on Burning, has the Manko, but with the creep wave pushing in, Zai's going to sit there and farm it. He's just not going to be allowed to get too much gold or experience right now. They are slowing down this PL. Meanwhile, free farm for Arteezy bottom, already 21-8. Point ahead in that department, but mid. They make the move onto S4. The charge comes out. The raises are there, and S4, he's not had an easy go of it here in the mid lane on the main stage, and again, gets pressured. Just no backup for the Zeus.
This just isn't a lane that he was going to win in the beginning. Once Ferrari had that kill head start, he had that bounty rune on top of that, and I mean, that just makes it even worse. He knows that Ferrari was invis. He saw the bottle beforehand, but they still weren't able to do anything.
They have dust here on Chuan. This could be bad for Kuro. Dust popped, but he's up the hill. Kuroki gonna retreat. Oh, that's a close call. You get the charge off, you have 2 level 3 raises coming out, probably enough to kill the bounty hunter right there. Kuro will dodge a bullet, he baits out a dust, and that leaves the Spirit Breaker, Chuan with none. Just now getting his boots, a bit under level.
They're going to swap lanes now, I think. Ferrari can go to the jungle if he wants here and just give Chuan a little bit of levels, but Chuan just opts to pick up the level 3, and he's going to charge in this top lane.
Find Luo, but S4 looks for the big body blocks. Can't quite corral him in. He will surge away. Still forcing him out of the jungle again. This Puppey will go back to pulling here momentarily, it looks like. And so far, the Shadow Fiend of 430, as you would expect, off to a hot start, and trying to keep up and doing a pretty good job of it so far is Arteezy. The rest of the heroes rather far behind through the early laning stage.
The good news, though, is that Burning is being pressured incredibly hard. He doesn't have the best CS to work with. 16 CS at 4 minutes, or 5 minutes actually, is about 20 behind where you want to be as a safe lane carry.
It's a total just change up from last game, especially. They're looking for Luo bottom. They get the chain stun coming from the Lucent Beam. Arteezy at another. It's not required. And meanwhile, top Kuroki is being pursued, but there's no detection here on Chuan. 430 also stall game. Throws out a wild raise. He's going for the twofer, but Kuro, he dodged the other way. The courier nearly brought down while that was going on. The Soul Rain's there. It's going to make it out. So Kuroki finding a lot of pressure around the map, and it's where Chuan just needs a pack of dust to shut this down.
And this is why Luo decided to go for the jungle first, because he knew that this was going to be a difficult lane to begin with. That combination of just 2 range heroes, the Lunar Blessing, 1 or 2 nukes from either of the heroes is enough to bring him down, and you have to be worried about that at all times. As a Darkseer, who you've got the surge, but at the same time, if you get stun locked down, it's hard to be able to survive, and Puppey was on point there. But what I'm a little bit concerned for with Secret is this mid matchup. Ferrari's snowballing incredibly hard. He's already got treads. There's almost no chance that they can kill him right now. They're going to have sentry wards pretty much the entire game mid for him, and they have to slow him down this game because he has the potential to just go off.
He's level 7. The max raise is now available. Keep an eye on the Dire jungle. No stacks here for 430, so he won't be able to accelerate his farm to the extent we've seen it. And a lot of that does come down to the Darkseer. S4, nice D-ward near mid, denying 430 the uphill vision that he's craving. No sentries here either. That could give Secret a little room to maneuver. And it's one of the nice things about the Zeus together with the Bounty Hunter Blitz is you can always keep that mid lane de-warded if you place your lightning bolts just right.
Yeah, you nearly almost always have map control. But S4 already forced back. And so this top lane, they have to kill Zai here because they need to open up the map a little bit more for Burning. The amount of farm that he has just isn't enough to cut it. And Ferrari's far enough ahead that he can sacrifice a little bit of farm to just come up here and try to pressure, but it's going to take a little bit too long. And Zai's playing so carefully.
they're just going to push already. Buckler coming out for 430. He has a double damage rune, and they think this means just a free tower. Puppey has just rotated in towards mid. He's going to swing towards top, but with no Zai hookshot available just yet, and with Kuroki not having level 6, IG get aggressive before the tracks come into play. Duo of Luo currently parked bottom, soaking up experience. Mid lane being pushed a bit by S4. He does have the ult. Maybe something they can use together with a stun to go for a quick pickoff. Out comes the nuke from Puppey. Stun onto Burning, it will connect. Shuriken available. He's close to the kill range, but he's going to bottle up, stay alive. Zai still not level 6. The deny is there. Well played by the young Swede. Calm under pressure. And they almost have these heroes in kill range for the Zeus, who is now going to rotate towards top. But at least for now, it seems nobody's going to be quite low enough. Hook is just a creep or two away. Zai's got it now. Could he go for the hook here? There is a doppelganger available. They can combo this. Hook, rocket, and no Zeus ult even needed. Zai does it alone. Very, very well executed by Secret. Looking for an additional D ward up the hill. S4 not going to find anything, but does get eyes on Chuan.
Oh, he's getting.
Oh, he's in danger. The creeps are working against Chuan, and he's going to have to back his way out. He charges away with the lightning bolt on cooldown. No way to stop that. But it does keep Chuan on the defensive. That was a very early group up from IG. We generally don't see it quite that soon.
I think it was just in response to the catapult coming, and they had the DD rune. You have to open up some space on the map for Burning. If you take that tier 1 tower down, it means that he can just go to the jungle, you can farm a little bit more safe, you can pull your own creeps if you want. And it just makes it a little bit more difficult for Zai to push out this aggressively because he doesn't have a tower for heroes to TP to. So it does open up the map a little bit for Burning, but Secret with the perfect response, getting Burning low. Burning didn't want to use that doppelganger, 25-second cooldown. In that situation, it was probably worth it, but Zai perfectly played there. He throws the rocket first, so he doesn't scare him, but he does enough damage and simultaneously launches the hook at the same time, able to nail that kill. And I mean, Burning is just so underfarmed right now, and this is a game where I feel like Secret just want to run at IG, because Luna is a 5-man hero.
And they almost have track. That's the big thing here. Kuroki already hit level 5, which, considering how often he's been off the lane, is pretty good for him. That'll be, it feels like the big thing that they don't currently have, which is going to kick the aggression into overdrive. As they make their move on bottom, Secret are already smoking away from this lane. Are they wrapping around somewhere? Looks like they head towards mid. In fact, yep, they're going to backstab the tower. Nobody from IG waiting, but it could lead to a freebie, as IG are also smoked. And even if they go towards mid, they'll be spotted, as their own smoke does wear off. They plop down a lane ward mid, Secret moving past this lane. Just showing S4, not the best pushing here. Both teams probably having a good idea where the opposition is. Burning the one man who's in slight danger of being caught out.
I think Secret actually thought that the Shadow Fiend would be in the jungle if he wasn't mid, because he didn't show himself at bottom, but...
Uh-oh. This would be big for Secret. Burning already having a tough game. He gets lightning bolted and just slain. Absolutely slaughtered. Walked right into Secret's waiting arms. Didn't have a chance. And Secret, despite the early tower going against them, are already leading by 2,000 gold, 2,500 experience. Ahead with this one, Blitz, and look at this from IG. They have another double damager in 430, looking to match S4 in the rune department. What a timing for this, but Chuan will get bashed, and they start to work on the big rock in the pit.
They don't have a medallion, but with this DD rune on the Shadow Fiend, I mean, they should be able to take this down. It's a pretty weak Roshan, only 8,500 HP, not a whole lot of armor. And once they grab this, IG are going to feel so emboldened.
This is the mech. This is the mech as well.
Secret's going to see this coming, but it's way too late as Ferrari is going to pick up the Aegis. Like you said, it's the mech, and I think that means a signal to go for the 5-man.
Who do you favor here in the 5-man? Both teams have a lot of team fight with the, the analyst. Oh, we're going to see a charge. No, just kidding. Chuan just making sure it still works, and in fact, he finds the charge is not broken. But yeah, with the Zeus final pick, it did amp up Secret's team fight potential quite a bit. Going into that, they mentioned, and I think you would agree, it was more gank-centric, but this shores up their team fight potential early on. So with the Aegis and the mech, do you see IG just far stronger in those clashes, or do you think Secret can take them?
I don't think it's far stronger, but Secret, they just have to outmaneuver them. The problem is when you have a hero like Clockwork, you go in, you're pretty much hard committed to that. Whereas IG, they've got a lot of different ways to re-engage, get out of there. You've got the Doppelganger from the Phantom Lancer, you've got Surge from Darks here, the charge from Chuan. The Shadow Fiend is a little bit of a hard commitment, but...
Oh, Kuro, he went for just a split-second track, but he got scouted out, and there's dust on Chuan. Those reactions, almost instantaneous. He gets 2 tracks out, but it costs him his life. he was uphill and he showed himself for like just a quarter of a second, really. Chuan was just expecting it seems.
The strength of that combination, the Darkseer plus the Spirit Breaker, is so good. I think IG always picks some sort of combo with that. They make sure that there's some way to abuse the Ion Shell even in the later phases of the game, so it's not wasted. It is a lot of additional damage, especially against supports in the mid and late game. So I think they feel really comfortable drafting that hero for Luo every time, but the mech is now completed on the Shadow Fiend. They're gathered up as 3. Burnings is showing himself at bottom. I think he just doesn't want to make sure that Arteezy gets free farm. And at the same time, this is a pretty safe lane for him to be in because Secret's not really going to go to that side of the map anymore.
It's also tough for them to gank a Phantom Lancer here. You've got the hook, but you can always just doppelganger away. If they hit the combo right, they have a ton of burst, but it does rely on getting that initiation off. And he's at the tower, so not an easy takedown. We're going to see Arteezy go into drum splits, and normally as a carry, Arteezy known more for the farming-oriented builds. Sometimes we'll see like an early mech on Shadow Fiend, but he still focuses a lot on hitting creeps and getting ahead early. But so far, his Luna build very team fight-centric, very 5-man-centric, and they are starting to congregate here. They find the hook. It's a deep one onto Fade. He's completely trapped out. Can even get off a grave. No chance in hell as the Thunder God's Wrath will finish him off. Now 430, rotating in. He tries to go with the mech to salvage that, but a bit too late. Arteezy, Lucent Beam #1 coming in, and it looks like Secret want to take this head on. Out goes the Lance. The Zeus 4-step already online to try and counter this IG aggression.
I think the main reason why the Luna decided to go for the drums the other way is because there's no natural mech carrier on the side of Secret. You ideally want your Bounty Hunter to have some insane start, and he can get Guardian Greaves at some point, but at this phase of the game, 14 minutes in, you're not going to have a mech on your carry to help out your carry, so you need a little bit more HP. Going for a BKB this early on pretty much means you lose the game as past the 20-minute mark once you've used 2 or 3 charges, and so going for the drums is smarter.
He's in a good position here. He's got the Eclipse at the ready. Is he going to go with it first? Lucent Beam to start, track to follow. Faith blown up again. Secret finding the pickoffs here. Can they turn this into a tower push? That's the question right now. Still a couple of IG heroes in the neighborhood, but the hook shot is going to cool down in 2 seconds. Even so, Zai bottles up a haster, and they will back off, and IG get their own 4-step. Luo rushed this. He did not go for the mech, because that was what 430 grabbed first. This will be their attempted solution to the hook shot. But at least for now, it feels like you don't need to trap a hero in Cogs. Just that initial hook into a Laguna Blade Zeus ult is enough to kill about anyone. Puppey TPing out, and again, he'll dodge the charge. I think they actually might have seen him moving towards that bottom lane from the mid ward, and they dodge yet another gank. Haven't seen too much aggression out of Chuan aside from that one Bounty Hunter kill.
I mean, he's trying time and time again, but
Secret are just ready for it.
Yeah, exactly. And at the same time, this Lina has a surprising amount of farm. She's 1-0 and 4, 44 CS to boot. With just a little bit more tower gold, she'll have a full Yules, and this is going to pay off huge because nobody from IG is nowhere near a BKB right now. Like, Burning is going to suffer from this, and it's going to slow down things like the Darkseer Surge. It's going to be really effective against Chuan, for example. And this is on the support Lina.
They are going to charge top. Chuan, a long gallop across the map, may get scouted out here. Now the fight breaking out. 430, the first man in will lose the Aegis, but he will have a second life. Eclipse is prepping. It's hitting creeps for now. It will bring down Luo. 430 also dead. He didn't mech. He didn't get it off. And now Secret chase forward a hook again. Combination after combination. Just slaughtering IG under the tower. They thought with 2 lives, they would really be able to hold that with the Shadow Fiend, but too much burst from Secret. IG getting overconfident, overzealous, and heavily punished. The graph spikes dramatically upwards. They lead with a hero that loves to stay ahead. The Bounty Hunter looks to extend that lead. They now get a Midas on Zai's Clockwork. Further looking to cement the advantage here heading towards the mid game. And they are also out farming them. You look at creep scores and it's not even close for 430. Arteezy farmed amazingly well on the Shadow Fiend, but he's 43 CS down on the Luna, only 16 minutes in.
I mean, they've just put so much pressure on Burning at all times. He hasn't actually had time to collect himself and find space for the farm. They got that kill on him at top. He was constantly pressured by the mid pushes, and I mean, Arteezy didn't really just let him relent at that bottom lane. And if you take a look at his items right now, he's actually lower in net worth than the Bounty Hunter who's been roaming this entire game. That's a terrible sign if you're Secret.
And meanwhile,
or IG.
Meanwhile, Puppey's atop him. He's the 4 position here on Secret, but you wouldn't know it. Already a Yule's complete with 3 towers taken down. The supports are getting their farm too, and he's close to being able to solo kill even Burning, who's gone for the very defensive early cheap item build. Let alone the supports who are just mincemeat for his Lina. Everybody in Secret feeling like they will be a factor this game, and right now, a desperately starved Dazzle, somewhat underfarmed Chuan, though not horribly so. And then the cores, as you mentioned, quite far behind.
There's just so many things that Yule Scepter early game can't stop. Chuan being the chief one among them, and before Ferrari gets his BKB, it's going to be incredibly useful. And I think with that, Secret are just going to continue to push their advantage. They still don't have a mech on any of their heroes unless that's one flying in on the courier. Kuro's pretty close to it, but they're just struggling a little bit too hard to piece anything together. As IG, they don't have that overwhelming teamfight presence like they did last game. There's not a ton of reliable disables. The Spirit Breaker's okay for it, but there's a lot of different counters to him this game.
There's the Lightning Bolt, we've seen that. There's the potential Lina stun. The Yule's the easy one. Lucent Beam really good at canceling charge. They have a lot of counters to his initiation, and that's where you'd like someone else to go in first. But, I mean, who's really going to do it? No Blink Dagger on Luo, just a Force Staff, and only a level 1 back anyway, so it does feel like it falls to the outgunned Spirit Breaker to get the job done against all odds right now. They are starting to find a little more space here for Birdie, though. He pushes in the top lane, he has completed the drums, but at the same time, the pressure mounts from Secret bottom. They've got the aggressive wards up. 1 top, 1 towards the bottom lane on the hill. Very impressive map control with a Kuroki Bounty Hunter constantly moving about. Another tower down. It's all but 1 already claimed for Secret. Barely 18 minutes into the game. And now they hunt for more. They are going to find Faith. Lightning Bolt comes out. He immediately gets Yule stunned and done. Secret making it look easy as they hunt for more. Hook. Oh, 430. Give him a half second longer, and he's done for there. Barely able to escape from Zai's incoming hook shot. Still, the jungle once again taken over, and IG just having to play keep away, burning back towards bottom. But it's slow going compared to the anti-mage from last game Blitz. He just doesn't have the farm to quickly shove these lanes in.
Part of the reason we were so confident that IG could make that comeback is because a hero like Anti-Mage flash farms so quickly. When you're behind, you can be really daring, you can push in lanes really far, and at the same time, he had reliable disables backing him up at all times.
Kuro sees the courier, and he's going for it. It's gonna take 2, 1, oh no, gets it with 1. They will deward, but the damage is done. Nothing actually on the courier. Still, more gold into an already loaded Secret lineup. They're closing in on like a 750, 800 gold per minute advantage being gained here. Not quite the total stomped 1,000, but it's damn close at this point.
I mean, 12K net worth lead already. Arteezy's got a full SNY, max stats already. He doesn't have to go for that early BKB, and I can't stress how crucial that is. If he goes for the early BKB and IG burn off a few charges, and when it gets to the later phases of the game, it becomes much less effective for the Luna. But the fact that he just decided to go for the stats build means that he's going to be able to fight in this early game, but at the same time in the late game, he's going to be just as effective.
Keeping an aggressive posture throughout the map here. He will walk into 430. He could kill him with an Eclipse, I believe. Zuzol coming out. 430 in quite a bit of danger. Lucent Beam can stop the TP. He's trying to fog him. And Arteezy doesn't want to risk blowing the Eclipse, but he may walk right back into 430, who plays a bit of peekaboo, ends up backing off. Again, gotta look at the wards here for Secret. They just have so much vision and map control. They're even gonna scout out Chuan charging towards bottom, where Burning is hoping for an opening, but already S4 is TP'd out. So that opportunity doesn't amount to anything. Still, Secret just one step ahead of IG everywhere they go, and now they zero in on Fate. Ping comes out from Kuro, continue to track him. Actually tracks him now. And we'll end up backing off.
And that's a 20-minute Bloodstone 4-staff from S4. Incredibly fast considering the start he had. Second in net worth right now. And the Shadow Fiend starts to fall far behind his, even with the BKB.
Well, IG, it seems they were doing a little stacking, but for the wrong team here. Arteezy's going to clean up. Meanwhile, top lane, Kuroki prevents 430 from moving back while Arteezy is stealing the Dire Ancients. He gets a double stack, 1,800 more gold. If he wants that point booster, he could buy it now, but the chase continues on 430. He's got to get all the way back. Puppy's here. Can they counter this with a charge? Their stun already used. They get the combo up. Is it enough? Laguna, not quite sufficient. They go in with more auto attack damage from Kuro. Another stun coming out. Not enough. Kuro survives barely, and they turn it in the end, bringing down the Bounty Hunter, saving the Shadow Fiend, but it cost them a Darkseer. Another Lucent Beam. He will make it back. But IG, it takes the whole 5-man squad, and all it costs them is a Bounty Hunter. It's an even net worth exchange there in the end. Secret still bottling IG up, but now do they even look towards mid? They didn't use Eclipse. They still have Zeusol. And the wall is down.
I think this game, especially after how last game went, Arteezy's a little bit more content to just farm instead of going for these solo kill plays. Obviously, he's not playing that Blink Dagger Yule Shadow Fiend, and so he's just going to rely on the amount of farm that he's getting. And he has to know, even with that Ancient stack, he's well ahead of Burning right now. Just judging their farm, Burning's about to get a Diffusal Blade, but that's not nearly enough for him to be in fighting condition because, I mean, Secret have a ton of AoE. You've got the Zeus, who can just Arc Lightning spam. He's already level 13. He's got pretty much infinite mana with that. He can spam the Lightning Bolt, and that'll instantly force Phantom Lancer back. So he needs probably another item or two, maybe something like a Heart or a Scotty to even approach fighting distance. But Arteezy, he's actually got so much farm right now, 2,500 gold, this pure stats build like we talked about, and with this Aegis too, this should mean another tier 2 tower and maybe even high ground.
Let's see if Secret will go for it. For now, it's the Roche. Arteezy, an unfortunate bash. He does have Frost armor from the Ogre Frost Mage, so up to 31 armor and the attack speed. So Roshan just can't take the pummeling that Secret are administering.
That's a full Aghanim Scepter completed on Puppey, by the way.
Uh-oh.
That's a 23-minute Aghanim's Yule Scepter.
So I'm looking at Dazzle here. Faith has 739 health. He's almost a one-shot at 23 minutes as a support Lina. Free Aegis. It's not even an attempted contest. Hell, you look at Burning, 1290 HP. This Laguna Blade's half his health.
This is pretty much...
And that's your carry. That's your one position.
This is like a slightly underfarmed core Lina.
Slightly
in mid.
He's the third most farmed. He's almost up there with S4 Zeus, and he didn't even go for something greedy like a Midas.
That's what I mean.
They found Luo. He's got the Force Staff. No chance to even use it during the hookshot stun. They burst him down. That's without a Zeusol. That's without the Laguna Blade even. IG, no chance for split push. Secret, they took a long time to try to end the last game, perhaps too long, as they fell short, and they waste no time in breaching base now. They are just so damn far ahead. IG, if they can somehow hold, that they just have to be one of the scariest high ground teams in this event, but it's going to be the absolute hardest hold of their tournament lives right now. As Burning gets quickly nuked down. He's got to worry about this Laguna Blade from Puppey. Sitting far back tower, about to drop. Nobody wants to go in. Nobody wants to get close to Secret, and that means it's the Rax that take a pounding as Burning jumps his way back. The Zeusol finds him. Another freebie. Secret just making it look easy here. IG, one lane of Rax down, 24 minutes in. They've been on the break. They've lost 3 games in a row on the main stage here in Key Arena Blitz, but it hasn't phased them, not even a bit. They're going in. They want the Shadow Fiend back. Can they turn it? Charge from Chuan. Good combo. They get Puppey, but now the Requiem for 430 trying to kill off Arteezy. He can't do it. He's still got Aegis. He's going to go for Faith instead. They only lose the Lina, and the Rax are down. Still the track gold going Secret's way. Everybody on IG backing off, and what do they even have left at this point? There's a freaking Shivas on Zai. We're 25 minutes in. They're getting late game items. This looks like it's 40 minutes in. Butterfly could pretty much be finished for Arteezy. He's already got the evasion available, but he doesn't even care to wait for it. It's 430 next, tracked up, back to the well with yesterday's Secret. We want 2 lanes of Rax. We're not giving you a chance to turtle. No chance for a comeback is the goal. Just end it now, end it quickly. And boy, this base is crumbling.
They have to do something. They can't really give up the second set of racks, but IG start to realize this is just not enough for them to hold. The illusions from Burning almost instantly go down. The Shadow Fiend is being nuked to all hell. This bottom racks is definitely going to fall.
It's Arteezy in front and GG IG. They know they're toast. It's a complete turn of the events, and we go to our second game 3 of the main event here. Oh boy, Blitz. Day number 3 turned out to be much closer down the stretch.
Yeah, and Secret this time around, they waste no time taking care of business. They say to themselves, we're not worried about the split push anymore. We're just going to end this game on our terms.
They just got so much momentum in the laning stage. We never really saw the Spirit Breaker come online. Kuroki finds a kill early on in the top lane. He shuts down the jungle rotation from the Darkseer. They just didn't give IG space, and well, with that, to find out how IG can maybe get a little more space in game number 3, we hand it back to Paul and the analysts.
Thank you, Aldi. Yeah, a sigh of relief from the Secret fans and a huge roar to cheer them on at the end of game 1. Business is done, panel, and that was the end of that game, and it's 1-1.
Great performance by Secret. And we've said it was a very hard draft to execute. It was all about the rotations, the reading of the opponent's movement, flawless play. They destroyed them.
Yeah, Malini, LD made a point about space at the end. Explain.
I mean, IG, they always need a lot of time to get their lineup and ball rolling, and Secret, again, one of the best teams at pushing high ground. And I like how they're one game away from elimination, but they're like, hey, we're going to go for a strat. We're going to try and end the game at 20, 25 minutes, and they executed it flawlessly.
Yeah, we haven't had that many quick games, actually, especially at the main event so far. That one was actually one of the quickest.
It was definitely one of the quickest, and more importantly, this was the 8th win of Bounty Hunter at the main stage, so he hasn't lost a single game. And I think a lot of it is not even about the track goal, it's just about finding the right initiation. He scouts out the enemy. We saw how he found Burning in his own jungle, setting up for good ganks. They had full control of that game.
Yeah, Shiva's quite happy because she gets to stay with us for another map.
Yay! I am actually quite happy.
Oh, that's nice of you.
I said at the start, I was slightly biased as well.
Yeah.
And I mean, more Dota, what more do we want, right?
Of course, and more Dota by great players in a great arena. I mean, we just... Do you know what? Can we talk to someone and make this a best of 5? Is that okay? Can we change the rules as we go along?
I wouldn't mind, but I think we'd be here for a while because after this, there's 2 more series as well. I don't think those players would be happy if we postponed that.
Okay, let's go back and have a look at some of the highlights from the game. This one's from around about 7 minutes in, and it's really what gets them going. It's what starts the ball rolling for them. It's 2-2 at this point, and it could go either way.
Quite low enough. Poke is just
at this point, Burning is already so poor, or still so poor. He has not had an easy game, and I mean, he tries, but Secret is everywhere at this point already.
Yeah, he really pressured Burning heavily. He was running around with Ring of Vasilis bottle and Bracer like 15 minutes in.
Yeah.
It's something you barely see. Like, you rarely see a PL that's that underfarmed.
Okay, well, we've got one from 15 minutes, which actually is late game in this game. As absurd as that might sound. 15 minutes in when things really started going wrong for IG and going right for Secret.
Top Chuan, a long gallop across the map.
And that's an SF and an A against NMAC. He decides to not use the mech. It is fine because by the time he respawns, his team is going to TP and help him out. So he keeps the mech, but he's going to get blown up. And he doesn't even get to use it. It's a bit of a misplay for him because he tried to channel the ulti instead of the mech. And then they just punish him. Too much burst, that's what we said.
Those stagger teleports in, I mean, by the time that Luo came in, he was already dead by the time that the Aegis was popped again for Ferrari, and it was not good for them, not a good initiation, not a good fight to take.
Yeah. Mentally now, Wagger, the Secret obviously lift back up, although when you saw Zai walk out, you kind of like, didn't really seem much happier, but I'm sure he is after that game.
That was actually kind of the face of all of them. I saw the face of Kuroki and RTZ as they walked out as well. They just seem very focused still. They know the struggle is not over. They got 1 win, but it's still anyone's game here as they're 1-1 in the series. I think they're just focused. Seb,
when you're playing in a situation like this and you're in the booth and then you have to come out after each game, are you annoyed by that? Does that upset your sort of focus and rhythm?
No, actually, I mean, it can depend. I'm pretty sure they would be allowed to stay if they wanted to, but you go, you get some fresh air, you just, change the atmosphere around you, just get to walk a bit. It feels good, actually.
Okay. IG, Malini, from that game, if we'd only seen that game, we'd be talking about this being a 2-0 and a bit of a crush, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much the same strategy as game number 1, just PL replaced by Anti-Mage and mid-Gyro replaced by mid-Shadow Fiend. The Dazzle is like super defensive for them. I like the Spirit Breaker and I like the Ion Shell on it, and they got a lot of kills early, but that's the only kills they got. So I think they need more heroes that can run around and actually do stuff instead of like a super, super defensive 5.
Okay.
Spirit Breaker was nice, but at the same time, he couldn't play that full aggression style. He couldn't just run in mindlessly because the enemy have Bounty Hunter. If you just do that, you might just end up feeding the enemy more than you get out of it.
Okay, players are returning to the arena. And you can see there, Secret on the way in. Invictus Gaming also joining in the middle of the arena, getting ready for Game 3.
Poppy played a fantastic game on that Alina. He was exceptionally farmed. He had like Yules and Ags in a very, very fast timing. It's sometimes Alina solo mid that gets a bit shut down could have the same timing on those items.
It's also really hard to hit those stuns without any setup. I mean, you have Lucent Beam, but they got a lot of kills on the Darkseer because of the Alina.
They played that safely really smartly, and they shut down Luo completely with the Lina Luna.
Lina Luna.
Lina Luna. That's what it was.
Saying that fast.
The Lina Luna.
Yeah,
All
indeed.
IG maybe a bit too greedy, that draft.
I think a little bit greedy, but also the early pick on Darkseer gave Secret a chance to pick something that's comfortable against it on lane. Talked to Matt during the game, and Luna last hits very easily under Iron Shell. She doesn't care much about that. Even if you farm under tower, that's fine. She has such a high damage with her third skill. So that was just a good situational pick. We were surprised by it, but it worked out really well in the game.
Okay, some really creative plays. Talking of creative, actually, I want to mention something about Shiva. Because you've stepped up this year. You're representing.
Yes, I am.
You're representing with the nails.
Representing with the nails?
In the official colours. I don't know if we can get that. Can we get that?
We can.
Look at that.
It is a Dota logo on my ring finger.
How cool is that?
It's very cool.
Yeah. Can you do mine?
Well, unfortunately, I can't do this at all. I didn't do it myself.
Right.
I went to a beauty salon and I told them I had my Dota 2 lanyard.
Right.
This is what I want on my nail.
Okay. Can you just give me the address after this, and then
I will
get it done later.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
They also do great pedicures.
Don't tell there's no one watching right now, but just don't tell anyone, okay?
Okay.
Good. Okay. Moving on. Game 3. Oh, I get really nervous for this. I have no idea how the players are feeling right now, but I genuinely feel really nervous at the moment about this third game for both teams because there's so much on the line. But advancement is what they want. Forget about the money for now. It's about advancement.
Yeah, it really is, and I mean, IG. I felt like they got their anti-mage once, and it worked wonders. I really think they won't get it again. And, you know, your Secret, your S4, you have to draft for them. You feel like they're going to try to get it. They will. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a first phase ban anti-mage. Obviously, they're not going to be wanting to give Ferrari Leshrac or such heroes, so they have to think it through and see, you know, what they think is the strongest. But it could really be an option.
One of the things that struck me about Secret over the last few months particularly is that they learn fast. It's a sign of a great team as well, isn't it? When they can adapt on the fly rather than sort of figuring out the meta from event to event. These guys seem to figure it out from game to game.
Yeah, speaking of figuring it out, that's something their own coach said back during ESL interviews, I believe it was, that if they take one win in a series, they normally just proceed to win everything from that point. So I think Secret are pretty confident now, because that's how things have been going the most. Still, though, they're one game away from elimination in TI.
Yeah.
So there has to be some pressure on them still.
Yeah, because a bad game can always happen.
Yeah.
Luckily, they've got quite a few TI winners in those booths, so experience kicks in. I mean, they've been there before, they've had these matches before, they know how to deal with that pressure, I would assume.
You'd assume it on the other side as well, because Malini, who's supporting Invictus Gaming for this game.
I mean, for both teams as well.
They're also in there as well. We'll get your thoughts in just a second.
Team Secret versus Invictus Gaming. Game 3.
I love the way he says Game 3 with a little bit more gusto than Game 1 or Game 2.
Is that imagined or is he actually doing that? Because I was just wondering.
No, we all thought the same thing. We're into the draft for Game 3 of Invictus Gaming versus Team Secret. Winner advances, loser goes home.
Do it.
Exact same bans as last game and exact same sides too.
Do it. Pick it.
Really?
Pick it.
Well, they had
Don't
Shadow
pick
Fiend
it.
last time. You don't think they would go for Shadow Fiend again?
I'm thinking of the anti-mage.
Yeah, I know you are, constantly.
It's the only time they're going to get it, isn't it?
I think so.
I don't think you pick it first pick though. You will start with something else, and then in the second, if you pick it in first phase, you will pick it second pick still, giving the opponent a chance to mess up and pick 2 weak heroes against it. But it has to be in the mind of Secret right now that if they pick some weak heroes against it, they will get countered.
And ironically, the same opener that they use versus eHome.
Bounty Hunter.
All right.
Yeah, exactly the same.
Let's go again.
So it was the Darkseer as a second pick for IG?
It was.
Well, I don't... They might just pick Darkseer here, who knows? It's a good combo hero, but I feel I've seen this movie before, Matt.
And it ended up... I mean, it depends. Maybe you thought it was a very nice end, or maybe it was an awful end.
Oh, it's a Clockwork this time.
Mixing it up. The Clockwork was really important for Secret in last game. It did play a big part. I'm just curious what IG are going to remove here and what they want to set up for, because Burning, yes, he does really shine when he gets his anti-mage, but there are many other heroes as well that he plays really well.
Obviously.
But the the peel is a little bit weak against Lina and her AoE and her power to just delete him. So I don't think he's the hero against the Bounty Hunter early roam with Lina.
And last game, IG was the one to remove Anti-Mage from the pool, so maybe they'll leave it to Team Secret this time.
Yeah, that's quite likely. Oh, I like that ban though. Banning out Zeiss Broodmother is something you have to do out of respect. He has been a monster on this Brood. It's not the typical, oh, I sit on lane and just AFK a little bit. It's the, oh, there are spiders everywhere in this game kind of Brood.
Battle Brood.
So for IG's lineup, generally their playstyle always depends on what Burning plays. If he plays Anti-Mage or PL, it's very passive, but sometimes they do go for far more aggressive ones like Brewmaster, and that's when they just completely change gears. Sometimes they put him in the off lane and just do something crazy.
Having Ferrari as well in the team, it's sometimes you want to see him play the Brewmaster as well, but both of them are really proficient with it. And of course, having the Shadow Fiend already, Ferrari in love.
And IG is not banning Anti-Mage this time around. For some reason, they
Do you
probably
think
have.
Secret should ban it or otherwise pick it?
I think they should ban it.
You have to...
Unless they want it with that lineup, but it's not as aggressive as a Luna.
You have to keep in mind, though, that Secret are very quick to adapt, and Lina is a really great hero to have against the Anti-Mage, because as we said, you can't go for the glass cannon kind of build. You can't go for the low HP build. You have to stack up a heart or something, or BKB. Unless you do that, you're going to get deleted by ulti.
Well, they're taking their time.
I mean, Secret has done the exact same thing so far. The bans, the picks, they're the exact same.
Yeah, last time it was Earthshaker that they removed from the pool at this point.
It was mainly because of the dogs here, I'd say.
Yeah, it's a combo hero. And Kroki, deep in thought.
Actually funny that Tron was 3-0 last game. I didn't even notice.
That's why I wanted to go back to when I said that he couldn't play so aggressively. So when he did go in, it worked out, but they couldn't take so many chances and risks. Against the Bounty Hunter, you just risk falling behind in gold. So I think Bounty against Spearbreaker is a good hero.
Right. They banned it. I think it's the right move. Because I don't think it fits Secret's lineup, and IG, if they don't ban it, it's probably because they will pick it.
There we go again.
They do the same thing again.
It's always fun to watch. It's interesting to see this in the third elimination game, because sometimes you win the first game in the best of 3, you're like, okay, that worked well. Second game, you go for the same thing, but here, all IG need to do is manage to counter it once, and they are the ones to proceed. So
exactly, it's
Secret really believe in it.
Yeah, it's quite risky from Secret. It's your last game in the tournament. It might be your last game in the tournament, and you play a strategy that they just played against. So they know everything about it.
And if you're thinking about teams growing from game to game, I mean, this would be the perfect time for IG to show that they also grow from game to game.
Yes.
Last time Team Secret actually went for the Clockwork, which is, of course, is no longer available. Which hero would you like to see instead of that? If they go with the exact same lineup, so Zeus +1.
They themselves could go for the Spearbreaker, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, or the Darkseer.
It's just any form of initiator. Darkseer could be good. But yeah, something along those lines. Even an offlane Tusk could honestly work.
Yeah.
I think they run the risk of getting aggroed right now, though, especially with none of their 3 lane heroes picked, as well as Bounty Hunter being the main support on Secret right now. I mean, obviously they could switch to Bounty Hunter to the offlane, but that's a vulnerable spot I see in Secret's lineup.
Yeah, exactly. As you said, yeah. I mean, the best option for them in that case would be to switch the Bounty Hunter to the offlane, or to actually try to dodge the lane somehow and maybe have a dual lane offlane, you know, facing the solo Clockwork, and it could also be a mind game with the way both teams place their heroes.
It could also still be that Lina, in this case, is going to be mid for S4 rather than support for Puppy.
That's fully possible as well, definitely.
And both teams taking their time. A lot of thought goes into this draft. I mean, maybe last game at TI.
Yeah, so Witch Doctor is going to be the hero here. I think Witch Doctor and Clockwork work really well together. You can set up the fight quite nicely with Clockwork, take it on your terms, and then that should allow Witch Doctor to be in position.
They do, but on the other hand, I really feel like Witch Doctor is one of those weak support versus Bounty, because he doesn't really have an answer to Bounty's aggression. And when you just try to run away from him and you cast him, he's disabled for a second, but it doesn't change anything. And here goes the Darkseer for Secret.
Lucent Beam, very easy to interrupt Witch Doctor ultimate. If Witch Doctor is tracked, the Shuriken Bounce actually has a really long range as well.
Yeah, they have tools against him.
The reason why they pick Darkseer at this stage is because they want to pressure lanes. And when you have Bounty, you have Lina, you want to be able to, you know, find heroes that are farming under their towers, you know, that are, you go for that gank, you see the hero, he doesn't move because he has to deal with the creeps fighting him, and he's probably, you know, half HP or 3/4 because of the Iron Shell. And Darcy is one of the heroes that will always pressure the lane, almost always.
Unless he gets scared into a jungle like he was against the Luna, but that was just because he couldn't stay against the aggressive nukes and the risk of dying. But IG here have to show a little bit of color with their fourth pick, revealing more to their strategy.
Again, if they pick like a super weak carry, is going to get completely taken advantage of by the Bounty Hunter, who's going to scout out where he's going to farm, the Darkseer, who just makes it really difficult for lane, and Luna, who's going to put pressure on the off lane to take his towers to limit his control.
That's a very good pick. They don't have any reliable disables. Like, the best one they're going to have is the Lina Yules, and if it's a support Lina, you can't really count on that one.
So now it kind of has to be a mid Lina in a way, because that could lane well against either hero mid, Shadow Fiend or Storm Spirit. And if you run it support, as you say, he will be abused. So Storm was a great pickup. And Anti-Mage also being banned out, there's not an easy way to counter him. So that kind of makes it so Secret's last pick has to be a good disabler. If they want to do a core Lina, they could still pick up the Winter Wyvern maybe. It's a possibility.
Earthshaker was still in the pool, just got removed. Surprised that he made it through this far.
Yeah, I don't think that Invictus Gaming wanted that hero so badly. Maybe they're scared of the chain stun, but I kind of doubt that they wanted that after a Clockwork pick already.
The Winter ban is very good. Obviously, we mentioned it with Darkseer. It's been a great combo so far in TI, and it's also a very reliable disabler versus Storm. They really need Lockdown right now. Like, they have to get something to... Or they run Lina as a core, and then you have better disables. But I feel like the Storm can have a really good game, especially if it's safely in Storm. He's gonna get a like early item, Bloodstone, Orchid, whatever he wants to go for, because SF is most likely gonna lane mid. So they're gonna face not only a Storm, but a Storm that has a good start.
Still waiting for techies as well. Still waiting.
Still waiting. Well,
I think you're gonna wait a little bit longer there.
We are going to wait a bit longer as well.
There might still be the Tusk support, honestly. It still works here. You get some disable from it. It's not the best, but the upside is you have Tuskar's ulti, which can punch through BKB, so you can still cancel the Shadow Fiend ulti. You can do something to Stormy when he jumps in if he has a BKB. It's a decent hero.
Wow.
Oh, even more lockdown, bringing in the Shadow Shaman.
Give us an S for Shadow Shaman mid.
Oh, I would love that.
I would be amazed.
Please.
Oh, come on.
That would be exciting.
I believe.
Shadow Shaman is actually a really good support versus the Clockwork in a 3-on-1 or 2-on-1 situation. I like the Shadow Shaman pick a lot. They can also just end the game,
They
20
can push
minutes.
so fast with this. Rasta with Ags is actually one of the scariest pushers in the game.
Shadow Shaman goes so well together with Luna. He used to be run more when Luna was a popular pick, but now obviously being brought back the Luna and Shadow Shaman, best of buddies, pushing buddies.
I think they need like Sand King or AA, a heavy anti-push support.
It's funny because I'm pretty sure I saw Arteezy practice the Rasta mid, or was it S4? One of them has played a hero on the mid lane.
There's that AA you mentioned. That's the draft.
Okay, teams are set. Players are ready. We're heading into Game 3 to decide which team advances on in the lower bracket at the International 2015. Invictus Gaming versus Team Secret.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time for our deciding game number 3. Blitz, one team of legendary players is going home. TI champions, players who have been there since the Dota 1 days, many of them, and performed on the big stage at countless events. But one of these teams has to be eliminated very early in the event. Secret IG, game 3. Is your body ready?
I'm so excited, especially because of this draft. There's a clear dichotomy in the draft.
That was like the least excited.
I'm so excited. I'm incredibly excited.
I want to
But
hear
it
your
sucks.
March roar right now.
One of the teams is going to get eliminated. I like both teams. Chuan kind of looks like me. Arteezy is a good friend. Like, what do you want from me?
That was what I wanted.
I'm going to be more sad because this is in the finals. It means somebody's going to go home early. It's incredibly disappointing, and that's the thing that we never talk about, but there's a clear-cut strategy between both teams.
Oh, look at this. It's Ward Wars off the bat. Luo's in position. Both players TPing down. The Courier's going to start marching back from that bottom lane. Puppy actually deployed it after the TP. Rather unusual way to get it out there. But the Sentry Ward does get plonked down in the creep camp. Didn't actually de-ward Puppy. Thought Luo might try for that. He's going to block off 2 camps. And so they discussed the possibility of a support Shadow Shaman, or a solo mid Shadow Shaman Blitz, but in the end, it is going to be a support for Puppey. Do you prefer that here? What's the thinking with how you decide to put him in the support role?
I think part of it was, well, the Shadow Shaman pick itself was just in response to the fact that they picked a Storm Spirit. You can't just let that hero get free reign. The other strategy is to just pressure him non-stop, but we've seen that fail time and time again. We saw it yesterday with, I think it was actually the Secret eHome game, right, where they decided they would brute force push, but eventually the Storm Spirit, if he has no natural counters on the enemy team, he just absolutely destroys you. And I think this game, they were like, okay, we need a hero that can accomplish both. We need a hero that can push and can also have some form of lockdown disable. So we have a contingency plan. In case the Storm gets out of control, then we have a way to deal with it.
It's happening again. The early skirmishes coming out. They already popped the Chilly Touch. The stun from S4. It's a complete miss. And with that, they may just have to give up this rune. So many ranged heroes and so much level 1 damage. Nobody wants the bottom bounty rune, though. Literally, not a single hero even close to it.
That's a burning SF mid. I haven't seen that in... I don't know when the last time I've seen that.
It's very rare. Like, normally you'd even expect him to be on the Storm, but just because it would take...
Oh, look at that ward. That's so unlucky. Kuro placed that sentry just outside of range. That was like the bare minimum.
Tough start there for him. Burning also not having a sentry in the mid lane. Chuan is going to bring one in. He's also the Salve Bearer here, and they'll pop it down just in time to try and turn a Kuro. There are 3 raises here, just 1 for now. That will drive Kuro back. And let's see if S4 gets any kind of sentry of his own. Nothing on Kuro. So they are going to have the vision advantage here, at least until the courier moves in, and it's only ferrying out a Salve for now. This will protect Burning, so he should have an easier go of it against the Bounty Hunter pressure early on, but not so easy against the denies of S4.
Yeah, Burning right now, he did get the bounty rune, so he should be okay in this lane. And with the sentry mid, I think that Kuro should just skip out on trying to go there and just hope that S4 can go for a solo kill or something of that nature.
Look how deep this is. Chuan's going back to the tier 3s, and they're not even bringing the courier near this. He's going to body walk out a sentry, just the most offensive possible play. And guess who's there? Kuro's
actually
like, well,
just waiting.
I'd rather have a couple chops at you if I can't get the courier.
I mean, we talked about...
Now Chuan's going to go north. He's got to run all the way around.
Is he just running around?
He's just so afraid of this bounty hunter.
Kuro's just matching his steps right now. He's just making sure that Chuan can't deliver that set of sentries.
They're going on top at the same moment. Zai taking a lot of punishment from that Chilling Touch. But he's getting his levels here so far. No reliable stuns early on. He's already level 3. And taking a look at the IG offlane, Luo, 3 and change. So both offlaners getting a lot here as the game gets underway. And the Manor's been shut down. You mentioned the just barely missed D-ward there. Blitz also looking towards the Radiant Pokemon. That D-ward also missed, or at least not the Sentry Ward removed just yet. It looks like they're in range of each other, but I guess he just hasn't seen it. Chuan's going to walk by his own sentry, and Kuro will be scouted out. He grabs the bounty rune. And meanwhile, they grab an invis on Luo, who's already moving towards the mid lane. S4 doesn't have any detection. It could be another downside, but the ping starts coming out. He gets back to the safety of the high ground. If they can just cog him towards the raises, this could be your first blood. Early on, the creep score's even, so it feels like that first kill may be what opens up the game. But again, Kuro's movement's being scouted. This is a total difference maker compared to the way the previous game began, where he just kept on catching them off guard.
Yeah, he does have the support of a Darkseer, so they can get aggressive.
They've got a point and pull here on Zai. He's dangerously close to being killed off. In fact, he looks like he may be the first blood. The pull perfectly timed Zai. Chilling Touch coming out the cast. They got him! IG from range, get it done. And Secret just not getting the openings that Kuro found in the previous game. No courier snipe. Not able to move around and really pressure the lanes. They are slowing down the Shadow Fiend of Burning a bit. And there are no stacks well, there's a single medium camp stack here. There's no huge stacks yet. But so far, it is a lead for IG in terms of the momentum.
What hurts them so much right now is that Kuro's still only level 2, or level 1, so he doesn't have that level 2 where he would be able to get Janata and possibly get a kill on Faith right there with the help of the level 2 Ion Shell. But because he's level 1 right now, it's hard for him to just roam. The time has passed where he can camp that mid lane, snipe that courier, because it is upgraded at this point. So he needs to grab a level 2 and just try to make something happen on one of the 2 supports. Like, those are really squishy supports right now. It's a Witch Doctor and an Ancient Apparition. And those are heroes that are really susceptible to being pretty much 3-shot and then chased down by the Bounty Hunter. But I mean, Secret need a better laning start than this, because if you look at IG's lineup, this is built for the late game. This is meant for Ferrari to be able to go into the late game and have no natural counters. The Shadow Shaman is good in the beginning, but once he decides to get a BKB, it's going to be incredibly hard for him to keep up. And if you notice, IG, they have all the tools in the world to be able to go late game. They've got a Clockwork who can just spam Rocket. You've got Faith with that Ancient Apparition Ice Blast. We've seen that combination before and how it can extend the game, and it's really difficult.
Oh, Kuro in danger of getting caged in here. There is a pack of dust on Chuan, but he didn't actually see him in time. At the sentry in the neighborhood, it's going to wear off soon, but in good news for Secret, the late game advantage, be that as it may, right now Secret are winning the lanes when it comes to CS. You look at their cores, every single one at 20 or above. Meanwhile, the offlane Clockwork for IG Luo getting absolutely nothing, just forced to sit back, and this is the strength of the Luna pick. We've talked about it a few times. Not only does she push, but she's really a lane dominator, especially if it's a solo offlane and you've got a range support backing you up. So Secret are pulling ahead here numerically, but they're just not finding the explosive start from game number 2.
Yeah, but they don't really need that because, I mean, what they're really waiting for is their Shadow Shaman to get some levels and for them to get a few levels on their Bounty Hunter as well. Like, they're not going to go for any sort of 5-man in the early game. It's just about controlled aggression and making sure that IG don't snowball in these lanes. Like, the fact that Ferrari is being pressured so hard by the Starks here makes it so much easier for Secret to transition.
And Storm Spirit is going to be constantly forced back behind this tower, and I guess looking at IG, the other side of this is they really wanted the FATS level 6. Once that comes online, together with the hook shot and the zip, we saw this yesterday from CDEC Gaming that even if you have a more of a late game oriented carry like a Spectre that doesn't bring a lot to the early team fights, the combo is just so scary. So although they fall behind, they are getting their levels on that particular support. The Witch Doctor of Tuan not so much, but it feels like because of the nature of the draft, it's the AA whose levels matter more.
Yeah, they just need to be able to stall out this game and delay because Secret, once they get level 6 on their Shadow Shaman, you have to anticipate every single time that's going to be a tower down for IG, but I mean, IG just have to hold this current pace, try to just keep up in the farm, and I mean, Bernie can just keep rotating between the jungle and build himself up.
In one sense, Secret do get a laning advantage here as the off lane is fully abandoned now by the Clockwork of Luo. He's moved on towards mid. Rocket is going to scout S4. He's deep behind enemy lines. Nobody there to cut him off. And that is going to discourage him from moving in, and it keeps Burning safe. He's level 7. The Laguna Blade was online, and that is enough for a potential kill, but Burning will clear out a stack. And it looks like they want to just keep on giving this mid lane to Chuan support. Let him catch up in experience, and this is a team that uses the jungle pretty well with their cores if they're given that opportunity.
I actually think it's a little bit more important than that they give this Clockwork a few levels because he has no farm at all right now.
Chuan is being surrounded.
S4 is going to push out this wave right now. Maybe they go for the dive. Okay, so he's going to just cut the wave as fast as he can.
There's 3 TPs on IG.
Yeah, he's sandwiching him though, and Chuan has to start running right now because by the time he actually realizes this, he
the instincts. Chuan, they kick in and he's just going to back. But that may free up the tower. No, Bernie rotates in. The DD's on S4. A blind stun here is almost enough for a kill in and of itself. It's tough to land that without a setup.
It's okay though, as S4's trying to rotate around. They really want to be able to get at least 1 kill out of this, but I mean, Chuan's just outmaneuvering them, but S4 sees him with this ward.
Storm has a TP though. Gotta be careful about this dive, and Faith is closing in on level 6. Couple waves to go. The time to act is now for Secret, or you're fighting into the full team fight. Hook also almost online. In fact, they're going to smoke and they walk away. Down towards the bottom. Rune, where Arteezy's raiding. He has Eclipse. Will Tron be fast enough? Can they chain stun him? Out comes the Eclipse. Burning's tanking all of it, and he will end up going down. Arteezy looking for the double kill. Chuan forced back. That was not the opportunity that they were hoping for. Arteezy has another Lucent Beam. The fog is not there, and a golden beam comes down to mark the demise of Chuan, and with that, it may be the demise of a crucial mid-tier 1 tower. No glyph, 4 heroes in mid. Secret are going to get so much map control out of this one. And there's also a dive happening top for Zai. He's level 7. He's working on Faith, trying to slowly work onto him with a double Ion Shell going his way. And Faith's not level 6 yet. The Surge out. Creep Ion Shell will wear off. In fact, he gets trapped under the tower in a long Storm Zip. 430, a bit off the mark, but now he's got Chilling Touch. Surge cooling down for 3 seconds. This should be a kill in the end. They'll get the exchange. Faith hits level 6. He's almost dead. Has no mana for a TP. 45 seconds. He's going to Clarity run into the trees. Give me mana. Give me mana. He should get out.
And Arteezy's rotating.
Barely, but he does.
They're going to take this tower, and at the same time, IG were executing their strat pretty flawlessly. Except for that bottom rune fight, Arteezy picks up 2 by himself, and that's so huge.
That's the Luna dream right there.
You run into a Shadow Fiend that's level 8, you get all of that experience, you slow down his farm, and at the same time, Burning, I don't think he should have chanced that. I think what he was hoping for was all of the Lucent Beams hit the Witch Doctor, he sacrifices him, but even if you go for the triple raise there, I don't think you can kill him.
Yeah, because Arteezy went for the build-up we saw last time around. Just cheap, cost-effective items, the Ring of Aquila, early Bracer, Treads, and Magic Wand, and it gives you a huge HP pool into the 4 digits. So maybe with a triple raise and a couple auto techs, he could just get the job done. And admittedly, a lot of the Lucent Beams hit Burning there. Chuan was not in range initially, so perhaps just that split second of communication was not quick enough to react in time. But now they've got their ultimate splits. They have the Ice Blast, IG have the hook shot as well, and they are on the move. They've even got a ward here off in the Radiant jungle, but there's just no vision on the actual heroes. The entirety of the secret lineup is missing. This gives 430 pause, and it also means the smoke gank is looking to be a bit of a long shot.
And this is what IG was waiting for. They've got level 6 on their Ancient Apparition, and even without a lot of farm on that Clockwork, that level 6 Ancient Apparition, he's able to pretty much kill just between that duo. I think they can even snipe Arteezy if they get lucky. He's completely alone, but they're just going to give this tower up. I think that Secret know for sure that IG are down here. There's no reason to chance this fight right now without vision.
So they want to try and go top with an Ice Blast, potentially. That's the thing to keep in mind with IG is they've got Faith all the way bottom, so anyone who shows the top could potentially be a go. But if they go on this, they're going into 4. Not sure 430 realizes, but everybody's still missing. They only show Zai top lane. This has to be suspicious for IG. Now Kuroki, still in Viz, not hitting creeps just yet. Maybe he wants to attract a little attention, and they've already got the wraparound going. Shadow Shaman Ward's not yet online. 430 in danger, about to be hexed. Oh, he doesn't get it off in time. No jump out, no escape. 430 down. The trade for IG will be pressure bottom, but they're giving up the kill as well as the tower. It's a tier 2 being worked upon, but already the rotation. S4 is going to TP, and he pings himself. Looks like he's calling for backup. Luo hides in the trees. He's got the hook at the ready. Who's he going to connect on to start this fight? Does he go in? He does on to Zai immediately off the bat. The Ice Blast follow-up ends him off the bat, but they trade. They lose the Clockwork to the Laguna Blade, so a 1-for-1 and a 2-for-1 around the map. And this is with Arteezy not joining the fight. He's pushing the top lane. Forces out the glyph. They never got the tier 2. Secret. Now forcing the enemy out of their jungle in the end. Kuroki going to scout them out. He is still not level 6, though, so no track golden play just yet.
Some concern for IG right now is that their Storm isn't getting a lot of farm, and at the same time, they go for the gank on him. He hasn't really had a solo kill. This isn't the amount of farm that you want on your safe lane Storm. I think at this point, you would want another point, like a point booster on top of what you already have. So this is definitely an under-farmed Storm Spirit, and at the same time, IG did so much damage to that bottom tower that I kind of think that trade was worth it. Because Arteezy, yes, he was by himself at top, but he barely got any damage at that top tower, and so
Speaking of Arteezy, IG do not want to mess with him right now.
I mean, they found out what happened the first time around. You remember that stuff, LD.
It really eats away at you.
That's a fully completed mech now on IG, on that Shadow Fiend, and I think this is going to mean go time for them, or at the very least, they can defend fights. Because they know that they don't have the levels on Secret to really contest this.
Speaking of go time, Secret are also moving. This is right before they get track, though, so even if they get kills, they won't have the bonus gold, but they may start the fight off onto Burning. He gets hexed. He won't be able to mech. The hook comes through. He gets it off. Now the turn. Ice Blast onto 3. They explode. They simply melt before the combo. Kuro's forced back. The wards got dropped. They'll be farmed up. It was the hook from Luo. It set it up. It saves Burning. It gets the triple, and it puts IG back on even footing, Blitz. A complete swing of all the graphs, and the momentum utterly blunted.
I mean, Secret didn't expect that type of 5-man play by IG. S4 wasn't even in position quite yet. He was trying to get his Yule Scepter at that bottom lane. They probably are going to... No, he gets so unlucky with that cast.
Oh, that's not going to bounce. Chuan in danger now. Just an auto attack would get it done, but the heal keeps him alive. That and the early Urn pickup.
Oh, that was so
barely enough. Just barely.
The coconut bounces on S4 at the end again.
Just trolling him. Just trolling him.
Everything that could be going wrong for Secret right now is...
They have track gold. Even if things are going wrong, you always have the potential for a big swing. Right now, they don't have vision, though. That is a bit of concern.
I mean, the main problem, though, is that the Storm is eventually going to snowball LD. He's going to start to get some items, and IG, they can lock this game up
in the late
They have a Yules. They hook. And they are going to look to go, but it's on the creep. Not quite ideal. Ice Blast coming through on Arteezy, forcing him back. He doesn't have the Eclipse, and they know it. This is time to strike for Secret. They move back in onto Luo. Cogs come out, and he ends up getting pulled out of them by the back of Zai, but he's up on the high ground, protected by his low ground friends. He will TP out. Great escape. Almost a sensational play from Zai, but couldn't quite find the follow-up.
I think that was a little bit of a miscommunication error because I think S4 should have just gone for the Yules play and lifted him up in the air to guarantee the fact that they get the stun. Luo was so far away from the rest of his team. He had already used his Cogs and his hook. That should have been the play right there, but good play by IG, rotating out. And what I'm talking about right now, though, is that this Storm just continues to farm during all of this. You ganked him up early, but at the same time, Shadow Shaman as a support, he needs a lot to be able to deal with that Storm Spirit.
And you've got Burning. Burning is the leader in net worth. Level 11, despite the early pressure, he's 30 CS up on Arteezy's Luna. It's kind of a flip-flop from the last game where it's the one position for IG getting the early advantage. And maybe this is where we see the Burning Shadow Fiend make a little more sense. It's less of the tempo controller, and sure, he normally doesn't go mid, but he got the help from Chuan early. And it's a hero that can really flash farm if given the space.
And Ferrari clears the ward out of their jungle, and he does have a regen popped, and this means they are going to go for the smoke. I think this is them intercepting their own jungle, just because they know that a lot of Secret heroes are at top. And
they're mobilizing. The smoke's going to break. Instant dust on Kuro. Hookshot not even needed. He's just going to walk in through the slow, pull him back. No chance. IG, 5 hero smoke in the end. Bernie was kind of farming top. They only get a bounty hunter, but it's another kill. And it also just blunts any offensive from Secret, who are not driving IG back towards their side of the map the way that they were in Game 2.
I think this is going to mean that Arteezy has to go for the BKB first. If the early game had gone slightly better, he could have gone for that same greedy build.
That Dominator, Sanjin Yasha type build.
Yeah, exactly. But with how this game's gone, he has to go for the BKB, and that means that Secret are committed to the late game. They have to start winning fights sooner than later. Their cores aren't getting the amount of farm that they want. They don't even have a mech completed yet on Zai. And Kuro just hit his level 6. They have to start getting some track kills. This is a 0-1-0 bounty hunter who's effective.
Yules, but S4 is getting nuked from the high ground. They heal in mech way too much. He's not even close to getting the kill there. Doesn't cost them a huge cooldown, but it just more feels, it's frustrating for Secret. Last game, the kills were easy. They had the Zeus ult. They had so much burst damage, and IG were just squishy. But this time around, they've got the Urn already that's come out on the Witch Doctor, and Faith picking up a cloak. So these supports are not the one-shot kills that they were in game number 2.
Yeah, and the Shadow Shaman is a counter to the Storm Spirit with the disables that you have, but at the same time, it only matters if you have a Blink Dagger. If the Storm decides to go on you and there's a BKB SF, there's not a whole lot that you can do to initiate or even get on top of the Storm, because he can just roll on top of you. You're a 900 HP hero with barely any armor.
How much pressure do you think Secret are under in terms of the overall strategy? You've said a few times now you feel like it's a game where Storm can get out of hand. Do you just have to farm up the Blink? Do you look for a smoke gank to get the Shadow Shaman, maybe a tower, and then pressure? What's like the long-term approach here for Secret, given how good Storm could be in this matchup?
I think it's not even just the Storm, it's the SF.
The SF as well.
Yeah, he's almost got a fully completed BKB. He's got a DD on himself and Burning. It's like you said, it's not even the fact that it was meant to go mid. It's just, it was easy for him to do. He rotates between the jungle and mid. But Secret, I think they have to go for the Roche here. They have to make use of the wards. I was going to say that before I interrupted myself. Because you can't go for the tower at bottom.
Only you could interrupt yourself.
You can't go for the tower at bottom anymore because IG, they'll TP for it every single time. Like, they can feel the type of lead that they have, so you have to start going for the safer objectives, and this is a really good one for them to go for because IG, after this...
Ice Blast is coming in. It's going to connect on 2, maybe 3 Arteezy gets bashed as well in the pit. The stuns come in, another rocket plows into him, and the hook! Luo looking to turn it, and now the jump forward, the Aegis Snatch! 430 got it! He's done it, but can he live round 2? They've got Alina stun at 3 seconds. It's not quite soon enough. Yules setting up, buying time. Stun is there. Maybe they can kill him twice. It's a track kill if they do it. Yes, they will. Secret and Bernie runs in, but it's without the BKB. He does pop the mech. He tries to run, but he's a man on his own. Requiem not in time. Secret pull out the magic. And they hang on despite what looked like imminent disaster. The Aegis Snatch, they did get the last hit. But they kill him twice.
That's perfectly fine for Secret. They got the last hit.
That's beyond perfectly fine.
They got the last hit on the Roshan.
Ooh. Close call.
They got the last hit on the Roshan. They killed 2 of the cores. I didn't even see how they were going to kill Burning in the first place. They get him before the BKB comes out. Unfortunately, Arteezy does die, but in Secret, once again, this is a game that they can definitely still win, and this puts them in control of both XP and net worth, and we finally saw that Bounty Hunter pay off. So many track kills in that fight.
I'm not sure if Secret realized it, but Burning was 100 gold or so, maybe 150 to 200 away from BKB. Imagine if he walks in there with a BKB. They have no counterplay right now. They don't have the Lina Ags. Their physical damage it's good from Arteezy, but it's not that great for a single target. But they found the timing. Secret, they did lose a tower topple that was going on, but absolutely worth it. And Storm, no Aegis to play with once he respawns and dies again. Arteezy is on the run here. Can Luo hit a miracle hook shot? Currently, no vision, and he's being scouted out. Looks like Arteezy's going to stick around, but won't get caught.
The thing about that play, though, is if everybody from IG rotates in, Secret can just lose the game right there.
Yeah.
If anybody backs up that Storm Spirit,
that's such a risk.
The game is pretty much over, but that's what you have to do to win an international. You've got to take risks.
They will find a haste rune top now. 2 heroes moving in, also scouted. 5 could converge. Arteezy has Eclipse, and he's going to go with it just for Chuan, who fogs them and tries to turn this around. He will get cornered. That Luna just a bit too nimble in the night, and now the follow-up coming for Luo, who's completely chain stunned. 5-hero track kill. Secret erupting here in the decisive game number 3. They extend their advantage to 7,500, what was once dead even in gold, or only a 2,000, 1,500 lead, and experience actually going IG's way has really opened up. The Ice Blast will come in, but it's not enough to deter the push.
Why do we ever forget about track kill? There's a reason Bounty Hunter keeps getting picked up.
I mentioned it.
It's so hard to fight against that hero because you have to take reliably safe fights. But in Dota, there's no such thing as a reliably safe fight. And every single time you give up 1 or 2 heroes, you think, okay, it's only a support, but it's a 5-man track kill. You have to wonder about that every single time, and it's got to be at the back of your mind. And they know that Ferrari's here, and they might actually isolate him out.
They have the blink. The blink is online
right now.
It's not on Puppy though, so he won't have it to initiate this one, unfortunately. But they are going to look for Faith. Easy takedown for S4. The track. They wait, and they get it. 3-hero Ice Blast comes out, but absolutely no follow-up. Clockwork moving into position here. We'll have the hook, but it's going to be after the Ice Blast wears off. They really need a counter kill. IG need this one. They're going to find S4. There's the hook. He's trapped within the cogs. Yule's cooling down in 4. They need some backup. Laguna turns it. Death Ward as well, and they can't get the job done. But the cask is a bouncing, and Chuan almost finishes off 2. He actually fails to get any. He's been left alone. Where's the backup for Chuan? He's just not getting it. This could be another track kill again. And meanwhile on to mid, where Zai is holding on against 430. Even backs him back in. Jumps out once more. TP can be canceled, and they got him. IG self-destructing, and Secret taking every opportunity to pull ahead. Bernie will mech him up. I mean, maybe 430 gets out with his life, but if so, only barely. Kuro gets the track. So they have the move speed. They can surge Kuro in. They're going to go for this. They're committing for something extra. Bernie does BKB Requiem. He might need to use it. Track, self-deny, does come out. The Requiem onto Kuro. No, he's just going to TP out instead. Won't even bother. Burning, so afraid of forfeiting additional track gold. This game is out of hand, Blitz. It's only 14-8 in terms of kills, but when you look at objectives here and when you look at just the graphs, it is an ugly, ugly sight.
It's just the momentum right now. This Shadow Fiend already pops his 10-second BKB. I can't even explain to you how crucial that is in these team fights when you're going up against a team that has multiple stunts and disables. IG don't have the best comeback mechanic. You're relying a lot on Ferrari being able to build up Bloodstone charges, but he had to use the Suicide there. And all the while, Secret are getting these individual pickoffs that lead to track kills over and over again, and IG are just being thwarted every single time.
Can somebody let Puppy get his Blink Dagger here? He had it in the fight bottom. It's 23 minutes in. He's got another 1,300 gold. I mean, normally the life of a support is suffering, but this is an unnecessary breed of it. He should have it soon. Coming is the BKB, though, on Arteezy, and with that, you have the Ice Blast, you have the Death Ward, you have some answers to BKB Blitz, but they don't have the best physical damage here. Only Burning Shadow Fiend, and it feels like every fight he's just been caught out.
Secret right now, they just have to play safe. Arteezy's getting his BKB delivered.
Oh, they see one. They see one. They're surging. They're looking for Burning. He needs to BKB dodge this stun or he's going to go down. He will immediately. Luo with the counter initiation raises. Death Ward. Commitment. Arteezy walks into it. He turns onto Luo. The back wall the other way from Zai. Looking for the backstep. Requiem will mitigate mitigate some of this outgoing damage from Arteezy. And now they bar forward with Arteezy. This is a big kill if they can grab it. Bloodstone charges coming. The war trap for Puppy, but he's going to one at a time. He needs the help of the team. And now 430 looking for more. Nobody else to claim. Fortunately, IG don't have track gold for Secret, but the push is stopped. The first BKB charge used up. IG with the nice hold, and this game gets tenser. That was surprisingly big. 3,400 gold swing going IG's way. Still a sizable lead for Secret, but momentum slipping away a bit there.
Part of the problem with initiating on burning there is that the thought process is, okay, I'll use him up, he'll use his BKB, and then we waste a BKB charge, we can disengage. But it's Alina. She's got no HP, no armor. She's now gotten rid of her defensive mechanism. The clockwork hooks in. There's actually nothing you can do to save him at that point.
And if she just throws out the Yules and then backs off, he doesn't have to BKB.
Exactly.
So, because he'll see that she's not going for him. So, a bit risky there for Secret. Tried to go in for the backstab, but didn't really find a super Eclipse vacuum combo, and ultimately, they'll slow them down a bit. Still, new items are coming out. The hood is picked up here. Secret, I believe somebody told me yesterday, was the only team to build a pipe, at least through the group stage. It's not been a very common item. But Kuro has done it on Bounty Hunter before, and it looks like he may do it again here with the hood. Could mitigate a lot of this magic damage from the Ancient Apparition, from the Storm, and even the Shadow Fiend to this point is still mostly a nuker.
It's so big against the Ancient Apparition right now. It means that, I mean, Secret, once they get hit by it, no mech's going to come in, and you need some damage because IG are going to full-on commit once the Ice Blast hits. You saw it right there when S4 got immediately blown up. They need some sort of defensive item for him. I actually think a Force Staff on one of their heroes would be so crucial at this point in the game. Like, you need to get S4 out of him. He's one of your primary initiators with that Yule Scepter, but at the same time, once he commits it, dead every time.
Oh my god, he's already got the pipe. And I think more importantly for Secret, this is about to be a level 2 track. You get that 5-hero kill on a single hero on their own, all of a sudden that's 400 gold for your allies, 275 for yourself, 675 gold plus the gold that you get for the actual kill. That's like a 1k gold swing practically for every single kill. Gotta be careful now if you're IG. They have not seen this pipe just yet. The Lina Ags also completed. It looks like Secret about to hit a new timing window this game on the side of IG. We did see 430 get the Bloodstone. We see Burning progress now. What do you expect as the next big items to come out for IG?
I think Burning gets something like a Butterfly or just raw HP. Once he sees that Aghanim's Lina, I think even a Scotty is pretty worth it. For the Storm Spirit, you need some sort of disable to when you run in. I don't know if Orchid is worth it anymore at this point in the game. Probably something like a Lincoln's or a BKB. A defensive item would be really good for him here, especially against the Shadow Shaman. Like, that would render pretty much all of Secret's disables useless, and it would allow him to use his full mana pool without any fear of them being able to stun him up and kill him. But Secret, they need to get some control again. That mid-fight was pretty disastrous for them, and it's going to be in the form of a 4-man smoke gank, and Kuro is level 11 now.
Their team fight is so much stronger. It feels like this is a big timing for Secret. Even the Guardian Greaves up on Zai. One important tool that IG now have is the level 2 Ancient Apparitional. With this, it's a lot of extra damage, and maybe Faith, we'll have to see. Does he want the Midas here? Does he go straight into an Aghanim Scepter? It's pretty late for a Midas, but he's hanging on to his gold for now. Could have bought the point booster, and now they're looking. 430, he's the gem carrier. The smoke not breaking yet, but they are getting nervous. They begin to back off. Zai already used his blink offensively. His smoke breaks and everybody scatters, Burning to the south, the rest to the north. Faith about to be called out here. Looks like they may lose the Ancient Apparition. Or is that Hex just out of range? He's gonna go for the TP, but S4 can easily stun him. Drops the Ice Blast, knows his fate is death, and they get the 4-hero track takedown. That's a lot. That's a lot of gold. Normally you'd say no big deal, but when there's a bounty hunter, it is a big deal.
Every single time they do that, it's well worth it for them. But
1,300 gold swing just for that.
Fantastic.
Jeez.
What do you even say about that? Bounty hunter, what a hero.
It really is. And it also means there's no Ice Blast right now, and this gives Secret a bit more confidence. They're going to deploy also level 2 wards. The analyst talked about the potential core Shadow Shaman Ags, but seems a support one maybe in the making. IG are prepping though. Looks like they want to have a crack at this Roche once again. They move into position. The Ice Blast might get here just in time. The batch comes on Arteezy, slowing down this Roshan attempt. Do they go? If they want to, it's right now, but with the pipe activated, they really don't have much firepower against it. And Secret, this time, it's a free Aegis. IG forced again into the back foot. They move on to mid. No wards, but a lot of items, and a very strong 5-man coming their way.
Arteezy's level 16. S4 is also almost level 16. He's got the Aghanim Scepter. The pipe is on cooldown, but they still have a lot to work with. And that tower is a little bit too low for IG to want to fight. IG's just trying to play the split push game. The Storm's just trying to farm for his life. What you do as a Storm in this situation, you play for that one big fight. You don't really care about these individual pickoffs anymore. You're just trying to increase your net worth as much as possible. So when that one big fight comes, you walk away with 10 Bloodstone charges or something and you win.
Well, there'll need to be some buybacks here at Secret for him to get that from one fight.
10 total LD. Dude. Total.
Okay.
I know there's only 5 here.
You too can match. The hook finds one. It's onto Arteezy, but he's got an Eclipse available. Doesn't want to blow it off the battle. BKB tries to fight this. Lucid Beam still holding the Eclipse. He's thinking about it. He even started to cast it, but ends up not. Track coming in now. Are they going to go for the Requiem on the respawn? Is the timing right? Yes, it is! They get Arteezy! What a pick! The timing for burning! They're looking for more of the jump. This could be the one big fight. Track going out the other way. The Death Ward zoning the back. The wall. The counterplay from Zai! He is the difference for Secret. And now they on 430 hits the gem. He's got the gem. Even if he Bloodstone denies, it's a gem down. And Secret will snag it. And even after what looks like an amazing pick, they're going to lose more. They may even lose Chuan. Zai, no mono for a vac here. Will settle for a Sentry Ward. Again the gold. Again the gold. It just keeps on piling in for Secret, who grieves up. They have wards, and they're pinging out bottom. Zai's going to swing around, de-warding everything. So even if he loses this gem, they've established some map control once more. And plop go the wards. IG. None of their big team fight heroes available aside from Luo. They do know Arteezy's missing and they're going for it. They go onto the wards, but instant Yules. Perfect counter initiation. He's got the blade mail up. Don't want to Laguna that. And it's actually still cooling down for 5 seconds. Go Glimmer, Luo back, but with the hook down, it allows Secret a safe retreat. Wards will be farmed up here. It's not going to be an Ags or a Midas for Faith Blitz, though. He goes very defensive. He picks up a Glimmer Cape. I will say this is very common for Faith. A lot of other support Ancient Apparitions, we'll see them really prioritize getting the fast stacks, being more of a big damage dealer in team fights, but Faith plays more of a hard support AA, and it's going to be Chuan who's the one going for an Axe. He's got 2 of the components so far.
I think they just need the damage from the Death Ward in these fights. They don't really have the best physical damage, especially with their Storm Spirit getting a BKB.
And then there's a pipe for the magic.
Exactly, and something I just want to highlight there, Zai was so patient, and IG, you could see their entire team pinging. They were just getting emboldened. They're like, we got this fight. Arteezy's dead. We even killed the Aegis. There's no way they can fight us anymore. They jump on a S4. He's kept alive by that pipe for so long. I mean, IG set that fight up perfectly. Chuan was on the high ground. He's dropping his Death Ward. IG stack on top of him. Zai with the perfect initiation. You couldn't have scripted that better. And S4 delivers with that stun.
430. He's been a little bit overzealous here. He'll get caught by the stun. He tried to zip out. Now he's out of mono. Laguna ends him. No track gold, I suppose, but that's a small consolation here for IG. An avoidable kill. That's a mistake that could come back to haunt him. 1,000 gold swing again. And an Arteezy pushing in solo bottom. Oh, he's up far. Luo is fishing for the hook. Not going to find it.
That's a 2 Bloodstone charge Storm Spirit now. It's not even worth... If you're going for the high ground defense, you have like 6 Bloodstone charges, you win a fight, you're suddenly up to 10. That means in one other fight, you can boost it up to 15 and almost instantly revive. But with 2 in the game, you just don't really do anything anymore.
Faith will glimmer away. He's being pursued a bit by Zai. They were waiting on the S4 ultimate to cool down. Almost ready. He's picked up another Ogre Club. Looks like BKB will be his choice as well. And it feels like a lot of this game is just going to rely on burning at this point with the Storm struggling to get involved. He has gone Ultimate Orb. Probable Eye of Scotty to come out. Is this a game where Shadow Fiend can carry it, Blitz, or are they relying here on the Storm to catch up?
The Storm has to catch up. The problem is that he still doesn't have his BKB. It's 33 minutes in, and he doesn't have a damage item to go with it. And this Bloodstone, if it was at neutral charges, at 8, he'd be fine. But at this phase of the game, when he only has 2 charges left in his stash, that's 1 more death. You're at 1, and then from there, it's just kind of pitiful. Like, you can't really afford to die anymore at all in these fights. Like, you have to live throughout them. I don't even know if he can. Even with the BKB, his damage just isn't there. Like,
and they have a lot of BKB piercing damage. The wards, the physical damage of Arteezy, now up to 210 plus pop. I mean, everyone hits pretty hard here, courtesy of that Luna Aura. And of course, you've got the pure damage of the Aghanim Scepter. It's 950 compared to... It's half his health, basically. He's sitting at 1800. I mean, the BKB, it helps a bit, but it feels like he has to bait the team. He really has to let somebody else go in first, and that's where Chuan is kind of the secret weapon for IG. They've given him farm priority over Faith's Ancient Apparition. He is closing in on Ags. Maybe a big Death Ward can be the difference maker. But they're running out of time, IGR. Their last outer tower now finished off. The map is starting to look very green. Not what the IG fans want to see here. A secret move around the Roche pit. Still a couple minutes before he can respawn.
It's easy, just farming out the Ancients. He's going to go back. They're just disengaging right now, but IG, they just have to power farm as much as they possibly can before the next fight. Ferrari now has his BKB, so he's going to feel a little bit more comfortable pushing in. And if you're smart, you'll never get hit by anything from Secret. Like, there is a Blink Dagger on Puppey, but it's that Aghanim Scepter that I'm more worried about. Like, Puppey in the first game, if you remember, buys the Devil Bottle, has absolutely nothing in the late game. In the last 2 games, he's saying, okay, none of that anymore. I'm tired of doing that for you guys. I'm a part of this game too.
I deserve farm as well.
It really does. I mean, he
does. He's made plays for the team, and the thing is with the nature of their draft, they've gone, and the items they built, they've gone very 5-man heavy. The pipe, the Guardian Greaves, the ward upgrade from the Ags. This team, if you have one bad fight, will Rax you. Like, it's going to happen. And they're almost level 3 wards as well. Secret, this could be the death blow for IG. They've got to be careful not to get caught out, and down in the wrong position right now is Burning. The area is being pinged out. I don't think they've actually scouted him directly with ward vision, but now they see the H's being farmed. They know he's up the hill. Are they just going to go for it blind? Luo's behind him. Does he hook the disengage? No, it's Luo gets caught. He immediately, the wards plop down, and well, that's a dead clock, but do they push on? They've bought time for Chuan. He has managed to farm the Ags, but there's no clockwork to screen and protect this.
I mean, I think if you're Secret, you don't go for the push right now. Ideally, you want to wait for at least one of 2 things. Either you get another pick off and you still have your wards available, or you get the Aegis. Like, there's no way after dropping those wards, you want to continue to go for the push. Split out the map, buy yourself some more time, don't hard commit to anything. If you notice right now, they're just splitting up on the map, because if they do get caught out, they're saying to themselves, okay, we'll lose 1 or 2 heroes, that's okay. They can't go for a further push from that, maybe to get the Aegis, but we can start defending that area as well.
They are farming the enemy Ancients here, and the ward advantage continues to go their way. This goes back to the death of 430 Storm earlier, where they gifted a free gem to Secret. The map control has gone so much for the Radiant now that IG, it feels a lot more like, I mean, a lot like Game 1, to be honest, Blitz, where it was just all Secret all the way. This game a bit slower for them to get the advantage, but they have bottled IG up, and IG are having none of it. They're going to make their move out towards mid. They show Burning in the lane. Hiroki down in the river. Almost the perfect location to just break the smoke and get out safely. He is going to walk up the hill. The pings come out. Do they commit? They drop a sentry. He's out of range, and it feels dangerous to walk down here. Not worth it for a bounty. Not worth it at all, say IG. But that is a smoke blown. They've got none in stock for 4.5 minutes. None on the heroes and none on the courier, so this just made the potential Roche fight a whole lot trickier.
And you have no idea how significant that is. When you don't have a smoke for 4 minutes and you know that Roshan's coming up, it's so hard to fight that because Secret are just going to have the superior vision. They've got the gem, they've got more availability around the map, they've got, I think they have a smoke of their own on somebody, but when you don't have a smoke like that and you just go in, it's
There's the hook. We're starting the fight off. They found Kuro off the bat. That limits the amount of track gold that will come up for Luo. The first man down. Now the Requiem trying to turn this fight. Follow up by his blast. A huge amount of damage. And then Death Ward rains down, but S4 scurries away. They haven't finished up anyone crucial here. Just a bounty on her. And Puppey turns it. He traps in Burning inside the wards. Ultimate position. They don't have a Laguna, but they have the chain stun. Burning in jeopardy. Burning down. Thor fallen. Outmaneuvered. Outfought. And outplayed. IG about to get wiped. Chuan, the last man standing. He just didn't quite find the ward position. It's 5 dead, and it's straight down the middle lane. Forget about the potential Roche. Secret say, we want Rax, and we want them right now.
And you just saw, I mean, they didn't have a smoke. They don't really have vision right there. And Secret just outvisioned them, outplayed them. Puppey with that individual play, pretty much neutralizing Burning. Everybody from Secret converging with almost no HP. Just a complete outplay, and IG just get outmaneuvered around the map, and I don't know if they can survive that next net worth swing.
Their only saving grace, and I really mean only, was that Bounty Hunter died early. Else Kuroki may have gotten 3-4 tracks off. He got the one on Luo, but that small consolation, they still swing the graph even further their way, and it sets up for a very secret favored Roche fight. What do IG do? They don't have the smokes available. One's going to cool down in 2.5 minutes, but it feels just so risky to go on the offense at this stage.
Oh.
Luo, he's hooking in. They're committing for this. The Ice Blast's off the mark, though. It's going to be a dead clock, nothing gained, and a track. A 5-hero track. It just really can't get any harder for IG than this. It really can't.
I think that was just pure frustration. You don't have any vision up there. You have to know that Secret are going to 5-man because they want to go for that next Roche, and he still makes that attempt. And this is going to mean a free Roche for certain.
They have no clock. If they go into the pit and don't steal the Aegis, and they die, that's pretty much the game. And even if they grab it, we saw what happened last time. They are moving Chuan slightly into position. There's already a sentry and a ward, a whole array of wards here for Secret, marking that they control this pit, but he is prepping for a potential jump in. At least with, no, they're going to think better. But everybody retreats. They sacrifice the Aegis. Now eclipsing a 25,000 gold lead, far more than what Secret had in game 1 when they ended up losing, and feeling just in command of this game in every aspect. Farm, team fight, levels, map control, extra lives. They have every tool to win.
They finally have really reliable high ground too. You can just set the wards up there, set the Luna with Aegis up as well. You've got a cheese on your heroes. You've got tons of counter initiation, and IG can't afford to take another poor fight. I mean, poor Ferrari just at 1 Bloodstone charge. I don't even know what happens if you have 0. Can you still deny? What does that do for you?
You damage your team. You start hurting them, sucking their HP away.
He just needs damage right now, but IG, they've got 1 attempt at this, and you've got to dominate this fight too.
There's a glyph. They're going to use it now, but do they really want to commit on Arteezy? Everybody else so far back, only 2 heroes in front. Now the tracks start coming out, trying to bait out a BKB, just something, but Burning takes heavy damage. Another Lucid Beam. They keep on spamming him. Now the glaives begin to bounce. This makes life hard for the supports. Out goes the pipe. Secret zeroing in on their first lane of Rax and salvaging their TI run. If they could just take this game and make it their own, and they get the first lane of Rax. They do it cleanly. Is IG even going to put up a fight? They decide not this lane. We're going to have to wait for the next. But that, at that point, if they don't even try Blitz, it's almost impossible.
The thing is, Secret can just wait for the next set of wards, LD, before they go in. They'll still have the Aegis by the time it's up. I think IG's thinking was a little bit off. They were like, okay, we can give up this Rax. The wards are laid out. They've got an Aegis. There's no way that we can fight, but Secret can just do the exact same thing to you at the bottom lane. They've got enough time on this Aegis to do that. And I think Secret, especially after that, what just happened right there, they're going to feel so strong going into this next fight, but IG, they just continue to lose out on net worth. That's 30K now after that set of Rax is taken, and it's starting to approach the territory where it doesn't even matter if you win the next
fight. You can just
fight.
at some point, you're so farm, you can just A-click the enemy fountain and you'll probably win the fight. Maybe press R along the way. Secret are getting there. If IG could turn this, I believe would statistically be the biggest comeback in TI history.
Puppy's just waiting for his wards to refresh. 30 seconds away. IG, you give up that mid-Rax, but the exact same thing's going to happen to your bottom one.
And there's no pressure. In the anti-mage game, the lanes were being pushed out by Burning. Secret struggled to gank him. Arteezy will pick up yet another big item. So difficult to bring down now. 2,700 health and tons of armor, and the physical damage is mediocre. Burning with only a Crystallis to call his own. And now they go. Pipe immediately. Raze #1 comes down in the jump in for 430. He BKBs immediately. They want to kill a Puppy, but he's already dropped the wards. So what does it really matter? Requiem was there, but Arteezy fights his way through it, and now can go with the Eclipse. The creep's there to tank it, but continues to rain down Golden Doom upon IG. Burning's done for. He has the buyback, but everybody from Secret stands together. They lost as a team, and now they're winning as one, and they go for the throne. They hang on here at TI. One of the fan favorites coming in, about to end it. Tier 4's fall, and your TI2 champions, they just don't have much left. One last hold, that's all it is. A few moments, and then IG will tap out, and we'll see 430 and Faith denied a chance to repeat. S4 and Puppy They'll have theirs as 430 is the last man down. This one hurts Blitz, and it feels so good for Secret.
But they still have to be sweating. This game was a little bit more close for comfort in that mid game, and I mean, all the way down game one, take the next two. You got to be sweating.
Only one team can move on, and that makes Secret the last team to move into the top 8 here at TI, but they've got a long and tough road ahead of them. They show that they can do it in the clutch. They get the monkey off their back. Secret are going into the final 8.
What a great birthday present for Zai, too. Walking away with a win here. Congratulations to them.
Oh, you can see he's all business. He's not ready to celebrate just yet. He knows they have trials ahead of them. But for now, the Secret fans and Team Secret breathe a sigh of relief. As for IG, they had a spectacular run here at TI. They really pushed Secret to the limit. In the end, they fall just a bit short.
That's all it takes. Secret walk away with the win, 2-1 over IG.
What an amazing match. I can't wait to see what lies ahead for Secret, and now the die is cast. We know the last few teams coming down the stretch here. The players will exit the building, and then we get to see some winner bracket action. Some teams will be moving ahead into that winner bracket finals today, and well, with that, we'll hand it back to Paul. Paul, Secret, they stay alive.
Absolutely do. Thank you very much, LD and Blitz down there on the floor. It is a remarkable comeback from Secret after losing their opening match. They do go through winning 2-1. We've had a bit of a change of personnel here on the desk as well. Welcome back to our 3 resident experts and personalities, and also to Mr. No-Tail, Mr. Big Daddy. I can't believe you're still using that nickname after I showed you that wrestler image last year as well.
I used it even more.
How you doing? You right?
Good. I'm
yeah.
good.
Not too unhappy about yesterday. I know it's a bit, it's harsh, but
I'm still very unhappy about yesterday, but life goes on.
Already thinking about TI6? Already thinking through what you're going to do?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's never ending.
Okay. All right. Well, it's great to have you on the panel anyway. We're going to talk a little bit about your All-Star team as well tomorrow, because that's coming up. That should be a lot of fun.
Hopefully it will be.
But first, let's talk about the match itself. Did you get a chance to watch much of the game?
Yeah. I watched all 3 games, and that was very surprising game 1. I mean, after that, normal Secret-style Dota kind of started happening, but after game 1, like, I didn't know if they were going to recover from this.
Yeah.
It could have just as easily been a 2-0 for IG, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Ted, you watched them, and you have to worry for them a little bit in the first game, do you? Like No-Tail says, it's like, what's going on? What's happening?
I mean, I've almost felt like in game 1, Secret made a rod for their own back by letting Burning get AM. But then in games 2 and 3, it seemed like in every team fight, I'd think, oh man, Secret aren't going to win that team fight. They would turn it around. And the number of times that they'd lose a hero and just take 3 or 4 in response, I thought they were fantastic. And I had a question about the Luna pick, right? Because Gyro's always getting banned. So I kind of feel like Luna is like another option you could go to, similar-ish kind of hero, lots of the glaives are similar to Flat Cannon. She got a big team for AoE ult, similar kind of builds. I could kind of see how that would fit in. But am I dead wrong?
Alan's smiling. We'll get Alan's thought in just a minute, but first let's catch up with Casey, because I believe she has a very happy Arteezy with her.
I do, yes. We have Arteezy with us. Congratulations.
Thanks.
You walked in here, you look like you had a huge weight lifted off your shoulders. How are you and the rest of the team feeling right now?
I think we're all feeling pretty relieved because for me, I think the first win is always the hardest. Because, for example, newbie, once you win that one game in the lower bracket, then it becomes easy. Because I feel like in the lower bracket, you learn a lot from each game, and you gain more experience about the meta, and you can shape the meta. And we kind of just decided to pick Luna, because I saw How pick Luna randomly when he was being eliminated, so I'm like, all right, let's pick Luna. And then I guess this is how it feels when you win with Luna.
Well, I want to talk to you a little bit more about that, because you have a lot of fans here at TI, a lot of people walking around saying Team Secret, they're the ones to beat. They're going all the way to the grand finals. You had a really rough start on the big stage. Coming out of group stages, you guys did great. What in your mind happened yesterday? Why do you think that was a bit more challenging for you guys?
I believe it started with the arrogance. We were all so cocky, to be honest. How it happened with the previous tournaments was we would just go in, no scrims, just pick random stuff. And we kind of created some sort of meta for ourselves, and a lot of teams started copying it. But then it reaches the point where people can actually understand the core aspects of us, and then they start to draft specifically for us. And it becomes a problem. At TI, players like RTK just study us and they actually totally destroy us. But that's what we need, I think, as a team. We need to lose so we can learn.
So it really pushed you, and that probably gave you the confidence coming back today, but you still struggled out of the gate in this particular match. What were the conversations you were having as a team so that you could turn things around?
After game 1, I kind of got my rage out. I probably raged way too hard. But all in all, we realized we had a lot of problems with gyrocopter because we lost our 2 games to eHome as well when they had gyrocopter. So we decided to just see what happens when we don't play against gyrocopter because we still think there's some other heroes that are stronger than him. But maybe it worked out, so we're not sure now.
Team Secret, new to the scene as far as coming to the International as a group. You formed just after TI4. You're not new to the International. You were here last year. What are the biggest differences about coming with this particular team?
With this team, I think last year EG was a lot more clowny and stuff. We didn't have many expectations. I mean, I guess we were sort of hyped to be top 3, maybe to win the whole thing. But a lot of people kind of just dismissed us really because of the stand-in situation, all this stuff. Like with Mason standing in for Fear and his injury. But now it feels like there are a lot of people actually watching our games and studying us to the core. And EG, it was more chill. We just picked Razor and we went mid on Dire and we just chilled.
You mentioned earlier arrogance. How are you going to keep that in check moving forward tomorrow?
I think we just have to understand that this tournament is not like any other tournament and that every game in this tournament is its own meta. Because as the tournament goes on, the meta starts exploding. There's random stuff happening. So it just reminded me about how each TI is completely different from any other tournament. Even though it's the same patch, for example, ESL, it's the same patch, nothing changed. It's just that when TI comes around, everybody just starts thinking about stuff, and then this is what happens. It forms something cool.
We started the interview by me pointing out a lot of people have called you all the way to the grand finals. I'm going to ask you right here and now, are you still, can we expect to see you there? Do you think that this is a turning point, the last 2 games that you played? Can we expect to see you on the grand final stage?
I hope so, because I believe going to loser bracket was healthy for us, because now we're going to play the most games compared to, for example, I'm assuming LGD and EG will play in the winter finals, but they played less games than us in total. They can watch the games that we just played, but I still think actually experiencing them and talking with your team and playing it in elimination kind of changes the team. It forms it to be more trust and more unity.
And refocuses you, I would imagine, too. RTZ, congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, we'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Casey. Yes, and thanks to RTZ. Congratulations to Team Secret and to Zai. Happy birthday, by the way. 18th birthday today. And what a birthday present that one is. And back with the desk. A number of things that RTZ said. One of the things I want to pick up on is we actually said on this very panel yesterday, we thought they were a bit cocky. And I was a bit sort of yeah, they're going to be a bit upset about us saying that. But he actually came out off the bat and said, yep, totally, yeah, we were too cocky yesterday. I like that. Nice and frank, nice and honest.
No, I mean, it was absolutely unbelievable to me. We all sort of look at Secret and we look how good they are, and we ascribe all these motives to them. And Artur says, no, we were just picking whatever we want and beating people. But yeah, I mean, they clearly had a plan, because I wanted to answer Ted's question. RTZ actually tweeted yesterday, how Just plays Luna when it's elimination.
Right.
What a boss. Okay, Artur, please. But, I mean, that was it was an unbelievable series. I mean, coming into game one, teams that were down by 5 towers at 20 minutes had been 2-91 in this patch. Those teams didn't have a burning anti-mage. And Secret come roaring back in game 2. 26 minutes, GG. That's the fastest so far on the main stage. And boy, I mean, game 3, what can you say? The birthday boy with one wall to rule them all.
Yeah.
Secret stays alive at TI5.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've got some replays as well, I think. I don't know if we can squeeze one more in. Can we squeeze a quick one in? This was 18 minutes in. This was the Roshan fight, which actually IG looked like it was all going to be okay for them, and it went terribly wrong.
I think this was the story of the match. Every time you think Secret are down, they just manage to somehow win a fight. It looks like it's going terribly for them here. They lose the Roshan, they lose the Aegis. Ridiculous. How did Secret turn it around?
Yeah, the setup from the Lina here allows them to actually get the Aegis and the kill and the tracks as well. As the Shadow Fiend was just left all alone after that. There's nothing that he can do.
That's only the 5th Aegis snatch of the event. 137 games in the first we've seen on the main stage, but not enough.
Okay. Notao, your final thoughts on the game? What do you think overall?
Well, I think for the final game, you have two similar ultimates from the Witch Doctor and the Rasta. They're both wards. They both deal a lot of physical damage, but one just seemed to be more present in this game. You saw the Roshan fight. Secrets, everybody's there, and they go for the steal, but the wall and the wards are down. They're doing so much work. The Witch Doctor in this game never really got like one of those big either ultimates or casts that you've seen throughout this tournament. Like Witch Doctors have to be in this good position. You just see that one cask bounce mid on the Lina that saved his life, but other than that, there's nothing shiny. This Rasta went on to get an Aghanims and ended up starting killing this Essa pretty much single-handedly.
Okay, well, thank you very much. You're going to stay with us as well because we're going to move on now to our next game. And our next game is in the upper bracket. This is the semi-finals of the upper bracket and yet another $1 million game. That's right, we're going to bring you LGD versus CDEC. So let's take a look at the LGD lineup. A big name lineup, of course, with a previous winner, Joey, in there looking for 2 in a row. Also MMY, the most successful man at TI, with 5 top 6 finishes in a row. Cider also in there as a runner-up. Let's take a look at their opponents, CDEC. The boys, formerly known as the LGD Ladder Team, will meet their opponents in the semi-final. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CDEC Gaming and LGD. And as the teams enter the arena, who better to ask for an opinion than Mr. Winter sat next to me? What are you looking forward to most in this game?
I think for me, the picks they have, it's mostly important on the mid player, like Dragon Knight. We've been talking about this a lot. We feel that Dragon Knight could be a hero for either of the teams, and it's very strong in early game taking towers, and also suits very well with their playstyle. Like on CDEC, they like to put Shiki on a tempo controlling mid, which is Dragon Knight can do that very well for them.
Okay. Big Daddy, I'm switching between the names. You noticed that?
Yeah.
I'm just going to mix them up because you said, call me whatever you want.
Call me whatever you want. That's the beauty of it. Sometimes you feel like Big Daddy, sometimes you just feel like Nocturne. It's that easy.
In terms of, are you surprised by CDEC? I mean, we've all been surprised. We talked about them all day yesterday and the day before about how surprising they've been. What is it like from a player's perspective?
I think we were very cocky when we first played them. We saw that they had a pattern. We saw that they were fast, but once you play them, you actually start to feel like how fast they actually are. Like you have this thing you call the Chinese as they do the same thing over and over. They have a set in stone playstyle, but they do it damn well. And I think that for me is CDEC. They do have a very aggressive one, but they're so fast at what they do.
Yeah.
You're gonna always see them take the enemy jungle. And they're on point. They're always on point.
Yeah, Alan made a point yesterday of saying it almost feels scripted.
Yeah, and they really do. I mean, it reminds me of facing a monster defensive running football team where you know exactly what's coming and you can't stop it. I mean, for my money, CDEC have played the most clean, consistent Dota of the tournament thus far, and teams just haven't been able to knock them off that script. But I want to ask you two guys, okay, maybe has been, for my money, easily the best player at this tournament. I mean, over 10 kills he participates in for every death, by far the most of every player. I mean, to me, this is the Dota equivalent of you've got Michael Jordan across the court from you, and he's got that look in his eye. How do you handle that one amazing player that you know is coming at you?
Well, I don't think you can look at it like as a guy you have to shut down. I think overall as a strategy, you might want to look at this person like to ban a few of his heroes. But other than that, it's you can't put too much thought into it. I think you still have to just dominate the whole team, the whole game, win it as a team. But you're going to see CDEC though. They always, when they start taking the jungle, they always start taking the mid and the safe lane. That's what happens every time. And if maybe isn't one of them, then you might not have this 10 kill to 1 death ratio. One big question is who gets Dire. CDEC played it all 14 games of their group phase. Dire, I believe, going into the last series was 14-6 on the main stage here, and the Chinese teams have used that side very, very well, and that plays into the timing that you were talking about, taking those Radiant mid and bottom tier 1 towers very early on.
Indeed. I want to balance this up a little bit. Pyrian Flax,
yes.
Hello, dear fella.
Hello.
I feel like we need to balance this this American bias up a little bit with a couple of sports analogies about real football.
Yeah, well, I was trying to desperately think of one, but you know, a lot of sports analogies in a row, and it kind of it threw me. I was just more focused on American sports than real football, as you say. I'm really looking forward to this game. I was really looking forward to seeing LGD again and CDEC again, because I think they've been two of the most impressive teams. I think a lot of teams have looked like they can do it, or you know, you think they might, or you hope they might. But I think those two teams have looked like the two that, CDEC especially, I've really enjoyed watching them, almost as much as I've enjoyed watching MVP. And I love that style of Dota. I think it's brilliant.
LGD came through their groups with a 12-2 record. It was the best record of all of the 16 teams across the two groups. Obviously matched up against you guys as well. How do you rate those guys?
I rate LGD as #1 right now.
Really? Okay.
And I'll put EG as the second, in terms of who I think is going to, like, at the moment, be the strongest.
Right.
But yeah, LGD, it was my favorite player profile. It's one of my favorite teams to look at of all time. I think they play beautiful Dota.
I think that's a great way of summarizing. What do you think, Winter? We're in the final 40 seconds or so before the draft. What are we likely to see?
I think both teams have very similar playstyle, like Johan's mentioned. They are very systematic in things, and you can always expect the same thing over and over again, but they do run it very, very well.
So we're not thinking anything spectacular right now in the draft?
I don't think so. I think you're just going to see flat-out good Dota, and I want to say shout out to the fans in that arena. East or West, they have cheered for good Dota. There is a reason they call this tournament the International.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Sat in there and watched the last game with you guys, and you were awesome. We are heading into game 1 of the upper bracket semi-final.
LGD Gaming versus CDEC Gaming.
Here we go then. A big battle between new and old. The former LGD ladder team as they were originally, now in their own right as CDEC Gaming going head to head with the top team out of China, LGD. We're in draft 1.
So we see like the Leshrac ban here, like just very normal thing. I don't think any of the teams will be giving up the hero and the bounty as well. Like he's been, I think so far Alan 100% win rate during the main stages. Bounty hasn't lost a game.
And his impact has just been off the charts. I mean, we saw that in that last secret game. How much of that gold advantage was due to track?
It's not just the track though. You see the supports being exceptionally low, and that's related to this Witch Doctor buying 6 entries within 8 minutes. And it just keeps going. Limits movements, limits farm patterns, because you're always afraid of the vision. This bounty hunter has massive impact on the charts.
So why didn't they ban him? I was curious about for game 3, they banned Nagasar and they didn't ban Bounty. I'm kind of curious about why they did that. This is in the previous match, not in this match. But why wouldn't they ban them against Secret? Why not?
I think having the Naga is much more difficult to deal with. Personally, I think Naga has just more utility and controls the team fight much more.
Secret and EG are well renowned for their Naga support. Personally, I would never want to play against it, and neither do I want to play against Leshrac, and I don't know who at first pick, but there are a lot of good heroes in Dota you got to ban nowadays.
Yeah.
How's Dazzle been overall? Because I mean, we haven't seen so much as the group stages. I'd love to know what Dazzle's win rate is.
Oh, Dazzle's been excellent. I believe he's, let's see now. Yeah, he's 36 and 37 overall in the main event in the tournament, but I believe he has a much better record in the main event, and both these teams use him very well. I believe LGD's 9-1 over the last 25 games with Dazzle.
Wow. You were playing a lot of Dazzle, weren't you? We even re-nicknamed you. Did you know about that?
Really?
We renamed you Big Dazzy No Fail.
Dazzle, really? Me?
Big
I think you got
Dazzy.
something wrong.
You had one great play where you shallow grave the second Ateki suicided mid against.
Oh right.
I titled it Big Dazzy.
No,
actually, Paul titled it.
Big Dazzy No Fail.
Yeah, that was the Clowny Techies game. I remember that. Yeah. There are many good nicks, but I think in this series you're gonna see most likely an Ember to be played. These two teams I think run the best Embers in the world, by far. If yeah, I don't know about the draft yet, but if he's not banned out, I'm pretty sure either of the teams are gonna pick it up.
Yeah, it's not banned out right now. CDEC has Tusk and Lina as their first two options. It's more like you often see Tusk and Lina by LGD, but CDEC right now having the very aggressive opening.
You see Lina, our teams are valuing Lina now. It's increasing more and more. Lina is becoming above, like a hero that's maybe even above Gyrocopter. Gyro took an early rise too. I think that's a correct thing. I think Lina's a very, very powerful hero. You saw last game what it did.
She's just way too flexible, right? You pick a hero that early that can fit into multiple roles. Yeah. That's it's very easy to change your draft accordingly after that.
The multiple roles are a big deal, right? They have 3 different players that have played Lina in their last 25 games. Shiki 5-2, Q is 2-1, and Garter 1-0. That's a big part of picking here early in a draft.
And right now we see CDEC banning out the clock as well. Most of the Chinese teams, I noticed when they have Lina, they tend to always ban the clockwork to give the Lina, like the Lina as a core, you can have a very bad time if the clockwork has a good start.
CDEC is also one of the few teams that run the Tusk as both the support for or as the offlane. Most teams usually just have him solid set on the offlane, but they're one of the best Tusk teams in the world.
Yeah, it suits their playstyle. They're very aggressive, and we usually see Tusk like plus the Undying, which...
It's also about, again, they take the Radiant jungle so that the Roshan is there, right? Sigil's amazing for taking the Roshan, but all the spells are amazing for securing Roshan. If enemies want to do it, you always know, always harassed, but it's also about making it hard for enemies to ever go on you in these areas.
Yeah, definitely. And right now we see LGD finishing the last ban with techies. You don't want to have any Tusk techies to deal with.
You don't want to lose TI to that.
No, and we still haven't seen techies at the main event either.
Yeah.
There's still Queen of Pain though. What do you think about the pick here?
Yeah, that's unusual. This is one of the first times I've seen that Quap has lasted this long into the draft.
I know LGD doesn't favor picking Queen of Pain at all. We have the stat, right? You mentioned they either ban it or they don't pick it at all, Alan.
Yeah.
Remember you were telling me that.
Yeah, they literally only have 3 games out of their last 25 on Queen of Pain. All 3 were Sylar, and he's 1-2.
Let me see here. LGD goes for the Phoenix, which I think has to be the first time they've been picking this hero in this event.
And no Wyvern ban either. We saw that combo, and it was amazing.
Yeah, what game was that? We saw the Wyvern Phoenix combo.
It was the E-home game.
Yeah.
That was a heck of a combo.
That's strange Phoenix pick, though.
Yeah, it's really strange that you actually pick it here at this junction. It doesn't specifically deal with anything that CDEC have. It's just good at team fight.
It's good at team fight, but it's only slightly a deny pick, because Tusk Phoenix is a very strong combo, but it's not like one of the most known. It's strange to pick it here. Shaker's banned out. I don't really know what they're aiming to do with this. Maybe they want to take back their own jungle through the egg, or take the fights versus CDEC, because CDEC is always looking to fight you at your towers.
I mean, Phoenix is usually pretty weak at the time that CDEC like to start skirmishing around that that 12 to 13 minute mark. But in combination with another hero like Winter Wyvern or even Treant, that's a combo we haven't seen in a while. That level 1 egg can still do a lot of work in these team fights.
Yeah, we've been seeing like today, just from today alone, like teams have been focusing a lot of team fighting supports, team fighting cores, and it has a lot to do with what Johan mentioned. You want to take over the jungle and you have a big ultimate. It prevents the enemy from coming in that easily. And another team fight hero, Darkseer. So that would actually relegate the Tusk towards a support position.
It's interesting, Darkseer is also seeing a big uprise since the main stage.
Yeah, team fight.
Team fight. I mean, RTK has been running it all the way through the groups, but now it's becoming a part of the meta, this Darkseer, seeing light every game.
That's interesting because Darkseer it kind of doesn't fit the script for CDEC. CDEC typically, Darkseer, you expect to see him in the solo offlane role, and that's not necessarily what CDEC like to do.
I mean, it's still really good. Like if you run a dual offensive lane with a Tusk, you can kill the Dazzle.
Double Iron Shell.
Yeah, with the Iron Shell.
Oh.
There we go.
So that is something that LGD needs to pay attention to for their safe lane.
Yeah, it's strange that they pick it like this. They don't know who's going to go down there to farm. They don't know if it's like an anti-mage or an Ember or a Slark. I mean, if it was a Slark, this would have been great, but they don't know anything yet. Huh.
And LGD is going to go for Bane.
The Bane pick really throws me here, guys.
Yeah.
Bane's only 10-16 so far at TI5. Has not fared well on the main stage, and he doesn't. I was looking for a hero that would combo with the Phoenix.
I mean, Bane has sort of some synergy, I feel, with the egg because you can grip and sleep one if they come and focus the egg. So in that regard, it has some sort of play together.
Well, that's not really why you pick the Bane. I mean, you don't pick it for the egg.
Yeah, I mean, there's always
a Tidehunter.
Better stuff for the egg, like the Wyvern. And
it's picked for laning phase purposes, I imagine. But I don't know why. Like, we saw Secret do this too. They picked the Dazzle and the Bane, and that's something I don't think you can pull off, like, almost ever. Now you're facing a Phantom Lancer too, so you pretty much have two heroes that do nothing to the PL. Phoenix is decent, but at the moment I'm wondering what LGD is looking for, because this early Phoenix pick, I can only imagine they have something in mind. I think they already know what hero they want last.
Yeah, and they're taking out the Silencer, which is a natural enemy of the Phoenix.
Dazzle and Bane.
Yeah, it's not going to be one of the usual combos, right? Because they already have their two supports. I don't think they're going to run a farm.
This has to be some interesting pick here.
I think it's going to be a Tidehunter or something alike. Something... Luna. No?
Wow.
Okay.
It's a thing, guys.
And the meta changes, just like that.
I mean, it's just team fight, right? Just all on team fight.
Yeah, and it is a strong lineup at the period of the game. I mean, LGD have clearly read the script.
Very interesting, because coming into this, or at least at the start of the change of the patch, many people were telling me that they were very passive, probably too passive early game, and that they hadn't adapted to the meta. I think we can throw that one out of the window.
I mean, this is the first time LGD have picked Luna in 25 games.
Would you actually do like Phoenix dueling with a Bane to pressure the PL?
They could pressure the PL, or they could make sure that there's no Darkseer dual lane shenanigans with, like, because these two supports, they secure your lane really well. You can also battle it out. Yeah, you could also battle it out with two supports.
All right, well, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us, Notan, as well. We'll head down to the commentary desk for Game 1 of our upper bracket semi-final.
Thank you very much, Red. Yes, we're here to get underway to see if it is possible for CDEC to achieve what they haven't done in the history of their team. It is going and winning a series up against LGD. They came close during the G League finals, but it was still 3-2 in favor of LGD. Will it be possible today, Sind?
A lot has happened since then. I think both teams have improved a lot, and just the fact that they're here in the winner bracket semifinals speaks to, of course, speaks for their strengths. And I guess going in, it's fair to say LGD are probably most people's favorites, but judging from the teamwork and execution we've seen from CDEC, I think we're in for one hell of a series here. Personally, for me, I like LGD's draft a lot in this game. I think they have a very good mix of physical and magical damage. They have a good solution for the PL between the Shadow Fiend and the Luna, I think. And also the Phoenix can be pretty decent. At the same time, you look over at CDEC, good choice of words. They definitely have some good heroes here, because what will often happen when you play Luna and Shadow Fiend on the same team is that they'll move in close together, and these heroes can butcher each other with the Winter's Curse, so you need to be a little bit careful here if you're LGD, but definitely a solid draft from both sides, and I'm really curious to see how they put their lanes. I think that's going to have a very major impact in this particular game.
Well, you're going to find out. CDEC are going to start to move into their positions in just a couple of moments' time. For me, I love the CDEC lineup as far as their ability to just get aggressive and try and dictate the play. Want to look for that early farm over on the Tuskar, see if he's able to have an effect. Remembering what Fly was capable of doing with the Tuskar, if we remember back to yesterday, it wasn't that long ago. And without even having a Blink Dagger, being able to control a lot of the fights. Then you got Lina with her burst damage, Wyvern with his control, and this can all buy a lot of space to go with the PL, while Darkseer is also buffing up a lot of the fights and chasing down, be it Soldier Iron Shell effects coming in. So, man, for me, I love CDEC's lineup. I think it's nice. It lets them play the game that they want to play, while LGD has to wait a little bit longer before they can do such a thing.
And I think the only reason CDEC decided to go for the Wyvern as their last pick was that they had the Darkseer. I think the Wyvern in itself is decent here, but it's not incredible. But of course, if you can get that vacuum combo into Winter's Curse, and you have that kind of team facing you, and you have some decent combo, I guess, with it, between Ice Shards and Lina Stun and Dragon Slave, if you can land that at the given time. But it's not a very obvious combo here for CDEC, apart from the vacuum. So
Well, you get your lanes now sent, so it will be Shiki up with Q going up against Maybe in this mid. So they're going to try and keep the SF zoned out. Didn't go for the Razors early on, he went for the Necro Mastery instead, while Yao wants to hold on to this Icarus dive. They're going to shard him up and instantly force the dive back, already dropping him by half of his life. Worried about this Tuskar as well as PL combo, both shards as well as Lance. That takes a lot of life early on.
Yeah, this is Phoenix's main weakness, is if you can zone it out very fast on level 1. Icarus dive has a very long cooldown, 36 seconds on an non-ultimate spell is pretty rare. The Fire Spirits as well on level 1, even longer cooldown on 45, so it is a very momentum-based hero in the sense that during these early fights you kind of have to make it work with your abilities.
Top lane.
Yeah, he's going to have to use it again.
Yep.
Good timing from Yao though, going in just as it's ready again. If he was in there 2 seconds earlier, he would have died to this gank, so nice for him. At the same time, they're doing what they need to do on the top lane for CDEC, keeping him out nicely.
No, and also burning through his consumables. He's going to have to trigger the salve now.
He started with 8 tangos in that salve. It's going to take a while.
Yeah, it will. But what have you really lost in return? The Tuskar, he burned a little bit of mana, but brought 2 Clarities up there. It was a rotation from the Wyvern, so he left the mid lane. And you threw out another Lance from the PL. So PL isn't having the greatest time because he's got no mana for another Lance. But he's got space. In fact, Yao not even burning his salve. He wants to hold on to it. He's going all the way back home.
Oh, he's just going to block the wave.
Okay.
If he blocks it well enough, he's actually not going to be able to get experience here anyway. If Aggressive plays this right, he just tanks the creep wave outside of his own tower, and should be plenty of time for this to come up. So Yao with a good idea here, but in this particular situation, it's not really helping his case at all. He's now going to try to have a look at the top room, but he's also a little bit too late for that. So unfortunately for him, a little bit mistimed here. They will see it, but they already had a ward to do that with, so not the biggest difference. Garter gets a haste, and this is just going to make Maybe play back very, very far and carefully here.
Especially knowing, like, if he gets sharded as well, Snowball, that's why Xiaowei's moved the tree line. But Xiaowei's not level 2 just yet. While bottom lane, they start with the Nightmare, and this could be real trouble here for XZ, as now Surge away. They had to lose some beam for the stun. The attack damage is not going to be enough. Darkseer back into the tree line. While the Tuskar haste string came to naught, they didn't get close enough to really do anything about it. But it is keeping Maybe down, as you were saying. So he's sitting at 9-2. There's a new creep wave coming in, so he's not too far behind Shiki.
The fact that this kill on XZ isn't successful is very important. First of all, it's the first blood, but secondly, he gets his level 3 because he survives. And this allows him to be way more effective if he wants to rotate into the jungle that they're currently stacking. I'm assuming they want to give him the majority rather than the Lina, because I think Shiki will be fine in the mid lane on his own. But we'll see what the decision is here, because we're reaching a point now where the Darkseer has to be scared. He's out of regen. Luna is closing in on level 4, means level 5 is not too far away, generally goes pretty fast, and those Lucent Beams will just be keeping him away. He will still be shelling a little bit here, trying to get whatever he can.
It's a little bit of a rough lane for Sile. Like, you're talking about the Lucent Beams, but his attack range is so low that he keeps coming in range of the Iron Shells and ticking away with damage.
And they're way worse now. That was a level 1 Iron Shell, I think, on the last creep he was just tanking, so... I can't remember when it was this was changed. I seem to remember Iron Shells getting longer range at one point. The radius, I think, was up from 200 to 250, but I do think that's a very long time ago, actually, now that I think about it. The recent buff to Darkseer that got him back was mainly the Iron Shells lasting 5 more seconds, which is a huge deal, allowing you to have 3 Iron Shells on at the same time. And of course, just a little bit more lane pressure.
MMY as well as XZ. He's going to deny the rune.
I'm surprised he didn't just take it.
He could have. He might have just been worried about like an Iron Shell surge and just dropping him down too far. But he's got 2 points up in brain tap. You get the life back
for sure. And I was about to say maybe he thought he couldn't click it, but wait, how did he destroy it? So that was definitely not the case.
The danger. You accidentally take the Nightmare back. Maybe. We just hit nighttime, so he doesn't see the fact that, actually he does see it. There's the Observer Ward on the Radiant side of the river that's watching Garda's position, and that's why maybe he's just back a little bit further. Anticipating the snowball move here from CDEC. But with that stun and with the shards, they would have been able to just go in and light strike array, do a little bit of burst damage, and just slow him down. But he still doesn't move down. Like, SF's still got a couple of stacks here to farm up, and Xiao Wei is going to prepare it again. So this will be a triple stack now available for the SF.
And this top lane for LGD is actually
Something important happened here. The Wyvern used Arctic Burn, but didn't get in range for Yao, and Yao saw it being used as well. So that means he knows he has like a good 40 seconds that he can be completely safe in, and puts on a lot of harassment onto Aggressive, who's down to 200 health. Needs to be careful with the next Salvo Fire Spirits here. It is ready. New barrage.
Maybe you can bring more consumables out.
They have any regen for him? They have one Tango from Garter.
That's not really that much. If the courier waited a little bit longer, could have brought out a salve. But Aggressive actually, okay, so he bought a salve.
Yeah, he is getting it. Yeah, that's what he needs to do. This is the unfortunate consequence of playing a melee core against the Phoenix in lane who doesn't get completely shut down, is that you're just going to have to buy extra regen. Phoenix has so cost-efficient harassment if you have the accuracy for it. You see he even forces out a doppelganger here from Aggressive. He hits another one.
He just can't break free. Also, just to note, the courier went back to base, but it didn't pick up the circlet for Aggressive. So that was going to be the end of his magic wand. So this won't complete, but the courier was back at the well, so it was just a bit of a misclick that he didn't bring his items out.
Not the end of the world, though. The most important thing is that he has a stick, at least. So he gets those extra charges. Of course, 2-all stats sometimes is the difference between life and death. Does anyone remember the Ironwood branch of TI4? It can happen from time to time, but generally, these 2-all stats would not be the biggest deal for him.
Oh,
got the
like we've got a smoke movement coming out from CDEC. Garda Q as well as Shiki going to combine up here together. That's a lot of control. There's actually 2 points up in the Splinter Blast. There's no cold embrace here for the Wyvern, so if they get in trouble, there won't be a get out of jail free card unless they try and use Snowball defensively. But unlikely they'll want to be aggressive with this. And they're coming down for the SF. So SF's in the process of taking out the last 3 big creeps. There's only 1 left now. Observer Ward, so they see Xiao Wei. They could potentially just snowball on the tree line, and in they go, bringing him in. And Xiao Wei, the Shallow Grave is up, and the Razor's Garter as well as Q taking a lot of damage. But Xiao Wei, the Shallow Grave won't last long enough. The Splinter Blast follows him down. The first one goes to the Wyvern, but instead, Yao is TP'd on the way in. Shiki with a Laguna Blade, able to find another kill. There's 2 for CDEC. Maybe chasing him down. Another Light Strike Array over onto the Brain Stab. He's not dead yet. Bowling charging up, but Garter, he's in trouble. A double kill comes in for maybe a Shiki. The TP! Barely out! Almost denied unintentionally to the Wild Wings.
How ice cold can you get? You could have... Oh my. Of course he doesn't know there's a stack there, but the moment you've clicked it, you have no choice, right?
Yep.
Man, that was so close.
He's lucky that wasn't an Alpha Wolf or something, or else he would not have survived.
Would have been kind of weird for there to be an Alpha Wolf in that camp.
It would have. Anything with a little
Starting
bit more
to migrate
damage.
camps. Switching over a little bit. Anyway, 2 for 2 exchange. The first blood did go the way of CDEC in that particular situation, so I think they're pretty happy with that. Also, the rotation forced out from the Phoenix gave a little bit of time for Aggressive to get a good level advantage up here. He's now level 7.5 against 5.5 on Yao.
They did still get a double kill over on the SF. So
that is true.
That's a significant problem. When you're flash farming an SF, he's up to 4.3k in the net worth, which is a full 1,000 above that of Shiki. And then you've still got Sylar, a man which you do not let free farm. Free farming a Luna.
It's looking good on the farming stats for LGD so far. They tried to challenge maybe Shadow Fiend a little bit in the start, but it hasn't really had that much of an impact. The stacks have been his. He's up to 65 CS at minute 8. So cruising toward a 10 CS per minute around the 10-minute mark, which we generally only see when Shadow Fiends have like almost completely uncontested farm. And looking to get another stack going here on the large camp. And meanwhile, they give Yao level 6 in mid. He doesn't want to be in the top lane. Aggressive was being a little bit too annoying. And in mid lane, he's going to play against his frosty counterpart in the Winter Wyvern.
It's a lot safer there for him. And Icarus Dive's going to bring you back behind the tier 1 tower. If he's up on top, he might come in range of the tier 1, but that's where CDEC could still end up diving in.
Oh, they're going to surge onto Sylar.
Down the bottom lane, the Shards actually pushing him back for a moment, and now Garda, the Eclipse just turns on. Sylar will take a kill, and they're going to get more here. CDEC going too deep on LGD. The Bane catching out the Lina, and there's no control over on XZ, so he'll just surge himself away to safety. While in middle lane, you want to see 5 versus Ice. There's the embrace onto the Winter Wyvern, into the Nova now from the Phoenix. Wyvern's going to get stunned by this, or is he? He's just on the edge, but now will it be a dive into Spirits? He's going to want to, into the tree line, and Wyvern, the Arctic Burn, he's actually getting himself away. Back down the tower, the burn does not last long enough to find the kill. Barely surviving, he'll embrace himself, but LGD Now pushing the tier 1 tower on the bottom lane, they're still going to get what they wanted. More towers, unless this TP can do something about it. Garda gonna start snowballing in. Didn't bring the lead, he's got Laguna Blade available. They want maybe, but the Fiend's Grip as well is a nightmare. They can't find the opening. Also with the heal, the bouncing glaives going up. They brought down the Tusker. Shiki's backing up. The tower will still drop, and aggressive comes to the fight. Sylar needs protection right now. There's not a nightmare available for the moment, but there's a lot of PLs up and running, and they'll bring down MMY. Shallow Grave making it difficult, and the Darkseer wall and back. They bring him back. Sylar, Laguna Blade up, MMY stunned up. He'll go down as well. Into Sylar, and aggressive starting to walk over LGD. Jiawei still running out of here. Now does not have an Icarus die, but he can lend some spirits over, slowing down this PL, but there's more PLs where that came from, chasing in Jiawei, and this is a very, very dead Dazzle. A double kill for aggressive. Even more aggression into Yao. Is he going to go into the tower? He actually dances down, looking for Yao, and the jump in front takes out the tree line. Nowhere to hide. Yao no Icarus type. 5 seconds. Actually, yep, there it is. Lancers will come in, and aggressive finds a triple kill underneath the tier 3 tower of LGD, while the tier 1 tower still remains.
I don't think there's been a single carry player in this tournament that's been as successful with his early rotations as aggressive. He is extremely good at showing up at the right time and pushing it to the limit here, getting 3 kills with that exchange. In addition to that, they also get the bottom tier 1, because while he was out hunting, Lina was just pushing out the lane. Major win here for CDEC, as it looked like LGD were getting a good trade, even getting the tier 1 tower. It ends up being CDEC getting the more important tower, as well as a good trade on their PL.
And what a time for CDEC to fight. Like, they knew Supernova was down. That attempted attack over on the Winter Wyvern, it didn't come out. And then CDEC were like, well, okay, we're not up against Nova. The Eclipse got blown fairly early. Yes, it found a kill, but then CDEC was free to do whatever they wanted after that point. Wait out the Shallow Grave, still find more kills, and the Darkseer with an early point up in the wall did a lot of work. He's actually moving very close towards that mech, and that's going to make CDEC's next team fight even stronger. But LGD, they're forcing the issue nice and early. They've got Nova back up again. The Weave going to give vision, and then the stun with the Fiend's Grip with Lina caught inside the Eclipse.
This is a tower. They can't fight without their Lina. She is an absolute key piece to their team fight. They might actually try it here. I doubt it, though.
It'll be dangerous to do so.
Maybe they hold the tower. Looks like they're a little bit scared here of overextending. Of course, maybe the risk of Lina having a buyback TP is repelling them here. It's not available, but of course they don't know for sure. They did use Eclipse and Fiend's Grip, so even fighting 5-on-4 could perhaps be risky with the potential of the Wyvern.
Yep. Got to keep tabs on Q right now. Let's see Sylar chipping him down a little bit. There's no easy way to get forward, and that is going to be that tier 1 tower dropping. So LGD backing up. They've already taken now 2 tier 1 towers in this game, but the same can be said for CDEC. Keeping it nice and even. In fact, even the goal's not moving by much. It's pretty close to 0. Experience doing the same thing, so I was expecting a pretty close game in this one, Sin. Expecting LGD and CDEC just to show us wonderful Dota, great rotations, and right now, we've got it. Great team fight work. This SF is still getting very, very big. The mech is already on maybe, and he's got another 1,200 gold.
And that's a slight worry for CDEC, because their big Shadow Fiend counters are very reliant on getting farm. They need an Acceptor on Lina, which is of course very far away. Doesn't have the Yules just yet, but very close to that. And the other counter, of course, is just getting a really farm PL. I mean, sure, you can Winter's Curse the Shadow Fiend when he's BKB'd, but it doesn't really matter that much if you can't bring him down. And Tusk with just the Walrus Punch is not even remotely close to being able to kill off this SF. 17 armor, he's going to sit on about 1,200 health with Strength Threads right now, and then of course when he gets the BKB, we're looking at almost close to 1,100 with a little bit of levels as well.
It looks like Aggressive is trying to avoid most fights. He went for Boots of Travel as his first major item after the drums. So just moving around on the side lanes kind of works against LGD, whose 5-man is quite strong.
Yeah, they don't want to play split push Dota, but at the same time they at least have one good hero for pickoffs, which of course is MMY on the Bane. Rocking the smoke, just going to use it.
Yep, maybe Yao, MMY, holding hands and heading towards the north. They'll venture into the dire jungle. Gonna move closer towards the lane. Garda very close, but not close enough to break that smoke. But Q and Shiki already realize something is wrong. They don't see anyone really there. The Observer Ward does scout out Sylar, moving towards the top lane, and I think, yeah, CDEC has realized what's going on. Aggressive's back at base, and I want to see where he's going to BT out, because this will just show us if CDEC wants to fight, and the answer is no. He BTs down to the bot lane, and is going to try to add some pressure towards that tier 2 tower.
I believe this is aggressive standard build when he plays PL. Players favor more of a fighting build with treads into fast defusal, but aggressive is good at contributing even without the early defusal, so gets a lot more split push action out. And I think in this particular game, it's actually a really good call, because for CDEC, it's going to be all about just finding key pickoffs when they can and just skirmishing with their Tusk and Lina. And then when the big team fights come, they want them to happen as late as possible. And just this little bit of movement from aggressive is going to trigger a response from Salar, who's going to TP down to bottom, and they give up their push top.
But look where CDEC's coming. They had a 4-man smoke, but they actually only keep 3 down in the Radiant jungle, dropping down the sentry wall. There's no Invis heroes moving in, and maybe it's going to raise against these PL illusions, but he only saw aggressive. He didn't see the rest of them, so CDEC wants to do a loop around and come in from behind, maybe as well as Zhao 8. They're not sure about it. They leave an observer ward down. They are really not sure.
Yeah, they're respecting the Shadow Fiend because Lina wasn't there. I think if Lina's inside the smoke, they just go for that snipe, but they're playing the number game here and realize, okay, the risk of a 4-on-5 breaking out here is not really worth the reward should they get the kill. It's a great kill, but the chance that they get it at no cost is very, very low.
It seems also like a very telegraphed kind of move. CDEC not moving up to that top tower. If you are really running a BT Phantom Lancer, he'll be moving wherever the farm is when his BTs are off cooldown. But instead, they show aggressive on the bot lane, and LGD realize the warning bells are ringing. They back up to the mid lane. There's still so much fun to be had on top lane.
He's going to go mid instead, though.
Yep.
This is where the tower is being pressured the most right now. We'll see if he's going to rotate top or just have someone else port up there. But actually, they're pushing, as a matter of fact, in the top lane. I'm a little bit surprised. I thought LGD got a bit of momentum going there, but it seems not to be the case.
CDEC are pushing out on the bottom lane, so Sylar was the man to come and defend, but there's a 3-man smoke movement coming out from LGD, and Shiki walks directly into it. He does have a self-heal set, the Nightmare from MMY, now a snowball going after that Bane, locked in position with the Hosset Laguna play, they bring him down, and Q actually flying over the tree line. That Nova won't be able to connect on anyone until aggressive throws a fresh lance in, and they get the curse off. Maybe and Sylar locked together, the Shadow Grave will be there, and now into the Eclipse, Garda's already down, it's a double kill for Sylar. The Darkseid wall will still cause some issues until that Requiem pops out from Maybe. XZ's on the run, moving away as fast as he possibly can down the stairwell, but he cannot move fast enough not to get that surge off. It is a 3-kill for LGD against CDEC, and they could potentially just pop into Roshan.
Shallow Grave is so good against what CDEC are playing here. Even though they blow up the Bane immediately, they commit the Laguna Blade, and that's the key ability they have to try to, I was going to say bypass the Shallow Grave, but rather just, kill him before it even comes off. This time they're not able to, and it's very easy for Xiao 8 to get a good grave off on Maybe, because he is as tanky as he is, you get to react unless there's a big burst of damage coming out. And it was already used for CDEC, so reading the situation very well there. LGD, of course, taking major advantage of the fact that they were fighting high ground with Luna and Shadow Fiend. This is like the spot for both heroes right here where they took the fight. It's absolutely incredible to fight right up there.
Well, LGD grouping up now, up on top lane. Yao's going to hang around the mid and try and keep the creep wave away, which is where Winter Wyvern's currently forcing it. And aggressive, already TPing all the way back to only 900 gold away from it. And LGD is just going to be given a free tower on top. CDEC are in no position to defend this. So they farm up the Darkseer on bot. Even Garda's having a bit of a roam around. So just leaving Maybe on the top lane. It's going to take a little bit longer than I thought. And aggressive actually going in towards the mid lane now. They're still going to let him have it. Even though they would have had time to properly bring in the troops.
Midas. Kind of late for Yao, actually, considering how much experience he got in the lane. Not too much gold. 27 CS minute 19.
2 deaths doesn't...
So we're probably looking at a level 11 Phoenix around minute 22, which, it's not extremely late for an offlaner, but for Phoenix it makes a very big difference in the ability for CDEC to just take his egg out. Phantom Lancer can always remove the Fire Spirit by using Doppelganger and just focusing down the egg really hard. The Winter Wyvern has long range with Arctic Burn, so can also easily access the egg. And let's not forget Lina, when she gets Fiery Soul up. She's one of the absolute best heroes in Dota at destroying the Supernova.
Not to mention, she might just kill off the Phoenix before he even gets that off. You got a level 2 Laguna Blade currently over on that Lina. That's only active except for they're building into it.
Ideally, she wants to save the Laguna Blade for Shadow Fiend or Luna, though. But both of those heroes will have their
he's found
BKBs,
Luna.
so
You'll
maybe
step
have
up.
it.
Okay, triggering the drum charge. Sala's on the run. Shiki right behind him. The shard's going to be too deep, too shallow. Cannot reach Luna in time.
Kind of surprised it didn't try the Yules. I think there would have been a kill.
It looked like it was in range, but instead he just went for the slave.
And that's probably the last chance he's going to get to solo kill the Luna here, because BKB is only 500 gold away for Sally. He's going to try to find a top. A little bit of a warp being dropped down by Q to spot the area. Another thing to keep in mind about Luna, since this hero hasn't been played quite a bit for a while, is the teams might not be so used to playing against the night vision right now, because the night vision heroes are not that popular. Which heroes is it that have extra night vision? It's mainly Luna, Slark, and Night Stalker that have really good night vision. I think they might be the 3 only ones with 1800. There could be one more. But it does, of course, make Luna a lot safer from these nighttime ganks. Unless you smoke, she will generally see you before you can see her with regular vision. And very powerful ability to have in a carry. Half the time, you see longer than the enemy, and that's pretty good.
Just means CDEC's got to get in closer a little bit earlier. But yeah, seeing that snowball coming in or a PL about to doppelganger over definitely does help. So CDEC, they're actually going to back up now to the tier 2 tower. They do have a smoke over on the Wyvern, but they come up onto the hillside before they do it. Luckily, they are not smoking because an observer ward is watching their movements around the secret shop. The 4 of them grouping up together has been flanked by LGD.
Double BKBs. I dare say there's absolutely no way that CDEC win a team fight right now. I think this is... When they realize these 2 BKBs are up, they're going to try for the split push and just dodging fights as much as possible. Now, the good news for them is that if they manage to just drag this game out a bit, even if Luna and Shadow Fiend find good farm, they have really good heroes at turning them against themselves. They have both the Winter's Curse and the Wall. If they land both of them very well, they can overcome even... historically, you remember a long time back when teams were worse at pushing high ground? How Darkseer lineups would just defend with a 20k deficit? This lineup is actually even better than those lineups back then. You can, with Darkseer and Wyvern, the game is almost never over.
But you always know you can just turn it around on them. And this, well, I think in just today alone.
Salah's getting bothered a lot by the PL up here. Just poking him.
He's losing all of his mana.
Yep.
Like, he's basically dry. Even if you do have the ult, he's not going to work. But at the same time, maybe great position that Weave actually going to trigger out the snowball. And now in comes the Wyvern. Gets the curse off, actually locking up the Dazzle. So Winston Shallow Grave and then into the Nova. Garda will end up falling as Wyvern embraced himself. The back in MMY. The Fiend Script being stopped and Shallow Wade. The PL has arrived, bringing down the Dazzle. And maybe he's not too healthy either. Not a lot of life and no mana whatsoever. They throw the Darkseer wall down. The Yules after protecting Shiki, and now they can move over towards MMY. And this will be a triple kill coming the way of CDEC. Double Imper aggressive. And all they lost was a Tuskar, and considering he was walking up into the LGD trap, CDEC should be ecstatic about how that turned out.
That was a very uncharacteristically risky play from Xiaowei. Generally, or from LGD, of course led by Xiaowei, I'm guessing he made the call here. Generally, they play very, very solid and safe plays, but this time they go for a 4-man gank into the enemy jungle without the Luna, who would provide them the night vision. It's their strongest teamfight hero next to Shadow Fiend probably. And they also didn't get Grave off from Xiaowei. He wanted to keep it for the Shadow Fiend, and CDEC identified it and targeted him with the Winter's Curse, and afterwards the PL ran him down. And at the end of the day, he ended up not even getting to use it, which is, of course, even worse than using it on himself and then seeing the Shadow Fiend die next time.
And LGD cannot afford to have that happen again. Now it's 2,000 gold and experience being lost for them. And that actually gives CDEC the advantage back again. And CDEC can make the most out of it. Still watching that Luna to see when her Aghanim is going to arrive. It is now 500 gold away. We still don't have Garda with any real initiation beyond Snowball, because he doesn't have that Blink Dagger yet.
He might not even want to go for it in this game.
Oh, Yao, actually top lane. He got caught out. He was trying to TP out. The Vac ended up cancelling it. And Darkseer finds a solo kill over on the Phoenix.
That is a very rare sight, that a Darkseer solos a Phoenix. And
he just caught him TP.
Yeah.
Dived into the tree line, then thought he could just tap the TP. That's 11 levels of experience, which has helped to be gained into the Darkseer.
That fight in the Dire Jungle is so crucial. Bringing Shiki up to the Aghanim Scepter will allow them to take 5-on-5s. If that was a 5-on-5, they would have been crushed. But now they might have a shot at it because the powerful Laguna Blade will be there. He'll realistically be level 16 before minute 30 as well. And that 950 damage pure nuke will take down about 2/3 of the Luna's health right now. And the PL, of course, while all this is going on, is finding great farm as well. And what I was getting at is, I'm not sure if Garter wants to go for a Blink Dagger in this game on the Tusk. I think he might have to play a little bit more of a defensive play, being more focused on protecting his team with the Snowball, getting them out of Fiend Script, getting them out of Nightmare, and then going for Glimmer Cape could prove really nice against Eclipse, against Fiend Script, against Razes, Requiem, what have you. There's so much magic damage. I think that would just be an absolute value pickup. But if you wanted it, why is he not getting the cloak, is the question. So maybe it is the Blink.
LGD smoking up. Now they see Garter as well as aggressive farming. Now they can't kill aggressive. He's too close on the tree line, so unless they get that instant Fiend Script, it's not possible. They can just use Doppelganger. They can actually get the control. Fiend Script worth it at this point, and PL's going to go down.
Ouch, that is really unfortunate. And you saw him pinging the tree. He was like, guys, I used Doppelganger up here. Why am I down here? Of course, a little bit of bad RNG there.
And this is perfect for LGD because they can just slip themselves in the Roche pit. If they get a buyback from the PL, then it's still worth it for LGD. It's burning a lot of money on the PL to do this.
It's too late. They're going to let them have it.
Sigil comes in. Well, that's going to get cleared up pretty early.
Oh, that could...
he actually fought back. They're looking for it. The kill on the Dazzle already in the back. He's got 3 men up on the hill. They can't get back down. Silas trapped in, maybe trying to finish up Roshan. The Snowball comes in. They're all trying to fight the Curse and LGD. They're playing King of the Hill, but they are not the Kings. Garter's dropping the Nova's also going to try and do his burn off, and they're actually fighting this one. Maybe it's winning Sylar, however, trapped in the wall. He is hitting himself to death right now on the hill. Down he goes, maybe looking for an opening on Wyvern, but then he's actually embraced himself up. He lands up. The Aegis model will trigger aggressive. Does he have enough to finish this job? Back to the world of living, maybe. Looking for the kill on Wyvern, can't do it on aggressive. The answer is yes. Shadow Fiend dropping quickly and down for the count. What a vac by the Darkseer, completely catching LGD, stuck in the mud on the hill.
I'm sure LGD were thinking the same thing I was. Wow, if PL isn't buying back, we've got this now. He's going to need to TP down here. He's going to have to run over. It's going to take too long. Even if they curse us up, we can just heal it and then Eclipse. They were not expecting to get clipped like that. Beautiful play out of the Darkseer of XZ, and wow.
Shows the effectiveness of a Blink Dagger on that hero. Not to mention the control in the fights. We've been having a lesson in it today. Just how much of effect that Darkseer has, and now he can afford up a full Greaves for his team.
There's nothing very good for him to purge here, but there's no like annoying silence or root or anything on it. But it's still just a great item for the team. Of course, the passive as well as the active on it. Very, very good for these team fights. And the fact that these heroes are going to get the 15 armor bonus when they drop low is incredible against a spread damage carry like Luna. When all of them drop down, those like 3rd, 4th glaive bounces will deal next to no damage. We might even see him considering a Crimson Guard for that reason. I think that would be a very nice item this game for the side of CDEC. To keep PL's illusions alive as well. Very beneficial.
As we just showed on the graph as well, just to flag it, LGD actually didn't lose as much as you'd think from that, because they still did claim Roshan, and they still did get a lot of kills over against CDEC. Maybe it was the big man standing up and taking most of it too. And he sits at the highest net worth on the field.
I still want to give the advantage to CDEC there regardless. Like, even, let's say the gold was even. Of course, they won the fight, so clear advantage, right? But if the gold was even, just denying LGD from getting the Aegis for the next minutes is really crucial, because they're not good at taking the Roshan themselves right now with the PL. And it's way more attractive for LGD to go into the pit right now. Just knowing that they can farm for another 5 minutes before that becomes a problem again is really, really useful. Because the most likely aggressive play for LGD is to look for a teamfight and then try to get Roche if they get like 2 pickoffs. But at this point in time, they know should it go wrong, the worst thing that can happen is that they concede a tier 2. But as long as PL pushes out the lanes, that's not even a possibility.
It isn't, and they actually can't go for an aggressive play for a while. There's no smoke over on LGD, and you're actually waiting almost 6 minutes until they have that available again. So if they are going to move aggressive, they have to consider they're going to walk underneath the CDEC wards.
I'm very happy to see aggressive going for the Manta build. I feel like this, more often than not, this is just the best PL build. Diffusal into Manta, split push power, the teamfight potential, another disjoint than Doppelganger. Extremely good.
PL can just control everything he wants. But meanwhile, like, okay, so yes, LGD didn't get the Aegis of the Immortal, but I'm seeing maybe getting bigger and bigger. And while the split push is great for PL, he doesn't have anything directly to deal with the SF at the moment. So maybe, like, as long as he doesn't lose his entire team, as what happened at the Roche pit, he should be able to fight off CDEC. Like, they just got completely stranded and couldn't do anything LGD, but maybe was still able to inflict almost all of the damage into CDEC.
I absolutely agree. If they get caught in a better avenue for them than being stuck 3 heroes on a cliff, they could have easily done that. That's what was so beautiful about the fight. I mean, it's one thing to get a good vacuum and a good curse, but to actually single-handedly win a fight with a vacuum like that is pretty rare nowadays. So. And I still favor LGD if a 5-on-5 breaks out in the dire jungle, even with a 5k advantage for CDEC. But
yep. And there's more disable coming. Like Yao putting that hand of Midas to work going into a side device. He's only got the ultimate orb to start with, unless he's considering something like a Lincoln Sphere up against the Lina.
Could be really good.
Yeah.
Both of them are good here.
Yeah. Maybe you can eventually get both. But seeing PL, like, yeah, there's more and more damage coming out, but it's no direct damage. You've already got the SF with the Talisman of Evasion, so he's got that ability to avoid these attacks before the Monkey King bar is completed, and will eventually work it, obviously, into the Butterfly. But it's just making it really difficult for PL to inflict damage into him. Of course, we still look for the Wyvern to get that curse off in combination with the Darkseer. That's still something which will work for CDEC.
Yeah, so far they're trying to be sneaky here, but LGD is not giving them the opportunity. They're hoping that preferably Salar will go down here and try to push out this wave coming close to their tower, but LGD realized that this seems pretty fishy. There's no one mid.
Yep.
They know they're pushing top. Where could they possibly be? There's no Roshan. This gives LGD a big feeling of safety.
And there's nothing to gain from CDEC. Like, they're not going to take a tier 2 tower. You'll inflict some damage into a tier 3 potentially, and actually they're going to mass TP back to the base. So into the tier 3s and the tier 2 towers. This will not allow for LGD to prepare setup stuns. Like we saw previously today, but that tier 2 tower still dropping down to just below 500. Someone's going to TP back, and here it comes. The SF
he actually gave up there. Been able to catch up, but they don't have the necessary information. Salar's going to cancel his TP, scared of getting caught there.
But this now means the Garda can chase. They surged up onto the Tusker. He's running in, and the BKB from Sylar will be expended. MMY going to TP out in time, but actually will be pushed out. The fact is a second too late. But that's the 9-second BKB now down for the Luna.
Still a very good defensive play from LGD to get out of that situation. And you could just tell when you have both teams' vision in that situation that what CDEC tried to bait out is that Lina pushes the bottom tower, and the moment the first TP starts, she just wants to move away and port top so they can take a 5-on-4. But LGD realized the risk of getting outnumbered, and they start backing out. And even if they have to commit a defensive BKB from Sala to get out, it's definitely better than getting killed.
What do you think about this build coming in from the Phantom Lancer? So it looks like Aggressive's going to go into a Skadi build.
Yeah.
Is this a concern that you still just won't have enough damage that will attack into the SF? You got a lot of survivability, and now SF being slightly tested.
It's just such a good solution for PL. He benefits a lot from the all stats. The illusions get tankier. Of course, the agility is a great stat for him for damage output. All his illusion. A little extra mana doesn't hurt, but that's kind of a tertiary benefit at this point when he already has all that mana from the drums, Manta, as well as the Fusel Blade, and even Ring of the Coil. He has a lot of it. But regardless, I think it's a good choice. It's generally between Skadi and Heart if you don't want to go Butterfly first. And I find that most of the time Skadi is a more solid choice because how often do you get to full reset with PL and buy time and just wait out and heal up with the Heart and then go in again compared to the extra armor, the extra damage, and the slow from the Skadi. Although I guess maybe he will prioritize his Diffusal Mana Burn, in this case, those orbs, of course.
Well, we'll watch.
Never mind, it's not an orb anymore. Does it? Is it? Oh, I can't remember anymore. All these orb effects and how they stack gets changed like seemingly every major patch.
Well, luckily we don't have to worry about like Silver Blade.
It's not an orb anymore.
That's all.
It is not an orb. I think.
I have all the confidence in your knowledge, Synderen.
Diffusal is not an orb.
All right, so double Butterfly has now arrived for LGD. Just relax, Sid. Relax. Just breathe. So double Butterflies for LGD. This will give the extra flutter effect, so they can move quickly between the lanes or into the fights. But that Blink Dagger arriving at the perfect timing now for Wyvern. So Q, the ability to get that curse off on either Sylar or on Maybe could just completely change these fights. And well, Maybe aggressively walking up the PL illusions. are still around.
Oh, not again aggressive.
He's just he's caught.
They know
it's a doppelganger, and yeah, they do. They move over and attack. The Metastar will trigger as well, maybe winding up the ulti. Shiggy's trying to slow this one down. The Shallow Grave a little bit premature on the Shadow Fiend, not to mention the Eclipse basically being blown. Fiend's Grip is still available here, and MMY going to try and isolate himself. Garda, Walrus Punch, he's trying to go for 2 different targets, and now you've got that curse over on Sylar, but the Nova coming in from the Phoenix. MMY dropping low, but Sylar, the Glaive bounces again. The Shallow Grave is keeping MMY alive. He's got 10-6 charges. He'll survive through this one. Still no casualties of war, and they're trying to escape. Now they're back in again. The double stun. It's only on Sylar, however. They managed to get one away, and Sylar giving life through that flame. Sylar is going to just keep on fighting here. The Glaive's bouncing around. Finally, they bring him down, but the attack is not enough to kill off the Darkseer. You've still got aggressive on the front line and living on 46 life. How is CDEC remaining alive?
I cannot believe how manly these players are. Just Sylar and aggressive, laying into the enemy team with 50 health. I guess they have no alternative, right? You're not getting out with that low health. Wow, that almost went wrong for CDEC. They thought someone, they're like, okay, Luna's dead. Wait, who's taking care of Luna? Okay, none of us is taking care of Luna. And they finally do target her down with the Dragon Slave, and this is going to be 1, if not 2 lanes of barracks. The only buyback on LGD is the Phoenix, and this is the price you pay when you pop 2 major ultimates prematurely. They use the Requiem, they use the Eclipse, they use the Shadow Fiend BKB, and CDEC were just like, great, let's just back out, reset for a moment, surge in key heroes, and get the job done. This game is almost over in one fell swoop here.
And CDEC, what a fight. What an amazing fight for them. They take both bottom racks as well as the melee from mid. Even the Rangers copping a fair chunk of damage, and now you'll see the fruits of their labor. The full Skadi completed over on the Phantom Lancer. You've got almost 5,000 gold just sitting on Alina. Tuskar could be looking to buy himself something nice with 1,200. The Darkseer is actually at a point where he can buy a Scythe of Vice. You've got to have a heavy disable. Even Wyvern has 2.4k gold. They're rolling in money.
Yeah, you get so much gold when you destroy this many barracks, and even the middle range barracks got destroyed by the Manta illusions of PL of all things. He just decided to back out. Those illus last so long. This is why Manta is so incredibly good on this hero. When you have all these items, they actually start dealing significant damage and can just push really fast and hard onto the, just clear out entire creep waves on their own.
LGD is going for the Hallelujah play. They've managed to possess one of the CDEC melee creeps to have a bit of a look out. They're actually thinking that Roshan's being done. Now, maybe he's the only one visible inside the lane. LGD could bait this one out. They leave the melee creep inside the pit where Roshan is currently alive. I thought they were going to throw him up towards the Ancient area. Instead, they'll just use him to tank against Roshan, but in comes the Sigil. And CDEC well aware. They start off with the Weave, so LGD going to get some good armor as Yao.
Oh, that's a good Sunray.
Actually able to scout out the fact that Darkseer is coming behind, cancelling the blink. And where is that opening? Yao still in position for the Nova. And where is that position? They get the curse over on maybe, but Shadow Fiend already has the Aegis, the Immortal, and Shiki. He's trapped inside the pit. Sylar, the extra damage did come out from Lina, but Shiki, he's still going to drop. The Embrace is there for the Nova. They back Chow late again up on the hillside. He has to Shallow Grave himself. Phoenix will come down to him, and in comes your Snowball. They're going to have extra help. Aggressive. He's arrived, and he's going to be bringing down LGD. Maybe trapped in the river. He's got his turrets wet and now dead. The Aegis, the Immortal will bring him back up, but Yao can't keep him alive. Garda so low on life, and we've got Dragon battles while maybe caught inside the river. No BKB, no mech. The Yules on the lead try and buy space, but GG! CDEC will take game number 1 up against a team which everyone was calling the favorites, and a team which has refused to forfeit a series to CDEC. Game 1 goes the way of CDEC.
It's all the small plays that just add up. CDEC are incredibly good at team fighting. All of their spell usage, how crisp their combos are. You can tell how good communication they have with how they layer and combo their spells. And in addition to all the small plays, the big Darkseer play, I guess, is the story of this game. The vacuum up onto the cliff, 3 heroes, secured them an incredible fight that really gave them the lead in this game. Extremely well played.
And
we'll see if LGD can come back.
It was terrific, Dota. We expected nothing less, and we'll expect nothing more in game number 2. It's going to be a fantastic series. Make sure you stay with us. For now, we throw it back over to the panel.
Thank you very much, Toby. Yeah, another exceptional game here at the International. We do expect nothing less. CDEC coming through on this one. And we've had a little bit of a change at the panel. Once again, we've sort of played some musical chairs here, it seems.
Yeah, I've been upgraded to resident Dota 2 expert, taking over from your hand. I think it's fair. They brought Ben back. So.
That's a fair swap.
Yeah.
It's a fair swap.
Well.
First game, Winter. Went to plan for CDEC, or did they pull out something a little bit different there?
I think the game plan which went like we expected, a lot of fighting. Both the teams prioritized in heavy team fights, but the play, like Cinderin mentioned, the Darkseer vacuum, LGD at that point were leading. They were going to take control of the game with the Roshan fight, take the Aegis, but the Darkseer play that just kept them in the game.
Yeah.
And CDEC having the Phantom Lancer going stronger into the late game, and LGD doesn't have really good stuff to clear the illusions.
Yeah. Let's go back to 10 minutes into the game, where the first real highlight of the game came from Hao, just deciding that he was going to take matters into his own hands here with the triple kill.
More towers, unless this TP can do something about it. Gada going to start snowballing.
So they were going to roll in with the snowball, and Shadow Fiend runs a little back, and he gets stunned by the Lina here, though, but they couldn't really kill the Shadow Fiend. Like, this is a really classic aggressive move. He TPs into the fight early on and helps his team, and the additional PR coming into the fight here, being the difference maker for his team.
Yeah, and Aggressive just chases so far. The Darkseer Ion Shell certainly helps a lot. We've seen the combo a lot with Ember Spirit, but not as much with Phantom Lancer. And again, this is the trademark of his one position, just playing and going so deep in.
I mean, this was a fight where the Phantom Lancer TPing just changed the whole face of the early game.
It's actually one of the weird things about PL. He's probably one of the better sort of chasing carries, isn't he? Because of the constant lances, he can always catch up with people, always can get in there, he can dodge, and then he can chase.
I love that at the end as well. Aggressive kind of turned away and went, yeah, I've done that, I've fixed that. Oh, maybe I haven't, I'll go back. No, I've definitely done it.
And look at where they're fighting, too. Yeah. I mean, Johan mentioned that, No-Tail mentioned that before the game, the importance, man of many names.
Right, yeah.
Mentioned the importance of CDEC pressuring that Radiant jungle, and you see that there. I mean, that's their house, right? Make them leave.
Yeah, okay. We've also got the Roshan fight that you were talking about with the vacuum on the high ground, so let's have a look at that one as well, because that was a key part of the game.
So this fight is huge. Phantom Lancer is dead. LGD think they can take it safely. They send Frost Showers to confirm that they're in there. They send a Sigil in, and then when it gets really low, you see maybe actually BKB. Sylar does not BKB, and that's actually the key mistake that allows this whole shenanigans to happen. And the wall is placed up there. Sylar eventually kills himself. There's a pretty sick egg, and CDEC almost take it down, but maybe is the only one that's really able to do that much damage.
It was the dream, the Darkseer dream. You catch them in the pit, you get them on the cliff. I mean, there's nothing quite as satisfying as cliffing people. I don't know what there is about it.
I mean, it happened to Sylar once as well in TI2 when he was cliffed by the blinding light. So this is a very similar situation that happened to him again.
And Yao actually had a couple of really good eggs in this match that nearly saved a couple of fights for his team, but just not quite enough there. I mean, you saw the egg had one last hit and got killed just before it went off.
Overall, Malini, how do you assess LGD's performance in Game 1?
I think that they thought that their team fight was stronger than CDEC, and they just constantly thought they could outplay them, and CDEC actually came out better. The Phantom Lancer, again, just like huge plays throughout the whole entire fight, just like going in really, really deep, trusting that his team is going to follow them. So I don't know whether they're going to try something different, like a Wisp strat perhaps, or maybe Sylar on the anti-mage, but it seems like team fight for team fight, CDEC wins.
Yeah. Just a little bit of food for thought while we wait for the second game to get underway. We were discussing earlier this morning that with MVP Phoenix going through, doing so well, and with Complexity doing so well as one, obviously out now but doing well, and CDEC in the upper bracket, the wildcards and the qualifiers are all right this year.
You could say that. That's an understatement. They've been absolutely phenomenal. I mean, they've won a ton of fans. CDEC, I think people love the way they play. They're exciting to watch. They seemingly play without fear. Complexity was similar. I thought they played well. They got a little unlucky with the pauses. I think that messed with their brains a little bit, but I'm sure they'll come back stronger. And I mean, MVP Phoenix, I've absolutely loved watching them. What a team.
Yeah.
So
and there's a key between all of those three things, Alan. Playing without fear.
Absolutely.
They're the three teams that have definitely played without fear and have almost had the most success from it.
Well, what is there to fear? I mean, when you've got that kind of execution, and Winter and I were talking about this during the match, I think Aggressive uses Doppelganger offensively on PL better than any player I've ever seen. And when you think about it, a lot of players use that ability like it's kind of a free Manta. But there's a powerful synergy there with Phantom Rush. It's the part of kind of the reinvention of PL. And he gets so aggressive with that hero. And just as a team, CDEC move in and out of fights as 5, I think, better than any team in this tournament.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that certain PL players, they tend to have just 1 point in Doppelganger and 1 point in Rush. But in that game, he built into an early drums Aquila, and he maxed his Doppelganger earlier. So he could come to the fights early and just, like Ben mentioned, kept chasing and chasing because he had this specific skill build that was designed for him to actually come to fights early.
Players are re-entering the arena. They're looking very happy, aren't they, despite the fact that the first game didn't go their way. No problem at all from Zhao 8. Looks quite relaxed, quite happy about it.
He looks like, we got this, guys.
He does.
I have a plan B.
I
have a plan B.
I think he secretly has a plan B, C, and D.
What could their plan B be?
Oh, what he looks like is a guy that's been there before, because he has.
Exactly.
I think, personally, the draft they had the last game was, there was like one glaring weakness is they don't have really a reliable lockdown. They have this all the cool ultimates, the Shadow Fiend, the Phoenix, but they all have long cooldowns. So when they don't have their ultimates up, you look at CDEC's lineup, how are they going to actually go and fight against CDEC? CDEC doesn't have any long cooldown ultimates. They don't really rely on the wall from the Darkseer that much. They just need him to just vacuum and set up for the Wyvern's ultimate. So they are not so reliant on the ultimates, whereas LG's lineup more reliant on the long cooldown ultimates they had in the first game.
Okay. That's another thing that you and I talked about during the game is that we felt like CDEC had multiple paths to initiate fights. And I thought that played a big role in them being able to get in and out as well as they did.
Okay. I want to try and get over some of the personality on CDEC because we haven't had a chance to talk to them as individuals, as players. They're not as well known as some of the other players and teams at the International. So I actually caught up with their manager and just tried to get a few bits and pieces out of them, and we got some really cool bits and pieces out of. One of them is this quote, and I want to throw this to you and see whether you agree or disagree, and I'm interested in all of the opinions. He says, XZ could be the next ROTK. He's that good. That's a bold statement, isn't it?
I mean, he proved that in the last game, the Darkseer.
Exactly.
ROTK is a team fight specialist type of offlane, and that play from XZ the last game.
He also tells me that he also yells a lot. Which I don't know if that... maybe that's the familiarity he's got with ROTK. I don't know. But yeah, that's what he said. I mean, what do you think?
I mean, that Darkseer play definitely, I would say, won them the game. It definitely tipped the favor. And if you can make big plays like that in this sort of scenario, I think you can definitely be classified as one of the top offlaners. And I think before he used to play like a lot of Spirit Breaker, he's a pretty selfless player, it looks like. He knows what to do and how to win, I guess, as opposed to how to be flashy and look cool and get IKDA and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, one of the players that always stands out, and I think we've talked about him a number of times, is aggressive. But the rest of them haven't quite had the limelight, I don't think, that they deserve.
I mean, it's hard, though. Again, I hate to be pushing these football analogies, but you hear that all the time, the no-name defense, right? It's hard to single out one player. Aggressive is the one putting up the stats, getting all the kills. But, yeah, it really does take 5. And, I mean, somebody's got to be coordinating that.
LGD Gaming versus CDEC Gaming. Game 2.
Here we go then. Game number 2. CDEC with a 1-0 lead against LGD. And I would like to remind you, the winner goes to the upper bracket final and will be guaranteed more than $2 million. Big game.
So we see CDEC once again taking out the Lash, and LGD is going to take out Bounty Hunter. Like in this sort of team fight game, you don't really want to give away Bounty Hunter if you don't plan to go for it. And the Queen of Pain, I think CDEC might actually just leave it open because I don't think LGD seems like they're actually interested to open the first pick with Queen of Pain here.
I think we'll see first phase Darkseer. I think Darkseer has been proven to be like you can't pick him in first phase, and you can't really get punished that much for it.
Yeah, like he's really good at like dealing with weaker lanes. If you have a dual lane, Darkseer excels at that. So, and he really fits into the game where they are focusing a lot on team fight composition.
Yeah, I feel like if like the Phoenix and the Darkseer were swapped, I think that LGD would have won that game instead.
I think that's right. I also go back to something that No-Tail brought up when we were talking to him, and that's that Lina will be hotly contested in this series. Lina's kind of taking on the same value as Queen of Pain. Wow. I'm dying. In that both teams run her in multiple roles.
It's quite often, sorry, Winter, we talk about heroes that you can pick early and that can be used in different ways. You guys were talking about that earlier. That is really, really strong, but there are also heroes that you can pick early that there isn't really any other way to use them, like Undying.
Undying, not a hero that they pick a lot. 1-0.
I'm surprised.
In their last
They
25.
banned it all the other games.
Right.
It's almost always first fate banned by LGD.
I think they don't really want to fight into like CDEC's Undying as well. Like that might also be the case. And like what you're mentioning, Ted, like Undying seems to be a very one-dimensional hero. But I guess in this matchup, like in this game series itself, because it's so much aggression, so I guess probably the teams feel like we are both going to do the same thing, and it's okay for us to actually pick something that's just consistently focusing on just team fighting and taking towers.
So if you're Xiao8, you're looking back at last game, it's like, okay, they beat us out at team fights. Was it the hero issue or was it an overall game plan issue? And I think he seems to think it's a hero.
Lina.
More hero issue than anything. If he's going for the same sort of team fight again.
Yeah, and see that here, opening with the Lina, like what Johan suggested that teams would actually be doing this more and more often. Lina being a very flexible pick, and you can really do a lot of stuff with the hero.
She's OP is what it is.
Phantom Lancer.
Wow.
Hey, why not?
Ember Spirit.
And there's the Ember.
Yeah, that was like a really quick reaction from Xiao8. He just goes for a hero that deals with the PL. The last game, they didn't have a good hero or a good way to deal with the illusions apart from the moon glaives, but this time around they will have a much more easier way to deal with the illusions with the Ember.
Do you not think Ember takes a bit of time to get to that position? I mean, are they going to... We know CDEC play a very aggressive game. Are they going to give LGD the time to get Ember online?
I mean, at the same time, PL takes time to come online.
That's true.
Yeah, but, I mean, remember, we saw Maybe's Ember against Empire, and I mean, 11-0 and 9 just absolutely controlled that game.
I mean, the other alternative is Anti-Mage, and Anti-Mage takes even longer to get online. So I think I like this approach a lot more by LGD.
Yeah, I feel like Ember is a hero that you really have to have a lot of confidence in your mid player because I think as a safe lane carry, I don't necessarily like him in this situation, but I think maybe can get that hero online fast enough and is confident fighting with it early.
And looking at the heroes right now, see that continues to take out like heroes that fight very well. Spirit Breaker works very well with the Undying. It's something that CDEC likes to run as well a lot. Undying plus Spirit Breaker, we saw that from the wildcards from them. So they're trying to relieve the pressure. I think they don't want PL to have a lot of pressure in the lane.
Is Darkseer ban-worthy here by LGD? Like, we saw the power of it on CDEC last time.
Not LGD.
I mean, LGD could even run it themselves. I feel they could run it in the sense that they do dual lanes with Undying, and Iron Shell and Ember Spirit would allow them to play very aggressive.
Yeah. Wow, Iron Shell Ember Spirit is kind of the other incarnation of double Iron Shell Snowball, right?
That would be scary.
I think it's actually slightly stronger as well. Because Ember has much better chasing ability as a hero.
Yeah, I guess CDEC might take it though. I'm pretty sure it'd be really good for LGD. And what about Wyvern? Not a hero that CDEC's looking towards again?
I think Wyvern could work very well with the PL in the sense that you're buying a lot of time with your Splinter Blast earlier in the lanes, and you can actually just buy time for PL to farm. So it could also be a potential support that CDEC is looking to go for. Like both teams are just gearing up into like very teamfight centric. I'm just gonna go take your towers very early with our tombstone and whatnot. So it's gonna be really interesting to see what CDEC chooses to take out here. They're gonna take out a hero and they're gonna choose one right now. So it's really crucial. This junction is really crucial for CDEC.
I mean, it is interesting though. Once again, it fits the pattern. You know, CDEC is making other teams play their game. They're making other teams try to out CDEC. And so far, I mean, it's not even been close. They played the cleanest Dota in the tournament.
Yeah, like what Johan said, they might be predictable, but they're really good at it, and it's really fast. They do it. You might expect what to come, but you can't react to it in the game. So CDEC's going to take out the Dazzle. Probably just not wanting LG to have something to protect the Ember in the fight so he can actually get out if the Ember is in trouble.
And that's been one of MMY's best heroes recently. I brought that up earlier, 9-1 on that hero. It's a hero that we've seen do really well on the main stage.
I mean, does Ember really need that much protection, though? I don't really think they have good lockdown for him. He's one of the few heroes that can just completely get out of the Lina combo. So it's not always imperative that you have a Dazzle paired with him.
I guess the other reason could possibly be like a Dazzle plus Undying dual lane, maybe, like to pressure the PL. I'm not sure why, but that's probably the other reason.
So we see Storm, a hero that will probably be in the mid role. And what do you guys think about that matchup, Storm versus Ember?
think it's definitely Storm favored, and right now I could understand why they actually took out the Dazzle, because Dazzle is a good way of dealing with the Storm initiations. You go in, you target one person, and there's always a Dazzle there to actually mess everything up.
And the sort of classic Storm counter that we've seen in action today, the Anti-Mage, not necessarily something you want to pick up alongside the Ember Spirit. I don't remember seeing that combination.
Is there a chance that we see Wisp Tiny from LGD?
It doesn't really synergize well with Undying though. I'm not really sure. I don't think that might be what they're looking for. They're probably just going to go like very heavy team fight.
I mean, it's now a look that they've shown a lot recently as well. The last few times that they've run that combo, it's been maybe on the Tiny, and so that shifts Sylar over to the Ember Spirit, which I don't remember seeing him play that hero for quite some time.
Yeah, I feel it's just going to be like maybe more team fight focus, and like you mentioned, Alan, Ember is mostly played by maybe, so, and maybe plays the Tiny as well, so it's less likely they're actually going to go for that route here.
I mean, LGD really need to look to their supports. I actually really like the Earthshaker ban, although they were the ones that banned it. The supports that are still in the pool, you know, Io is probably the one that they played the most. Oh.
I mean, this is a good support of dealing with the Phantom Lancer. You have good amount of area damage, and you have good chasing ability.
I think that's probably going to be an offlane Sand King support on Dying, though.
Yeah, possible. We've seen them run, I think at least once. I remember watching the game that Yao was actually playing offlane Sand King.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking about.
Would they do that with an Undying when you could at least stack camps and farm a Blink with Sand King? He's going to have a harder time doing that in the offlane, no?
I think the way the game would work would probably be the Undying, like you mentioned, stacking the creeps, and when Sand King rotates to the jungle, it opens a lane for Undying to actually go for levels.
Okay.
I mean, wow, on paper, it's a great counter to the Storm Spirit, but man, I am so nervous now about LGD's ability to get online. I mean, you know that CDEC train is coming, and you better have something to deal with that aggression. AM and Ember Spirit, that's a risk.
It's really about the mid lane, I think, in this. Like, Anti-Mage versus Darkseer, Sylar's probably played that 100 times at least, and I'm pretty confident that he will at least, you know, be able to farm his Battlefield at a reasonable time. But the Ember Spirit versus Storm Spirit is a really difficult matchup for Ember Spirit, and maybe he's been in this, like, crucial, like, you know, underhanded mid matchups quite a lot.
And that's something, look, you know, maybe we've talked about what he's done in this tournament. Sylar, again, has some of the most impressive, arguably the best stats at the International of any individual player. I mean, LGD putting their tournament lives on the line in the hands of their two best players.
Yeah, and see that here taking out the Skyroth Mage, they realized that LGD has a very greedy lineup. They need a support that can stand alone and do stuff by himself. Like Skyroth is a very strong early roaming support and can potentially create enough space to actually balance out the draft that LGD has.
What do you do though here as LGD? This, to me, you have to have a fifth pick that's going to take some of that pressure off early. You know, CDEC's fifth pick, I think there's a lot less pressure on them right now.
Yeah, I think you're right, and they're probably going to pick a hero that can, maybe Rubik. Rubik is still online, and that's Sand King stun, that's Blink, and it synergizes well with Lina. So that could be something CDEC looking to go for with their last pick.
And one of MMY's just absolute signature heroes, already 20 wins as Rubik in this patch. That is, I feel like whatever pick LGD make here, CDEC have this draft, man.
Yeah. Oh, wow. So many heroes I hate in this game. Unbelievable.
It's the Storm plus Silencer, and it's a really good combination here in this game because it deals very well with Sand King. And it's also very good versus the Ember. I think Sebastian mentioned that before, like the last word and the ultimate really makes it hard for Ember. And as an Ember, when you're dealing with a situation like this, you probably want to go like for a Manta as well, a defensive item, so it really hinders his progress as a hero.
I mean, but look, guys, at the end of the day, how fun is this match going to be? I mean, we saw earlier, right, a match in which I thought Secret had the better draft, but the signature burning Anti-Mage brought him back. Can LGD pull off the same kind of comeback here?
All right, well, we're about to find out because we're going back to the arena and to our commentary team for game number 2 between CDEC and LGD.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's see if it is possible for LGD to kick back, or will CDEC take their first series against LGD? Not only that, achieve the dream, coming through the open qualifier, not even in first position through the qualifier. You get yourself in a second position from the qualifier, then you're going to fight the wild card, you take that one out, and now not only do you get winner's bracket,
you're one win away from the winner's bracket final.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. It's like, no matter what happens to CDEC in this series and in this tournament from here on out, they've been super impressive, right? That's got to be really relieving for them going into the tournament with as little pressure as they have. The only real pressure they have is the one they've put on themselves. And if you remember from the Shiki interview, he was like, from what I remember, he was like, he's dreaming, of course, of going very far, but they're taking it one step at a time, getting into top 8, and then they'll see how far they can get. And, you know, with this kind of play, I guess they weren't really sure how good the other teams were going to be relative to themselves, because else they might have had more confidence. He has been, I mean, the entirety of CDEC have just been absolutely incredible. Their teamwork is really what makes this team so good.
A small mistake from Zhao Wei, just accidentally summoning the courier back at the Tier 1 tower, so it's made the very long trek back to base. But he still TP'd out early to get that lane ward down, so they really don't want CDEC to get a grip on this offlane. Make sure Sylar is protected at all costs. Nahaz asked the question, can Sylar do it with the anti-mage? We've seen him do it before.
Yeah.
With this protection, he should be able to do it again, but it's only that now. Now Zhao Wei's able to farm up inside of his jungle. They know when CDEC's going to move over. He can support maybe a lot earlier too with Novas and Frostbites. And if things do really go wrong, you got MMY that can move in as that Undying to try and stabilize the lane. LG's got so many combos to work with.
The key heroes I'm looking forward to perform in this game for LGD are the CM and Undying, actually, because if their early game does not have a major impact, I think CDEC are just going to go into a mid-game with
CDEC are in a position where they might be looking to fight. They're moving down the bottom river. MMY starts with a two-man decay, and Sylar, well, he doesn't really want to be in this one. Now there's MMY, actually the burn from the Iron Shell's doing the work. MMY will be going down here, and the first blood is spilt by CDEC. The bounty room will go the way of the Storm Spirit as well, but the top room was grabbed by Yao.
Darkseer is absolutely godlike in the 1 fights. He's just so good. If you have 2 Iron Shells out on, I believe he put one on the PL and one on himself, and they just run in. You need to have a very specific composition to fight that. Xiao Wei with the right call, which is just, we're not going for this. We're going to sacrifice a hero. If they tried to fight into that, they could have easily lost 2 or 3.
Interesting to note too that maybe moved back for a little bit, just to move inside the jungle and actually let Yao get his 2nd level. And at this point, Yao actually hasn't leveled anything up. He's sitting with just 2 points right now. Unskilled. Still waiting to see what he needs. As Shiki as well as Q, they're going to keep this Ember Spirit well away from the lane, as the brothers just want to battle one-on-one. The Spirit Boys, Ember versus Storm.
Curious to see how this top lane plays out. You know, as Ben said, Sylar has played Anti-Mage versus Darkseer 100 times. But this is a little bit of an unusual position. This time the Darkseer is in his safe lane, and that opens up for the possibility of pulling, for the possibility of going into the jungle to farm immediately after pushing out the wave. This especially becomes relevant when Darkseer is level 3 and higher. And it could take Sylar by surprise just how much farm XD will be able to find in that situation.
I want to keep tabs on bottom lane right now. While Yao might have copped a lance as well as a light strike right in the face, Aggressive has had 4 decays put on him. He's got 300 life right now. A Burrow Strike from Yao, if he had an extra level up in it, he would get in range to have a crack at PL. He might think there's a doppelganger, and now it's actually, yep, they're going to keep it at 4, and 300 life on this PL against the 1,000 of Undying.
It looks funny when you have so low health and you take 60 damage. It looks like you have a heart running with how fast the bar regens, you know? Because you have so little regen, so the tango is just very powerful. And I mean, it's all great that MMY is harassing him a lot with these decays, but Aggressive doesn't seem too phased by it. He's still finding his CS.
Ember Spirit trying to have a crack there as Shiki. He's got Flame Gun as well, Searing Chains, but no ability to just go into that Sleight of Fist and catch him out of position. Not before the level 6 will arrive, at least. Then maybe, I guess, it's Spirit Jump versus Ball Lightning.
The tricky thing about this lane for maybe is what gives... Ember is generally a weak laner. His main strong point in lane is his ability to run heroes down with Flame Guard, but you can very easily remove that with 1 or 2 remnants. Just 1 remnant and an overload should be enough to remove level 2 Flame Guard right now. It gives 200 magic block. He has 2 points in remnants, so that's 180, and overload is 30, so it's 210. And I think this is the reason Shiki is skilling as he is. Usually you would see 1 point remnant and start maxing up the overload in this kind of lane, but he's very good for keeping maybe at bay and finding easy farm.
Okay, I just want to flag right now that if you combine both the SK as well as the Undying CS, will being the 2 heroes that have the presence in the bot lane, they don't even reach the Crystal Maiden, who's got 8 CS at the moment. Easily farming up inside the jungle.
Not stacking, just trying to find some levels. While Sylar actually having a really good time on the offlane. Sitting at 14 for 1. Not a bad CS score. Maybe he's not looking too bad in mid as well, even though Storm is almost double his CS.
He has more than Darkseer. It's pretty surprising for me. I mean, AM is pretty good against DS in lane, but DS having the safe lane and all, and the fact that they've side pulled, now they've top pulled as well with Q.
Yep.
Sylar's doing really well here.
It's not just that, it's like he's not having to bring in other support players. So MMY, Crystal Maiden, Yao, like there's no rotations forced out by these 3 players. I almost want to class both Yao and MMY as support in this lane because they keep on tag teaming in and out, but they're both playing semis.
Have you noticed aggressive skill build, by the way? In the bottom lane, the PL? He does not have a point in Doppelganger right now, which is very unusual. And LGD could have actually figured this out if they were paying close attention. He threw a lance, and you could see it's a level 2 lance from the damage it did, and right after he charged. That's when the Sand King can actually go for an aggressive play because he can't get out with anything.
They're coming down bottom lane,
he crashed
aggressive.
level 4.
Well, where's that doppelganger? He said it's up. The tombstone will be dropped. Xiaowei dropping low on the slate, doesn't actually reach him. Burrow strike, where is it from Yao? Still on cooldown. Now the doppelganger forward. There goes Xiaowei. They can move for more. The light strike array controlling the Undying. The Burrow strike will come back, but they back him back into the Iron Shells. Garda's still here. That's a huge decay. Garda's gonna get beaten down. It's a double kill now for MMY. The surge away from Darkseer, still level 1. Now the tombstone will time out. But a good return while the middle lane Storm Spirit runs away, actually hanging around a second longer, as maybe was running after him with his Flame Guard up.
Wow, if he would have died to Ember, that is completely unheard of when Ember is level 5 and Storm is level 6.
How about now
That's
when you've got both Nova as well as Frostbite? He's only got one small ball lightning away.
They can't get.
Nope, they cannot. That's not level 6 on Ember, so we cannot reach the Storm Spirit.
Now, of course, this matchup is a little bit different than usual because maybe has the Crystal Maiden aura from Xiao 8, so it definitely does help him out in that lane. But he is still losing it. He is 21 for 1 against 32 and 10. But that could have been way worse. I've seen way worse beatdowns of Embers by Storms than this.
And you still have to remember, we have Sylar farming. They've moved him down to the bottom lane now, so he's able to have a lot more space, and this will make CDEC think twice about what they do. In fact, they already thought about it. XZ rotates with him, so they put aggressive on the top lane to find his farm. While Yao now also moves into the jungle. Level 2 Sandstorm, trying to reach that Blink Dagger at a good timing.
This is probably the correct response from CDEC as well. If they keep running the same lane as they did bottom, now that Sylar is already level 6, this would be a very difficult lane for them to fight. They would just be out-leveled here. Letting him farm here instead of top is not the biggest of deals as long as they find theirs on PL. And the question is how they can transition into the mid-game. But as I mentioned earlier, MMY and Xiao 8 need to come up big, and so far MMY with that double kill bottom has salvaged their early game, which was looking like it could become really snowballing.
I'm wondering if this is a time when LGD want to try and pop a smoke, because they've got a very aggressive Observer Ward inside the Dire jungle. Now this is looking at the triple stack. They know the triple stack is there and the fact that Storm Spirit is backed up. Can you even get over there to contest it? Could Yao do that?
They really don't have good heroes at killing Storm. Like, that's the problem. If Sand King doesn't come up there, they can't. And even if he does, it might not even be enough, because they have to burst him during that, since he can just jump with Frostbite on. So I think you just let CDEC have it. They're also extremely fast at farming it, by the way. Storm and Lina combined are very good stack players. See take it here, go back to space, probably save the Haste Rune. And he might be looking for a side lane gank. Maybe he can find Sylar, who is pretty low. He's going to use the salve after this creep, though.
The Observer Ward sees him. There's an Obs just sitting in the lane. That's a fresh one as well. They were waiting for the LGD rotation. And they actually show him in lane anyway. So Yao in very close behind aggressive. But MMY can't give that burst damage, not before he's going to doppelganger away. It kind of feels more of just like a lane presence more than anything else. But maybe he's been given a lot of space. Like, yes, obviously Storm Spirit flash farmed, but maybe he's still been free to do what he wants in the mid. He's only 400, maybe 500-ish net worth behind that of the Storm after you take huge stacks like that.
Top lane. Aggressive is being a little bit of a bully here with the lances onto Yao, but Yao has Tranquils, so he actually doesn't really care that much. He can also Sandstorm one of them as he does here. Done. It's slowing down a little bit, and I would say this favors LGD's team. As long as the early game goes decently and they can transition into a mid game where Sylar will be finding the farm, it's been an early game well done for them.
Well, CDEC might do something about that. They're coming down as, well, there's your ball lightning chasing after Xiaowei. He is level 4, but there's not much protection behind him. Try and turn for a Frostbite.
Unable to get it, just goes for the Nova. So a solo kill coming in for the Storm Spirit. As he'll run himself straight back to mid lane on the back of the end of the haste rune. And Sylar very defensively moving in behind his own tier 1 tower, because he's got no vision of Shiki. He'll get it in a moment when he'll walk underneath the Observe Ward in the Dire jungle. And then Sylar can feel a little bit more confident. Maybe not for good reasons, however. I suppose Silencer as well as Lina are sitting on bottom lane, and Lina just hit level 6, misses the Line Strike Array.
They wouldn't have killed him, but they would have pressured him quite a lot. Or actually, maybe they would, because she leveled up to level 6 with that creep that just died. If that was the plan there, that would have been absolutely sick, landing the stun, Slave, push some damage from the Iron Shell, and then maybe that Laguna could have just been enough. Good idea for CDEC. Very difficult.
If Q hung around, they might have had a better chance too. But he backed up. In fact, this Silencer, he's got 2 intelligence points stalled. Now he's going to find his global silence, taking the experience from the mid lane. It's kind of funny though, we haven't really felt the presence of Silencer yet.
It hasn't been that good of a game for him to shine yet. And I think obviously the biggest part whenever you pick Silencer, except in very few cases, is for the global. Sometimes you see him pick to
CDEC, bottom lane, they smoked in, they're jumping up to Sylar, and they will start the initiation. There's more support coming in for LGD. Maybe he's going to be here looking for the big Burrow Strike. The silence is still there, the global silence, they got it off. The TP out from Guard will be successful while the ball lightning, they can't even catch up to Darkseer. He's away to safety. Shiki back behind the tier 1 tower and no Burrow Strike range. He might have 4 points in it, but already back behind the tower, they get the pick on Sylar and get out scot-free.
What an incredible disengage. That looked like that was easily going to be 2 or 3 kills. And just as we say the global silence is going to be important, he gets it at the key point right when they need it. I think they would have lost 3 heroes there if not for that global. That's very high value out of a defensive ultimate like that. Beautifully played again.
This is the timing of CDEC. They've proven it time and time again. It's not just the precision during the team fights, it's knowing when to take them, knowing the silencer was going to reach that point. And now they just get to have even more fun. Aggressive moves up to the top lane, getting very close to completing up those drums of his. Sylar just trying to force him back out, but this is not really the funnest place for Sylar to be when he doesn't have that Battle Fury up yet.
Aggressive's still out of mana though, so Sylar should be perfectly fine. The Lance Harass is not really going to be a big problem, and even if he wanted to go for it, Sylar still has extra magic resistance and a Ring of Health. If you're LGD, you might be more worried about your bottom tier 1 tower, which is really important to protect right now. The access into their jungle is going to disallow Sylar from farming it later. It's going to threaten any stacks that they would be looking to make as well. Well, speaking of that, XC is actually out scouting for it right now. He's not going to find anything though, and just probably going to farm this Hellburst Smasher camp.
He might get close to Yao, but at the same time, Yao's not looking for just the experience at this point. While that'll be a nice thing to have, he's looking for the extra 30 gold to have that Blink Dagger, which will be arriving. So we'll have a 12-minute Blink in for the SK of LGD. This has to have an effect. Because right now it kind of feels like CDEC are just chilling out, they're farming up on their cores, and they find the better composition when it comes to fights. They're not even being forced to fight while the global silence is down, because LGD just want to sit back and farm. Sylar still needs another 2,600 gold to finish up his Battle Fury.
And the global is once again going to be really important now, because if they see the Sand King starting the Epi anywhere, they can just global to counter it.
Yep.
Or if he wants to go for the stun into Epi on a gank together with any teammate, it's very easy for them to break the combo here.
Well, here they come. The Observer Ward is going to scout out Storm. He runs actually a little bit lower, so they may not have actually seen Shiki as he walked through in the Dire jungle, but they'll see him as he walks in range of that Radiant creep wave, maybe just around the corner. And they're going to loop in behind. Nope, they're going to decide to go straight through the tree line. And the Blink Burrow Strike. Sylar comes in, burn them out. The global silence, however, allows Shiki to disengage once again. And Sylar in real trouble. It's a clog up inside the tree line. He will bring down the animation and stun over on maybe the back into a 3-man with the wall as well. LGD is a disaster under the tier 1 tower. Maybe it's been brought down by Q. The epicenter from Yao. He comes back in again, but who's he really going to get? The silencer is tanking through most of it. The sentry ward will be dropped. Then in comes Shiki. He wants Yao down. He's going to get it. A triple kill actually for Aggressive, while MMY out of the tier 1 tower trying to fight up against Aggressive. It's going to be an ultra kill. There's no real way to escape from this one. Lance back off cooldown. There it is! An ultra kill for CDEC, wiping LGD and only costing a silencer to do it.
I really think you can't give this team Darkseer. XC is incredible at finding the best vacuum walls possible. He did it last game, he did it this game again. And it's not just that he finds them, it's also the way they play around the whole thing. It's very coordinated, very well structured fights. Again, perfect global silence timing out of Q just as they engage. And the silencer pick is really proving to be incredibly valuable here. At the same time, though, I feel like LGD, they just can't try for something like that. They need to predict that this is what's going to happen. When they blink stun with the Sand King, there is going to be a global. You jump in the Ember at the same time, he gets himself in a horrible position where he has to immediately disengage. I don't know if they mistimed the Silencer ultimate, that they thought it was still on cooldown. If it was up, that's just flat out a bad play call.
He had it up for an extra 30 seconds, so it wouldn't have been on the edge of the timer. But you're right, maybe that is just what happened. LGD lost the timing of the global silence. And CDEC, like, it was perfect for them. LGD came underneath their own tier 1 tower, jumping in aggressively, and then you catch them out. They can't do anything more. No epicenter, nothing like that. At least Yao didn't throw away the epicenter. But at the same time, all he got in return for it was a slight pick-off on Silence. They do find aggressive inside the jungle. No doppelganger available, but 17 one charges will allow him to turn the Burrow Strike from Yao, but the back in, and in comes Ember Spirit. Still looking for that pick-off over on PL. He might try and search him away, but while he's locked inside the steering chains, can't do anything. Garda with the Slave. He picks off Xiao. He's a double stun! Shiki as well! He's from the trees, the Burrow Strike out, but again, Global Silence. Back up again with the Tombstone. It's going to be a hard run out of here. Shiki behind him, and why? They're going to find the pick-off once again. CDEC, they did lose their PL, will maybe get out of here. He throws down the Spirit, but Storm Spirit Sora's going as well. The brothers that can try and bash each other down. Q's behind, no silence for 4 more seconds, and the back up to the wall! You might have the Storm going down low, the attempt to TP unsuccessful! It's 4 heroes for LGD down again! CDEC, what a storm! What a play, what a team!
You know, I was about to say that this is a really important pick-off they find on the PL, but CDEC are just making the most incredible reads on the fights. Their positioning, their initiation angles, especially the Lina there with a 2-hero stun. The fact that they have the haste rune on Storm Spirit and he is Iron Shield up, just easily able to run heroes down. LGD are just getting, like, they're not just getting outplayed, like they're actually getting really outplayed in these fights. It's not something you would imagine going in. Like, LGD, one of the strongest teams on the field, are just really being tested here.
They really are. But CDEC's got their number, and they just keep calling. LGD, where do you even turn? Because Sylar can't be part of these fights. He's 0 for 2. Hasn't found 100 CS in 16 minutes, which is uncharacteristic for him. But it's the fact, like, he's got enough for the Claymore now, but still another 1,200 away from having his full Battle Fury. And maybe that's the question we should be asking. CDEC's finding fight after fight after fight, but we have seen what happens if you can just win one good fight for LGD. Find the space for Sylar to farm up. That's the way LGD can get back into this game. But it's saying winning a fight up against CDEC, it's easy to say. It's a lot harder to do.
Yeah,
and in fact, CDEC, they're coming in, they're going to take Roshan as well.
They don't have the best counters to AM in this game. Their Lina is going 4-staff instead of the Yule, so she will not be farming as fast, and that means the Aghanim Scepter potential is pretty delayed. Darkseer is okay if he gets a good wall, so you get an illusion. Global can be decent, but apart from that, like, they don't have that massive physical damage that's just going to tear AM apart if he gets good farm, so I'm with you on that. If they do find some good farm on Sylar, that is the hope for LGD. Unfortunately, it's the only hope, and that's not what they were looking for 16 minutes in. They were hoping to have an even game where Antimage was going to help them, not where he was going to absolutely have to carry them almost single-handedly come 30 minutes.
I would actually love to know how much intelligence has been stolen by Q from who. Like, who was actually signed to drop lower? Because I'm looking at the Sand King, and his mana pool is 416. This is not a terrific mana pool to have. If he uses one Burrow Strike, he's practically short of his full combo. Now, speaking of that, Epicenter top lane, Burrow Strike, but he missed it! On aggressive, now the Global Silence will come in, and now he can't even Sandstorm, he starts it up. There's nowhere to hide from aggressive. Into the trees, he'll get the counter kill. And LGD, they've slipped off the ice.
Oh boy, you know what's funny about it? This might actually have been good for LGD, because even if they land that Epicenter Burrow Strike, the instant Global Silence they would have still committed for the kill, and it could have ended even worse.
They're really going to be better. I'm looking at Xiao walking into aggressive, and instantly getting lanced. The tombstone will drop from MMY, but they won't care. Back into another wall. You might get a Searing Chain, but you've lost the rest of your team. Laguna Blade killing up MMY, exiting into the trees. They're waiting for something. What, a Mana Void to kill up that Darkseer? He'll still tank the damage, Sylar. That's level 2. Blinking forward. Now he's got a chance. Bringing him down, but welcome back to the fight, Shiki. Going after Sylar. It's the fresh Orchid off the back. And maybe you can spirit yourself down, but the mana is still there for Storm Spirit. Jumping in deeper, maybe just wants to run away. He's got a little bit of help from a Sand King in the neighborhood. But CDEC already took the fight. They didn't take the tower, however, but they took the fight.
They are just rolling them. Even though AM finally finds a kill there in the Darkseer, it's a horrible exchange for LGD as he does end up dying in the end. And, you know, I know this is something I've talked a lot about in this tournament, something I've been harping on a lot. I really love the fact that Storm Spirit went Orchid first. I think in this game, when you're playing against an Anti-Mage and an Ember Spirit, if you're having a good game, snowball off it. Don't try to go for that Bloodstone and play a little bit more of a farm game and expose yourself to mana voids, right? If you have a bigger mana pool, you're using more mana, and Anti-Mage has a way bigger chance of killing you off. Right now, he just got a Battle Fury. He has so much money he needs to farm until Storm doesn't pressure him. He needs a full Manta enable to be able to counter this, and that's like maybe 6, 7, 8 minutes down the road if he gets ganked once or twice. So CDEC in really good command of this game right now. 2 silences available, of course, Orchid and Global. And who knows what's coming up next for this PL after he grabs his Diffusal.
Matt, I'm actually thinking right now that Mana Void's not even going to have an effect. If that PL throws a lance down to Anti-Mage and is able to have just a couple of hits, he's not going to have enough. Because even if he's going to flick himself in, you're still looking at 260 mana that has to be consumed by the Anti-Mage. He really isn't a wizard. He doesn't have the mana pool. And 17 to 5, CDEC such a huge advantage as well. How long until this Darkseer completes up the Greaves? It's not far away for him. Even Lena walking around with 4 staffs, Arcane Boots, Urns. You talk about Storm Spirit picking up an Orchid, he's already got another 2,000 in the bank account. He can just get both.
He definitely will if this momentum is kept up. Oh,
long jump going in after Sylar, and then the Global Silence. MMY can't do anything about this. The Meg charge will be there, so maybe he can do something. And that is the Global Silence down without finding a kill. A rare occurrence in this game.
Yeah, he missed the jump, and I think even if he hits it, that's probably a little bit too ambitious going for the Anti-Mage right there.
He might jump again. He picked up a Regeneration Rune and has Nagus the Immortal. You can just go very deep for anything. There's your jump first.
He's just keeping his regen running.
Yep. They've still got half his duration left. And Vision, another static remnant's gonna see inside. Actually, he doesn't see the heroes. Yao sitting right on the edge, and in fact just jumps in straight back out again. The regen was cancelled.
Tombstone being dropped. I think he wanted to bait Yao into missing a Burrow Strike there.
Top lane, maybe dead, maybe not. Jump out with the Spirit. And the Tier 1 tower still got denied by PL. That's the first tower LGD have managed to drop for CDEC, and it's been denied.
Maybe knew he could push that because he had 17 on the wand. So wanding should give him more than enough mana to immediately remnant. Even if he's fully out of mana from aggressive solution spam here, he's still getting lots of safety. And at least it's something for LG. It's a little bit to hold on to, but unfortunately for them, Sylar is not farming much right now. He doesn't feel safe going anywhere. Now he's finally going to go top. That's not really safe either.
No, it's up against aggressive. And it looks like aggressive is going to go into the Mana Storm.
Okay, it is safe for now, actually. But how much vision do they... I'm wondering how he knows this is safe. So they have the ward mid where he sees the rotation away from...
Wow, aggressive blink bar. This time Yao's going to hit the target. And with that doppelganger down, well, he can't do anything. The PL illusions were forcing Anti-Mage out of the lane.
It was actually enough on his own. I thought AM was at least going to be able to farm 2 or 3 waves with the positioning of CDEC's heroes on the map, but aggressive gets the job done alone. More progress being made here for CDEC, who I think are just waiting for the next global to fight. It's a good play call. There's no reason to take the chance here and get turned on with a huge epi. Now in 4 seconds they'll have it again, and I think they're hungry for a fight once more.
Aggressive again, using an early doppelganger. Maybe. He can catch him out, but because of course this has happened, he doesn't really know it. But okay, yeah, he walks in. That is the real PL, and all of a sudden it's back off cooldown. Side of Fist Searing Chain, and now with the Burrow Strike. This would be big if they could take the kill. No doppelganger at the moment. In fact, now Global Silence, it stops him. He can't get down to the Spirit. He'll be able to move down with a Sleight of Fist, but Yao the Slave just on the edge. But Anti-Mage, in the meantime, dropping underneath the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Aggressive survives, and LGD, they can't catch a break.
Storm Spirit had a double damage rune and his Ion Shield. He just burns through Anti-Mage. You can tell from Anti-Mage's build that he's really scared of the situation. He's got 3 points up in Spell Shield. It's still not enough. When there's a Storm that jumps you with double damage, all the attack speed from that Orchid, and of course, the help from the Darkseer. They get another key kill, they get a tier 2, and again, all they expend is a Global Silence and a bit of mana on the Storm. It's very difficult to see some sort of bright outcome for LGD right now as their entire map is being controlled, and it's not just that they're finding the kills, they're getting all the right aggressive wards down. It's difficult for AM to come out into the jungle now without being spotted, and Storm is reaching a point where he can solo the AM from full health because he has a Bloodstone and an Orchid almost.
See, that's when you have those cruel moments. Where LGD, like you got 3 players on one, you think you're going to find the opening, and then you realize the horrible, horrible truth. The fact that CDEC is just so farmed that 1 player can go up against 3, or survive against 3. And with Global Silence, if it's off cooldown, you kind of don't even want to see a 5-on-1 engagement because you could still disengage as CDEC. I was finding hope. Like I really thought there was hope for that PL attack, but directly after it, CDEC just crush hope.
We're very close. If Ember would have been able to jaunt or activate his Fire Remnant, he would have killed him actually.
Yep.
But the Global came out just as the Remnant was traveling and maybe didn't get there. So perhaps with a slightly better execution from LGD, they could have been able to grab that kill. And it is absolutely huge to get any sort of kill right now. They're really far behind, 15,000 gold and 12 experience. That means a kill on the enemy carry is worth like 1,500 to 2,000 gold, I think.
If they can just get 1, it's worth so much, but CDEC, they smoke up, they move past the Radiant Observer, was noted out, and now maybe there's your Orchid. Trouble again for the Ember, they can just Laguna Blade him down, no way to get out. And CDEC went for that fight just as Global Silence was coming off cooldown. So if they did have LGD come in on them, they would have just popped that and looked for more. But because they didn't even have to use that, now CDEC can force an issue, or at least force a buyback on an Ember.
Oh, they get Sylar as well. This is a problem.
This is big. Global Silence won't have to be used, but the Burrow Strike does come in, which means Global Silence will be used. Defusal on Sylar. He can't run away. And 3 heroes from LGD, they're right in front of CDEC. The Lancers will slow MMY down. And Xiaowei will successful TP for the CM MMY. Ulti as well as Tombstone, but he just ends up feeding both towards CDEC. And there's no buyback for the Undying or the Anti-Mage. This could be CDEC's chance to take a mid-Rax and put 1 foot forward towards that winner's bracket final.
You really don't want to say it, but right now this game just looks so over. Every attempt LGD does at anything gets completely counterplayed. 95% of the aggressive plays from CDEC are successful. They make all the right play calls. They lose nothing ever, it seems, and just put a lot of pressure. They get 3 kills, or maybe, no, that was only 2 kills, I guess, but the Ember was also dead, so 3 in total across there. Now getting another tier 2. They're building close to a 1,000 gold per minute advantage over the Radiant side, 26 minutes in. Almost a 20k lead. LGD were favorites going in. They're just looking like the way inferior team in this matchup. So
they really are.
Really impressive from CDEC.
It's been crazy play. You can say it's over. I refuse to do so. I will muzzle that fat lady until the bitter end. LGD just keep on fighting. They were smoked up looking for an opening on top for CDEC. They read the play beautifully, and they understand that LGD are looking for some kind of collateral kill. They won't get it. And even then, if CDEC don't feel like they're far enough ahead, they've still got themselves a triple Ancient stack they can farm up, while actually Shiki goes into the Radiant Ancient. He's going to get frostbitten up, but he doesn't really care. Well, maybe he will. He jumps down. Where's that Mana Void? It would actually end up killing off Garda if they stand next to each other, but the triple stun from Garda! He brings down Xiaowei! There's your Mana Void into a Burrow Strike, but still Garda, he is alive! They go over on Yao! 3 heroes down! Garda making the plays, and LGD biting the dust!
Shiki with the perfect ball lightning. The Anti-Mage, you heard the sound from the ultimate there. It was a 1/10 of a second from landing the Mana Void, dealing huge amounts of damage, maybe finding the kill. Shiki dodges it. Garter with the massive play there, the triple stun.
It really is unbelievable right now just how much LGD have been taken to school by CDEC. They come in, they'll take the mid-racks, they have global silence back up, so even as we're going to see LGD respawn, how do you find the openings? They move forward for the Ember Spirit, but they're unable to get him. Defensive Spirit keeps maybe up, back in base, and you even get the Laguna Blade ulti, Ags upgrade in for Garda. CDEC will back up. They give respect to LGD for the moment. In fact, they're already moving over towards Sylar. He's the man that's farming up on the top lane.
Shiki's trying to take maximal advantage of the fact that Sylar still doesn't have the Manta style. If you go over Sylar's history on playing Anti-Mage, I don't know how few games he hasn't had a Manta by minute 30 before, but we're closing in on it here. He has about 900 gold to go at this point. It's 450 GPM he needs to acquire in the last 2 minutes.
Just to mock him, you can have a look at the Phantom Lancer and what he's about to complete.
Yeah.
What the Anti-Mage wants, the Phantom Lancer possesses.
He's got almost like, he has a 4,000 net worth lead on the AM, and if you look at the net worth, 4 of the top 5 are actually CDEC. The support Lina of Garter, I said it wasn't going to be that fast of an Axe with the Force Staff, never mind. He's got Axe, Force Urn, Arcanes, and I think he didn't just pick up that Axe, I think he's had it for a little bit. Unbelievable.
He picked it up only 1 or 2 minutes ago, back when they were looking to go down mid lane. Now LGD, they are moving players down to the bot lane. Shiki's the first one to reveal himself, but Garner is right behind. A Force Staff into a Light Strike array would easily buy some space. And you see LGD, like all they saw was the Storm Spirit, but they have no idea what is behind that. Right now, Aggressive is the man that's flash farming up the Ancients. He only just purchased up the Mana Style and already has another 1,000 gold in his bank account. In fact, make it 1.2k. He got interest. And CDEC will just take Roshan.
Yeah, you can't contest this if you're LGD, unless if they catch the Silencer, so that he doesn't get global off, they won't really stand a chance here. There is finally the Manta coming out for Silencer, so it does get it sub 30, but just barely.
He needs to burn so much mana off that Storm Spirit, and of all of CDEC in one position to get hit by the Mana Void. That's the dream. But the dream is very far from reality.
Age is here for Shiki. The only way they kill him is with a really good Mana Void, and I think we're down to the point here for LGD where...
Storm, long jump, finding Xiao Wei, chasing after him. He doesn't even have to use the Orchid. Just pops the Crystal Maiden.
We're at a point where they have to kill the Storm Spirit with Mana Void in order to bring him down at all, and it's not enough if it kills the Storm. They have to force him into a position where other heroes are in the proximity so that he gets 2 or 3 kills with the Mana Void. Else, these team fights are just not going to cut it. The alternative for LGD is to start playing like super split pushy and just hope that CDEC don't get to break another lane.
But they can't do that. Like you saw what's happening on top lane, but
Storm can just pick them off.
Yep. And even then, like, you got Ember as well as Anti-Mage trying to push out this top lane, creep, skip it, and keep the pressure on. But in the meantime, PL just throws out Lancers, he'll survive, and will BT down and join the rest of his team. Maybe Searing Chain's over on Aggressive, but he needs to BT back to base because CDEC, they've arrived. Shiki in fact, just jumps inside the base, pops the Remnant. Now he sees MMY, but doesn't care. He's still got the Aegis Immortal, the gem, the boost. There's no place for the SK to hide. In fact, Xiao, the small jump, avoids the Burrow Strike with only a micro jump, but even Xiao Wei, he's starting to peel illusions at the back end of the play. They orchid over on maybe, and CDEC, they can't even be contested because LGD cannot cast an ability. Not to mention, Global Silence is still up for CDEC and all these illusions. They're actually burning off Sylar. They have to clean this up. Finally, Aggressive's going to get frostbitten, but pops out, and there's your bait. The Night Time from Yao, but a better one from the Lina. You've already lost the Ember Spirit with the Laguna. There pops your SK. 3 down. It's about to be 4. They're even going to feed the Courier. Reyes for all the viewers at home if they can get it, and in fact they will. There goes Q, takes out the Courier, and LGD, they are trying to drink the well dry as they are stuck at base with no real hope of even coming out to CDEC. All 3 heroes have no buyback.
The most perfectly executed game of the tournament, maybe barring the 16-0 from Cloud9 in the group stages over IG. I cannot believe how well CDEC are playing this against one of the best teams in the world.
And they're going more, they're going up the Silencer. You may as well, after Anti-Mage, you may as well pop the Global Silence back in. This is over. They have absolutely been crushed. GG! LGD, not only did they lose
They lost to an overly impressive CDEC. A flawless performance by the team that has come the hardest road to get through the winner's bracket. Hi.
And just look at LGD's expressions. They can't believe it either. They're like, what just happened?
I don't know. I really don't know. I feel like I've been like permabashed.
If CDEC play like this going forward, they have got to be the favorites to win this whole thing. Like this kind of play, I feel like I haven't seen out of any other team in a best of 3 so far. Like both games, they are so extremely good. I think a big key to their success, as mentioned, the Darkseer of XC. I think an absolute hero you have to watch out for. But then the question is, do you give aggressive as Gyro? There's a lot of problems to deal with for the up-and-coming opponent.
There's so many questions out there. CDEC, it's not as even though they've flown under the radar. They've went through the top of the groups. They come through and they're in the winner's bracket final. CDEC, terrific performance. Let's get the thoughts of the analysts.
Oof, what a breathless game. Thank you very much, Toby, down on the floor. CDEC Gaming are into the upper bracket final of the International 5.
Top 3.
Top 3 guaranteed, more than $2 million. And this one goes out to Vic Romond. I hope I've got that right. He says 163,519 taxi rides for Shiki, apparently. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? Apparently, he was best known until he got to the International as the man that gave a $20 tip for a $20 cab ride because he didn't understand the notes. And that's as much as anyone knew about this man before he got here. I think everyone knows a little bit more about Shiki now, right?
I mean, he is a monster on the mid lane, but in this game, that was just CDEC all over dominating. It was not just a one-man show. It was not just aggressive or Shiki. Garder had more farm on a support than the enemy mids, or even the anti-mages at one point he was contesting.
And I just want to point out, we're talking about Zhao 8's team here. This wasn't just a random pub team or a couple of players coming in and having a bit of fun. This was one of the best teams on planet Earth.
And one of, like, all of the Chinese teams have felt super confident against CDEC until this point. They've said, oh, like, CDEC is the easier Chinese team to play against. They were less worried about this team than any of the other Chinese. And I think they have to start worrying.
Okay, well, we're going to do something a little bit different in this segment before we move on to our next match. We're actually going to talk about CDEC rather than talk about the game or review the game, because I think it's worthwhile at this point trying to find out exactly who they are and why what makes them tick and what they've done and why they're so impressive. And we'll start with aggressive, the carry. Seb, what are your thoughts?
When I see him play, I think he's one of those carries. He's always here when they need him. Like, always. You're never like, all right, that was a decent fight, but, you know, PL was split pushing. If he was there, it would have been better or whatever. He's always there. And he always punishes. You know, I saw that dive in the second game where it was a fine move. And I don't even understand why PL was here, but he was there. And then he just punishes them so hard, you know, and he gets a triple ultra kill he did actually when he got the Undying after. And then you're like, why is he here anyway? LGD must be so frustrated about that, but he's just on point, you know, his map, like his reading of the enemy's movement is on point, and usually it's the support's job as a carry player. Impressive.
Okay, we'll just hold it there for the conversation. We will talk more about CDEC, but Casey has found aggressive down in the player room. What's up, Casey?
Hey, yeah, we found aggressive, and we found Josh, who's going to aid us in our translation. Aggressive, congratulations. How are you and the team feeling after such a strong showing so far here at the International?
首先就是祝贺，然后问你和你的队伍现在感觉怎么样？
我们现在感觉非常的棒，因为我们之前知道遇到老干爹，就是非常的想赢他们，因为我们之前输给他们很多次。
Right now we feel absolutely amazing because previously we played LGD a lot and we really wanted to win against them because we've lost against them a lot in the past.
I'm just going to go ahead and say it. A lot of people might say that it's surprising how quickly you have come to dominate the International, not just here, but even in group stages. Are you as a team surprised, or is this part of your master plan, so to speak?
大家对你们这次这么出色发挥，很多人都感觉很意外。那你们觉得有没有感觉到意外？
我也觉得挺意外的。我们这次来西雅图之后，我感觉我们队伍越打越好了，就是不断的在进步，然后现在才会打得这么好。
I personally do feel quite surprised, but after we arrived in Seattle, I feel like our team has been playing better and better.
Where are your strengths as a team? Where is this strength coming from, the momentum that we're seeing when we have so many other teams who came in with high expectations? What do you think are your strengths and the reasons that you've made it this far when a lot of people didn't expect it?
那你们能打得这么好，你们队最强项是哪几点？
我觉得我们的打法就是前期线上打出优势，然后就是中期那种打架特别凶的阵容，然后一直找着对面打架这种，然后慢慢的扩大优势。
I feel like our team's strengths are fighting really well in the early game, establishing an early lead, and picking rosters that fight really well in the mid game, and just looking for fights, finding the opponent to fight, and expanding our advantage through that.
I would imagine you're going to be watching very closely the next match, Evil Geniuses and eHome. Is any particular preferences as to which team you'd prefer to face tomorrow?
那么下一场是EG对阵 eHome， 你们相信你们应该是会看的。那其中这两个队，你们比较希望面对谁？
我们比较希望之后遇到eHome吧，因为我希望中国的军团能胜利。
We do hope to face eHome because that would mean that they win, and we hope that Chinese teams can win.
What would you like to say to the Chinese fans watching right now? This has to be a huge moment for you and your team. You have really earned your spot here at the International. What would you say to everyone cheering for you at home and maybe people who are newfound fans?
那赢了刚才这个比赛之后，肯定很多人为你们欢呼，包括国内的粉丝。那有没有想对大家说？
感谢一直以来支持 CDEC 的朋友们，然后谢谢大家能一直支持 CDEC。
Thank you for the people that have been supporting CEC all along, and thanks for everyone for your support.
Aggressive and Josh, thank you both so much, and congratulations once again. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Casey, Josh, and of course Aggressive down there on the player lounge as well. And congratulations to them as well. CDEC Gaming tweeted at me and they said, "Can you please stop calling them CDEC? Everyone in China calls them CDEC." But that's kind of a mouthful for Westerners, isn't it? I don't know how I say that in a nice way, so I'm just going to carry on calling them CDEC. Is that okay?
I'm sure they won't shoot you for it.
It's fine.
All joking aside, fabulous match for them. Terrific way of winning. We were talking about some of the plans. We talked about Aggressive a little bit. He is aggressive by name and nature as well. He plays that kind of game, which we've talked about. I also want to talk about Q and Garda as well, because Garda was fantastic in that last game, really shone. Hasn't really had much of the spotlight. We've talked about Aggressive a lot. We talked a little bit about XZ earlier on as well. But Q and Garda are two guys that were originally in this team and drafted in by Maybe. So he knows how good these players were even a year ago. He must be missing them in LGD right now.
I mean, during the interview that Aggressive said that they didn't expect themselves to do very well. And part of the reason of their success is improvement, continuous improvement. Yeah. And they actually played a lot of matches because they came from the wildcards. So yeah. I feel like that has something to do with being able to understand the meta more than the other teams because they played more games and it helped them improve as a team because they played more than the rest.
I mean, even before that, even before the wildcard, I think they actually played the most games. I just checked the stats. They played, I think, over 100 games.
Yep.
And
more games than anyone else in the current patch.
Mm-hmm. And most other teams just take, a month and a half break just because they don't want to reveal any strategies. But, I mean, they have their strategy revealed. Everyone knows what they're going to pick, but they just own everyone with it.
Yeah, I think we've said many times they are very scripted in the way that they play, but so far nobody seems to be able to break that.
That's the strength. I mean, they win by smart strategy and execution. So you need to, first of all, find something that can break this, but it seems very hard. There are heroes that can replace, if Gyrocopter gets banned, for example, you can pick PL, you can pick something else that's aggressive, and they can interchange different heroes to still play the same style. So it's a matter of breaking the style, not the picks.
I asked a slightly different panel earlier on. The quote that I got from their manager was that XZ could be the next ROTK. I'll finish the whole quote now. He says, he yells a lot, he feeds a lot, but he's a great team player. Does that sound familiar? Or?
Yeah, that sounds like RTK. I mean, RTK has been amazing this tournament as well, so that's a big compliment as well.
Yeah. What do you think about that, Ben?
I mean, his Darkseer was simply amazing in Game 1 and Game 2. And, I mean, ROTK can also make those sort of plays, but he's, very, very, very patient. like a lot of the vacuums, he just straight up won the team fights in the early game. And winning the early game versus an Undying is a spectacle to behold.
He also wanted me to point out that Shiki is actually a very old school player. He's original Dota 1 pub star, as he called him. And I think pub star in China must mean something completely different to pub star in Europe as well. It's actually a compliment to him. He also says that as a drafter, Q is also a top pub star in Dota 1 as well. So these guys, they're not new to the game. They're not new to the scene. They're just new to us. They're newer to the people watching them now.
It's a young team, simply.
Yeah.
Like CDEC. Yeah.
Yeah. What do we think of Q in terms of drafting? What's your assessment of him as a fellow drafter? What do you think of him?
Well, to be completely honest, I haven't felt like CDEC was winning games thanks to the draft. They always have very solid drafts, that's for sure. But I haven't felt like I'm not like, all right, he outpicked him again. This is GG.
Sure.
Not at all. They have very solid draft, and he does play, like he does put in his team in their comfort zone. Like all of his players look to be very comfortable with the heroes they get. We're still discovering what are those heroes, but he looked like a very solid and stable drafter, that's for sure.
Okay. We'll finish our discussions on CDEC. There's plenty more to discuss about them because they're in the upper bracket final. But for now, let's take a look at the bracket and give you a good update as to what's happening so far. CDEC, no matter how you want to say them, CDEC or CDEC, have moved on to the upper bracket final. What it also means, for those of you who are not familiar with double elimination, it means that they are now guaranteed a top 3 finish, regardless of whatever happens in the next 3 days. They're also guaranteed more than $2 million in prize money, an incredible feat by a wildcard team and the single most successful wildcard team at the International.
And what has to be said also is that, some teams like this, they have a very good team play, very good synergy, but, they're individually they're a bit worse. This team, it's not true at all. Individually, I don't know if they're better, but they're at least as good. Like the plays in the team fights, the spell usage, the positioning, it's top notch.
Okay, it's good stuff. Just a quick word on LGD, because they're not out of things. So although we've ignored them in this particular segment of the show, they're still in the game. They're still there. They'll have to drop down to the lower bracket, but they've done okay so far. Nothing that wouldn't suggest that they can still take the title, perhaps, do you think?
I think they got so surprised by CDEC. Like really surprised.
I believe LGD might be one of the few teams that can adjust quickly as well in terms of tournaments. We talked earlier about how Secret can be quick at adjusting, but Xiao8 is really good at coming up with strategies, and that's why I'm saying to beat CDEC, you need to both outplay them maybe, but mainly you need to break their style, find something that stops them, and I think Xiao8 and his crew might do that.
All right, well, we'll find that out a little bit later on in the tournament. For now, though, we are going to move on. It's another upper bracket game. It's the last one of the evening, and we'll start with the Evil Geniuses. A hugely popular team on home soil, of course, in front of adoring fans who will no doubt roar them on to victory. Yesterday, they looked solid, unfussed, unfettered, and delivered a stunning 2-0 victory over Complexity. We'll see if they can do the same thing again today against their opponents, who are eHome. When you've got ROTK and CTY in the team, you know you've got a chance. Yesterday, beating Secret in brilliant fashion. They'll be trying to do it again as they enter the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, Evil Geniuses at eHome. Players will exchange some pleasantries. and then head to their pods. It gives us an opportunity to talk about both of these two teams. The crowd reactions, though, says everything to me. Fantastic reception for both teams. I'm really thrilled this year that the reception for all of the teams, the chanting for the teams, we saw lots of that yesterday, and chanting for eHome as well. Plenty of home support for EG. This one should be an absolute monster of a game.
It really should, and it's also nice to see at TI the great interviews that we see of the players. A lot of new fans who get to know these players more as personalities. RTK, he has done English interviews forever, and it's really nice to see him once again being interviewed.
Right, let's start with the dissection of the two teams. Malini, let's start with you and EG. How do you assess them so far? They were very straightforward yesterday, I thought, with complexity.
eHome's been a big surprise. Again, everyone's mostly discounted the qualifier teams, and they showed up yesterday beating Secret 2-0. So now, I mean, they are just huge. Didn't you actually say that you predicted CDEC and eHome to be in your top 3 the first day?
I did.
Yeah, and everyone thought you were crazy.
Yeah.
But look at us now.
That wasn't a legit... I'd love to claim a legit, guess by me, but it wasn't. It was
You're a genius.
Stupid. No, I'm now a flawed genius, but you're right. I think I may have said complexity. CDEC and eHome in the finals.
I think everyone underrated eHome's drafting skills, actually, and that really showed in Team Secret versus eHome.
Okay. What do you think, Seb?
I think out of the games like that happened yesterday, the most two convincing teams were eHome and EG, and by far. So this match is going to be incredibly interesting, and I'm looking forward to see that mid lane matchup.
Yeah.
So Made versus CTY, it's going to be insane. To me, like CTY is Chinese Sumail and Sumail is the Chinese CTY. The way they play, at least in as in the pure one-on-one, is very similar. So I'm looking forward to see how they're gonna match up versus each other's.
Yeah. Winter, what are you looking at in this game? Because I know that you were quite excited by the way eHome played yesterday.
Yeah, I have to agree with Seb. I think a lot of it hinges on whether Sumail or CDY, both of these players, they can carry the team alone on their back. So it will be really important to actually get an advantage on their lanes, and getting a favorable 1v1 matchup is very crucial.
Yeah, I mean, Sumail was on the point of becoming an absolute superstar in this game, isn't he? I mean, already what he's achieved is fantastic. He's already the youngest player in history to earn more than $500,000 in prize money, which is an incredible achievement considering he's still 16.
It is really amazing, and the mid matchup is going to be important, but I think even more important is going to be the drafters in this matchup, because RTK against PPD. PPD is one of the drafters that I rank as the absolute highest, so I think we can see some really interesting games coming up.
It's a great point, because yesterday, many people said to me he outdrafted S4 yesterday in that secret game.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Like in the first game, there was no doubt that was an outdraft. So very, very impressive.
What other matchups are you looking forward to, Malini? What should we keep an eye out for?
ROTK versus Universe. I mean, they aren't obviously facing off in the same lane, but they just have completely different play styles. Universe, I mean, they're both a little bit selfless, but Universe is a lot more calculated, and ROTK is a lot more reckless, and he's unpredictable.
The crowd are enjoying themselves. We're out in the Concourse area. We can hear them from out here. So well done, crowd. You're doing a great job today. I have to commend them as well. I was in there earlier on, and you guys were absolutely rocking it in there. Look at the waves are going around the arena. Love it. Haven't seen one so far. That's excellent. Yeah, they were absolutely fantastic. The atmosphere in there was electric in the game earlier on with Secret playing. Every kill, they cheered, they screamed, they shouted, and it got louder and louder with double kills and treble kills. Plenty of USA chants as well around here. I'm really intrigued as to how this matchup goes. A lot of people were expecting EG to step up to the plate now that Secret have dropped down to the lower bracket. Honestly, though, Winter, does that make it easier for them? Do you think that removes that kind of obstacle in their brain because they've had so many troubles trying to get past Secret in the past?
I think it doesn't matter who you're facing. You have to treat every match equally as important. I think that's the right mentality to have. You shouldn't we're not facing Secret. It's going to be less stressful for us. I think you treat everyone the same, and you have the right mentality against any opponent. They've
got that perfect blend of what we like to call in sports, that youth and maturity, haven't they? With Fear at one end of the scale and Sumail at the other end of the scale, and great three players in the middle as well.
It definitely completes the team really nicely, and you need that type of experience in any team, and we see it in a lot of the successful teams here. There's some older player.
Other than ROTK, who stands out? I mean, it has to be CTY, doesn't it, in eHome?
CTY and Lanham, to me. Yeah. I think Lanham, he is also like the backbone of the team. I'm not in, I don't know what happens exactly in game, but he has to be some sort of leader, call maker, because he's been around forever. He was in the 5 TIs. He's such a great player and he has so much experience.
Yeah.
They have to rely on him.
Yeah, and one of the original members of eHome that were at TI1 in the runners-up spot as well. So he's sort of on the long way round, come home in some sort of way, isn't he?
I think it's just, I'm not sure, you know, like I feel like he had a rough time last year, and probably the year before actually. He was expected to do really well in DK, and they did not really deliver. And I'm pretty sure this time around he's looking to get his revenge. And along with ROTK, I feel they're very complementary in the sense that ROTK is the one that's going to be very, you know, hyped, whereas Lanem is more of the calm guy, very collected. So I think
he broke his monitor though.
That was
on a calm day, Winter. That was his calm day.
That's when the game's over, I guess. But you never see him, you know, going really crazy in game. He's gonna stay focused.
Apart from when he breaks monitors.
he just won the game. You know, hello and cheer.
eHome, when they reformed this year in January, when you looked at that or you heard the news, you were thinking they must be crazy? Like, they can't make a comeback now. It's impossible. You've got too many strong Chinese teams. You've got VG, you've got IG, you've got LGD, you've got CDEC out there as well. What were they thinking in January? Were you a bit skeptical, perhaps, and rightly so at the time?
Yes, but maybe that's why they're so successful as well as CDEC. Everyone is eyeing IG, everyone is eyeing LGD, and everyone's expecting these teams to go very, very far and already have strategies prepared for them. And like the past 4 or 5 days, these two teams have revealed themselves to be amongst the best. And then you're like, oh, wow, we don't have anything on these teams. I mean, they've played some games, but like none of the Western teams have played against these guys.
Yeah. Does that give them an advantage, though, Winter?
Yeah, definitely. You don't understand them. And even at the panel, like we were discussing, what do we actually know about CDEC? And we couldn't really find too much of important points about the team apart from aggressive being aggressive.
Yeah, very true. Early on, indeed. I think we know a lot more about them now, that's for sure. The thing is, with knowing them more and knowing them better, what have the other teams learned about them? Because they weren't on their radar either. I mean, EG, I'm sure, would have done their preparation overnight and looked at things and tried to figure out what they're going to do in the draft, and maybe, you know, maybe some bans in there that actually are respect bans as well. But they haven't had that long. You know, it's not like they came into the national. Let's write up 5 teams that could be a threat to us, and eHome would have been one of those teams. They wouldn't. With all due respect to them, they wouldn't have been on that list. So the short amount of time, is that enough time for EG to find the right counters?
It's a very short time, but they are very, very smart when it comes to drafting, and they have the talent to play multiple different heroes really well. One of the key features for EG is that they are really diverse in their strategies. But yeah, the only thing that most teams will definitely have noticed on CDEC is that they're really fast in executing the rotations early game. Hard to predict.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's also that yesterday eHome played 9 heroes in 2 games. So it doesn't say so much. They went for 2 completely different strategies. They had the first game was heavy team fight, and the second game was more of a ganking, you know, pressuring the map. So it's really hard, I think, to read into that, especially because they also changed it up after the group stage.
I think one thing that EG learned about eHome is that you don't give them less track. I think they had the same experimentation phase as Secret. It's like, oh, let's give them less track, see what happens. And then CTY dominated them, similar to how Maybe did. So that's one thing that they learned.
Yeah, definitely won't be doing that this time around. I think that will be absolutely banned. Anything else? Final thoughts?
I think this game right now, apart from the battle of the draft and the battle of the mid laners, I think the supports will definitely play an important role in the match, their rotations.
All right, last few seconds. We are heading into the draft for game 1. It's going to be fantastic. Count them down, people.
Evil Geniuses versus eHome.
Game 1. Here we go. Last of the upper bracket for tonight, and in the semi-finals, who goes through to play CDEC Gaming in the upper bracket final?
And I really like the first ban Gyrocopter from PPD. Even RTZ said it during this interview about their loss versus eHome. He was like, we figured we just lost twice versus Gyrocopter, so for them the X factor was Gyrocopter. And why not just, and like today, why not play versus something else? And looks like EG analyze it in the same way.
Yeah, because sometimes it can be true that your team feels, no, we played good against that hero, but we did just lose to it, you know, 2-0 or something. And then you might just have to reevaluate that that hero is a key factor. So Gyrocopter being removed, Bounty Hunter as well, of course, super high impact hero.
And Lina being back to being a top pick, first phase material, I think it's a lot also because of CDEC, or thanks to CDEC if you're a Lina, fan.
So the team fight is coming.
The three heroes that you'd be looking out for before the series started is Lina, Darkseer, and Razor, I think. Razor is a hero that actually both of these teams utilize a lot. I didn't expect Lina to be a first pick, but it's definitely shown. It's actually, I think, more strong than Queen of Pain.
Yeah, I think Johan, when he came out, he talked to us about he felt that Lina is actually going to be a rising pick, going to overtake the Queen of Pain, because like Lina has multiple usages, much more utility than the Queen of Pain. Lanes wise is as strong as the Queen of Pain if you put the Lina mid as well. So I think Lina is just going to be overtaking every other hero in the future games.
When eHome reveals something like this opening also already, you know, PPD, he already has something to think about. When you play versus Winterhaven and Darkseer, you know they have insanely good team fight already. But so you need to start thinking about how you approach that.
And if he wouldn't pick up the Earthshaker here, he would have to ban that. So in a sense, this is giving him, you know, 3 heroes that he can remove because he knows they would want this. So now, of course, has 2 bans available.
It is indeed a smart second pick if you also think you can put it to use, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's a great... It's actually a great second pick. It's a deny pick as well, as you said.
I think they utilize Shaker really well on EG as well. It's a hero that some teams just kind of use better than others.
Would you actually think that they might remove the Phoenix or just give the Phoenix to eHome and actually just pick like a counter, like Silencer? We haven't seen that so much from EG, but in the past I know that during DAC, PPD actually prioritizes picking Silencer, specifically against the Phoenix.
I think even without the Phoenix, I think you might still go for the Silencer. Like against Winter Wyvern Darkseer, you always need some sort of combo breaker. Earthshaker is pretty good, but Silencer, I think, is far more reliable.
I feel like Silencer is good versus Phoenix on the lane, especially. But after that, I think it can be so-so. You know, Phoenix can always get a use or a BKB because he doesn't really need that core item. Like, he can itemize how he wants, pretty much. And a lot of Phoenix will just dive in before anything happens.
Yeah,
so.
The hero just basically itemizes depending on situation.
Exactly.
And there's no certain item, apart maybe from Midas, where you always see maybe 90% of the time that the hero gets, and everything else is just subjective.
However, I feel that Silencer, he is a really useful hero in the current style because he can break the initiation. It's even if you can remove the silence, that still stops you from going in as a team. And it's a lot about the fast execution here. If we have Vacuum, Winter Wyvern ulti, if you go with these 2 heroes and the rest can't follow up, for example, that's terrible. So Silencer is definitely something to think about.
Yep. I would definitely agree. And Phoenix is indeed available for eHome to grab. They are going to ban a hero into picking another one.
They can actually just ban... I was thinking maybe if they really wanted the Phoenix and they were worried about the Silencer, this is the junction. They can just remove Silencer and just go into the Phoenix pick.
And it is already a very, very good Rubik game. With only Shaker and Lina, Fisher and Lina stuns or any other spell he can steal here.
Pretty much not a single bad spell, like apart from maybe the Enchant Totem, but even that can be a good spell in Rubik in some cases. So yeah, very nice 2 heroes to start with. And that also puts EG on the spot. You don't want to draft something that gives way too good of a spell away. Some heroes are just hard, especially a channeling. Yeah.
And the Razor, as you mentioned, Ben, that would be... It was indeed a key priority for those heroes as it was banned. For no special reason, I'd say. I don't think Razor was especially good versus Lina or Shaker. It's just respect.
They just like it.
Yep.
Might also just be that they don't want to lane against this hero because early on he can control some lanes really well. Oh, they're going to go into Dazzle. No surprise at all. EG had great success with this hero in the group stage. They played really well.
So eHome, so far I think they are not going to pick Phoenix anymore by revealing the Rubik, since the 3 heroes here. RTK is going to be playing the Darkseer, so there's no more room for a hero like Phoenix here. They need a core and probably a very farming heavy mid hero for CTY
here.
TA? It's banned out. EG very smartly banned out the TA against CTY. He does play that amazingly well, and he is one of the most dominant mid players in the world.
I feel like that Dazzle pick is a big defensive. They don't really have setup for Dazzle. I feel like EG is going to go for a late gamer as the first pick because I don't understand why they grabbed Dazzle that early. I think it's quite defensive.
But with both Naga and PL being banned out, you don't really have illusion heroes to combine the Dazzle and the late gamer. So it's just Dazzle protecting some standard farmer. Of course, there could be anti-mage.
Exactly. I was thinking of the anti-mage. That's why I was saying that, because then the Grave to help him survive the the first go that we was talking about with the Winter Wyvern, the Vacuum, and then he keeps on split pushing or whatever. But
yeah, and there are 3 int heroes already, so a lot of mana to burn.
Yeah, but generally when EG plays on the Radiant side, they build their lineup based on pushing. That's what I noticed. So anti-mage is like more late game. Probably they would do that, but against the Storm, yeah.
Storm Darkseer. We've seen it was LGD.
Mana Void. Yeah.
Didn't work, but they.
Why would you not pick AM when you see Storm along with Darkseer, along with Winter and Rubik? This is just a dream game.
It really felt like they prepared it though. That we've seen the Dazzle anti-mage. Actually, it's one of the duels we've seen the most. And Dazzle anti-mage, a lot from LGD, and it's just something to protect the anti-mage and keep him going.
Looking pretty scary for eHome now, because we saw earlier today how dangerous it can be when Storm, he has to initiate. In this lineup, unless you get an early Blink Dagger on your Winter Wyvern or something, you have to go first as Storm to make the enemy take the fight, and then you have no mana and anti-mage punishes you.
CTY does tend to build Lincolns though, and there is a lot of counterplay, so I think it's okay. I think they were really hesitant about it because they knew the AM was still in the pool.
That is a very good point.
They took a long time to pick it.
I mean, right now, what do they actually go for as their
one of the? They had Night Stalker versus anti-mage yesterday.
I mean, it's a carry this time around, so it might be different. Like Luna is the one that we saw the teams earlier did against anti-mage. You push and you just take the towers down.
I think Night Stalker is amazing here. Look at the silence and how much it can do against Evil Genius's lineup. You can silence Dazzle, ES, or even Lina. Sure, if she has a Yule Scepter, she can get rid of it. But it looks like a great pick, and it's similar to what they played earlier. They had Darkseer and Night Stalker and just ran at people. Sure, that was with TA, but Storm can execute very similarly.
A hero we haven't seen at all at TI is Draw Ranger. I think it could also be an option sometime, in pushing lineups. And I know I say that because I know eHome they run Draw a lot. And in their scrims before TI, they were doing a lot of Draw strats, and we haven't seen it yet.
It's deemed very risky by teams now just because her late game is not good, especially for the anti-mage. But first 25, it's really good. I think eHome could also want to pick up Silencer if they really wanted to. Again, Silencer's been like a hot commodity, and we talked about it being good versus eHome, but if they took it for themselves, there's like no way they can stop a Storm Zip or a combo by Darkseer.
It works really well with any initiation like Clockwork or Storm to jump in and then just silence the enemy team so they can't react to it. And that could be a good combination for eHome. Either way, they just need something else that can help the Storm initiation, whether it's a Night Stalker charging in or a Silence. They actually can go into Luna. So more hard carry and more Lunas in this. Today has been the day of Luna.
Yeah, and their lanes are really strong, so it also opens up possibilities whether they can challenge the anti-mage's farm.
That's a very interesting last pick. So it's going to be a Universe Shaker, I'd assume. And PPD and IUI on the Lina.
He also plays Lina offlane sometimes too.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would put Sumail mid Shaker though. That would be exciting. Or actually he's playing the Queen mid, yeah.
Yeah,
exciting draft.
Universe is going to be on the Shaker.
Very exciting draft indeed. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll get your views after our first game is done and dusted, but let's head down to the arena now with the commentary team.
That's right, all events. The crowd has been good about keeping the cheers for all of the teams, but there's no taking away the home field advantage for Evil Geniuses. As you can see, the fans behind me are lining up for their favorites, EG.
I mean, with Complexity gone, they're the last Western hope. This feels like the team that everybody from NA is rooting for now. It's hard to top that, but I mean, there are plenty of eHome teams here too, or eHome fans here too, as ROTK has garnered a lot of support for himself after his story.
Absolutely. Of course, I'm Capitalist. I'm joined by Blitz, who somehow continues to be a relevant co-caster in the scene due to the constant Storm Spirit picks. Congratulations, buddy. I couldn't be happier for you.
And Cap can actually just bust out the notepad, watch Universe play not 5K MMR Earthshaker games.
6K, excuse me.
Okay, my bad, dude.
All right, Evil Geniuses versus eHome. This is sure to be one of the most exciting matches of the whole entire tournament. I feel like eHome, they took it to Secret so dominantly, and what I really felt like eHome do best
is that when they are determining the tempo of the game, when they are in control, they make very few mistakes. However, I do feel that eHome do make some rather simple mistakes when they're pressured, and I think that's the one thing that Evil Geniuses, you can say a lot about them. Even just the mid-lane matchup, right? Sumail versus CTY, this is easily two of the best mid laners in this whole entire tournament facing up against each other, and both of them are known to be aggressive fighters who want to be able to win their lane and a skill-based matchup.
I almost feel as though that'll hurt CTY in this matchup. The Storm Spirit against the Queen of Pain is heavily favored for the Queen of Pain because there's almost no way that the Storm kills the Queen of Pain, but the constant Shadow Strike harass, the fact that when you're level 6, you'll almost always hit level 6 before the Storm Spirit does, and when that happens, you should be able to just burst them down. And I think that CTY is actually one of those players that tries to get too much out of the lane sometimes, and so for me, mid matchup is where I'm at. And I think this is going to determine a lot of it. If CTY gets soloed and lets Sumail snowball a little bit too hard, I feel like EG can just roll to a win.
All right, PPD already starting things off with a little bit of body blocking. Both supports doing the same thing here. Universe as our offlane Earthshaker is going to be going for the early Fisher blocks as per the normal for offlane Earthshaker. He's facing up against YJ's Luna and Lanam's Rubik. Mid lane, we're already going to have a bit of harassment. Pretty standard from Winter Wyverns, always trying to go for that Wintern Bird and just harassing out the mid laner, trying to force those early shared tangos.
Yeah, and this is a matchup that CTY needs all the help in the world in, as we mentioned earlier, and just being able to get Sumail a little bit low, force him to use one of his shared tangos inefficiently is going to help him a lot, but it's still going to be a rough matchup, especially when he has to rotate out. But he's actually just going to stack for CTY, and it seems like this mid matchup, CTY is going to get a lot of help in.
It's probably for the best, right? As you were saying, it's a very dangerous matchup for a Storm Spirit. You want to play maybe perhaps a little bit more passive, which CTY is not really known for being. So that help from DDC may be essential. Now he's going to rotate back up to the top lane to help out with the pulling. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we've got RTK playing his signature Darkseer. Now, this is a lane that he's going to have some potential harassment coming out from the Animage, but for the most part, he's going to be putting a lot of pressure on that carry to try and get as much CS up against the double Ion Shell. It's always hard for a melee carry at this point, right?
Yeah, but AUI catches ROTK with the stun and just going to right-click him down. Not level 2 quite yet, but you just want to try to harass him as much as you can. And this Anti-Mage versus Darkseer matchup, we've seen it a lot. And I think it was actually Black that said he feels that it's incredibly Anti-Mage favored. Once you get a few levels of the mana break, you can just zone him out. He doesn't, before he gets the Soul Ring, and it's a pretty decent matchup for him, but AUI has to give him the early start in levels.
Yeah, and that's why he's spending so much time in lane, going for the zoning. Now you can see eHome, they're doing something interesting here. They actually picked up a haste rune on Lanam, and they're trying to rotate through the secret shop area. I'm not sure exactly what they're looking for here. Perhaps they're looking for some sort of stack of the Ancients or what, but they aren't going to find anything, at least not yet anyway. It's still that 1 versus 1 middle lane. PPD is actually rotated over just to make sure that Sumail doesn't get ganked with this 2-minute rune.
Yeah, I think he doesn't necessarily have to be there, though, because the likelihood that they gank him is incredibly low. I think this is more just so that he can easily go for a stack or just be useful in other ways, because him being at bottom doesn't really do anything, because AUI and him shouldn't be splitting levels right now. So if you notice, PPD is just going to go for the stack. This is what he should do. Eventually, you can give this to an Anti-Mage, an Earthshaker, even the Queen of Pain at some point.
Now let's talk about a little bit, since we aren't seeing too much action, not too many rotations right now. Talk about the rising prevalence of the Luna in the current meta. I mean, every single TI sets its own kind of pace. Luna seems to be taking the kind of replacement to the Gyrocopter, as Gyro being, constantly picked up in the first 1-2 has actually been banned out a lot now. It seems like Luna has now taken that role, as Gyro can never be had by most teams.
I mean, she just hits like a truck. The aura helps so much in pushing. It increases your entire team's viability in the right-click game. It makes it so that average supports can zone out offlaners pretty easily, and she has really, really good lane sustain because you go for the Ring of Aquila, you almost always have mana for the Lucent Beam. It's incredibly inexpensive. It's 100 mana for 150 damage. It's really good cost efficiency, and it's one of those heroes that can 5-man really early and give you the high ground advantage really quickly.
Now, I actually want to go back. In the early draft, you saw the Lina picked up from Evil Geniuses. Now, let me give you some credit. You said, I bet that's going to be an AUI Lina, and they were actually going to be running a mid Storm Spirit. Now, eHome were actually the ones who picked up Storm Spirit first. The response from EG being the Queen of Pain. Can you explain a little bit your reasoning behind why you thought it was going to be that way?
I just think that EG often do this where they take a hero that you think is going to be a Sumail mid hero, like the Queen of Pain or the Lina, and then people just forget about it, and then they're able to get a really free Storm game from him. I actually think that's how they set it up every single time, and so I was almost convinced that was going to be an AUI Lina, because it was taken way too early. And once you see that Lina, you're thinking to yourself, okay, what are the heroes that can counter it? How are we going to counter it? And you're overly focused on it.
Yeah, and even if it isn't a Storm Spirit, putting it out like that, like putting out the early mid and going, okay, focus on the fact that it's going to be, this hero mid and try and counter it that way, and all of a sudden they go, surprise, that's now going to be a 4-position Lina, and we're running a different mid. That's a good way to set up Sumail for success, who is known for being very much a 1-versus-1 mid lane focused player.
Exactly, and I mean, the hero that you don't want to give him under any circumstance in a game like this is probably that Storm Spirit, but I mean, it's just a really smart way for PPD to set it up so that there's no anti-major in the other team or anything like that. But Sumail's pushing the lane forward. He wants to look for this opportunity. He's got enough stick charges. He's gonna
go for it. There goes the ultimate. First blood picked up by Sumail. Lana gonna try and counter him as best as possible. It looks like with the help of the tower, they might be able to get this kill. The Shellgrave comes in on time from PPD, and now Sumail just trying to get that distance. There's gonna be no heal out. The wand is not gonna be enough. Lana, he's gonna be targeted out by PPD. He doesn't have enough damage by himself, though it seems, but AUI comes in from the side, and they pick up a 2-for-1 special in the middle lane.
And that's what I'm talking about. CTY, I really feared that this was going to happen to him. He just gets a little bit too greedy. The Queen of Pain is always going to get the level 6 before you. It's just the nature of the matchup. You have to be on your toes. You have to realize Sumail's going to dive you there. And as a commentator, if I'm seeing it CTY, that's the second time I've seen him die like that. I think he actually did it in the group stages as well against Sumail. And it just felt like a repeat.
Oh, look at that. Spamming out. Stop spamming the ball lightning. He wanted to dodge the Shadow Strike there, but Sumail just next level on next level. Both of them kind of stop spamming their spells to try and force the other out. Looks like an invis is going to be found by AUI, saving that one for Sumail to pick up. Perhaps he's going to use it with his next ultimate coming off cooldown in 1 minute's time. eHome, though, actually, as they pick up their rune, they go for a 3-man smoke, but Universe has already backed himself up. It doesn't look like, well, maybe they will find the kill. Universe is going to charge right forward. They've got the ward, leading with the telekinesis, and CTY jumping in. Universe very dead, couldn't even get off of Fisher. And this will then allow them to take this Tier 1 Blitz. You hit on it so many times in our broadcast, especially going into TI. This is what the meta is all about right now, utilizing those smokes to get a pick off and turn that into early objectives.
This is honestly how eHome and both CDEC play, is that they go for the early game smokes to go for the offlaner. If you get the gank, great. If you don't, at the very least, you secure the tower. And the way that you can spot eHome doing this is, when you see that siege wagon come in, they always get aggressive because they want to push alongside it, and great job by them being able to execute that and slowing down Universe. But at the same time, Sumail, he's doing the stack right now, and he's just getting further ahead of the Storm. So I imagine CTY will just give up his mid to one of the other heroes and then just go do the jungle stack on his own, because it's not worth it for you to show yourself on the map. If you killed Universe at top, then he's probably going to go look for something, but with the wave pushed up, he's actually just going to back up there. PPD is going to take the experience win.
Nice efficiency there. AUI actually, when he had to go back to the base, he TP'd into the Tier 2 to pick up Sumail's bottle and refresh that one, as Sumail was clearing through the hard camp stack that PPD built up for him. And in the meantime, PPD got some nice solo experience in the middle lane. It's kind of interesting, though, they put the more pressure on the Dazzle to be the mid and pick up that solo experience, as normally it would be the 4-position Lina, right?
I mean, AUI is eventually going to take over that bottom lane. Once Sphere has enough to jungle, pretty much, is when he's just going to rotate to that bottom lane. And I noticed that EG do this often, where they leave AUI in lanes that look sort of risky, and they hope that teams go for him instead of assaulting the jungle. Or if teams don't go for him, they're assuming, like, okay, it's only AUI, and he gets free farm anyways. And I mean, we've seen what he can do when he gets just a few minutes of space, and I feel like EG abuses that to the max.
Yeah, so essentially at that point in time, you're looking at either, hey, if you try and gank us, you're going for the Lina first, in which case that's an okay, like, especially if you smoke for it. Not a big deal if the 4-position is ganked, making sure that your safe lane Fear manages to be the one that avoids that gank. And speaking of that, AUI, he's going to be caught here. Lunham, telekinesis, YJ, doesn't even need the ultimate. Not necessary. That's the damage that we're talking about from the Luna Aura. just does so much. RTK even comes in, steals a little bit of the stack, and runs himself away. Fear does have treads and a perseverance working towards that Battle Fury, obviously, but still needs more time to finish up that farming item. How are Evil Geniuses going to make that space for him?
I mean, right now, AUI, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit surprised that they went for the gank there because he's not used to that. He's used to just being given a little bit more space, but it does mean that Fear gets a lot of free information. He knows that there are heroes down there, and it's better for your support to gank, tank the gank, but it does mean that YJ also had to rotate down, so it's not a terrible trade for them. The downside right now for eHome, though, is that Sumail is getting huge. The timing of his first Oblivion staff means that if he doesn't die, he gets one more kill. It's like 14 minutes in mental math for me. So if he gets one more kill, 14-minute Orchid, that's going to mean CTY, who's probably going to go for the Bloodstone first, is going to have such a rough time in the lane.
Right, talk about a little bit the intricacy of the Queen of Pain versus Storm Spirit matchup and why it's so important for the Queen of Pain to pick up her Orchid early.
It's just so that you force the Storm to be inefficient. If you don't go for the Orchid as a Queen of Pain, then you're allowing the Storm to go for the Bloodstone, and it's incredibly greedy for Storm, but he can get away with it in that case because he has enough HP and mana to work with. But if you go for the Orchid, it forces the Storm to go for something like the Yule Scepter, which is not an ideal item at all. Like, as a Storm Spirit, you never want to go for an item like that. You want to just continue to snowball as hard as you can.
Now I love this build, especially on offlane Earthshakers. Universe is going for the Tranquil Boots Soul Ring. He already has it. This actually makes it so Earthshaker at this point can be a very efficient farmer, bouncing himself back and forth, especially with the Tranquils and the extra movement speed you have from that. Bouncing back and forth from the offlane when it's pushed into your own jungle. With the double regen items, you actually are able to farm up multiple camps really efficiently, especially the Radiant side as an Earthshaker. So Universe, if he's given much more space, he will have that Blink Dagger by about the 18-minute mark, but we'll see. I'm sure eHome are not going to give him too much space to work with, especially with such potent gankers such as the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, eHome have to be pretty worried though, because Fear is getting pretty much the most free farm I've ever seen an anti-mage get by the 11-minute mark. He's going to get a pretty quickly uncontested Battle Fury, and I mean, it's hard for eHome to be able to contest the jungle at this phase of the game. EG's doing a really good job of keeping vision up at all times, and I think they actually know that the smoke gank is coming. They're pinging like crazy. PPD's immediately running down, and
yeah, it's the counter ward. The counter ward that was placed down as eHome moved through. They dropped a counter ward, but there was already one from EG, both a regular ward and a sentry, so they see that ward being placed, and they know eHome, they smoked up, they ran through that area, they dropped the counter ward, and they're coming to gank Fear, and that's why PPD is good. Here, Fear is actually hitting himself in the trees right now, waiting for eHome to go for the dive. Let's see if EG respond with any sort of TPs here, or if they just give up PPD. He's been targeted by RTK. The Iron Shell's on him. Here comes the mass TPs. They do have the Luna who's ready to go with that ultimate, but so too is Sumail. Jumps in. There goes the Winter's Curse onto him. They're going to try and pop immediately. YJ lets loose the ultimate. Sumail gets off his own, but not enough to get a kill as eHome just running over Evil Geniuses at this point. This was not the fight to take. 4 down, soon to be 5 as Universe trapped in a corner up against a creep. Leisurely, eHome just stroll right into that tier 1 tower, pick up 5 kills, don't drop a single hero, and now get a tier 1 tower. That's the way you set the tempo for the match.
I mean, props to Lon M. He steals the weave, if you didn't notice, and that makes everybody on EG just drop to like 4 hits from everybody on eHome, and that's what I was talking about. eHome go for that smoke gank. It's meant to just take the tower. If you get a kill, great, but I mean, that went pretty much better than they ever could have imagined. Grabbing 5 with the tower, grabbing the anti-mage too without even a disable. Fantastic play by eHome as Lon M with that weave. That physical damage was just a little bit too much for them to handle.
I'm incredibly surprised that they went for that fight in the first place, especially with the Animage still trying to close in on that Battle Fury. That just sets them back so drastically, but in the middle lane, they're going to be able to get a pick off CTY, or maybe not. They need a little bit more damage. CTY is going to be able to make the jump soon. Still has enough damage, a 200 HP, and he's able to get out. Evil Geniuses just do not have the nuke potential. And it all comes down to AUI not quite being level 6.
And this has got to be so frustrating for EG because that should have been a free kill. Unfortunately, it wasn't, and they're just starting to get a little bit further behind than they would like. And that anti-mage, I was talking about how he was getting free farm, and I must have jinxed him because they immediately go down there, are able to kill him, but Fear's still incredibly close to his Battle Fury, and eHome is going to struggle to take him down. They only have one real hard disable in the Winter's Curse. The Rubik Lift at the end game doesn't really suffice, and at the same time, once he has enough farm, it's going to be so hard for the Storm to show himself on the map. You saw it earlier today where, you know, Storm shows himself on the map, instant one-shot by the Mana Void.
You've got the Mana Void, you've also got Earthshaker, who's an incredibly good jumping hero against a Storm Spirit with such, you know, instant jump, chain disable between the Echo Slam, then the follow-up Fissure. And that's going to make it dangerous. And of course, the Queen of Pain is still angling to pick up that early Orchid. As CTY is actually stocking up a lot of gold. We're still expecting the Bloodstone, though, of course.
Yeah, I think it's more likely he could still go for a full Yules here. I actually might think Yules is a little bit better. He needs some way of escaping everything that EG has just to extend the fight.
Really? Because you were raging pretty hard about Yules just earlier in the break room. How you really did not like that item on Storm
I mean,
Spirit.
I still think he should go for the Bloodstone, but if he decides to go for the Yules, I wouldn't hate him for it. I think if the Queen of Pain gets an Orchid in the next 2 or 3 minutes, I think it's well worth it.
All right, Fear's still getting some farming time here in the top lane now, and they're giving some room to Universe as well. He's actually got 1,000 gold in the bank working towards that Blink Dagger, trying to get the most efficiency out of their jungle as possible while still safely doing it. Sumail is farming up that hard camp. And there goes eHome. And this is the thing that's really dangerous about eHome. We constant a lot of them in the group stage. They look pretty much flawless when they're in control of the game.
Yeah, and this is what they're going for. They're trying to get one pick off. They see Sumail right now, and they want to get the mid tower immediately after that. That's why CTY is pushing the lane in, so eHome can go for this wraparound. Sumail's the real target here, though. DDC, he should pop the Arctic Burn soon.
AUI going to be targeting Sumail, already caught. There goes the double disables. They're going to try and burst them both down. They will be successful, especially with Lanham stealing that line strike array. Universe just throws out a Fissure to try and stall up eHome, but they're going to take the last tier 1 tower remaining of Evil Geniuses.
Every single time eHome goes for this play, they set it up so well. They send one hero to push in the mid lane so the others can wrap around and that one hero can join them, and then they immediately 5-man barrel down your tower so you have no time to respond. And CTY with this sort of start, there's no question about it. He's going to go for the Bloodstone. Sumail's Orchid is way too late at this point, and EG, I mean, they're struggling, but at the same time, Fear continues to farm. I wouldn't be too worried yet if you're an EG fan because he's about to pick up that Battle Fury, and once he does, it's going to be a lot easier for him to just speed farm. And once he has the Manta, that's actually going to be a really crucial item for him.
Still, though, the team fight for now from eHome just seems unstoppable between the early mech picked up by ROTK and the quick BKB of YJ. It looks pretty obvious that eHome are kind of going all in for that 20 to 25 minute marker. And if they can actually take down all the tier 2s, pick up Roshan with the amazing amount of team fight that they have, they'll just get such a large net worth lead. Now AUI is going to be caught here. Lanham stealing that one. They actually managed to grab the blink as well, so he may look for more. No, never mind, just AUI. That's all they can find.
That's a free Blink Dagger. Actually, even better for Lon M right now. And that Blink Lift is going to do so much in this early game where he can pretty much initiate on whoever he wants. That'll mean that Sumail's really susceptible to ganks. He only has 1,000 HP.
CTY, he's going to push this even more aggressively, not going for the Bloodstone. He's going for the Orchid. He says, you know what, good luck, Sumail. You thought you were going to get the Orchid first with that early start in the laning phase? Nuh-uh.
Yeah, and he opts to go for the Orchid, I think, mainly because he wants to slow down the anti-mage's farm and just apply as much pressure as possible. I think this is also in response to the fact that they've won like 4 consecutive fights in a row, and this means that he'll always get the jump off on Sumail, and getting the Orchid on Storm is so much more important than the Queen of Pain, because the Storm can roll in from pretty much any distance.
Right, he can actually put out 90% of his damage as he jumps in, gets that instant disable, and get a whole bunch with the Orchid, whereas the Queen of Pain can't do the same. She jumps in, Orchid's up the Storm Spirit, but doesn't have a disable to chain with it, so the Storm Spirit's just gonna, you know, Orchid her back, and there's no damage there.
I think eHome's next play is after the stack, the Luna's going to have a BKB. You just walk into Roshan after dewarding, and then Rosh immediately. Get it to CTY, and then 5-man down. Probably even bottom tower is the easiest one to go for. But I would like to see them go for the 5-man here. CTY, I mean, he's prepped for top, but EUI's in position, and I think after the stack, they'll probably go for the Roshan.
Jump in, Sumail going to be the target here with the Orchid. AUI will respond, but Light Strike array dodged by CTY. No chance for poor Sumail. 2-12 right now as eHome just taking it.
It's so hard for this Queen of Pain to survive against that. Even with that Lina there, CTY at the edge of his vision, spots it coming, goes for the extra jump. Perfect play so far from him, and this is the second time we've seen him lose that mid lane, and you know, they used to call him the 6-minute god, but he's been dominating this entire tournament after that point, and here's what I was talking about. immediately jump into the Roche pit. You know you have the counter vision, and you can get this for free. And after that, just go for the 5-man push bottom because your Luna's so stacked.
Blink Dagger now picked up by Universe. This may turn the fortunes of Evil Geniuses, but it's looking like eHome perhaps just a bit too far ahead. They give the Aegis over to CTY. This is going to be one of those free pickoff situations. He's going to jump in, go for PPD with that Orchid and the double damage. Easy kill there. Just walks away.
And that bottom tower, it's so much easier to take than that mid one. It's harder for EG to set up for defenses on the high ground and that cliff area where the Earthshaker could sneak in. He's got his Blink Dagger too, so eHome just want to eliminate all chance. Going for the bottom tower after the Roshan is the easy play for them to make. And it's just easy to call eHome games. Like, you know what they're going to do, but they're so good at doing it that it doesn't even matter.
Look at that, if that doesn't say so much about this game. Comparing the two offlaners, ROTK has already picked up his Arcanes, Mech, and Blink Dagger now at the same time as Universe has just picked up a Blink. Goes to show a drastic net worth difference between the two as we hit the 20-minute marker. What's the total net worth difference right now? eHome over 10,000 gold lead right now, 10,000 experience.
Yeah, that's pretty absurd at this point in the game. It was just so many ganks that they set up for that they went for. They were originally going for the tower, but they pick up 3 heroes. They pick up 5 heroes in one engagement. They go for the Roshan. They take a tier 2 uncontested. None of their tier 1s have fallen at this point in the game. eHome's TPing to every single one of them, and I mean, Fear, he's alone here. The TP just manages to get him out.
CDEC. I mean, you got to take certain risks, right? As a safe lane farmer at this point in the game, you're going to get rolled over soon by eHim. You can see they're building up such good team fight items. They're going to come at you with that Aegis. They're going to take away the rest of your tier 2s, and it's not going to be long before they go uphill. You know eHome are not just going to give room to Fear for him to farm up, so he's got to play a little risky. He's got to be as efficient as humanly possible, even if it does come at the risk.
Oh, it's hot.
Jump in, YJ. Managed to get the cold embrace, and looks like eHome are going to be just fine. In fact, they're even looking for the Winter's Curse there. CTY going to come in for the side. Sumail spots him out, puts the Orchid on him. PPD is responding there with at least the heal. Universe doesn't have anything to be able to jump in. They just put the Shallow Grave, and Sumail will be able to get out. But eHome push back Evil Geniuses for another tower.
Yeah, this should be a free tower for them. There's no way that EG decide to defend this anymore. They use the Echo Slam already at top. This is going to mean that Fear is just going to go for the split push. He was going to go for the Vlads, but recognizes that that Orchid Storm is going to allow that to happen.
Oh, CTY comes in with like pretty much no HP at all. He's fearless, and whoa! What a dodge! He still goes down, but that's just the Aegis. Fear's going to try and jump away. ROTK tries to follow him, but it was a blink and TP out. CTY, man, what a dangerous player. Almost picks up the kill in the Animage. That would have been huge. Still, though, the tower goes to the Radiant, and that's something for EG.
This hurts to watch. He's actually, I mean, this just embarrasses me. That dodge, that timing on it as well, it was just so well played. And CTY making himself a case for the best Storm here. And I mean, that's just absurd to me. It's like, I'm speechless right now every single time that he goes for it. He's about to pick up a 24-minute Bloodstone Orchid in a competitive game against one of the best teams in the world. Is absurd, but EG, I mean, they can still do it. That was an excellent escape by Fear. He's about to pick up the Manta style. I can't stop saying it enough. Anti-Mage versus Storm Spirit, one of the easiest things to do. All you have to do is wait for that 10k Storm net worth to go in. You instantly get rid of it with just 1 mana point.
Oh, Fear spotted out by DDC and Laudanum. They actually stole the blink, brings it back. Telekinesis, Winter's Curse is going to be coming in soon. Get the pullback. Winter's Curse now laid onto Fear with the Orchid on top. It's almost enough damage. There it is. Wicked sick for CTY. And he looks for more on the side of Laudanum. PPD trying to go for the TP out, but no chance. eHome, the nukes are too much.
And they're just everywhere right now. PPD thought that the Anti-Mage was going to be able to survive 1 more hit, but that's a DD Storm Spirit. That's so much damage right now. That's 250 a hit. No way that an AM can survive that right now. And I mean, EG, they just have to work at stopping the bleeding right now. You have to get your Anti-Mage that Manta style. You have to trust in Universe to make a big play. Sumail still playing one of the best heroes at catching up with that Sonic Wave on that Queen of Pain. You can still do this if you're EG, but every single time one of those deaths happens, the margin just closes.
The bleeding's about to get a whole lot worse, though, as CTY is closing in on that Bloodstone. Start racking up the charges soon. YJ also, he has his next team fight / pushing item coming in, the Manta. soon to make its debut. This means YJ doesn't even have to worry necessarily about popping BKB against the Orchid, even if it's put against him. And he's also tanky. He's sitting at 1500 HP, 18 armor. He's got lifesteal. He's got some heals to back him up with the mech, Cold Embrace as well. Just doesn't seem like Evil Geniuses are ever going to be able to kill this Luna.
Yeah, it's actually going to require some sort of crazy Echo Slam into a multiple hero Mana Void, but I wouldn't put it past EG. I mean, the capacity is still there. Universe is still playing one of the best heroes at making comebacks. But eHome right now have complete map control, and if they want, they can just wait out the next Roshan, farm out both sides of jungles, and then occasionally go for the pick off to keep them
Found him, Universe. Big jump in from CTY. He wants to be able to be a part of this kill. ROTK snags it, dominating spree for him. And there's another Blink Dagger. Lana has now picked up his. The items just keep on rolling in for eHome. Now the Manta is there for the Luna. Evil Geniuses, meanwhile, the only item they have coming in is potentially the Manta on Fear, and that's still a good 1,100 gold away.
Once he gets that Manta style, the real game begins. If he's able to actually get some towers down, split push, and force some pressure around the map, he can actually start to do some stuff, but it's going to require near perfect play from him. I mean, we saw it from Burning's anti-mage today. It's not within, out of the realm of possibility that Fear can turn this game around. Again, it's still one of the best counters in the game, but it's the rest of the team that's struggling so much.
RTK, he's actually going for an ultimate orb here. Is there a possibility that we're going to be seeing a Lotus Orb?
I think that going for... I think if you go for an early Hex here, it's almost unstoppable. Over going for something like the Shiva's Guard. I think that going for the Hex might actually just be a game ender. If you get something like a Linken's for your Storm Spirit, and he can just trigger Linken's after Linken's to stop the Mana Void, that would be incredibly strong too. If you notice EG's lineup, they have very little single target outside of Sumail, and if you block an Orchid, that's fantastic too for your Storm Spirit.
Pretty much EG would be left in some sort of like Orchid play against the Linken's and then freeing up the Mana Void potential, but it's going to be hard-pressed to find those opening against CTY, who's so active on his Storm Spirit, always jumping back and forth, causing as much confusion as possible. Fear does have his Manta now, and he's also got his level 3 Mana Void almost in reach.
Yeah, the fact that Fear is almost level 16 in a game like this is kind of absurd, but he does have that Manta style, and like I was saying before, this could be what changes the game for them, because he does do a lot of damage, but I mean, this means that eHome would also have to mess up a lot. Like the Winter's Curse would have to be misplaced, the Luna would have to be preoccupied, and you're going to rely on a huge Universe Echo Slam right now.
EG going for a 3-man smoke behind Fear. Hoping to be able to catch somebody in this top lane and turn it into an objective. They're going to lead onto ROTK. Sumail jumping in, going to try and blow up the Darkseer as soon as possible. Everything being blown there. Now CTY jumps in with the Orchid onto Sumail, fearlessly going for him, but against the Manta of Fear, he's going to be driven back.
Oh, he's out of mana.
He's completely out of mana, but he has a regeneration rune. He pops it now, and this is the opportunity for eHome to turn back. This may not be an easy tier 1 tower for EG, and they know it too. They're already going to start TPing back. AUI's going to be caught. He's already done for. Lays out whatever spells he can, and all EG leaves is just the Manta illusions to push in the tier 1 tower, but it's not going to be enough. The tower stays up.
It was still a decent trade for them though. They lose the Lina, but they get a kill on the Darkseer, and they just need to play a little bit more actively, which is what they were going for. Open up some space for Fear, just make it a little bit easier for them to farm. And now that you've seen 3 heroes rotate and TP top, it means that Fear's going to have all the time in the world here to just farm. And this is kind of the play that you have to make. You trade one of your underfarm supports just for information.
So at this point in time, eHome very clearly in control of this game, but at what point do they make their move? Are we looking at the next Roshan, they grab the next Aegis, is that going to be enough, or do you want to see them finish up the Butterfly, or maybe just control the map and get a 6-slotted Luna?
I think you go for the Aegis for sure. There's no reason not to at this point. You can probably smoke before the Aegis, wrap around, try to deny EG vision, and try to pick somebody off. And if you do, then you go for the Roshan for sure. If you don't, then you get the Roshan anyways. So I wouldn't be surprised if eHome decided to go for a smoke before the Roshan.
Jump in, free pick off there. There goes AUI. CTY finds some more Bloodstone charges, up to 11 already. Uh-oh, Fear. spotted out here, actually pops a Manta, turns to fight YJ, but that's not the right idea. With the rest of eHome right behind him, they lock down Fear and will now free up the easiest Roshan of eHome's life.
That must have been such a surprise for ZYF. He walks in there, he's like, wait a second. And then everybody from eHome responds with like, that's the real one, as soon as he pops the Manta, and they were able to get the kill on that, but just unfortunate mistakes by EG right now that they can't afford to make, as CTY is going to get an Aegis, and now that Mana Void play gets a little bit weaker.
Then that's probably one of the hardest things as an Animage in this game, is that Winter's Curse is such a potent disable, because most of the time Animage jumps in, you've got that confusion, right, of being able to pop the Manta, create those illusions, they're not sure which one is the real one. For DDC, it doesn't really matter too much. He throws out the Winter's Curse on one of them, it's going to catch the other two, so at that point it's a guaranteed disable on the Animage, and you're going to figure out which one is which after that.
Yeah, it's just an incredible team fight control spell. It means that whatever overfarmed hero you have is liable to just die to his own teammates. You can instantly focus him down. There's enough follow-up damage that that's a reality, but EG, things are looking a bit grim, but again, you just got to keep going back to the anti-mage play. The level 3 Mana Void can still do ridiculous things if eHome decide to overextend, but that might be the only way that EG wins anymore, is eHome just make a lot of mistakes in a row.
And they do have some of the counters to the Orchid jump from CTY. We now have the Eul Scepter picked up from the Earthshaker. Sumail is about to complete his BKB, just needs another 200 gold. And trying to farm it from this middle wave, but CTY already putting that pressure in.
Yeah, now, we haven't looked at it in a while, and I'm afraid to look, but it's a 20k net worth difference. Same for the experience right now. eHome, they might even have the better late game lineup at this point, in all honesty. That Winter Wyvern is making things so hard.
Absolutely. Between the Luna and the Storm Spirit, you've got a lot of late game power there. And then you've got the Darkseer on top, potentially the more potent offlaner against that Earthshaker. So all just comes down to individual play. There's the Butterfly now for the Luna. BKB is up for Sumail. Question is, even if they are able to have the defensive items to deal with the Storm Spirit jump, how are they ever going to deal with Luna? YJ is sitting on 1800 HP, has Butterfly, Magic Immunity, Manta style, mech behind him. The list goes on and on and on of defensive items for Luna to just survive through the base set of nukes and keep on trucking.
Yeah, nobody's getting an MKB anytime soon. You probably just have to burst them down with something like the Earthshaker initiating before she can get her BKB off. I mean, that's a really common thing that happens. Earthshaker's one of the better heroes against teams with BKBs. It just depends on who's faster, but it's not ZYF that has that BKB, or he's actually doesn't have the Aegis, so they're going to send him first.
All right, here comes the eHome push. Pop of the Manta already. The tier 3 tower going to be dropping fast here. Evil Geniuses, they don't really want to be fighting into an Aegis, but they want to keep their racks alive. It may not be a choice. Seems like they're going to give it up. Oh, never mind. 3-man smoke.
They got to defend it.
His pops.
eHome's just going to go for mid as well. They have to go for this here.
They're going to make their initiation now. YJ has already been locked up. AUI sacrificing himself immediately. CTY goes for him and is going to be able to lock him down enough for the Shellgrave. Saves him actually, keeps him alive. Meanwhile, there goes the Aegis, already taken out. Winter's Curse laid into fear though. He's going to be going down here. Couldn't afford that one. He does not have a buyback. Now YJ pops his ultimate, runs down 2. Good game. 32 minutes in, it's 3-22, and Evil Geniuses drop game number 1.
Great meme score as eHome just is completely dominant in this first game, and that was not what I expected. EG's typically the team that almost always walks away with that first game victory, but I mean, they were just aggressive from start to finish. After that first kill that Sumail got on mid, I really thought that it was EG's game where Sumail was just going to snowball. He had such a fast Oblivion staff, but I mean, past the 10-minute mark, eHome just, with the smoke ganks, outmaneuvered them.
The Chinese fans are sitting right behind the Chinese commentators, going crazy for eHome. Definitely a favorite in this tournament with near flawless play in game number 1. Let's leave it to the analysts to break it down.
Thank you very much, Cap. Yes, that's left EG with something to ponder, I guess, after that first one. That was a bit of a stomp. And not much more you can say about that, but you guys have got the unenviable task of breaking it down, which is going to be just as painful for the EG fans to listen to, I'm sure.
Well, it's tough for EG. You know, they were facing a qualifier team, and qualifier teams are quite dangerous. Now, when you think about it, it's actually amazing.
Yeah.
That qualifier teams are actually dominating every team they face.
Yep. Easily the most successful international of qualifiers and wildcards.
It's actually unreal.
Hands down.
It is unreal.
We could actually be looking right now, and we're one map away from a final between a qualifier and a World Cup team.
The fact that you say it's actually funny.
That's so absurd, actually.
Yeah. No one would have had that. It doesn't matter how much Dota knowledge you have or esport knowledge you have. No one. I defy anyone, actually, to tweet at #TI5 right now and show proof and evidence that they predicted that as an upper bracket final. It's not there yet, though. I think that's the important
Even
thing
top 6?
Yeah. I think you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone. Winter, EHOME impressing yet again. Are you on the CTY fanboy train? Are you on the hype train yet? It's been driven by Wagger for a number of years because he's liked CTY for a long time.
He's been a strong mid player, but he never seems to have had a team that worked well together and like achieved something with it.
Yeah, the main thing I think I mentioned before is he didn't have a mentor. Like this team, RTK Lam was a mentor, and in the past he's been criticized of going the wrong item builds and having very reckless play. And his mechanical skills, no one actually have any doubt of it. It's just his decision making. And in this game, he didn't actually have a particularly good early game because he got killed by Sumel. And the reason he got killed was because Sumel actually had 2 extra denies, more than him, and he actually popped level 6 that 1 second faster than him, and he got killed by it.
Yeah,
that is
such things happen in such minute moments in the game. So
that is just really unfortunate for him to get solo killed like that.
They got the first blood on him, but that was also one of the 3 kills they got, whereas we saw EHOME just take 22 kills against them. Yeah. So pretty impressive score.
Yeah, pretty rough.
Tribute to Solo.
12 minutes in, we had our first major bit of action, other than the early blood, of course, and this is what it looked like.
So we were deciding whether or not this was a good fight for EG to take in the first place, but they're already there to commit to defend, and they just massacre them as they TP in 1 by 1. And Savannah actually gets Winter's Curse immediately after the blink, and it ends up being an ugly, ugly 5-0. And Winter was saying, why would you fight with no creep support against the Luna? And that's actually a pretty good question.
Yeah, I was like talking to Ben earlier, like, what is the reasoning behind trying to fight in that position against a Luna ultimate? It's so risky, but...
I don't even think the Luna ulti did that much. There was a creep wave next to the Luna. However, I want to point out that, Matt, you want to see the difference between the 2 offlaners and how they can do stuff, and RTK being more aggressive, more reckless. His recklessness under the tower just forced a 5-man wipe out of EG.
This defense reminds me of the one we saw earlier today between VP and Complexity. It was the same one. It is very hard to TP into 5 people that are ready to siege a tower. Usually the best decision is just to sack the tower, and it's not like they had to defend a carry that couldn't get away. It was an anti-mage, so he could have blinked in the trees and again until he's safe. Dazzle, which was already there, would have probably died, but I mean, it's just the casual support.
I mean, Ben made a point as well. He said that it could have been like EG felt they were confident because in the past they were very good at taking fights and very good at defending towers. So it might actually be their confidence just, we can actually do this. So they actually tried to defend when they couldn't.
It was a mistake that cost them a lot because getting team wiped that early into the game, first of all, it doesn't happen often. And when it does, it's never a good sign. It's a huge boost of experience for EHOME, and they take the safe lanes, they open up the jungle, so anti-mage is not safe anymore. Really, really good start for EHOME, and they proved they could, use that start.
Yeah, CTY playing fantastically, but ROTK alongside him, the synergy that they have is just brilliant.
Yeah, and of course his draft as well. It's been the rise and fall of anti-mage. It's been like the safe strat. It's like, wow, teams really win with anti-mages. How can you beat them past 40 minutes? And then we see Luna popping up more and more to just take down all his towers. I mean, his captain and his leadership is really incredible. And I mean, maybe they just forced that T1 tower knowing that they would defend.
Yeah, and their draft is always so balanced. They can go late game, they can go early game. It's just impressive.
Okay, we're going to take a quick break on the analysis desk as we head over to a quick feature on the very man himself. If you don't know him already, you should. But if you don't worry. This is ROTK.
小时候嘛，就是自己比较叛逆，然后自己性格其实很活泼。
一会儿抢着了，一会儿跑哪去了，3跑2不跑，我也把他找不到，又跑到游戏厅。
然后有一群人，大概比我年长10岁左右。有一次他们在玩一个 RPG 地图，就是那个时候的 Dota 1，他们9个人，当时少一个，然后就因为认识我，就叫我一起。我说我不会，他们说没事，你不会，我们教你。他们当时就让我选个宙斯，说你就玩这个英雄，一直跟在我们后面垫就行了。我说好好好，然后我就玩，完了之后，哎，我发现挺有意思的这款游戏。
这个实现了他心中的梦想，可是呢，一路走来。北饭确实不容易， 吃了不少。
我姥姥对我是最重要的，就算当初我爸他们这边怎么反对我，但是我姥姥这边他们是自始至终也没有放弃过我，所以我觉得我姥姥对我实在太重要。
那现在的那个没跟着他，选的他喜欢的路他走对了，想干的事情干一样转一样，越来越好。我们也来心里挺高兴的，挺好的。
然后当时我本来是原定的计划是退役1年，我第2年就 TI6会继续打的，是这么一个考虑。然后在今年年初，就是我休息完半年之后，也是在一次比赛上 DSC 的时候看到 CDEC 这个新队，当时我也是接到他们队的邀请，本来打算过去帮他们的。当时也是因为他们队本来没比赛，但是最后没比走了，所以最后我就选择了eHome这边，也是基本上都是新人，然后就过来继续选择带新队，因为感觉我们这个圈子的那个新鲜血液实在是太少了。但是今年我带他们去了，这个第一步已经是实现了。凝聚力也非常重要。其实对于每一个 team 团队来说的话，团队经济、凝聚力都很重要，不管是新队老队。所以人一定要在把状态调整到最好的前提是你要亢奋起来。所以一般我们赛前我们都会，比如拍2下掌，加油！
我对他有很大的这个盼望，希望他这回拿到冠军。
It's fantastic stories like that make the international the special event it is. And it's players like this that make the event what it is as well. Ladies and gentlemen, eHome and Evil Geniuses are back in the building. eHome leading 1-0, one game away from the upper bracket final. A story no one would have predicted at the beginning of the International 2015. EG came into this as one of the top 3 favourites for the tournament, having had a fantastic 2015. They had the players, the preparation and everything that went with it. Right now, they are going to have to pull out all the stops. And gents, they've got the ability. There's no doubt about that. They've come back before in tournaments. They've dropped down to lower brackets and still ended up winning tournaments as well. So they know how to get out of this spot.
Yeah, they definitely do. And I mean, EG, as bad as the game looked, they had a draft. It's hard to come back with an 90 mage when you're facing a Luna lineup, and I mean things went horribly, and you gave away a lot of kills, and the storm is out of control. Your entry mage doesn't even have Manta. You know, those games, they might look not close at all, but they actually could have been way closer. It's just that at this level, I mean, eHome's a good team. If they're supposed to win the fight, they're gonna win it. If they don't give away their advantage, they're going to crush you.
Yeah,
so.
I think Puppy said yesterday that Secret learn more from losing a match than they do from winning it. I think that's an obvious statement to make, but it's never truer than when it's a tough game like this and you've got to learn very quickly and change almost as the other team are adapting to your strategies as well.
And speaking of adapting to strategies, I think that important to note, this tournament, a lot of teams have tried to clone and copy what Secret have been doing for a very long time due to their success in the past. But it's really the China qualifier teams that people should be copying at this point. Their strategy is what prevails. They fight early on, they have a draft that's strong in team fight, and just always move aggressively early.
Where are we going? Second game. Are we heading for a 2-0 here, Malini?
I think one of the key parts has been banning the Naga Siren. I think they really rely on that. Imagine if they had a Naga Siren in that bottom fight. They would have just slept, ran out, lose a tower, and it would have probably been like maybe 1-0 or 0-0. They're actually 5-0 in the group stage with it, and I think they're kind of been overly reliant on that in order to carry them into the late game, and this is why they have drafted such safe lineups. But now the time has come to switch strategies because everyone's found out first ban Naga versus EG.
Okay, Seb. Quick prediction, 2-0, 1-1, where are you going?
I'm pretty sure EG is going to bounce back.
Really? Why?
Because I think losing a game that way doesn't show anything. You know, they're just going to forget about it and go into the second game as if it was a new one and probably be ready to eHome's aggression.
Okay.
I think that this eHome has never looked stronger, and I think that they're going to 2-0.
Okay. Final word, Winter.
I agree with Seb. I think EG is going to figure things out, switch the draft around, and maybe pick less of the late game and go for more early aggression, and they're going to bounce back.
Okay.
I'm with Waga 2-0.
Really? Okay. Well done, Melini. Getting in there at the end, just to get on the CTY hype trainer, perhaps. I don't know. Let's find out. A few seconds away, heading into the draft for Game 2.
Evil Geniuses versus eHome. Game 2.
The Battle of the E's is underway. EG versus eHome in Game 2. And the draft is already underway with the bans done. And Lena already picked for EG.
Same first pick. And this time around, they banned the Winter Wyvern, which was a huge factor, last game. And it looks to be one of the best pick for eHome so far, the Winter Wyvern.
Are they going to go for the Darkseer even though they don't have Winter Wyvern?
I think it's very different. The Darkseer Winter Wyvern really look like it's very scary.
I mean, they can do Darkseer Shaker too.
All right, there's the answer.
Oh, true. Bounty Hunter is let through. That can work really well. But as you say, without a combination, Darkseer sometimes is not as impressive. And Shaker is for sure going to get banned in second phase by EG if they do not pick it themselves already here.
And I feel like EG have a very special story against Bounty Hunter because back then, it was like 2 months ago maybe, or maybe even only 1 month ago. So a lot of teams would dominate with Bounty, especially versus Chen. And the first team that destroyed the Bounty lineup was EG, and it was versus CDEC Gaming. And I remember we were even studying how they dealt with the bounty, because the way they did it, they had really tanky heroes such as speed breakers, really strong lanes, and they just made bounty a non-factor, and they destroyed the team they faced.
I mean, even during the group stages, me, Melini, Syndra, we were discussing about why they would actually pick a Spirit Breaker against a Bounty Hunter. There are a couple of reasons. Bounty Hunter is going to be roaming around early, trying to get kills, and Spirit Breaker, you can always be there. And you are tanky, like you mentioned, it's hard to take you down. And when Bounty Hunter doesn't get kills, the effectiveness of the hero drops down a lot.
Completely.
And right now they have like the Darkseer plus Bounty Hunter. That could actually be dangerous if EG doesn't have like a good laning support, because they can actually wreak havoc in the early lanes if actually played right.
I feel like a Lina support by herself it's very scary to run versus that.
Yeah, definitely. Like Lina as a support against those two, just very weak in general.
And support heroes of the style like Lina is super important for teams like eHome and for CDEC in their success, because they have supports that can clear out creep waves super fast. Since their carry is not always farming, the carry is almost always fighting with them. So you need supports that can also clear the waves quickly. And that is pretty crucial.
And I've got to say that Storm ban really looks like a respect ban to me. And the way CTY plays Storm is way more aggressive than other Storms. That's how I feel about it. You know, it's not that Storm that goes Bloodstone and farms and just pressure lanes. He goes for kills all the time.
He does. And when you get an early Orchid like that, you can really punish an Anti-Mage because he was far away from his Manta style at the point when you got it. It has a lot to do with your early game. If you get the good early game on Storm, then Orchid is so much better. Tusker being banned out by eHome is kind of curious, but it would be a strong fighting combo. I think they just want to remove hard-to-kill heroes, as you said, so that Bounty Hunter can find some kills on squishy heroes.
I still think they need some way to deal with the Spirit Breaker. I think one of the best supports is Rubik. If you're not going to go for the Shaker, we thought Shaker would already be banned out by now.
Yeah, and it hasn't. So the only, I mean, running Shaker, if it is a bounty position forward, then, and which most likely it is, then I mean, having bounty plus Shaker as a support duo is a bit so-so because the offlane.
Yeah, I agree.
Is already the Darkseer.
It's kind of weak though if you do that.
It's probably why they are ignoring the Shaker.
And EG is gonna ban out the Luna, which they actually had trouble dealing with.
I really feel like the lineup from eHome can be a very explosive, aggressive lineup, and I don't feel like they would have went for the Luna. I felt like they're gonna go for very. I mean, obviously, Quap is still available. I think heroes like Quap and burst heroes, mobile heroes is the heroes they're looking for now.
Not having the Lina, Queen of Pain is a very good hero because they need something that can always secure the kills for Bounty Hunter, running with him. And mobile hero like Queen of Pain could do that. Other heroes are still, of course, the Ember Spirit still in the game.
Anti-Mage, I think, too, actually. I mean, when you ban out the Luna and you're versus Darkseer, I think the Anti-Mage is still a very viable pick for Evil Geniuses. Not that great for them in game 1, but it's a little bit of a different game.
Oh, for EG, for sure. Yeah. I think that's a strong pick. eHome might be even thinking about removing that right now.
eHome always had the better team fight in almost all the games they played, and right now they lack control with the Darkseer. I mean, Winter Wyvern is not an option. Earthshaker, we said, because of how the draft developed for them, is not an option either. And the Gyrocopter is banned. So which heroes are we looking at for eHome?
They need a range hero with some sort of disable, I think, as a support. Like you mentioned, I think someone mentioned Rubik.
Yeah, Rubik definitely makes the most sense. Quick cast animation to deal with the Spear Breaker. Plenty of good spells to steal. Can somewhat combo.
Phantom Lancer. Okay.
Darkseer.
So they ban out the Anti-Mage who has been used so much as a counter to the PL, which they then immediately pick as well. So a good fighting carry for them. With Gyrocopter being banned out, there are not that many good fighting carries available.
You know, this pick as well, like, we've seen a lot of teams when they see, I mean the teams from today, when you pick a heavy core, PL or AM, the Luna was like the reply. And in this case, like eHome's, they realized EG actually took the Luna out, and they themselves took the AM out, so PL becomes a very strong pick here.
I mean, they're pretty much forced to pick Ember at this point, aren't they? Looking at it.
I feel like Ember is a good pick because it's a Sumail hero. We've seen LGD pick Ember versus the Phantom Lancer earlier today. It did not really work out for them, but I don't think it was because of the matchup Ember versus PL. They just got overrun by CDEC.
Yeah, the Silencer was doing so much in that game.
Yep.
Just stopping the Ember from doing anything, really. He jumped in, and then the Silence came out, and he was just stuck in there.
Yeah, but going back to the point where we were discussing earlier, Darkseer plus Bounty Hunter, it's very troublesome for a support like Lina. And if you're talking about having Ember in your lineup, that would actually relegate the Lina towards the support position, and that could be troublesome.
The only way for them to handle it is to send, at least in my opinion, the Spirit Breaker to the offlane and have a strong support duo, like Lina +1, that could do the job. Bloodseeker, it is very interesting, especially because Bloodseeker is not the best hero to deal with Phantom Lancer.
But he's super good against Darkseer, though.
Yeah, he is, for sure. I mean, he's also decent versus PL if you... I mean, when he Ruptures PL, then you know which PL is the real one, but in a 1-on-1, PL can always man-fight the Bloodseeker. That's my point.
That's true.
Especially because PL is a natural diffusal carrier and Manta, and both remove the silence from the Bloodseeker, so usually Bloodseeker is completely irrelevant in fights versus PL.
Yeah, but a good point about Phantom Lancer as well. In some of the games today, we saw him like escaping early ganks with Doppelganger, and in this game, what EG has, a lot of chasing power. Spirit Breaker, Lina, and Bloodseeker, all very fast heroes, and PL might not have the luxury of escaping ganks this time against this lineup.
So it could still be a Lina mid.
I believe it's going to be a Lina mid because Spirit Breaker works so well with that. He comes in charging, sets up the stun, Lina can follow up, you have plenty of damage, and any single 17% and you're winning that.
And so far they have very bad spells to cancel the charge. It's really hard to land the shuriken.
It's like Shuri, the only thing. 400 cast range is not too impressive.
So Witch Doctor, we talk about them needing something to complement the vacuum. So cast is somewhat, I mean, manageable. I mean,
it can be fine, yeah.
Yeah, it can be fine. Yeah, Malediction as well, a very good source of damage for that. And like you guys mentioned, it's a way of dealing with the charge. They need some way to actually stop the Spirit Breaker from actually diving into them.
But it still feels like they lack this AoE you always want to have when you play with the Darkseer. Every game they played, they had something at least, like the Winter Wyvern, or I mean, we've seen Shaker run by other teams, and in that game they don't really have it. It looks like they're looking for a full aggression lineup, and there goes the Ember.
I think it's gonna be some AoE mid hero though. Like Queen of Pain is still not banned out.
Yeah.
So I definitely think they're gonna add in more AoE to this in the last pick.
Two options here: Queen, like you mentioned, and Shadow Fiend will also fit that role.
It feels like they're baiting the Ember pick because, I mean, you gotta know EG plays Ember, especially after yesterday. They destroyed complexity with it. It was a Sumail show, we said, right, after the game. And here, you're picking a PL, you're picking a lineup with very few reliable disables. It's an obvious Ember pick. So maybe they're just baiting it and they have a plan.
Maybe. I also think they're in a pretty comfortable spot because if you get enough farm on PL, and the Ember doesn't have a great early game, if Bounty Hunter can mess with him along with a Darkseer, who's a really disruptive type of early gamer.
But I just feel like when you're a bounty hunter and you run into an Ember with a Spirit Breaker that could be charging you, it's actually scary. You're just gonna
you are gonna be very careful about where you're going, and you can't really be safe all the time though because of the Spirit Breaker.
I think the Quap ban is a good ban. It's AoE, it's a lot of aggression with the bounty, and it's a hero that's hard to kill mid.
They're removing some combinations, both of these teams now. The Sand King ban is also making a lot of sense. Looking over to the Lee now, it's already picked Spirit Breaker. They need more disables and AoE damage to control the PL. So sure, you have the Ember Spirit for later on when he has Battle Furious and so on. But before that, they just need AoE spells.
For here, I like them a lot for E-Home with Buck. Alright, it's going to be a Razor, that's going to be mid. He could be ganked a lot, so...
Oh, there we go. All right.
No.
Thank you, Aoi.
What do you know? Oh my goodness.
E-Home lost. Techie too strong.
We've waited and we've waited and we've waited, and on day 3 of the International 2015, welcome to the main event for the hero that everyone loves to hate and hates to love. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back and enjoy this one. Game 2 is on your way. Cap, it's all yours.
We finally get a techies on our hands, boys and girls. That's right, Evil Geniuses with the surprise pickup. Game number 2, they lost game 1 pretty badly to E-Home Blitz. Now they're banking all their hopes on a techies. Is this the hero?
I mean, I'm kind of hating on AUI because he complains about this hero all the time. Whenever I go in his team speak, all he talks to me about is, man, we just played a game and it became 95 minutes and we lost to a techies. Why is this hero in Dota? And then I see him outside after they played the group stage matches, I think it was against CDEC, and they won it twice. And I was like, what was with that? And he's like, XD memes. And so they immediately pick it. I mean, this is the deciding game for them, and they decide to grab it. And if you notice in this mid lane, he's already placing mines. And
I have a theory, Blitz. I have a theory.
Oh, no, this is, you know what that's, Fear's trying to distract them. Like, I'm not even kidding. This is what you do to bother them so they don't pay attention to AUI doing this.
Oh my goodness. So I have a theory about the AUI. He sets up this petition, right? He sets up the petition, Valve, remove techies, at least from matchmaking, at the very least, right? And that's not successful. Valve leave it in there. And so now AUI, on the biggest matches, on the biggest world stage, he's trying to draw some attention, but E-Home found him. They know what's what. AUI has been spotted out. And it doesn't look like the mine setup is going to work out for him. Evil Geniuses are backing him pretty heavily here. They move forward, put down the counter ward. Those double mines will be taken away.
And this is fairly significant because you actually do need to kill, or you actually do need to keep this alive, but the problem right there is that even dewarding that pretty much tips off E-Home that there are mines up there, and as long as CTY remembers and doesn't accidentally walk up there, he should be fine. It's a Razor against an Ember Spirit. That's an incredibly bad lane for the Ember to be able to one-on-one in. And I mean, Sumail's the type of player that does rely on having a matchup which is favorable for him, and this is definitely not one of those.
And he doesn't really have a good support to help him out in lane if it becomes too much now that the mine has been spotted out. I'm not sure if PPD is really going to be able to spend too much time going on that mid, especially pre-level 2. And then you've got Lonham on top of everything else that Sumail's going to be facing up against. He has to go against a Razor. He's not going to get much help from his supports. He also has to deal with Lonham, who's going to be trying to counter his courier immediately.
And the thing is, 28 damage at a later phase of the game isn't too much, but in the early part of the game, it's a quarter of your damage. So it's going to be incredibly hard for the Ember, who already struggles in the laning phase, to be able to do anything. Like, the problem with Ember Spirit is that your first 2 levels of both your abilities aren't very good. You don't want to use the Sleight of Fist because of the cooldown. The Flame Guard blocks almost nothing. And Searing Change just doesn't do damage at an early level, so it's really hard for Sumail to get aggressive here, but CTY is just going to take full advantage of this. And something even more curious is this Universe offlane Lina against this ROTK offlane Dark, or this safe lane Darkseer. This might be one of the few situations where an offlane Lina actually wins a lane.
Yeah, very curious. Why exactly are we seeing this? E-Home running a sort of aggro dual lane here between YJ's Phantom Lancer and DDC's Witch Doctor. They just feel like pressuring the Bloodseeker in the beginning of the game. Is that important?
I think so, but I think it more just speaks to the fact that they think that it's going to be a really hard lane for ROTK, and they think this is
still a decently favorable matchup. Like, as long as you don't run into the Techies' mines, which, I mean, you could say that about Techies at any phase of the game, you should be okay in this offlane.
I'm still waiting.
Oh, he's sending in, he's trying to send illusions. Do you see that?
Yeah.
So he can spot the mines.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the harder things to deal with. Phantom Lancer always has those kind of disposable units to throw out and try and catch out the mines. AUI actually grabbed an Invis rune now. This obviously could set up a lot as he's got that Suicide Squad ready to go. CTY may be the target here, but he does have 720 HP. They're going to need a little bit more, and that's why it's important that Sumail joins in on this attempted gank. He spots out the courier, but of course AUI can't really kill that with his damage. Start pinging him out. Counter ward being laid down. He spots out AUI. They start going for it. Body blocking close enough. Sumail's going to be able to get the chains. Do they have the damage already? It looks like it. CTY will be taken out. First blood goes to Sumail.
Great stuff. Techies helps get a first blood.
Uh-oh, Fear bottom lane. He needs some help. YJ's got another lance coming in. Fear has an extra movement speed, but he clears through the trees with a doppelganger. They just need the vision for the lance. YJ gets it, and Fear will go down. The counter kill is there. 1-2 now. Advantage of EO.
And the thing is, Spear's pretty much solo down here. It's a Spear